particularly young women. But I think there's good reason to believe it's not going to be as detrimental to Republicans as it was in 2022. So just some quick numbers. 1 in 4 women under 30 say this is their number one issue, and it's the issue bringing them to the polls. But when you compare that to the general electorate, it's just 1 in 14. And that, of course, does include a small percentage of people who are pro-life, and that's their number one issue as well. So now that we are in a general, it's a more dilute group that are going to the polls over this. You know, you might say women are outvoting men. We've seen that this past week or two. But when you compare that to the general now is men are showing up at the polls, particularly in Pennsylvania. Does include we're seeing a small percentage of predominantly male lines right now. So now that we are in a general, a lot of the women that have shown up are actually coming from rural areas, particularly in Arizona and Nevada. That's what we've seen. So there's good reason to believe that a lot of the women that are showing up are also Republican women. But there's also some other reasons to think that it's not showing up as big of an issue in 2022, partly because it's been 2 years now. So people have had a chance to understand what it means for an issue to go to the states. When Dobbs came down, I think there were a lot of people who literally thought that now abortion is going to be banned nationwide because Roe has fallen. But obviously that wasn't true. And people have had a couple of years to understand that that's not true. And they've had a couple of years to see what it looks like when the issue goes to the states. 7 states have passed amendments, and all 7, it's passed handily that abortion will continue to be the law of the land, even in deep red states, Kentucky, Kansas, places where people thought there might be more of a fight. People are choosing to continue to have abortion rights there. So
that's taking the issue off the table, you're saying?
It's taking the issue off the table, and it's bringing down the temperature on the issue, because a lot of what's bringing people to the polls is that fear that this right that they've, had for decades is going to be taken away. Well, anyone with eyes and a brain can see that it's not really going anywhere anytime soon.
So what, in those states that have passed these amendments, what has been the result after a few years? And then after, maybe talk to us about the states that this year also have similar measures on the ballot.
So it's only been a couple of years, and we don't have a ton of data yet about what the actual effect of those laws have been. So there's some studies that are showing that abortions have gone down. Other studies have shown that it's basically flatlined. So I think time will tell as to how effective these laws are. But in terms of the states that have it on the ballot now, it's going to be 10 more states that have it on the ballot. I don't have them right in front of me, but only 2 of them are battleground states. Yeah. That's Arizona and Nevada. It's looking like it's going to pass there. And part of that is that a lot of the surveys are showing that a lot of Republicans are actually supporting those amendments in Arizona and Nevada. So it's looking like it's becoming a split your ticket issue. But yeah.
I want to give a voice to the pro-lifers then. When they hear all of this, Georgia, that's got to be really demoralizing for them to feel like they had won this major victory in Dobbs and to now see the issue losing in almost every state. We don't know yet what will happen in Florida. That's a really pretty extreme bill. So do you think that this is just sort of a devastating result that they maybe didn't see coming, the pro-life movement?
I mean, the reality is when you look at polling on the issue, the American people on balance do want some access to abortion. There's a variety of polls that show that. So there's work to do. I mean, you need to change people's minds if you really want this issue, or if you really want to support the pro-life cause. It needs to be a grassroots effort, changing people's minds. And right now, the American people are not ready to be a fully pro-life nation, unfortunately.
So what are some of the numbers? Because it seems like certain polls can imply different things when the phrasing is different. Talk to us about that.
So Gallup has been tracking this for decades, and it's been relatively even for the past 20 years, relatively evenly split between people who identify as pro-choice versus pro-life. In more recent years, since about 2019, it's ticked up. More people are saying they're pro-choice than pro-life. I think the most recent numbers were 54% of Americans would say, just given those 2 options, that they're pro-choice versus 41 say pro-life. That's a worse result than we even saw maybe 5 years ago. Part of that might be the Dobbs ruling making people feel a little anxious. And it actually looks worse when you look at some of the Pew surveys. So Pew reports that I think 63% say they want
All eyes are on those battleground states, those 7 swing states. We're talking about Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania. Now, for the state of Georgia, polls are going to be closing at 7 p.m. Eastern time. For North Carolina, those polls are closing at 7:30, so half an hour later. And in Pennsylvania, those polls are going to be closing at 8 p.m. Eastern time. So we were talking with political analyst Richard Gordon, saying that he expects those first results to come from Kentucky and Indiana. That is because those polls close at 6 p.m. Eastern time. So those are the states that we are going to likely hear from first. Florida and Georgia, South Carolina, Virginia, Vermont. Those are going to be at 7 p.m. along with some of these others, right? And then 7:30, of course, North Carolina. 8 p.m., there is a massive number of states that those polls are going to be closing, but I'm going to focus in on some of those key swing states. Michigan, those Eastern time counties, that is going to be happening, and Pennsylvania. So those are the swing states at 8 p.m. At 9 p.m. Eastern time, the swing states of Arizona, the central time counties of Michigan and Wisconsin, those are when the polls are going to be closing there. 10 p.m. Nevada. That is when the polls are going to be closing in the swing state of Nevada. 11 p.m. No swing states there. We're talking mostly, Western California, Washington, Oregon. Midnight, Alaska and Hawaii. So I did want to go over those with you right now. And also, it's interesting to note because these states have different rules and regulations as to when they can actually start counting their votes. So states that do not allow counting to begin until polls close, 14 states plus Washington, D.C. There are states that allow counting to begin today on Election Day, but can also do so before polls close. Those are 24 states. And then there are states that allow processing and counting to begin before Election Day. Those are 12 states. So if you're curious, Pennsylvania, we keep talking about Pennsylvania, the critical swing state of Pennsylvania. That state allows counting to begin on Election Day and can do so before polls close. So I did want to just recap that with you. What we're going to
waiting in line. People were inside ready to vote.
And a lot of people concerned. Fulton County election officials tell us they were working on court orders to try to expand the hours at those 2 polling precincts. We are still trying to confirm whether they have been able to do that. Reporting live in Fairburn, Angelique Proctor. Fox 5.
All right, Angelique, we'll keep watching it. Thanks for that live report. Meantime, after history-making presidential campaigns, former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris are waiting anxiously along with millions of Americans.
And that is to find out who will be the next president of the United States. Fox's Rebecca Castor reports from Florida, where former President Trump is watching the results roll in tonight. Rebecca?
Courtney, Tom, we are at the Palm Beach County Convention Center where the Trump campaign is hosting its election night watch party. But the former president will be watching the returns come in from his home at Mar-a-Lago with a small group of family and friends.
I think we're going to have a very big victory today.
The former president is feeling optimistic that voters will put him back in the White House. But it will all come down to voter turnout today.
The country that I'm living in is not the country I was born into. The only one who's putting America first is Donald Trump.
I voted for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. It's time for a change, moving forward in a better and uplifting way.
It's likely to be a long night as results slowly trickle in, and there's a possibility that a winner will not be declared before the night is over, something Trump calls an outrage.
It should never happen. A thing like that should never happen. This election should be over.
With 19 electoral votes, all eyes will be on Pennsylvania tonight. It's the state both candidates spent the most time and money in and see as a must-win.
The reality is whoever wins Pennsylvania is likely to be president.
Vice President Harris keeping a low profile today, speaking with several radio stations in a last-minute effort to get out the vote. She says Americans are ready for a fresh start.
Frankly, I think people are exhausted with this spirit and this approach that's been about trying to divide people and have them turn and point fingers at each other. I think people are done with that.
When asked if he would accept the results of the election if he lost, former President Trump said if it's a, quote, fair election, he'll be the first to acknowledge it. Tom, Courtney, back to you guys.
Yeah, so many of us just anxiously awaiting some results that we will be starting to get soon. Rebecca, thanks. On the other side of the aisle, Vice President Harris and her supporters spent the day working to get out the vote.
In just a few hours, Harris supporters will gather at the Hyatt Regency in downtown Atlanta to watch the election returns. Fox 5's Deidre Dukes is there tonight with the Harris campaign.
After months of heavy campaigning, numerous visits by VP Harris and her surrogates, final preparations are underway for tonight's watch party here at the Hyatt Regency in downtown Atlanta, where supporters will gather in just a few hours' time. Tonight's watch party hosted by the Democratic Party of Georgia. Final preparations underway in the Centennial Ballroom here for the big event, with polls showing the candidates running neck and neck in this battleground state. A record number of people voting during the early voting period, and Biden's victory decided by a slim margin in 2020. The Democrats are campaigning on Election Day to energize their base and get their supporters to the polls. Senator Raphael Warnock spent the afternoon canvassing for the Harris campaign in Fayetteville, East Point, and McDonough.
Happy Election Day. Yes. Yes. Let's get this thing done. Yes. Are y'all ready? Yes. I don't know. You don't sound like you. Are you ready to send Kamala Harris to the White House?
Doors opening here tonight at 7:30 for what Harris supporters hope will be a victory celebration. In downtown Atlanta, Deidre Dukes, Fox 5 News.
The presidential race, not only the decision on the ballot, we're also watching other elections, including the race for the state legislature. All 56 Senate and 180 House seats are also on the ballot. Races for the House and Senate will determine which party holds the majority, and several tax measures as well.
And don't forget to join Fox 5 Atlanta for complete election coverage throughout the evening. After the 6 o'clock news, we will have Fox's Democracy 2024. And we want you to meet us right back here at 10 for all things Georgia in terms of the election results here on Fox 5 News.
All right,
it's going to be a long night of news.
Yeah, but we had a great day to get out to the polls and vote today. We have less than an hour left as we take a live look outside over downtown Atlanta.
And we do thank our Fox 5 Atlanta team for that coverage. Time right now is 5:06 Eastern, 2:06 Pacific. Happening right now, just into our live now from Fox Newsroom. We are expecting an update from Maricopa County, Arizona, as election officials have been giving briefings all day long as those Election Day results are coming in. We're going to take a 2-minute break, head there live after that. Stay with us.
agenda. And that's really what Democrats had been representing prior to the Bernie years to begin with. So I think they're going to move forward. What I'm actually more concerned about, to be quite honest with you, is the absorption of neoconservatives into the Democratic Party. Individuals like Liz Cheney, who, you know, if we're going to talk about the importance of protecting democracy, Yeah, well, I'm not happy about that. And so that's going to be a real issue for people like me moving forward if Democrats intend to continue laundering the reputations of individuals who engaged in undemocratic behavior during the Bush years. I mean, George W. Bush suspended habeas corpus, a constitutional right. And the fact that Liz Cheney wasn't crying about it, she certainly wasn't pushing back against it, and was very supportive of the Bush years. In fact, still till this day, does not regret that, you know, we were carrying out torture, waterboarding. I mean, she has no apologies about the Bush years. And I don't think that absorbing that ideology into the Democratic Party would be beneficial.
Okay, well, let's talk about the shifts that the Republican Party has made in a more populist direction. When you look at the Trump campaign and its overtures to unions, it's bringing into the fold a Robert Kennedy, a Tulsi Gabbard. They're obviously trying to do more things that appeal to the blue-collar former Democrat voters. Do you think that that moves people who were in your party permanently, or is this just sort of a once-in-a-generation moment that we're seeing?
I don't know how many Democratic voters... Sorry, guys, I'm getting like an echo. I'm going to take my headpiece out for a second so I can answer your... Okay, there we go. So, I don't think that the Trump campaign is serious about blue-collar, working-class Americans and finding ways to make their lives better. You know, you have to listen to what's actually being said. There's a lot of populist rhetoric, but at the end of the day, when you look at the proposals from Donald Trump, you know, one of the things that he's proposed is doing away with the income tax entirely and instead generating revenue from the federal government through tariffs. That would be a massive redistribution of wealth from the very bottom to the top in this country. I don't see how that would make things better. You know, the argument is that it would bring manufacturing jobs back to the United States because it would incentivize corporations to manufacture here in the U.S. Even if that's true, it would take several years for them to set up shop here, have the factories ready to manufacture products here. And so I'm supportive of some of the targeted tariffs that Donald Trump had implemented. And in fact, Biden himself seemed to like those tariffs because not
a possibility. I haven't been briefed completely on that. Apparently the issues were very easily resolved by some of the polling place officials on the ground. And so it didn't rise to any sort of a level of any sort of alerts. It's just, we'll see how that little piece develops. We've been monitoring a particular threat that has emerged. We have a statement that we've gotten information from the FBI. Or do we need to make an adjustment there?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. From the FBI. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. We are aware that there have been threats made not just here in Arizona, but Georgia, Minnesota, Michigan, and Wisconsin as to bomb threats in Arizona. The threats pertained to 4 specific locations in Navajo County only. These are unsubstantiated threats. We have no reason to believe that any of our voters or any of our polling places are in any sort of jeopardy. I was briefed just moments ago by my security team and some folks with state law enforcement who are working in conjunction with the feds. This is another, we believe, probing attack. We also have reason to believe, although I won't get into specifics, that this comes from one of our foreign enemies, namely Russia. They've been busy lately, I suppose. Let's see. We'll head over to Apache County for an update. There has been an e-poll book and a printer problem. Now, this is county-wide. This doesn't only exist on the reservations in Apache County. There are technical teams out in the field that are resolving these issues. Most of the sites in Apache County are up and running well. As we understand at this moment, there are still some residual issues out in Apache County. And we're doing our best in our office with our folks to work with the county election officials there to see if we can resolve any of the remaining problems. I did have a meeting with the speaker of the Navajo Nation Council and one of the delegates to the council and some of their staff, along with the state election director, excuse me, to talk about some of the details and continue those open lines of communication we have with our tribal governments as we try to facilitate voting that is not only in Apache County, but also on the Navajo Nation and in other spaces. So we're going to continue to have those conversations. We'll keep them updated as we get more information and back and forth. So the communication is very clear with the folks on the ground out there. We are doing what we can to help resolve those issues. We'll keep you posted on that. Again, back to, nope, I already covered that one. There is a little bit of what we understand, a couple of reports of some misinformation going on, particularly in Coconino County as to student voters. Unless you are registered to vote 29 days ahead of this election, you are not eligible to vote, not even for president in Arizona. We do not have same-day voter registration. Some students, as I understand, are being informed otherwise, and they're being told that they can vote for president without being registered in Arizona. This is not true. And so if there are folks up there in the Flagstaff area, please understand that we're doing what we can to share on social media and in other ways to discourage this practice. But no voter can be turned away. And even if you vote with a provisional ballot, that's perfectly legal under the law. That doesn't mean it will necessarily count, and frankly, usually they do. But if you are not registered to vote within 29 days of the election, you are not eligible to vote, even if you are registered outside of Arizona. You've got to be an Arizona voter to be able to vote in Arizona. This is an unidentified group that has been telling this to voters, saying they can use a Fed-only ballot or just vote for president. Neither one of these things is true. And voters across the state can verify their voter registration status at my.arizona.vote. I'll repeat that website, my.arizona.vote. At this time, that's the update. We're doing it in this format because we've got a lot going on, and we wouldn't have had time for questions anyway, although I've been given a high sign that we may have a question or two that have popped up on YouTube, which is the only channel through which for this briefing we're going to be taking questions. Do we have anything that is up yet?
Not currently.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and leave the briefing at that stage for now. I just want to run back through here. I apologize and make sure I didn't miss any important points. If you'll bear with me, folks, I do appreciate it. All right, looks like we're good. I just want to close on this point. And again, to explain very quickly how our results come in Arizona. Just imagine 3 buckets. The first bucket is your 8 p.m. bucket. These are our early ballots. Everything that has been processed up to the point when the counties are ready to report at 8 p.m. That's
for voting for Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump was actually it was actually just Google sending you to where to vote in Harris County. So it was less nefarious than it seemed. Still confusing. Less nefarious than it appeared at first.
Have you looked into betting platforms as an indicator or as an early indicator compared to polls, considering polls are a bit lagging and haven't been too accurate the last 8 years?
Well, the numbers that I look at are not the polls. I think the polls are, roughly on par with astrology. And I mean, and a poll that, like Nate Silver did, like whatever, a zillion simulations, comes out with a 50-50. I mean, it's like, that's kind of an impossible to lose poll. So it's like meaningless. The numbers that we look at America Pac are the early vote numbers from all of the swing states, and specifically how the early vote numbers track relative to 2020. So that's what I meant by like the Republican minus Democrat votes and the delta between 2024 and 2020. In my opinion, that is the strongest indicator. because those are real numbers, not imaginary numbers.
The betting platforms, the reason I asked about them and I'm using them as an indicator is that people are betting their money, and you've got the efficient market hypothesis. So any arbitrage opportunities, you've just got capitalists closing that up. And I looked at the accuracy over the last 3 decades. It was at 77%, which usually betting platforms have an accuracy of 70%. So they seemed like an interesting indicator, and they showed Trump up by over 20 points.
Yeah, I mean, they might be better than just trying to call people on the phone and get their opinion. But the betting odds have varied dramatically, and they do shift. If there's a large, somebody comes in and puts in a large bet, you're going to see a massive shift in the betting platforms. And we saw that over the weekend, where there were giant gyrations in the betting odds. The same is true of the stock market. The stock market is, vary quite a lot. I mean, look at Tesla's stock will go up sometimes 20 up or down 20% in a day, but it's still the same company. And it's just really people making large purchases or sales of stock. And so now, I maybe if you do a trailing average of the betting odds, you're going to get something a bit more accurate. But the moment to moment, even day to day gyrations of the betting markets, I think they obviously just vary so much that they're not a clear indicator. Like I said, the thing that I think really matters is the trend on early voting, and the trend on early voting has been extremely good. So I've posted some of these charts on the X platform. If you go back, to around say October 10th, looking at say the Pennsylvania RMSD early vote delta 2024 versus 2020, there were actually relatively more early votes before about the 10th or 12th of October. Basically, the Democrats were actually better in Pennsylvania than in 2020 until around October 10th or so, and then and things started to shift. Lines crossed over, and then it went very heavily in favor of Republicans for early voting. In terms of the delta, there's still more Democrats that did early votes in Pennsylvania, but far fewer than in 2020. So that's what I mean when I say at the beginning of today, there was the Democrats were 600,000 votes worse off than they were in 2020. Now, there were 6.9 million people that voted in the 2020 Pennsylvania election, and so that's a giant number. 1% of the electorate, funnily enough, is 69K, and we had almost a 600,000 delta going in. So we're talking about maybe 7-ish%, 8% of the electorate difference. This is massive. In order to overcome that, there would have to be far fewer Republican voters that actually showed up. But if a similar number show up in person with no Dem advantage relative to 2020, we should expect to see a pretty much a landslide Republican victory in Pennsylvania. Like a several 100,000 vote win by the Republicans. That's what it is. That's the most reliable data. Now, this is very contingent upon people actually showing up and voting. We're doing everything we can to ensure that people can get to the polls. We're offering. We have a fleet of vehicles getting people to the voting stations, which the Democrats always do that, but the Republicans are not that good at doing it. Normally, the Democratic ground game is vastly superior to the Republican ground game, but this time, I think the Republican ground game is better than the Democratic ground game. We're making sure that anyone in the Amish community who wishes to vote, that we transport them to the polling stations. They're not I don't think they don't want to or are not allowed to kind of drive vehicles, but they're allowed to be transported in vehicles. So we're just making sure that they are able to vote, making it convenient and easy to get to the polling stations, and that all seems to be working pretty well. I think things are trending overall in a very positive direction. So overall, I think Team America is going to win here.
Based. Benny, do you have anything?
Hey, Elon, how you doing, man?
Good. How's it going?
Good. Are you wearing your dark Gothic MAGA hat?
I do not. I'm not currently wearing a hat. my online avatar is.
That is my all-time favorite MAGA hat. My question to you is for a response to Claire McCaskill, who is a disgraced senator who lost her position in a landslide election defeat, who was on MSNBC yesterday or the day before saying that you should not be involved in politics. You should leave it to the professionals to be involved in politics.
Sure.
And she was chastising you for that, followed quickly by Rachel Maddow saying that the American government should come in and destroy all of your businesses out of revenge for you protecting free speech and our right to vote in this country. I would like to get your response to those two MSNBC talking heads.
Well, I mean that's like they're basically suggesting a fascist response that that people and companies should be punished for their political views, which is obviously incredibly inappropriate and undemocratic. So, that's obviously totally insane. We definitely cannot have people like that in power. That's just crazy. I would never suggest that we punish anyone. If somebody's like prominent Democrat or whatever, and they're, even Mark Cuban, I'm no fan of Cuban, but I would never suggest that we punish his businesses just because he's been a spokesman for the Dems. That's crazy. We want to have free and fair and balanced elections, and same goes for the X platform. I'm going to obviously voice my opinion very strongly, but I, if there's any unfairness or anything to Democrats, independents, or anyone else, we want to make sure that that's addressed, because things should win as a function of the will of the people, and there should be free speech for all within the bounds of the law. So, public town square, that's as fair as possible. So,
George, do you have anything?
Yeah. Hi, Elon. Hizzy here. Simple question. It's the most important question ever. If I could guess who you voted for correctly, it's a mystery. Could I please get a tour of the Tesla factory to see my Cybertruck get built? Because I'm ordering one.
Well, we're going to keep this discussion to the election. But I think we do offer tours of our Texas Gigafactory. But I'll find out about that. I think if you really want to tour, if they bought a card and they want to come see the factory, then we should allow them to do that. We had that at Fremont for a long time, and then it got canceled because of COVID. But it was a big hit, and it's kind of cool to see just how a car factory works. So, take note of that. And I think just in general, we do want to enable factory tours for people.
And I just want to thank you for everything you've done with talking about election integrity, because that's the thing I care about the most. And I think your voice is a deterrence. They don't like all the public attention that comes with your powerful voice. So I want to thank you for that on behalf of America.
You're welcome. Yeah. So, let's see. I actually tried to add Brian Krasenstein, but it gave me an error. So
Yeah, I'm getting errors when I'm trying to add some new speakers.
So maybe we hit like a speaker load or something.
Yeah, while you're doing that,
I think you cut out, Mario.
Oh, yeah, it's glitchy.
Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Yeah, you might need to drop out and come back. Your audio is glitching.
I can hear American Pack very clearly.
Yep. It's Mario. I think that I'm not hearing.
Let's see.
Gail, you have your hand up if you wanted to jump in.
Yeah. So my thing, I wanted to hear what Elon had to say or his thoughts about this, like a specific, unique kind of niche ideology that used to be just specific in the San Francisco area. And like, Elon, what do you think about, like, first of all, how did it spread so fast across our country, the USA? And also, Elon, do you think that ideology is a kind of a driving force in why people are saying they really want to vote for Harris? Can y'all hear me okay?
I can hear you. I think there's a couple errors with the unmuting button. I think I'm hearing as well. It's happening on my end.
Yeah, I think that to fix it, if you can hear me, I can tell you how to fix it. If anyone can't unmute, just put your hand down and then you can unmute. That's what worked for me.
Should I repeat my question?
Sure.
Okay, great. So I wanted to hear Elon's your thoughts on the niche, unique ideology of the San Francisco area, and how you think it spread so fast across the USA. And I wanted to ask you if you think it's a driving force, like one of the driving forces in why people are supporting Harris.
Yeah, I think it is. Effectively, you've got Google, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and X/Twitter in the Bay Area. Now X, obviously, we've made a great effort to try to be not be kind of controlled by like the niche San Francisco Berkeley Follett ideology. But the others.
$200,000 people have voted in person there on Election Day as of 3:05 p.m. Eastern Time in Pennsylvania. So again, some of these county election centers do put out posts so that way they're able to show exactly what's happening in their state so voters can be aware. But another thing that's trending on social media that I have to bring your attention to, this is in Maricopa County. We also know that Arizona, a critical swing state in this election, has got a lot of voters as they're going to the polls today, maybe feeling some anxiety. It's normal for an election day. But one thing that's going to be helping out this election day, as you can see next to me, puppies at the polls. So this is another example of a post that we found on social media that's starting to get some traction there in Arizona and in Maricopa County specifically, as the Arizona Humane Society decided to bring out these puppies to help ease anxiety for those voters who are seeking to cast their ballot in this election. So a lot is going on right now on the election front that we're keeping an eye on social media. Again, one more time, I want you to follow us at Live Now Fox. That's it on all platforms. You'll be able to find us there. I'll be giving you updates throughout the night, specifically on TikTok. So make sure you're downloading the app and hitting that follow button.
Christina, I have to say, you know, this election season has been contentious. There's no doubt about it. But I could not help but smile when I saw that puppy. And we need sometimes that levity. I mean, Election Day, of course, incredibly important. But, you know, those lighter moments also we need to embrace as we do await those election results. So you're going to have the serious to the lighthearted and everything in between, keeping a very close eye on everything social media. No doubt the thousands and hundreds of thousands of viewers are going to be keeping a very close eye on exactly what you are doing. So fascinating and so important. So thank you so much for taking the time to really just break it all down for us.
Absolutely, Stephanie. And yes, just like you, I'm going to show it here one more time. The puppies were definitely my favorite part so far that I've seen on social media today. Who can't smile when you see a puppy? So again, those are the storylines that we'll be bringing. Thank you so much for your work that you're also doing on the desk there in Orlando, Stephanie. Throw it back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Christina. And make sure to keep it on live now from Fox. Christina is going to be giving you all of the social media updates as they happen in real time, beginning at 6 p.m. Eastern time. That is when our prime time coverage does begin. We invite you to stay with us right here on Live Now from Fox as we continue that coverage, really now just less than 30 minutes away from our prime time coverage, transitioning from Election Day to Election Night. And no doubt about it, this is going to be an incredibly historic night for the United States, but not just tonight. Tomorrow as well, as many election officials are saying that they may not have their final results until tomorrow. You can count on Live Now from Fox for that 24-hour coverage. We are not going away. Every step of the way, every single result, we are going to be with you, bringing it to you in real time. So we do want to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. But before we do, once again, taking a live look out of Howard University. This is in Washington, D.C. And in fact, as we were speaking with Christina, they actually changed that live look right here. This is where Vice President Harris will be watching those election results. Howard University is her alma mater, and you can see it is nighttime there, just a little bit breezy, but a beautiful view as you can see that folks are already gathering right there as school also is underway. But you can see some of those lights right there sparkling there in the distance. Meanwhile, transitioning, I also wanted to share this with you. This is where former President Trump's election headquarters are. This is Palm Beach Convention Center in Florida. You can see also a crowd starting to gather there right now. You can see the very big election board on the screen as those results come down in real time. Former President Trump, though, not expected to attend this particular election party. He is expected to watch those election results come down at his Mar-a-Lago club, and it is unclear as to whether either Vice President Harris or former President Trump will be speaking, delivering some sort of statement, but no doubt about it, if they do, we are going to be there with you, bringing that in real time. In the meantime, we do have a number of other cameras that I did want to share with you as polls are still open. And this is a live look from Phoenix, Arizona. I just wanted to make sure that I had my information correct, and the polls still open there as it is early in that area. In fact, they will be open until 9 p.m. Eastern time, Arizona being one of those key swing states. So we do have live looks around the United States. We are going to be everywhere, bringing you all the important coverage with live reports in the field, expert panels, and of course, those real-time results as they happen. We're going to step away for a brief 2-minute break. After that, much more live coverage, and we're also going to be checking in with Andrew Kraft. He is going to be your host for election night, along with our entire Live Now from Fox team. We're going to be talking about specifically what he and the entire team will be focusing on in the coming hours. We'll be right back. I'm Stephanie Quinnew. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We are continuing to cover Election Day, almost election night, as polls are still open, but now we are just moments away from them closing. I did want to share these live looks with you. This is a live look from the Palm Beach Convention Center. This is where the Trump headquarters are and where many of his supporters will be watching those results in real time. Former President Trump, though, not expecting to attend this particular watch party, as he will be watching those results from his Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida, just a short distance away from this. Meantime, this is a live look right here at Howard University, where Vice President Harris will be watching those real-time election results. This is in Washington, D.C. And you may wonder, why Howard University? Well, this is where she went to college. This is her alma mater right there. So I wanted to share that with you. Meantime, we continue to follow the very latest out of all of the swing states. And we did want to share this with you. This is a live look at our swing state map. You can see that there are 7 states that are critical to either former President Trump or Vice President Harris to win the presidential election. Pennsylvania being the critical state. We have been hearing a lot about Pennsylvania, and for good reason. Pennsylvania has 19 electoral votes up for grab. That is the most out of all of these swing states. Yesterday, former President Trump and Vice President Harris both campaigning, making their final arguments to voters, those undecided voters in Pennsylvania, urging voters to get to the polls, saying, without you, I will not win. That's from both sides of the aisle. Georgia is next with 16 electoral votes, along with North Carolina also having 16 electoral votes. Michigan has 15 electoral votes, Arizona 11, Wisconsin 10, and Nevada with 6 electoral votes. And so it is interesting. So just to give you some context and a little bit of history, 2020, of course, the last presidential election, President Biden won every single swing state except for North Carolina. Former President Trump, he took that state in 2020. Going back even further to 2016, this is former President Trump against Hillary Clinton. Trump swept all of the swing states except for one. Hillary Clinton won Nevada. So as you can see, these 7 states really have been key in the past 2 elections and now currently in this particular election. Now, Pennsylvania officials say that it could take until tomorrow before they have any final results. So, of course, there might be a big question mark tonight. That has yet to be determined. We are going to be watching this very closely every single step of the way. Now, Georgia has also been under very high scrutiny with electoral integrity and election integrity. That was a big focus during the last presidential election. We have been hearing from the Secretary of State a number of times today, giving updates on the electoral process on this election day. And I did want to share one of those last briefings with you with the Secretary of State. Let's listen in.
We're battle tested, and we'll have a process in place. We'll make sure we follow the law, follow the Constitution, and report the results accurately.
One last question. Several thousand Cobb County viewers got their, voters got their ballots late. They were under the impression, many of them, as of yesterday, that they would be able to return those ballots late. With the motion to stay now, any word to them or to the people who are in charge of submitting those ballots or mailing those ballots?
The Georgia Supreme Court had a ruling, and every voter needs to return those no later than 7 p.m. If they can't get to the election office for Cobb County, then they can show up at their precinct, and they can then, nullify their absentee ballot, and then they can vote in person. So there's a process.
All right, so that was Georgia's Secretary of State. That was mid-sentence, so I did want to bring it to you in its entirety. So I am going to almost rewind it just a little bit so we can once again listen in.
Your mic check?
Yeah.
Level check, 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, check. Good.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Well, it's great to see you. Well, so far, it's been just smooth sailing, by and large. And I'm just really grateful for the team that we have. I've led the way to make Georgia the most secure, free, and fair place to vote in the United States. And we've done that by doing a citizen audit, make sure only American citizens are on the voter rolls. We've done 2 audits on that. Now we have photo ID for all forms of voting. We have photo ID for absentee voting. And I believe that has helped shore up security and also confidence. And then we have a multi-state organization that makes sure we have clean voter lists, so our lists are up to date and accurate. So far, we're tracking line times. Average line time in Georgia right now is 2 minutes. And then with the electronic poll pads, average check-in is 49 seconds. When I checked in, it was actually, under 49 seconds. It was actually about 47 on early voting. And I did want to share that because you probably thought I got special treatment. But today, it's 49 seconds for everyone in Georgia. And so people are having a great voting experience. So turnout looks like right now it's just solid, steady, and it's more than you would think because the lines are moving so quickly. So people are in and out in less than 10 minutes. So it's just a tremendous day. So that's where we are right now. And didn't know if anyone had any questions right now they'd like to ask. Yes, sir.
Hey, Secretary of State, when do you think Georgia will be able to call a win in the presidential race?
Well, we will have, with SB 189, all of this early voting, so that's over 4 million ballots that were cast early, and the absentees that were accepted. All of that will have to be uploaded and reported no later than 1 hour after the polls close. Most polls will be closing at 7 p.m., so by 8 p.m. you'll have probably 99% of all that. So that'll be uploaded. So you get a good idea of what the race looks like. Then all the voting that you're seeing today, before the end of the night, you'll have all of that. Many of the smaller counties are pushing to be done by 10:30 at the latest. But that's the type of response you're going to see in the smaller counties. But by the end of the night, you'll have all of those results.
One follow-up question. Regardless of the outcome, do you expect legal challenges?
Well, that gets into future predictions, and our job is make sure we have a secure election that's accurate, and we're really excited.
It's like she's trying to run away from all her old positions from California when she was in San Francisco DA, for Christ's sake. And so
this thing should, it shouldn't be close, but it's going to be close.
Those people that I'm talking about in Western Pennsylvania, who, even though they are traditionally Democrat, now what you're seeing is, so that was that the registration map that we just had up?
Voter from this year.
If you went and looked just a couple of years ago, all of those counties would be blue. But what you're seeing reflected on that map is the Trump effect and the effect of the Trump changing the conservative movement and the Republican Party from the party of the ownership class to this working class populist.
So we have a little bit. We have some interesting data here. Again, anywhere we have data, I want to be clear: not hocus pocus, not voodoo, not vibes, not. Everywhere we have data throughout the day of party registration of who's turning out, it's very promising for us. Florida, we don't talk about Arizona, Nevada, and New Jersey. Now, hear me out here. New Jersey is interesting. No, Blake, you're going to like this. Okay?
I'll believe it when I see it.
No. We're not going to win New Jersey. Blake, don't be. It's interesting. There's a county called Morris County, New Jersey. We're talking about one county. And it is a sister county of Bucks. They perform very similarly to each other.
Yeah, it's basically a suburb of Philadelphia.
Exactly. Morris County, New Jersey, on mail went 50-50 Democrat-Republican. So basically no Dem firewall. Biden carried this wealthy this suburb back in 2020 by 5 points. Republicans are doing better today by partisan voting by 16 points, by 16,000 votes. That's interesting to me.
That's super interesting.
Because that
Morris County?
Yeah. Morris County.
Because counties do not exist in a bubble. They're not an island. So even if there's a state line in between them, it's the same type of people, same disposition, same mentality, same ethnic makeup.
Now, let me correct. It's actually a New York City suburb. It's not on the western part of New Jersey. However, that makes it even more interesting, to be perfectly honest with you. But it's a little window.
I'm thinking Morristown.
Yeah, you're thinking of Morristown.
Yeah.
However, I just want to look into that because wherever we have data, it seems like there's some promising trends.
Well, and I can tell you from being on the ground there literally yesterday and the day before that what we were doing social experiments, going to the Eagles game, putting on a Kamala hat, then putting on a Trump hat, kind of seeing what was happening, put on a MAGA hat. And when I wore the MAGA hat at the Eagles game, I would say just a ton of the people that were coming up were self-identifying as, so, hey, I'm a supporter. Great. Where are you from is the next question I ask. And a ton of them were saying New Jersey. It was young girls were saying I'm a Trump supporter from New Jersey. It was moms. And just dudes. Just
how much of New Jersey
dudes.
culture in Philadelphia, is that a similar worldview?
Well, South Jersey.
So meaning the fact we've been doing in South Jersey, for example, Donald Trump got 100,000 people on the Jersey Shore.
Yeah, so that Jersey, but that's Wildwood, right? So Jersey Shore, the show was North Jersey. So Wildwood, you're going to get a lot of Pennsylvanians that just go because it is your
Let's put the map up again.
Coastline.
Let's put that voter reg map from 2024 up.
Also, let me just say, the exit poll that says 35% of all voters say democracy is their top issue. 35% of all MSNBC viewers say democracy is their top issue.
Yeah.
That is not a planet that we live on.
I saw that earlier, and I was like,
that is not a planet that we live on.
By the way, let's just. There's a whole bunch of examples of why we shouldn't be looking at exit polls. Actually, right? I mean, if you go back through the list, I mean, it's like, Hillary Clinton was thinking she had it in the bag. It's like. Same with Romney, and then they all turned out to be wrong. Okay, so just.
Before we go on data, Charlie, do you want to take a quick moment to say if anyone's out there, what should they be doing right now?
Yeah, so by the way, it's not too late for you guys to light up your phones and go find more voters. If you're in Pennsylvania right now, start texting people. Yeah. If you're in North Carolina, keep texting people. If you're in Georgia, keep texting people. If
polls haven't closed.
Polls have not closed.
And if you get in line,
yes.
By the time
by the way,
close.
Arizona,
4 hours in Pennsylvania.
I want to hear from you guys right now. freedom@charliekirk.com. What state are you in? One is the story of how you brought a low propensity voter to the polls. What is it? Almost 6 p.m. Eastern. Okay, Indiana's going to close in 8 minutes. Okay, correct? Indiana, you have 8 minutes left to vote, which is just crazy to think. By the way, the Indiana early returns are going to tell us a lot. It's going to tell us a lot because they have a governor's race and a lieutenant. My friend's about to become lieutenant governor, Micah Beckwith.
There you go.
So guys, we have time left on the clock. This last hour could make the whole difference in Pennsylvania. This last hour is the working class hour, right?
Look, I had so many people. I'll just tell you a story. My cousin, right? So my cousin, huge Trump supporter, went out. Actually, was at the Byron Donalds. When the bus came through, ended up being a bunch of the videos that went viral from there with Byron Donalds, her whole family. Text her this morning. She's like my little sister, and I text her. I said, "So are you going to vote?" She said, "No. We vote as a family, and we vote after work. And when Dad comes home from work, that's when we go vote, and that's it." Right. So this is your app. So there's three rushes on election day. There's the pre-work, there is the lunch rush, and then there's after.
Well, the lunch rush is usually Dem. The middle of the day is usually actually more Dem. And then the two peaks are Republican. People that got to get to work.
And the colleges...
Go figure. Don't you want to support the party of the people that actually have to work?
And the colleges work a little... By the way, Paul Rudd is up at my school right now in Temple University handing out water to everybody.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's on MSNBC right now. So great job.
He's got great white dudes for Harris Energy.
Yeah, white dudes for Harris Energy.
He's like the epitome of...
I want to say, though, that at Arizona State University, we might break even on day of voting at ASU. I mean, it is amazing what we're doing right now at ASU. It is really, really great. Everybody, so email me your early voting story, freedom@charliekirk.com. By the way, I'm signing MAGA hats. Daisy, bring in more hats for anyone that becomes a member, members.charliekirk.com. That is members.charliekirk.com. And I implore you, no matter what state you are in, if you have not yet voted, turn off this feed, get in your car, and go vote right now.
You can listen on your phone.
What is wrong with you if you haven't voted till now?
That's right. No, that's right. You can listen to it. I'm telling you right now, if you have not voted, go vote. And I want to hear your stories right now of how you got low propensity voters. This one right here. Charlie, I got 10 new Gen Z voters to vote in North Carolina for Donald J. Trump. That's amazing. I have to say, of all the states, North Carolina's been the quietest today.
It really has.
Well, I will say, okay, today,
people have been asking for updates.
I know.
Like, they're like, what is going on?
What is going on?
Text Watley. Find out what's going on.
I have. By the way, it's like a Seinfeld episode. Watley.
What do you say? What's the latest?
I don't.
No data.
I don't have it.
We don't have data.
Yeah. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com. I want to hear about your voting story, and also try to become a member. Members.charliekirk.com, and buy Jack's book. We're plugging Jack's book tonight, Bulletproof as well. Okay, by the way, we have 40,000 concurrents on YouTube right now.
YouTube.
Hi, YouTube. How you guys doing? Make sure you guys hit the subscribe button. We're here all night, by the way, so get comfortable. We have the best election analysis. All these clowns on cable TV are going to be fumbling over themselves. You know why? We have staff in these counties. Yeah. We have bodies in these counties. We have relationships.
We're going to be linking up with
and I will
Steve
be,
in just a
I
few
will be
minutes.
signing hats all night long, members.charliekirk.com, and naming the names of people who are members. I want to thank Angie. I want to thank Greg. I want to thank Ian, Isaac. I want to thank Ryan. And Paul, thank you for becoming a member. Members.charliekirk.com, members.charliekirk.com. Also, my phone is going on airplane mode because people I've not talked to in 6 years. Yo, bro, how's it going?
Oh my God, dude, all day.
What do we feel?
All day I've been getting that. I had a friend who called me. It was like, hey, Blake, you want to get lunch? I'm like, no.
And also I tell them,
on the air.
watch the stream.
No, but
okay?
here's the other thing. It's like I've texted a bunch of them back. Like, did you vote? Like that's just like. How's it going?
Did they say yes, right?
Did you vote?
Yeah, they all said yes. Although I will tell you, somebody who will remain nameless, that should know better. Just today, they were like, I think I made a mistake. I voted in California, but I moved to Arizona, and I thought I was turning in my... I was like, how do you even... Okay. So,
this one right here, Charlie, Pima County. In addition to my vote, I was able to convince 3 suburban women to vote for Trump in Pima County. I'm honestly kind of shocked, but really, all it took was a simple text. Just want to let you know we're out here doing the work. Thanks for everything that you do. Freedom@charliekirk.com. Okay, so let's keep going through the maps here. Let's put up... let's keep the map up on Pennsylvania, guys. And we are going to keep on going through this in real time. By the way, tonight's going to be a late night. Pennsylvania, we're probably not going to have a determinative. We'll have an idea.
Maricopa, we may have it counted by next election.
We might have it counted by Valentine's Day.
It's unreal.
Because by the way, it's so
might take till 13 days.
Get comfy, everybody. This is the premier election coverage live from Phoenix, Arizona. And I just want to say one thing. Everyone, the president called me today. People are like, Charlie, do you want to go hang out with Elon and Trump and all this? I said, there's only one place I'm going to be for election night. Sitting in this chair talking to you guys. Because that is, to me, the most important thing we could be doing right now. Because, by the way, where else are you guys going to get your election coverage from? Right? You got it from CNN. Look at they're look, you got this guy who...
No, he doesn't know anybody.
He needs my PhD weight loss.
He's never chased a ballot in his life. Hey, let's go ahead and throw up. This is at Arizona State University moments ago, 1:30. We can't hand out merch fast enough to these college kids. 1:30.
And by the way, we got tons of new first-time voters out of that. We're doing great work, not just on the campuses, but in the streets chasing ballots. So, by the way, this one right here, Charlie, watching the show right now. I'm from Dane County. Listen to this. This is amazing. I'm from Dane County, Wisconsin. Family of 4 here who all voted for Joe Biden in 2020. In 2024, we flipped the script and we all voted for Trump. Thanks for your hard work.
Yes.
Again, either lefties are trolling this, because I've been getting these all day long, or I don't think so. I think these are legit. I mean, I've been getting
those. And
I've been getting
voters.
I've been getting like suspiciously amount of emails about first-time voters in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
So it's either we're going to win Wisconsin, or someone's doing something on Reddit to try to undermine our email inbox. So
we're getting to the point where you've gotten so many emails from like flipped voters and first-time voters. It feels statistically significant. It's like 1,000 of them.
Here's one here. So, Charlie, I live in Litchfield Park, Arizona. We voted early. Took 3 more people to go vote today, pushing in parades to the end. God bless you. Thank you so much. Vote in Wisconsin. Charlie, thanks for the coverage. I voted today after work in Wisconsin. Place was busy, but the workers doing a fantastic job. Don't sleep on Wisconsin, guys. Wisconsin might be the kicker tonight. You can email us about it, freedom@charliekirk.com. I want to thank Gary, Anna, Daniel, Miles, and Jack for becoming a member. Members.charliekirk.com. We are signing hats for you. Members.charliekirk.com. Okay.
Here's one. You were mentioning North Carolina. Did you know in the last day of North Carolina in-person early voting, Republican men outvoted Republican women for the first time?
Yeah, so there is, let's just go through this men versus women thing. If it's true that there was this major female uprising, we would see independent women also spiking simultaneously with Democrat women. Does that make sense? It would transcend, and we have not seen that. So we'll see. Maybe there is something to it. Maybe there isn't. By the way, the female composition versus male composition, identical to 2016. as it stands right now.
Interesting. So everybody also needs to understand that women historically turn out at a greater percentage than men. We've said this on the show before. Don't be surprised that that's true. That being said, there's still time, men. Go get out and vote.
Everyone needs to go vote, and you need to tell us your story. Okay, let's get a map up of. Oh yeah, we have 100,000 concurrent. By the way, we have 100,000 concurrents. I bet we have more concurrents than CNN right now. There's a little, maybe. We got 100,000 concurrents already. Okay, and hey, polls are closed in Indiana.
Polls are closed in Indiana.
Do we have some sort of a firework display that we can do?
I don't know that we have fireworks, but we have 270 to win. Put it up on the back screen here, guys.
Do we have it?
So we've got this. We have our blank map.
We can call Indiana for Trump.
I think we're going to call Indiana for Donald Trump.
All right.
Famous last words.
Is this sorry, Pete Buttigieg? We're so sorry.
Seltzer didn't poll.
Oh, did they goof this up? All right, hold on.
All right.
Did Seltzer poll Indiana though? Because we never know.
Okay, parts of Kentucky and Indiana are now closed in polling. Okay, so let's now go a little bit deeper, everybody. Can you guys put up a map of Wisconsin, the 2020 map in Wisconsin? I want to go through that. Now, I'm going to harp on Wisconsin right now. And if you're in Wisconsin, get out of your house, go vote, get other people to vote. And by the way, watching the show, heard you talk about the amount of first-time voters in Wisconsin. Me and about 10 friends are all first-time voters for Trump. Again,
that's a lot, man.
Either someone on a Reddit feed is trying to troll the crap out of us.
So one of the things that the real data nerds on the internet will say is
we go. Hold on. Put it up. We have to.
I want to have Andrew finish.
Well, is that macro anecdotes do not make statistical significant sense, but they do. I mean, but there is something to it.
When you get 6,000 emails on one state, that's more than a poll.
More than a poll. State,
okay, that's more than a poll. Right. Okay, email is freedom@charliekirk.com. So we could comfortably say now that Indiana and Kentucky are in Trump's column.
We're following the norms of the lame media where they don't call states until polls have actually closed in at least some part of the state.
By the way, we can start filling in the whole map except for
of course we can. But we're going to honor the traditions of our illustrious media because they serve us so well. So we have Indiana. That was the state that voted for Obama in 2008. It didn't really like the ride on Mr. Barack's wild ride. And Kentucky, I don't know, maybe Clinton competed in that state. I can't remember off the top of my head, but that's been a pretty safe state for a while.
Tennessee was Gore's hometown.
Yeah, and he lost it.
He lost it.
And it wasn't by a lot. I
kind of like Paul Ryan.
But those are both very safe states. So those are our first 19 electoral votes locked in. In case you are new to this whole U.S. election thing or watching from abroad, we have a fun system. And we have 538 electoral votes up for grabs. You need 270 of them to win.
Okay, Trey says, Charlie, my family moved back from Pennsylvania 3 years ago. 6 votes from us in Lackawanna County, straight Republican.
Lackawanna, baby.
Lot of first-time voters here. A lot of first-time voters. Okay, let me just sign some more hats here. Members.charliekirk.com. Jared, Tammy, Christy, Desiree, Teresa, Drew, Kevin, Riddy, Candace, Jacob, Patrick, Jeff, Andre, Connor, Jacob, Noah, Stephen, Lexi, Shannon, Michael, Kaylee, Alexis, Jennifer, Jordan, Cody, Holly, Brandon, Yasina. And by the way, this is a way you support the show and all the work we've been doing, and to become a member and get behind the work we're doing and get a signed hat. And you can talk to us once a week on the members plug, members.charliekirk.com. Okay, let's get the Wisconsin map up here. The Arizona exit poll, 67% of Arizona voters say abortion should be legal, 30% illegal. Yeah, that's not good for Prop 139. That does not shock me. Okay, so Biden's approval rating in Arizona, 57% disapproval. These are good for independents, by the way. That's good. But you can't look too much into exit polls. Can we get the Wisconsin map up? Okay, so we don't have a Wisconsin team here. Tyler's waiting to pipe in, right?
Yep.
So it's really hard to do this, but Wisconsin has, 83 counties? I always forget the number. It's a lot. It's the hardest of the blue wall to play shenanigans with, okay?
72.
You what?
72 counties.
Okay. 72 counties. Thank you. Now, you see those blue counties on the center left there? On the center left. One of those is Dane County. Donald Trump needs to do better in Dane County than he did in 2020, okay? So Dane County, I'm actually getting it right now, he just did not do well. Dane County is the home of University of Wisconsin.
We weren't
Madison.
expecting that.
I don't know that he needs to do better in Dane.
He needs to lose by less.
Lose by less, but that's ground zero for all the people who are going to hate Trump.
That's Berkeley.
That's the Berkeley of Wisconsin.
It's the Berkeley of the Midwest.
The place you have to really do better in is the WOW counties. So,
Right. So walk us through that.
That's Waukesha,
Waukesha, yep.
Washington, and Oshkosh. Is that what it is?
Owazaki.
Owazaki. Okay, all right.
Azawaki.
All right, yeah. Wacky names for all of them. And so those are counties that surround Milwaukee. They have quite a few people. They are historically incredibly Republican, like some of the most right-wing suburb counties in the United States. And those are like the bedrock of Republican strength in Wisconsin. But it's also like it's the region that gave us Paul Ryan. So it can be waffly. We have generally done well in them. There was a New York Times article just the other day that basically says Kamala's hopes to keep Wisconsin hinge on doing better in Waukesha. They had this whole thing like it's been trending away from the GOP, although really, not really. Maybe from 2016 to 2020, it was basically still about the same amount pro-Trump, pretty solidly for one of those suburban counties. I think he won it by about 10. But we're going to need to do better there, I think. If we see that place swing more pro-Trump, that'll be a very strong sign.
And we've done well in early voting there. So here are some of the counties we're looking at. Dane County, we lost by 50 points last time. It's 53 points. If we can keep that under 50, that is an improvement, okay? Other counties, Greene County towards the southern part, and also Rock County, we lost by about 9 points back in 2020. So I want to get to some sound here of some coverage here. Let's just kind of go through some exit polls. You guys have got to take exit polls with a pound of salt. Arizona exit poll, 31% say that the candidate matters most is ability to lead. 26% can bring needed change. Again, I'm not going to spend too much time on that or emphasize that too much. I want to read some of this. First-time voter in southern Milwaukee. Charlie, I'm a 23-year-old who voted for Biden last election. On my way right now to vote for Donald Trump. Pretty amazing. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. This guy says here, Charlie, my girlfriend and I watch your stream right now. We love you. Can we get a shout out? We voted for Trump. Yes, Tyler and Haley, thank you for watching. Trump, Wisconsin. Charlie, love your work. I will say too many Harris yard signs for my liking Wisconsin, but myself and a bunch of buddies voted for Trump. Most voted early. God, family, country, Mike. Love it. Geez, the amount of Wisconsin emails I'm getting. Charlie, my wife is the first-time voter in Arizona, household of 3. I was a registered Democrat 2 years ago. We all voted for Trump.
Love that.
Yeah, that is a flip, by the way. So let's hear it. Charlie, I'm a truck driver from Texas driving through Milwaukee. Insane amount of Trump flags, bumper stickers, MAGA hats, flag wavers on the sidewalks. Thank you so much. freedom@charliekirk.com. Okay, Jack, what are we seeing and hearing right now?
You know, I'm just going through some of these numbers, and I've got that map up. Yeah, I was right about Center County, 900 vote separation, and you can really look, when you look at the 2004 map of Pennsylvania, it's just so incredibly much more of Democrat out west, and that really speaks to Donald Trump. But it's got to be that they overtake everything. So you've got to really run up the numbers out there. When it comes to Pennsylvania, look, Philly. And I'm just going to say it, guys. I'm just going to say it, right? Because we're only a couple hours left to go here, and everybody knows the cat's kind of out of the bag. Philly's looking light for the Dems.
Is that so, Jack? It depends on who you talk to. What is your data for? I got to just press you.
My data for it, literally right now, is that I've got people going around Philadelphia looking at polling places.
Okay, well that's
and I'm physically like I could physically show you the videos right now.
So just map this out then, Jack. Why is it last night, help me understand, Jack, that Kamala did not go for the black turnout and she had white women supportive performers last night in Philadelphia? Why is that?
Yeah, so the reason that she goes for, so I think this is probably something that they identified in their data, that they identified that the black vote would be soft, and there is some polling out, I think it was, may have been Emerson, but don't quote me on that said the black vote does look like it's going to be down nationwide. And again, grain of salt on all this stuff for right now, because we're still in the fog of war. So if that was something that they were seeing in their data, then what would you do? Well, you try to replace that with abortion voters, basically. And abortion voters predominantly would be white, older women. And so suburban wine moms. And so you would try to create, and I kept thinking, where's Beyonce at this Philly rally? Because, of course, I really just wanted my dance party with Beyonce. But the question is, if you want to drive out the vote in Philadelphia, why not find at least some artists that would appeal to a Philadelphia crowd, and it's very clear because that's not what she was trying to do.
Yeah, she was trying to get the Oprah, Lady Gaga vote to try to maximize juice the female vote in the suburbs.
A lot of their strategy
and all of that, right?
A lot of their strategy, I think, made it clear that they ran the numbers, they heard the reports, and they said our marginal Democrat, like black voters, are not super enthusiastic. We're having a hard time. Who are the voters who will turn out? It's going to be like women who care about this. Just supercharge that. I think they also probably saw there's a decent number of like Republican women they thought could flip over the abortion issue, and they went after them. And I think you saw their messaging homing in on those specific groups, and that's why you maybe saw
we have our first results. Indiana results are in with 1% and Trump 70%, Harris 26%.
Let's go.
It's very early.
Hey, they're all. Okay. It's clearly like some rural county is racing.
Wait, Charlie,
pack
up the stream, boys.
Hold on. Where are you seeing that at?
Hold on. I'm looking at the New York Times.
Hold on. Here we go.
I actually got.
So Charlie, you had a thought here though. You let's go ahead and throw up 134, which is.
Well, hold on. Can I just say one thing?
Yeah.
If Ann Seltzer was right, guys, listen to me. Indiana would be closer than people think. Indiana's going to be an interesting Iowa test beforehand. Okay. I'm sorry I interrupted you. But
you know those people better than I do.
No, I know the Indiana people really well.
So,
it's one state over, actually. Indiana's.
Well, that's what I mean.
I grew up going to Indiana all the time.
So 134 it looks like CNN exit polls. This is Democrats. Are you voting for your candidate or against their opponent? 67-29. Now go to the next slide. This is Republicans.
I believe this, by the way.
80% of Republicans are voting for their candidate. Only 17% are voting against them. What's your extrapolation out of this?
Can you go back to the other one?
Yeah, go back to 134, please.
For Kamala Harris is 67%.
Yeah, so only 1 out of 3 of Kamala voters are voting for her. They're voting against Trump.
Well, 1 out of 3 are voting against their opponent. Right. It's flipped. It's the inverse of that.
It's the inverse of that.
No, so explain to me. What do you?
67%.
2/3 for Kamala.
Yeah.
1/3 is anti-Trump.
Yeah.
At least as they responded. That means that, according to this, which I'm taking with a huge grain of salt because this doesn't make much sense to me, that means that only 30% of Democrats are voting for Kamala because they're anti-Trump. That doesn't make sense.
No, that makes sense. Yeah, I would say that. So I think that's look at the Trump one though. Contrast that with Trump though.
No, the Trump one makes sense. The Trump one makes
perfect sense. No, I mean, again, more people will say they sucked themselves up to vote for Kamala. Though what I'm saying is though that 1 out of 3 of Kamala voters are not for Kamala. They're just against Trump. That's insanely high. That's like very, very high. That's basically it's a protest vote is what I'm saying. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
No, that's one of the highest in modern history. I don't think Joe Biden even had it that high against Trump. Does that make sense?
No, it makes sense. It's just that I think that I don't think they're being honest. Basically, I don't think they're being honest. I like you just don't see it. You don't see this massive groundswell of support of Kamala Harris. You saw it with Obama, right? You saw it with Obama that he had an actual movement, that he had people who really supported him. He had this cult of personality that you could call, this huge following, which he still has in many ways. There are a lot of people that still have many fond memories of just him as a person. They like him as a person that were in his coalition, but she doesn't have those things.
By the way, we've got Jeremy Carl coming in just a couple minutes. He's been looking at the early data. Let's go ahead and switch to 136. More
you have
CNN.
Something, Blake? Hold on.
I'm racing to it because I wanted to see this. I'm looking at the counties that have reported in the Indiana ones, and I'll say it seems mixed information. So I'm looking at Dubois County, or Du Bois. I don't know if they say it that way. This is in southwest Indiana. And they already have 63% of their votes counted.
Compare and contrast.
And I'm comparing it to the result in 2020.
This is helpful.
So in 2020, in Dubois County, or Du Bois, it was 69% Trump, 29% Biden, a total of just over 21,000 votes, about 21,300. The result right now, with 63% in, so that could shift, is Trump 68%, Kamala 30%.
It's about identical.
So very close, slightly more in favor of the Democrats. I took the amount of votes they have and multiplied it out. It would be about the same, slightly higher turnout than in 2020, which, given we kind of expect lower turnout overall, if the rurals are basically voting the same way as in 2020 and at roughly the same margin, That's very good if we're correct that other places have lower turnout. But on the other hand, if this just means we're going to get the same map as in 2020, well, we didn't come out on top in that one. So mixed information early. I'll keep
one
watching.
county and maybe Republican precincts have yet to report as much as the Democrat ones. So keep an eye on that as that data is coming in. But it's nothing. It's nothing too dramatic yet. It sounds like. Yes, Andrew.
We have Tyler, by the way.
Okay, let's go to Tyler.
Yeah, and I think this is interesting. Another Fox News. This is an exit poll. You can throw this up when you got it. 138. This Fox News exit poll. 39% say the economy, jobs most important. 20% say immigration. Only 11% abortion. That's a strong sign, I would say, because Trump is well ahead on both economy and immigration. And Fox, to be, a lot of people think right wingers, whatever. If anything, their pollsters tend to go left of us. And we also have Jeremy Carl on, so we've got multiple people we can talk to here. Tyler, are you there?
I am. I'm here. How you guys doing?
Awesome. What's going on, Tyler? What's the updates?
Well, we are still waiting for kind of peak season to come in. Obviously, we don't have as much as we'd like to have right now on Wisconsin. I know I came in kind of earlier on the earlier Wisconsin discussion that was happening. Word on the ground is that things are looking really good. I know we talked about depression happening in the bluer southern counties, so that's really interesting territory. That's kind of what we look at as like moderate Republican territory, which is the southern part of Wisconsin that kind of bleeds into the little blue island that you have around Dane County. It's very blue, it's deep blue, but the rest is kind of just like that moderate Republican area. That's going to be something to keep an eye on tonight when we start looking at results and returns. In addition to Dane County, is that lose by less, and then we talked about the WOW counties. So, there's two interesting parts to the WOW counties. You have Waukesha, which is kind of like your conservative side of Milwaukee County. You have Western Milwaukee County, which there's West Allis. We'll get into this. We'll spend a lot of time with Brett, I'm sure, because I think this is all going to come down to a lot of Wisconsin the next few days. So we're going to talk about West Allis, Western Milwaukee County, Wauwatosa, really historical, a little bit older area. When I say older, I mean like there's a lot of senior voters that are there, a lot of retirees, a lot of people who have lived there in their entire lives. And then you've got the two northern counties that are in the WOW counties. You've got Ozaukee and Washington. And that's the place to also keep a really close eye on, because Ozaukee and Washington, especially Ozaukee, which is kind of the North Shore side of Milwaukee that bleeds right into Ozaukee, has really started slipping over the last few election cycles. And it used to be pretty deep red, and now it's not so deep anymore. So for Trump to win pretty handily in the WOW area, Ozaukee's got to kind of regain its footing. We have some good people there as well.
Okay, I don't want to extrapolate too much right now, though, but NBC has an exit poll. Again, this could be confirmation bias. Who knows? But the exit poll is the following here in Pennsylvania. Favorability rating, Trump 47, Harris 46, in an NBC exit poll.
Let's we got Jeremy Carl too if we want to bring him in.
It's just going to be a dogfight.
Let me just and then Blake is joining my data people that do a great job. Our side are very excited about some early returns in Kentucky. So email us freedom@charliekirk.com.
Oh, we lost Jeremy. Okay.
We lost Jeremy? Okay,
Yeah.
I want to sign some
He's
hats.
in like furthest Montana, so.
Okay.
They haven't had the internet there for that long.
He still has Starlink.
Get out of cities.
So email us freedom@charliekirk.com. That is freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. There's one, Casey County in Kentucky, this data team that I'm attached to, says that the early vote is redder than the whole county was in 2020. We got to fact check this, Blake. Can you dive into this? Again,
I'm looking at that. It's about the same as
but
it
do you know
was in-
Data Republican? This is who I'm talking.
Mhm,
So
mhm.
she's pretty legit. So, all right, email us freedom@charliekirk.com. A lot of data is coming in, guys. We're crunching numbers in real time, trying to see what is happening as it's occurring. Chris Wallace has just said the following. Chris Wallace has said Let me read this. We're getting the clip here.
It's right here. Yeah, in conventional terms, it would be a miracle that Kamala Harris could win with that type of headwind.
Yeah. Keep voting, everybody. Get out and go vote and get your friends to do the same. We need to surge. We need to get higher turnout. We need to do that right now.
2 hours left in Pennsylvania. 2 hours left to get in line.
2 hours to
get in line, and then you stay in line.
And then you stay in line. And that's an additional, I think it's 4 hours if you're in Cambria County. That's Johnstown area, which is an R like 70% area. Actually, I have the list right here. I can tell you. And then there's one borough of Luzerne County where they did extend it to 9:30. Laughlin Borough, where they were having some issues as well, where that's gone up.
Okay, and then Blake, you're saying the Indiana counties are a little bit weaker for Trump. Are they fully reported or no?
So they're not fully reported. So I have not bothered to look up at all whether they're like this is early versus election day.
But they're not catastrophically down.
They're not catastrophically down. No. And it's not. We weren't putting muscle here. You'll see a lot of fluctuation
that's a long
in states
clip,
like that.
2 minutes.
Yeah, but anyways, okay. So we're in the ball game of where 2020 was. Okay, got it. So email us freedom@charliekirk.com. Let me sign some hats for you guys.
This is a long clip. 2 minutes. Do you want to play it? It's the Chris Wallace one.
Maybe keep our mics on.
Okay.
Keep our
Go
mics
ahead and
on.
play. Cut. Let's see when it's loaded.
Become a member. Members.charliekirk.com. I will sign a hat for you.
Right,
By the way,
play it.
email me if you're a first-time voter. freedom@charliekirk.com. Let's play it.
139.
President Joe Biden's approval rating, it's at 41% in these early preliminary exit poll findings. 58% of voters in this election across the country nationally disapprove of the way that the incumbent Democratic president is doing his job, Jake.
All right, interesting stuff, David Chalian. Thanks so much. And let's talk about it with our panel. And Dana Bash, obviously this is early exit poll data, but still looking at this, which really doesn't deviate so much from polling in general we've seen. Joe Biden not popular, most Americans dissatisfied.
One of the questions that I have been asking and looking at since I started covering campaigns is this. Are you satisfied? Are you not satisfied? Right track, wrong track. It is extremely high, the dissatisfied or angry. As David said, if you add those two up, 72%. What we don't know, because this is such a different election, is whether the dissatisfaction or anger will be taken out on Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, because they are both effectively, Harris is part of the current administration, but Donald Trump and the Trump era is very much upon us. We don't know how that's going to be.
I got to say, I think that's putting the best spin on it. I think when you see current voters saying that by a 3-to-1 margin that they are dissatisfied with the country.
Or angry, dissatisfied or angry.
Or angry. I got to say, I think that that's with the present conditions in the country. I mean, in conventional terms, it would be a miracle that Kamala Harris could win with that kind of headwind, and also with a president. Remember, she was part of the administration. The Biden-Harris administration was 41% approved, 58% disapproved. This isn't even close to the 50%.
But I want to be
let me just finish my point, which is just that if she is able to overcome those numbers and still win this election, then she has done a remarkable job of somehow separating herself that she's part of the solution and not part of the problem.
It's early.
Okay, so look, we'll see. By the way, we want to say hello to we have 150,000 concurrents right now, so we want to say hello to all of you.
Hello.
Guys, if you know any human being in Arizona, tell them to go vote. If you know any human being in Georgia, tell them to go vote. Anybody in North Carolina, tell them to go vote. Please, you have to go vote. Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, those 7 states, Nevada. By the way, Nevada has like 5 hours of voting left. 4.5 hours of voting left in Nevada.
By the way, Nevada's looking good.
Even if you don't know people in those states, just start calling people at random.
Just start messaging random.
Do they still have the yellow pages? Pull it out.
Do you know what's funny?
The Turning Point Action app.
You know what?
There is actually
one of
an
our
app.
listeners did. One of our listeners was so
that was Jeremy. By the
one
way.
of our listeners was so convicted.
I thought that was Andrew.
One of our listeners,
Tyler.
So committed.
One of our listeners was so committed that they started just calling plumbing services in Pennsylvania. And just being like, I want to see if you were voting. And got a great response, by the way.
Have you voted yet?
And they're like, I was like, are you voting? Just like, by the way, it's like, pretty good. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com. This guy says, hey, Charlie, I have buddies at Arizona State University doing a great job. They're all voting for Trump. They've been in line to do so. That is great. First-time voter here. Charlie, I'm a first-time voter, voted for Donald Trump, and our future, what you're doing. How else can I help? Thank you, Cole. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com. If you want a signed hat, it's members.charliekirk.com. Tyler, what is going on in Michigan? Have we heard anything out of Michigan?
We've heard nothing, Charlie. We've heard absolutely nothing coming out of Michigan. No, I'm kidding. There's good anecdotes of things. There's been some reports that we've seen that are unverified that turnout is slightly higher for the Democrats. It's looking like day of, and that combined with the Democrats' early turnout. And so we want to get some verifiable sources here. We're going to have some polls closing over the course of the next few hours here. We'll dig a little bit deeper into that. But our team that's on the ground is working it, particularly in CD7, where you have Slotkin's district that is incredibly important for those outer votes that are around the Capitol. A lot of Republicans who did not turn out effectively in 2020 and 2022. And so we're working hard, I know, running through the tape on making sure that people get out to vote, just the same way that we're talking about all the other states.
All right, so here we go. Kentucky Real Votes are reporting Casey County. I do not know where Casey County is. Do you?
It's right in the middle of the state.
Okay. So again, this is just a little bit of a test. In 2020, in Casey County, voted 86 for Donald Trump, 86%. It is now 87% for Donald Trump. It is now redder than it was in 2020.
And this is apparently just the early vote. Now, we have seen some reports that, especially in rural counties, the early vote maybe is a Republican thing, but it might also be that Election Day will be even more Republican.
However, I want to say, if you were hoping for a rural drop-off, we are not seeing that. If you're seeing it at all, it might be a point. But these are de-emphasized states. I just want to get it. These are states that have not been worked.
And because they haven't been worked, they can have more just random drift.
Right, where it's unlikely you'll see a drop in a state like Wisconsin or Pennsylvania that have been worked. Is that fair to say, Blake?
I think so.
Yeah, because there's so much low prop energy, there's rallies and all that. So
totally.
That's some good news, everybody, that you have a random county in Kentucky that has not been worked, no attention, that is outperforming 2020. Yep. That is just a good indicator, a good sign, especially for Georgia, especially for North Carolina, because they're more culturally significant. And what would you say? Pennsylvania, right, Jack?
Pennsylvania, man.
So the fact that we're looking at Kentucky, can we extrapolate anything out of that? I mean, yes, no?
The idea being that, yeah. I mean, this is
coal country.
Appalachia.
Yeah, okay.
Right, so we're looking at Appalachia, yes. It's coal country, it's the anthracite,
So if you were hoping, if you're a Kamala person at home, sorry to interrupt, if you're a Kamala person at home and you're hoping for like Donald Trump collapsing in his safest counties, we don't have any data to support that yet.
No.
Okay, got it. Just want real data, but not hocus pocus, not polling, actual voter returns. We love our Kentucky faithful for that. Okay, we have Jeremy Carl. Is that right?
Yep.
Hey, Jeremy.
Yeah, Charlie, just pointed out
okay.
A couple other things that we're seeing, although it hasn't been called officially yet, but we're going to, and because there are other races that we should be paying attention to, it looks almost certain that we'll be sending Jim Banks to the Senate.
No, that's huge. By the way, that's huge. We endorsed him early. That is massive. Keep going, Jeremy.
Shipmate right there, Navy.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, I think you hit on it, Charlie. I think he's going to be the star of this Senate class. I know him. He's been a guy I've talked to on a number of occasions. And, I think that was he did a great job of just kind of keeping his head down and taking care of business and not drawing attention to what should have been a race that he was going to win. And it looks like he's going to win, and it'll be great to have him in the Senate. So hopefully he'll be giving President Trump some helpful allies out there.
So Jeremy, can you just comment on what I said? We're just kind of cherry picking some counties to see if there's any slippage. The fact we haven't seen it, what does that mean? In fact, it shows that some of these counties are actually a little bit stronger. What does that mean?
Yeah, I mean, it's encouraging, obviously. I was just looking at Kenton County, Kentucky, which had a lot more votes in, and it was in northern Kentucky. It is a little bit more of a fast-growing county. It's Covington is kind of the major city there. It looked identical to...
Deep State took him out.
Starlink.
Come on, Elon. Come on, Elon.
Elon's distracted. He's going to Mar-a-Lago tonight. I can look at Kenton County.
Yeah, Kenton County. It looks like
it's
like
when,
pull the 2020 numbers.
Satellite starts moving a little bit.
Kenton County in 2020 was 58.5 for Trump. It was 39.3 for Biden. Eyeballing it with a total of about 80,000 votes.
So right now we got 36% of the votes in. We're at 18,000 For Trump, 12,400 for Kamala Harris. So it's 59-40 split right now.
So yes, so it's better. And if that is early vote, as we've heard, it is very possible that Election Day will be stronger for us. And we're hoping that's the case. If this turns out to be the case and we see all of these counties 1 to 2 or even more percent more in our favor than in 2020, that's when you start thinking this could be a good night, especially because rural counties across a lot of America were already better for us in 2020 than in 2016. You saw...
Yeah, so there's one.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Taylor County is now 76-23. In 2016, it was 74-22. So we're 2 points better in Taylor County.
With apparently just early vote.
That's just early vote.
That's what's really interesting to me is if the Democrats are still a bit more likely to early vote. I know we emphasized it, but you
not
still
in
have
Kentucky.
Yeah,
we
not
were
in
still
Kentucky.
down like 12 points nationally on the early vote.
Yeah, and also just we get emails from the people who still are like, I will never vote early because I don't trust it. I don't trust
all,
mail.
all day long in Pennsylvania.
Tons of
we
them.
have a ton of Turning Point people around here. I was like, hey, did you vote yet? Yesterday? And they're like, tomorrow, everybody. So, I mean, there's definitely still that culture. Jeremy, do we have Jeremy? I think we might have lost him.
Yeah, let's not play around with that tech. Okay, but you got one more try, Jeremy. All right, Jeremy. So tell us, we're not seeing rural dropping. We're actually seeing increasing support for DJT. By the way, polls close in what states in 30 minutes? Really quick, Blake. I think Georgia closes.
I've got it. We've got Georgia, South Carolina,
things
Florida,
are about to get really
Florida,
intense,
except for
guys.
Gatesland is Florida.
Yeah.
The rest of Kentucky and Indiana.
30 minutes, guys.
Which
hold on for dear life.
Hold on to your butts.
The one that really is going to be fascinating is Virginia, which I don't think we will win Virginia. But again, if you see those electric numbers in rural Virginia, that will be a very good sign for rurals across the country. And we'll have more in common there with some of the Rust Belt than we would in the Deep South.
I have a question for you, Jeremy. You've been and we've had you on the show because you've been crunching these early vote numbers. Are you more or less positive or optimistic this afternoon? I'll be honest, my emotions were a little bit like this today. I get one piece, I'm trying not to ride the wave, but are you more optimistic or less optimistic? What are you looking for? What are the trouble spots? What are the floor is yours.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I'm a little less optimistic maybe in Pennsylvania, but more optimistic in Wisconsin, although this is mostly just vibes and rumors at this point. We don't have hard data. Of the things that we do have hard data on, they're mostly encouraging. We've added to our lead in Nevada in person, and they actually are. The Democrats have turned out more voters than we were expecting in the in-person, but we had a really big lead going in, and we've still managed to expand that lead. So I feel good about Nevada. I feel looking at Florida, which I've been doing all day because that's actually the state that we have the best data on, even though it's not a competitive state. That's a state where we are clearly going to outperform our polling, unless something really, really crazy goes on by at least 1 point, but could even be up to 4 or 5 points, just depending on how independent voters go. So to the extent that we're taking Florida, which is a really big state, and that extrapolates to other states, that would obviously be really huge. And if you want to get even more micro in Florida, we're up about 3 points in Duval County, which has always been used as kind of a proxy for Georgia. It votes very similarly to Georgia. It's got kind of similar demographics. That was a county that Donald Trump lost by 4 points in 2020. So to see an R+3 voting on Florida, that's in Duval County, that's very encouraging. So overall, I'm feeling still pretty good, but there's, we need to get in line, we need to vote. I think anything is still possible at this point. We're going to be waiting on those Midwest numbers, but we're going to get numbers, I think, very quickly in the next hour and a half. We're going to get a lot of votes in from North Carolina and Georgia, and I think that'll give us a much better sense of where we really sit. If we happen to be out in front in those early numbers, that would be an incredibly encouraging sign.
Jeremy, so there was a clip going around today of John Roberts on Fox News saying that we needed 700,000. The Dems needed 700,000 votes total, and that would be EV and ED, early vote in election day, in order to essentially make up their ground and for Kamala to take the state. We were hearing that it was a little quiet this morning. Things have picked up. Have you seen that clip? Do you know what he's talking about? And what are we seeing as far as activity in the urban core in Philadelphia?
Yeah, I mean, this is where it's a little difficult because it's all it's all rumors. It's all people with their agendas kind of pushing their thing. I think I'd broadly, I want to kind of stick to numbers as much as I can to the extent that we have them. And the number that I would like to highlight about Philadelphia is there are roughly, I'm making the number up, but it's roughly correct. There are about 55,000 fewer registered Democrats in Philadelphia than there were in 2020. And so for them to kind of get those huge numbers out of Philadelphia that they have gotten, it's going to be harder now. Yeah, I mean, they were probably more marginal voters to begin with if they've gone off the rolls, but we have certain advantages built in, and they're going to have to really, really, really turn out their votes at a higher rate than they've done in the past if they're going to get the sort of turnout out of Pennsylvania, out of the Democratic areas that they had gotten in 2020. And I think kind of, my kind of bottom line on all this is we don't need some huge moves. Wisconsin was 0.63% away from taking that. In Pennsylvania, it was 1.2%. So if we just get small moves in our direction, we're going to be in a great position. So we're just going to have to see whether we get that.
All right. Email us, everybody, your stories about how you have voted. First-time voter, freedom@charliekirk.com, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. We are crunching numbers right now. Indiana, we are overperforming even 2016 vote shares in counties. We are projecting to overperform Indiana by about 1.5 to maybe 2 points. I would have liked that to be closer to 3 or 4 points. That 3 or 4 points would have been a even quicker night, I think. So buckle up, everybody. But it's not worse. It's marginally better. And again, I want to be clear. 2020, Donald Trump fell 42,000 ballots short. So yes, Blake.
And the other thing is looking at these numbers, it anticipates that we'll have about the same turnout. And so if turnout nationwide is a bit lower, which is likely because turnout in 2020 was incredibly high, the highest we'd seen in decades. So if turnout nationwide is lower, but the rurals are voting at about the same level in relative terms,
that's a good sign.
Even if we're doing about the same or even a point or two worse, it will be better for us overall.
That's a really good sign.
So, look, I just want to prep everybody. By the way, I want to say hello to, thank you to Gretchen, Sarah, Frank, Dawn, Lizzie, Jesus, Angela, Hayden, Mateo, Josh, Matthew, Veronica, Crystal, Patty, Heather, Doris, Rita, McCoy, Brody, and Hayden. Thank you. I'm going to sign hats for all of you guys. Members.charliekirk.com, members.charliekirk.com. Okay. Yeah, we're getting more in from Allen County, for example, 44% in. Current 52-47. In 2016, it was 56. So we'll see if it climbs up, but nothing too dramatic. It's all within the 2016 margin. Remember, though, 2016 had third-party candidates too. So you have more third-party energy than we have here. So, Blake, what are you looking at here that's interesting as polls close across the country in about 20
He didn't have an opponent, but our friend Tom Massey is like the first guy to be confirmed reelected to the U.S.
We
House.
like Tom Massey a lot.
No opponents, but it's still called. They don't call it till they close the polls. So he's doing fine, of course. Nothing terribly new yet. None of the... Assuming that it's all early vote here, I really want to see the first county that is 100% in Indiana or Kentucky. None of those appear to be the case yet. We have 40% of the vote. Let me check here in Franklin County. That is a blue county. So
that'll be interesting.
Franklin County.
If there's undervote for her side.
Franklin County, I don't know what the, off the top of my head, maybe there's a university there or something, but it's blue. It's one of the handful of not ultra red places in Kentucky. And Franklin County went for Trump by 1% in 2020, 49.5 to 48.5, with a total of about 25,500 votes.
Yep.
Right now in Franklin, with 40% in, it is 52% Kamala, 47%
How much
Trump. With 40% in.
Okay, we'll see.
So that could be early vote, leaning heavily Kamala. It could also be, if it is a university town, maybe kids weren't there because of COVID or something like that. The overall turnout also it's 40%, and they have about 9,000. So that does sound like it might be slightly lower turnout overall. I'd have to do the math in my head, and I didn't major in it, but I'll be working on that, and we'll just keep watching each of these as they tick up.
Okay, getting lots of emails here. freedom@charliekirk.com. I can't not reiterate it enough. You are in North Carolina. There's still time to get in your car and go vote. If you are in Pennsylvania, there's still time to get in your car and get in line and go vote. Same in Arizona. Same in Nevada. Get in line and go vote. Let me see here. Okay, subscribe to our podcast. Everybody open up your podcast application. Type in Charlie Kirk Show. Jack, what are we looking at? What are we seeing right now?
So there's this Edison number that just popped out. I don't know if you want to get into that.
Yeah, go into that one.
All right. So this one just popped up, that Edison exit poll saying that Pennsylvania's electorate is now 4 points more white versus black than 2020. Now, this tracks with everything that we've been saying about Pennsylvania and really the black support or black turnout in general for this election, being that it looks like it was something that Kamala saw in the data and realized that she wasn't going to get the support anywhere near the levels that Joe Biden did, certainly not the levels Barack Obama did. So she shifted and then tried to and that's why she went all in on January 6th, on fascism, on rolling out John Kelly and talking about the comparisons to Adolf Hitler and these things. And then, of course, finally going all in on abortion and saying it's the abortion. So it's all about this play to white voters, culminating in that concert we saw last night. So is this good? Is this bad? I don't know. But it seems to be a strategic shift that we saw in Kamala's campaign in the closing days.
Blake, we're about to see a tsunami of reporting right now, right?
A mountain. We're 20 minutes out from where we start getting states that people are going to want to watch. And we're going to get Florida, which Florida has this novel approach to elections where they count their votes.
Don't they have to be in by law by a certain time?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they do. They do allow them to count, like start really prepping all of the early vote early. That's one reason they can come in fast. But they also just bother to put in the effort to have it be done quickly. It's so clear in a lot of places that they just don't value getting it done quickly. And you can, ask questions about why they feel that way. But they'll get it done very quickly. Iowa's another one where we'll get results quickly, but they'll close later. So we'll be watching that. And if the results in Florida are very strong, that'll be a great marker for Georgia. It'll be a great marker for a lot of places. But we're still 20 minutes out from it. And right now we just have our sort of unsatisfying vigil over these two states that strangely close early.
Daisy, let's get some more hats in. Yeah, by the way, Indiana, Kentucky, enjoy your next 18 minutes of fame because it's ending. Like, you will not be mentioned again tonight, right? The extrapolation will end. But however, just so we're clear, I've not seen any warning signs. Have you, Blake? I would like to see a little bit more surge, but the counties haven't fully reported yet. So you could have late earlies, you could have redder precincts, and some of them are actually outperforming, which is very, very good. So members.charliekirk.com. Daisy is going to bring in more hats that I can sign for you. I want to thank Michael, Kaylee, Alexis, Jennifer, Jordan, Cody, Holly, Brandon, Chad, Rachel, Alicia, Carolyn, Anthony, Brett, Mike, and Steven. Diane, Lucine, Jacob, Connor, Matthew, Cameron, Rebecca, Shelley, Carter, Braden, Simon, Taylor, Carrie, and Emily. Members.charliekirk.com. I'm signing hats for you guys all evening. Okay, let's read some of these emails here. Freedom@charliekirk.com. Charlie, I'm 41 years young. I voted for the first time ever. Go Trump, go MAGA. I've been listening to all your speeches, and I love it. 3 just voted in North Carolina. I live in North Carolina. My roommate, I was able to get my roommate and his girlfriend to support Donald J. Trump. Get out there and vote, people. Love that. New voters. Charlie just picked up my wife from the hospital today. She was there for 8 days, went straight to vote. So proud of what we're doing in Lee County. Go and vote right now. Got it. Love it. 2024 first time voting. Charlie's wondering if you think the Amish community might make a difference. Jack, tell us about the Amish rising. What's going on in Pennsylvania?
The thing with the Amish is interesting. So with Amish coming out, it actually goes by council. So a lot of people have this misconception that the Amish can't vote. And this is something that, shout out to my brother, Kev Poso, who got involved in this yesterday, actually finding ways to get buses or whatever the Amish equivalent of a bus, a wagon or a buggy, I suppose, to actually get the Amish to the polls. He got involved in this yesterday and was getting funding and actually getting people out there to drive if you can. So some Amish vote, some don't. It really comes down to you have to go to a council by council basis, and so people need to get out there and go and do that. My brother, super shout out to him yesterday because he put a tweet up about it, and a couple of organizations got involved. Tremendous support, went absolutely viral in the middle of everything else that we were doing at the Kamala rallies and all the rest. And I mean, really, if the Amish come out, I mean, and Elon Musk just tweeted it himself. If the Amish come out, they could save America right now.
Yeah, the Amish could in Lancaster right now. I don't know if they're watching the stream. Do they do streaming?
They do not do streaming.
They don't do streaming.
Our following with the Amish is limited.
Wait.
I've spoken Amish country before. That's how I knew how to pronounce it.
We're going to get instead of an email, we're going to have like a buggy roll up here 4 months from now and deliver a letter to you,
Charlie,
commenting on the stream.
Yep.
So you mentioned the Amish. My brother, actually, I hadn't even seen this. He was still doing it today. So they can do shuttles, apparently, I guess if it's not going far enough. And apparently there were 19 Amish weddings happening in Lancaster today. And what they were doing was my brother got the shuttles to take attendees from the weddings to the polls and then back to the weddings with 200 volunteer drivers and working with Trump Force 47, my brother, Scott Pressler, just absolutely insane. And Turning Point.
Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com, everybody. Look at all these first-time voters. Charlie, I'm a first-time voter, and I'm in my mid-20s. Amazing how many first-time voters are not 18. I just love that. In Georgia,
it blows
by the
my
way.
mind.
Thousands. And by the way, I think what's amazing about our program, Andrew, we're kind of the home of first-time voters here. This is like low prop city.
Well,
People
whatever
would
we're
think
doing
that
here.
We have Real America's Voice, which is high prop city, and then all of our social, which is kind of like low prop city, and we meet in the middle. By the way, if this race is determined by just a couple thousand votes here or there, this program would have really made a big impact. Okay, email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. Let's play cut 142, CNN exit poll. By the way, in 14 minutes, everybody, it's about to get real. There will be so much data, we won't be able to process it. Let's play cut 142.
Josh, can you tell us a little bit about why you cast your vote for Trump tonight?
I guess it'd have to do with I'm more of like a blue-collar worker, and I knew that one of the things he said he was going to do was cut taxes for overtime. And that's how I make a lot of my money. So that was like probably the main driving force in all my life.
So for you, it's really a financial decision more than anything else?
Right. Yeah, I'd probably say that, especially with the way the economy's been. So.
Duh. I mean, do you not understand what voters actually care?
Well,
Maslow's hierarchy. It's
by the way,
basic Maslow's hierarchy.
But this is why I think Nevada is going to come out the end of now. The total crooked state, a lot of harvesting, Dem machine, all of those things. But
we have to give Andrew his Arizona or his Nevada minute.
No, I'm just saying, like Nevada. You got John Ralston calling Nevada for Kamala. He makes this prediction. Nevada's holding strong today. Now we don't know how the Indies are going to break.
Right,
absolutely.
I'm in the same boat in Pennsylvania,
exactly,
right?
But and the cookie hasn't crumbled yet. But like, here's what I will tell you is that no tax on tips, the no tax on overtime, these things actually resonate with a lot of persuadables right now.
And here's the thing: no tax on tips was yeah, we love waiters and all of this, but it was meant for the
Nevada.
tables. It was meant for Nevada. That's why it was announced it was meant for the dealers. It was meant for dealers. It was announced at a Las Vegas rally.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Was that?
It was announced at a Vegas rally.
It may have actually been a Turning Point rally. Now I think about it.
No, it wasn't.
It was on his own. Okay,
yeah. It was like a couple days before.
Oh, okay. So no tax on tips was always meant to be targeted towards Nevada, and it was about the dealers. And everything else obviously helps, but that is the big push there because that's how you cut against the union bosses.
Well, and so we're going to see, it was no tax on overtime. It was no tax on Social Security. So these things, could have a cumulative effect when it comes to where we see that marginal difference that could make the determinative difference.
Taxing Social Security is insane.
I totally agree.
Completely insane.
Well, I have a whole thing with like property tax, but whatever. So the tweet, Charlie, I want to read your tweet you just put up. You said, so far what we can glean from Indiana and Kentucky, and it's admittedly limited, we are going to outperform 2020 in those states by a few points. And rurals are holding steady even while turnout in urban centers seems down nationwide. If rural continue performing on par with 2020 levels or slightly ahead, that is a good sign for ours.
Yeah, and I just want to say, in Indiana, they're projecting we do 1.5 points better. Again, a lot of guys, in 10 minutes, all the projection ends, so we're just kind of doing a lot of projecting right now. That's okay for Trump, not amazing, but it's good enough. If you do 1.5 points better, that means the landscape is 1.5 points better.
Yeah, these states haven't been worked.
That's what I'm saying,
Yeah,
is that you could get as much as a 4-point boost with work ads, because that means the baseline environment is 1.5 points better in ignored states, and Mike Pence is not on the ballot.
Yeah.
So think about it.
Oh, well, that's interesting.
So Mike Pence, well, no, think about it. Pence was the governor of Indiana.
That's a really interesting point.
It's not a joke, meaning that like we're looking at a hometown.
I mean, he is a joke.
I got it, but it's not the
No, yeah, you're right. That's an interesting insight.
So if Trump's going to do 1.5 points better and Pence is not even on the ballot, again, there's a lot. What I'm saying is there's no red flags yet, everybody. There's not a single red flag. There's nothing that I've yet to see that is in the way of Donald Trump winning the White House. Jack, I saw this too. What is going on here with this tweet? Philadelphia.
Yeah, so Mark Harris, a buddy of mine from way back in the Jack Posobiec College Republican days. And so shout out to Mark and his lovely wife, Krista, by the way. Got a bunch of 17 heavily Dem Philly precincts in, averaging 45% turnout, including mail, at 4:15 p.m. Statewide average at that time was 63%. So, Charlie, there was that narrative that the Democrats were spreading about this massive turnout in Philadelphia in the Dem precincts. And I remember I just kept saying that I don't see it. Yeah, they're voting, obviously, but I'm not seeing this massive turnout. And I'm calling people on the ground. I'm talking to Philadelphia headquarters. I've got people going into the polling places there, literally going into the polling places in Philadelphia. And you're just not seeing this huge, crushing turnout. This tells you right there, 4:15 p.m., so that would have been just before, so we'd expect those numbers to go up because that's before the after-work rush. That being said, this is a lot of precincts. This is 17 Dem precincts across the entirety of the 66 wards of, a precinct smaller than a ward of Philadelphia, but way, way below what they had in 2020.
I've got a number you're going to like, Charlie.
I like these numbers.
So we have Taylor County, Kentucky. It is 88% in. It's the highest one I can see so far.
Any state.
It's the highest one of any of the 2 states counting so far. 88% in. Right now, it is Donald Trump 77, Kamala 21. 2020, it was Donald Trump 75, Biden 23.7.
That's a 2-point improvement.
It's a 2-point improvement.
With 88% in, it might go up.
In Mike Pence's home state.
No, that's Kentucky.
That's Kentucky. Oh, my.
But hold on, that's okay. There's a lot of Kentucky elements in Georgia and North Carolina, which, by the way, we fell so short on these elements last time.
The thing is that the patterns you see in rural counties are going to repeat nationwide.
100%.
If you look at a map,
that's true.
It's going to be big patterns nationwide. So if even one of these counties is doing it, it's a sign many will hopefully be doing it.
But if you have a 2-point baseline boost, 1.5 2-point baseline boost in rural, plus, but then you take in ads, GOTV, voter reg, turning point, etc., you could then do 3 or 4 points better.
Potentially.
Potentially.
And also, we've talked about if our turnout in these counties is about the same and then turnout drops
Your
in the
vote
urban
actually
areas,
gets a higher
then the
weight.
rural vote is a higher percent. Maybe, I'm just spitballing here, let's say rurals were 20% of the total vote in 2020, maybe they'll now be 21 or 22%. That matters a lot on the margins.
Well, and it accumulates when you look at the macro. I mean, the raw vote totals in these states it's going to matter a lot.
That's right, guys. We are going to see a ton of data coming in. It's going to be amazing. Okay, members. I like that, Blake. Keep that up. I like that, Blake. Members.charliekirk.com. Members.charliekirk.com. I'm going to sign some hats right now for some of our members of folks that are coming in. Robert, Daniel, Randall, Matthew, Dakota, Landon, Michael, Hunter, Stephanie, Walker, Amy, Caitlin, Scott, Emma, Libby, Crystal. Did I do this one? Carlos, Aaron, Hunter, Brandy. I think I did. I don't know. I need new ones sent to me. Members.charliekirk.com. We have 300,000 concurrents, by the way. So it's hello to the masses. It is Judgment Night, and we are just getting started. Polls are still open in Pennsylvania. Go vote. Still open in Georgia. Go vote. By the way, in 2016, Taylor County was 73%. Blake.
Yes.
73% Taylor County.
In early vote?
2016.
Oh, 2016? Ooh.
So that is 4 points over 2016, which is quite interesting. So Okay, let's keep going here. By the way, if you are a first-time voter or if you brought a first-time voter, it's not too late to bring a first-time voter to the polls. Hey guys, I right now will sign and let you tour the Turning Point Action headquarters. The first person in Arizona who gets a first-time voter to the polls before polls close.
With a picture. It has to be picture proof.
Picture verified from now to polls closed. If you get a first-time voter, I will allow you we'll have lunch, we'll do a whole thing, but only if from now, 454 Central, 454 local to now. If you can go find a first-time voter, get them to vote, we'll have you hang out at the studio. Does that sound like a good deal, Jack?
I guess that would be on the honor system that they are a first-time voter. Which I suppose we could check. Well, on the honor system.
Yes, that's right.
Don't worry, we'll be checking.
Okay. Also, I want to sign some more hats here, but guys, polls are closing in 6 minutes. So again, repeat the states: North Carolina, Georgia, Florida. Is that right?
North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Vermont, Virginia.
Here they come.
Or no,
folks.
not North Carolina. South Carolina. South Carolina, Georgia, Florida.
What is North Carolina on the 30 mark?
North Carolina is just let me bring up the page. North Carolina is half past 7:30. So yeah, Virginia, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Vermont. We'll watch the results in Vermont too.
Yes.
So what is interesting is you've got Duval, Florida, which is now they look at that as sort of like a bellwether for how Georgia's doing. Trump's got about a 14,000 point lead, R plus 3.1. Miami-Dade, Republicans have about a 30,000 vote lead in Miami-Dade, Florida. That's an R3. Hillsborough, Florida, about a 11,000 ballot lead there, R plus 2. Now again, we don't know how the Indies are breaking, but I mean those are Florida, so we're going to assume we're not looking for the whole statewide. Morris, New Jersey, a lot of people are pointing to this. We've mentioned it before. This is one of the most densely populated counties in New Jersey. Biden won it by 5, and you have R plus 18, so it's 40,000 Republican ballots to 24,000 Dem ballots in Morris, New Jersey. So that's a county that Biden won, and ours are dominating in it. So there's some good signs out of this county level early voter data.
Here's what I'm seeing out of Indiana. Suburbs a little worse, rural's way better, urban turnout down.
Totally.
That seems to be an equation.
Yeah, that's it.
Out of Indiana.
We haven't seen anything out of Indianapolis yet.
But that's what we were getting out of Pennsylvania earlier too.
No, I know. So if Trump's going to win, it's a rural surge, a little bit of a suburban leak, better in the urbans.
Correct.
Better actually with working class, and then lower turnout. So
what's the vote composition? What you know what I mean?
I'm putting together the Trump formula.
Totally. But Blake, if rurals are 20% nationwide, right? What does suburban voters make up? So if we're going to leak a little bit there, how much do we have?
It depends on the state. Depends on turnout.
I was kind of spitballing with 20%. I don't recall off the top of my head.
By the way, it depends on turnout. Depends on. I mean, by the way, rural voters punch greater than their weight because they turn out at higher numbers.
Yep.
So they're able to disproportionately, for good reason, be able to participate. It's great. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. Kentucky is continuing. All right, 3 minutes till polls close, everybody. We're going to know a lot about Florida very quickly.
So check this out. In 2024, according to, this is from April now, it's a little bit dated, but Pew has suburban counties 50-47 Republican advantage by 3. Which is interesting. I mean, not all suburban counties are made equal, obviously, but having a 3-point edge nationally as of April, Suburbans. If we get a little leakage there, maybe we slightly lose, maybe we're slightly ahead. I mean, it's going to be interesting. So it's a pretty split voting block right now.
So I'm just seeing a good environmental baseline that Trump has a better environment by 1.5 to 2 points across the Midwest. That's just, I'm just saying from an environment, it should be a 4 to 5 point baseline if we weren't up against such a propagandist media.
Oh, man.
But understand, Indiana and Trump have always had a little bit of a mixed history. Pence stuff, it's just,
So it's 2 minutes till 7 p.m. polls close in, North Carolina and Georgia,
And
right?
just to be clear, I don't see a universe where Trump is going to do 1.5 better in Indiana and lose in Iowa. I'm sorry, I don't see that. Am I wrong, Blake? We would see the Seltzer stuff already, wouldn't we?
Yeah. I think, you'd see a much bigger bloodbath on that front.
We would see something. We haven't seen that.
We've seen it everywhere.
No, I'm saying like Indiana would be like, we'd see these rurals and it'd be like 50-50.
There'd be some surprising things already emerging.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, members.charliekirk.com. Daisy, keep sending me names. We are signing books. We're signing hats for you guys. Okay, let's see here.
I will sign books.
Someone says,
if you buy
Charlie,
the
can you
signed
tell me
book.
the best time to handle my anxiety? Yes. During we wait. You guys should be praying out to Jesus and praying out to God that his mercy shine upon this land.
Amen.
You guys should be, if you're Catholic, say the rosary. If you're evangelical, pray how the Lord taught you. Say the Our Father. We can agree on that, right, Jack? And
Our Father.
We wouldn't disagree. What are you talking about?
I'm saying we can agree on the Our Father. The rosary thing I'm not totally on board for, but
I'll get you there, Charlie.
The Hail Marys.
Look, I've got my St. Michael rosary here.
Good for you. Did you do a rosary today?
I do a rosary every day.
So, okay, we are 1 minute out, 30 seconds, guys, from, remind me one more time, Blake, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, yeah?
We've got South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Virginia,
Right now,
and
I just want to go through.
Vermont.
Right now, there is a
North
human
Carolina.
being
What's the
running to get in line in Georgia. It's the $10 million man.
Florida
And it might
right?
be and it might be Herschel and it might be Herschel Walker. So watch out.
No, that's Georgia.
Listen to this. Listen to this.
He's running. It is now 7 o'clock Eastern, everybody. Polls are closed in South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. Want to make some calls here, Blake?
I would if I could.
Charlie,
Stupid
let
map
me
doesn't
read
work.
this to
There
you
we
real
go.
quick.
All right, we're adding.
In 2020, the AP first reported Georgia results at 7:20 p.m. and declared Biden the state's winner by 7:58.
That's not correct.
p.m.
They did not. That's like days later. Georgia was not
No,
called.
excuse me, on November 19th.
Yeah.
On November 19th.
Yeah, I know.
But
Jack.
the first
that was like
report
a week and a half later.
Yeah, I know. I was here.
Okay, I thought you meant like
You're saying they first report they had a 2-week span between their first results and actually
And
declaring
actual
Biden
and the
the
actual
winner.
winning.
But
So,
anyway,
we'll
Kamala's
see.
on the board. The good people of Vermont are not expected to rebel.
By the way, just to be clear, we did a Commit 100 program where we had volunteers come across the country, chase ballots in Arizona. Vermont was the only state that didn't have someone sign up.
We need to colonize Vermont and a lot of the New England states, and this is a long-term project, but we can take them so easily. So easily.
I don't know if he's
We're on
watching right
Rab.
now.
Please welcome him.
If he
Okay,
is,
let's go. We are live on Real America's Voice, everybody. Hello. We are doing live coverage. It is now 7 o'clock Eastern. Steve, is he right? Is that right? Steve can also join us. He's at the, what hotel is that?
The Willard.
The Willard Hotel with a great scene there. Guys, polls are closed. Blake, I need you on all the stuff here.
Yep.
I need full data room. Danny, I need you crunching numbers. We are looking at Florida. We are looking at Georgia. Right now, initially, the returns in Indiana are positive enough to show that there is a rural surge happening across the country, that there is an uptick, there is no bleed for Trump. All that seltzer stuff is a bunch of rubbish and nonsense. The environment is better for us. We don't yet have a pinpoint on the suburbs. Jack Posobiec.
And as a reminder, for all of these states, I should say most of these states, but the states that we're going to be talking about soon, the mail vote in a lot of these states comes, MAIL vote, the mail-in vote comes in, gets reported first. So you might be seeing something and be like, oh my gosh, Kamala's way up. That's because they're going at the mail-in
And I forgot, we should also call South Carolina. I don't think, despite the best urges or the best efforts of certain people from the South Carolina Republican Party, that's not likely to be competitive. So we're gonna be gutsy and we're gonna call it, and we're gonna say that's another 9 points into our column. We are over 10% of the way to victory. So 28-3 right now. That will be traumatic to all the Georgians who are watching our stream right now.
Yep. The race has been called. Donald J. Trump has won Indiana. Yay!
Woo!
Yeah, it's been officially called by the AP. No surprise there. Wait, and Seltzer, I thought that the Midwest was going to... We'll see. I don't want to get too...
Let's not get arrogant, Charlie. Remember that anything we say can and will be added to a smug highlight reel if we overreach ourselves.
Well, let me say this. Hold on, let me say it differently. She might be right about Iowa, but there isn't a trend that was picked up yet. Okay? All right. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. Subscribe to our podcast. Open up your podcast application. And also, if you want to become a member, members.charliekirk.com. Do we have Steve, guys, ready to throw to him? Okay, Steve, how we doing? It is 7 o'clock Eastern. Polls are closed in Florida and South Carolina, Georgia. There is still time to vote in Pennsylvania, still time to vote in Wisconsin, still time to vote in Michigan. What do we see in Steve Bannon?
Well, first off, did we intrude? Is this a bro fest out there? I thought you guys were going to have a couple of 6-packs of cold beer. What is going on, man? It's a little cash out in Phoenix. I know you guys are the Wild West, but dude, it looks like a fraternity house. You're supposed to. This is the most. You guys are the most sophisticated. Charlie, you and Turning Point have turned around the whole country. And I know that because the Atlantic magazine has this puff piece on Charlie Kirk today, say the new kingmaker, right? And every piece of it's fantastic. I said, Charlie's done this, Charlie's done that. I'm saying we got to merge in Charlie's stream into us. We get it. And I thought, it looks like we're at a tailgate at an Arizona State game in Tempe.
That's a compliment,
Brother.
Steve, because we've been handing out thousands of these hats to the frats this year, I will tell you. So you're not far off at all.
So Steve, honored to have you here, and you know what? We will own that because we're going to be here for 12 hours, so we got to stay comfy. Steve, what are we seeing so far? Turnout, and it's not too late. We need to continue to see that surge of turnout.
Listen, I think that the story from tonight, you saw, John and Natalie are with me. We're on the roof of the historic Willard Hotel where we had the war room for Stop the Steal in 2020 right across from the Ellipse. Here's the thing, Charlie, you guys at Turning Point have done this now for 4 years. You've brought together a convergence of many different forces. And I think tonight we're seeing the physical manifestation of that, the outcome of which you've had a big surge. And everybody still got to get out to vote. Their polls still open in a number of states. But I think the story is that the Democratic Party did not turn out, it looks like, did not turn out some key constituencies that have kind of had fed up with it. And if you look at Elon Musk and David Sachs and Danica Patrick and Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, Vivek Ramaswamy, these other high-tech people, Tulsi Gabbard, Nicole Shanahan, RFK, the new coalition, and you guys have led this at college campuses and with young people, we're putting together a new coalition while the old coalition of the politics of the 20th century is collapsing around, the politics of joy is collapsing. I think that's the story tonight. Now, listen, are we going to, it's tight in North Carolina. It's going to be tight in Georgia.
Yep.
It's going to be tight in Nevada. It's going to be tight in Pennsylvania. It's going to be tight in Michigan, tight in Wisconsin. The one place that ain't going to be tight, Arizona.
Well, we
and
don't know that
Arizona
yet.
shows if you have a okay, maybe it's not going to be tight, but I don't want to jinx you. But it looks like in the early numbers,
people are still voting in Arizona.
Arizona is going to lead the way. Yeah.
Well, we will see.
But it looks like you guys have pulled off something that's extraordinary.
I appreciate the kind words. We will see. We're 2 hours left from me accepting that compliment. If you are in Arizona, go vote and stay in line. By the way, we have Florida vote. We have Florida totals. You
coming
see
in
this?
fast. Yes. Stuff is coming in Florida. Florida, they allow you to pre-canvass the early vote, and they just dump it right at 7.
And Donald Trump is up already in the pre-canvass early.
Some of the stuff is looking amazing. I want to flag a few. Broward, 70% in already. Broward is a very blue county. That's north of Miami. It's the most important blue county in the state. And Broward, 70% in. It is Kamala, 61 to Trump, 39. So
guys,
she's up.
And by the way, in 2020,
I'm getting that.
Yeah.
In 2020, it was Biden, 64.6, Trump, 34.8. So like 3 points better. 3 points to 2.5 better. I'll do the math here on how many votes it's looking like as well.
I wanted to say that right now what we're looking at in Florida, I don't want to say this is 2016 energy, but Blake, you agree, Florida can give us a little bit of a picture here, and Florida is roaring right now. Florida is on fire.
Heck yeah. I want to see Miami-Dade go red.
In order for us to have the night and the week and the month and the 4 years that we want to have, right? It goes night, week, month, 4 years. We had to have an amazing performance in Florida. This is the early vote, Blake. We are winning the early vote drop. The pre-canvassing early vote. We are winning. And by the way, that's without Collier County reporting. That's without any. Half of Florida hasn't closed in their polls, just so you know.
Mm-hmm. Well, not half, just
not half.
Gatesland.
I'm sorry,
just Gatesland.
Yes,
Panhandle, yeah.
Florida won.
About 1 million people there.
Florida won. Florida is roaring so much, guys. Roaring right now. So I just want to give you. By the way, South Carolina has now been called for Trump.
Add it to the list.
We beat them. We beat them to it.
We beat them on that, right? I can confidently say Donald Trump's going to win the state of Florida. Can we say that, Blake?
I'm going to be professional about it. We'll wait till we can really dunk on them.
I mean, you're looking at what I'm looking at right now. It's pretty good. Do we have any? Oh, Georgia's reporting. We have data coming out of the state of Georgia. Guys, things are about to happen really fast right now. We have one county, and it is Twiggs County. Donald Trump winning 1,500 votes to 1,200 votes. So, by the way, we have a 40-plus minute line right now in one of our top precincts in Arizona. That is a great sign. Stay in line. If you are in Arizona, stay in line. Text your friends in Arizona. Open up the Charlie Kirk Show. Watch with your friends in line. Go to your local polling place. Right now, if you are near a polling place, go drive to your polling place and hand out water and hand out food. Get in your car and go help that local polling place. I want to get back to Steve in just a second here. Steve, Florida is roaring right now. In 2016, Steve, Florida was
huge swing
there.
state.
And Steve, I also, we're live on YouTube, Steve, so let's not mention any 2020 stuff if you can, or else we're going to lose our feed. So just help a brother out here, all right? We got 90,000 people on YouTube right now. So remind me of Florida 2016.
Well, 2016 Florida, I mean, that was the one that, in fact, Broward and those all held back. We had a gap, and I said, why do they report so late? Because we got the 5 o'clock exit polls, and we were losing in Florida. We had people call. We went on the Mark Levin show. We started focusing on the West, and we eventually, blew it. I think we won by a couple of points. But Broward County and down in the southern part of the state held back, and I said, why are they not reporting? And they said, well, traditionally they hold it back to see how many votes they have to overcome in the rest of the state. And once we passed the 50,000 limit, they reported. Ever since then, and this is because of DeSantis and grassroots and President Trump, you've really made Florida a stronghold for MAGA. Remember, in 2016, it was still a battleground state.
Yeah, and by the way, some people are saying Florida's called for Trump. I kind of, is it fair now?
Update the map.
Is that fair to say, Blake? I mean, do we want to get ahead of ourselves?
Screw it.
Let's do it.
I mean,
we're going to win it.
I think we're going to win Florida.
That being said, I don't know if we should read too much into Florida because remember,
hold on.
You had this internal migration after COVID. And
yes,
so a lot of those people came from the states that are now swing states in the north.
Fair enough. However, let me play devil's advocate. If the Kamala energy was real, we'd see it manifest somewhere. We haven't seen that yet, okay? We have not seen the Trump weakness.
I hear you. I hear you.
Know what I'm saying? I'm trying to build the case, right? I'm trying to just start from baseline where people said Trump's going to have a terrible night. We're actually marching forward here in a pretty, by the way, just so we're clear, we have a 40-minute wait in 5 of our Super Chase precincts in Arizona. Steve, do you hear that? We have long lines in all of our Super Chase precincts still after crushing them in early voting in Arizona. What is your message, Steve, to the people that are still waiting in line watching this live stream? We have 400,000 people watching this right now, Steve.
You have to be part of history. This is historic, not just with President Trump, but the MAGA movement. And this movement's ascendant. We're bringing in new people all the time. And these are not celebrities. It's not Katy Perry and Beyonce. These are serious people. Each one's an expert in their field. This movement is at the very beginning of its infancy. And that's why you want to be part of this. Go out and vote tonight. Take as many people out to vote tonight. The bigger spreads we get on this, that we don't have some of this mail-in ballots, they may be able to call it at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. That's why, like Arizona, Nevada, the rest of the country, if you're in Texas, go out. You want to be a part of this. You want to talk to your friends, say, hey, I voted, I had President Trump, and I took a bunch of people to the polls. This hangs in the balance, and particularly if we can put up enough numbers tonight and say, hey, look, we got a mandate, and get President Trump some runway in the first 100 days, it's vitally important. So this thing's a long way from over. There's some long faces and some sad faces at MSNBC and CNN. But right now, we got to drive this. We got to run the score up.
There's an exit poll. Take this with a pound of salt. That this is an NBC exit poll, okay, of independent voters in Georgia. Trump 54%, Harris 43%.
Huge.
If that is half true, okay, if that is half true, I mean, Steve, if that's half true, buckle up, baby. I mean, if that is half true. Meaning that if the delta is half of what they say it is.
That's 11 points.
I think you're going to see also in Florida already, Natalie's been talking to me about, there's some Hispanic districts that I think you may see some historic representation of President Trump. We already know that the African-American vote is going to be down to 11%. You're seeing the collapse. You're seeing the collapse of the traditional coalition of the Democratic Party, and you're seeing the beginning of and the ascendancy of a new coalition around this populist nationalist group called MAGA, right? Not your father or grandfather's Republican Party. Somebody put out an article today that the party of Ronald Reagan, the Republican Party of Ronald Reagan, is dead. Well, as much as we love Ronald Reagan, that party is dead. And this is Trump's party. And what you're seeing tonight, when you can win independents, particularly in the suburbs of Georgia, by 11 points, 54-43. It puts to bed the fact that, Trump's a fascist, Trump's a Nazi, that people, independents, suburban moms don't believe that. So I think that as we go through the night, these are the types of statistics, and that's why you want to be a part of it. If you're in Arizona, if you're in Nevada, Colorado, there's tons of things in play. New Hampshire, get out there and vote. Make sure that we see these numbers.
Again, exit polls, you have to stay with a pound of salt, okay? You have to take that. Andrew, do you have a thought here?
No, I mean, I'm just saying, we've been looking at the Arizona numbers because we had an Indy surge today in Arizona. I mean, it is the story of the day is that Indies came out today, and normally you're expecting depressed turnout with Indies because they don't have as much motivation to get out, less tribal, they don't have a team, that sort of thing, and they came out. And so the big hope for Democrats in Arizona is that Indies are going to break in historic fashion for Kamala Harris. In 2020, Indies broke about 9 points towards Biden. That's what won him the state. What we see here, if we get parity nationwide, 50-50, we're cooking with some serious gas. So to see an 11-point spread on an exit poll, if it's half true, that's an enormous signal. So let's hope it's at least half true.
We have 100,000 people on YouTube, 74,000 on Rumble. Hello to Real America's Voice. Really quickly, I'm signing hats for anyone that wants to become a member. Members.charliekirk.com. You get a personalized hat signed to you. Want to thank Jill, Sam, Ethan, and Ryan. Okay, Blake, you got that face when you're looking at numbers. What are we looking at here? Florida looks healthy, man.
There's some amazing ones we're seeing in Florida, I'll be honest. Like, I'm looking at the early vote in Monroe County. That's Key West, actually. So it's 64% in right now. It is 58-42 in favor of Trump. In 2020, it was 53.5 Trump, 45.5 Biden. So big swing in our favor. Again, that's early vote. So if it were to turn out somehow maybe early vote favors us and election day doesn't, then this could moderate. But if we see a pattern that we're hoping to see, which is overall election day vote might still slightly favor us, these numbers look amazing out of Florida.
I want to thank Data Republican, at Data Republican on Twitter. She is feeding a lot of this data to me. She's a great person. I've got to know her distantly on Telegram with Jeremy Carl. We're on a group chat. Thank you, Data Republican, at Data Republican. Okay. Email me, freedom@charliekirk.com. I just want to say, guys, I'm not going to get too ahead of myself. If this Georgia exit poll is even directionally accurate,
we're in a good spot.
Carly Bonet says, I think Charlie Kirk is about to explode.
Not yet. Not yet.
Yeah, I mean, listen.
There is, again, exit polls are exit polls. Take them for what you want. But just the exit polls in 2020 had Joe Biden winning independence by 20 points.
Remember the guy, he was like, polls are for firefighters.
Hold on.
Polls are for firefighters.
Wait, hold on. Is this apples to apples? Is
Steve signing off? Okay, Steve, we'll talk to you soon, my friend. Wait, what?
Wait, is this apples to apples, the same exit poll versus this poll?
In the exit poll in 2020.
From NBC.
I'm trying to find the independent marker. I can't find that. Just so,
but the
NBC exit poll had Trump 54, Trump 41.
Wait, had Biden?
I'm sorry, Biden 54, Trump 41.
No kidding. So that was a 12-point split in Biden's favor, and that was in Georgia or nationwide?
I think that was nationwide. So it's not apples to apples yet. However, let's just say Donald Trump ties Indies. If Donald Trump ties Indies in Georgia, he wins significantly.
He wins. Oh,
okay?
100%.
If Donald Trump ties Indies in Arizona, he wins. Okay? Mm-hmm. If Donald Trump ties Indies in Nevada, he wins. Oh, holy crow.
Man, if we tie Indies in this state.
Did you see what I just said?
Does it rhyme with Miami flayed?
No, I mean, CNN just said something.
I didn't see what CNN said. I'm looking at the Miami.
Tapper is speechless right now.
I don't know what he said. I'm going to say mine first because mine's cool. Miami-Dade County, early vote or whatever it is, 77% of the vote in. So I'm going to tell you that in 2020, Biden won 53.4 to 46 in Miami-Dade. Right now, Miami-Dade is 55-44 Donald Trump.
Say it again for the people in the back.
In 2020, Miami-Dade County's final total was 53.4 for Biden, 46.1 for Trump. Right now, with 77% in Miami-Dade County, Donald Trump up 55 to 44. He's winning by 11 with 77% in Miami-Dade.
Hispanics, man.
What in the world?
That was a deep blue.
I'm going to look up how that place voted under Obama. It's going to be wild.
I want everyone to take a pause and realize there's still voting left in Pennsylvania. Right,
Yeah,
Jack?
we still need a Rust
All I'm
Belt.
thinking about is
There's
Pennsylvania.
still
so
voting left
I'm
in
not
Wisconsin.
feeling any of this stuff
If
right
you
now.
are on that, you could go and make history. Get in the car and go vote right now.
I feel nothing. I have entered the MAGA flow state. I feel nothing other than you must get out to vote right now. You must become wild. You must physically
Hold
and
on.
legally drag other people out. You must be unstoppable.
Let's play 149, please.
Biden won independent voters in Georgia when he won the state by 9 points. So we've seen a swing of 20 points towards Trump in terms of the margin, from 9-point advantage 4 years ago with independents for Biden to now an 11-point advantage with independents for Trump in Georgia. Jake.
Wow. David John.
Wait, can we get more of Jake's response there?
Yeah, Ryan, can you get a little bit more of it?
Georgia, 3% of Georgia reporting, Trump 51, Harris 48.
3% is noise.
Hold on.
Where
Don't
from,
dismiss
though?
me.
Yeah,
that
but again, it's all over
includes,
the place.
that
Again,
includes
that could be
part
the
of
mail-in.
Douglas County and also parts of Burke County, and it's almost all mail. We're going to get a lot of data from Georgia in the next couple of minutes, guys.
Mail in.
Yeah, mail in.
Yeah, mail in.
Yes.
MAIL.
Yeah, because we got to be careful with that since we're in the first gendered election.
Okay. Email us your early vote. Email us your voting stories, freedom@charliekirk.com. If you want a signed hat, it's members.charliekirk.com. That is members.charliekirk.com. We have it right here. This Florida news is unbelievable, Blake.
Yeah, and another one I'm flagging. We've got a lot of the count in Union County, Georgia. That's from like the ultra terrifyingly Republican parts of Northeast Georgia. It's 81-19 with 85 in. That's basically identical to 4 years ago. But I think they're actually on pace to outdraw where they were 4 years ago.
Is Duval County? Is that
Duval County? You want reports from Duval County? Let's take a look at that.
I think we're down 1 point right now.
We're down 1 point, which we lost that in 2020 by... We lost that by a little under 4 points in 2020.
But we're going to take that county. They've not done election day.
Assuming election day is in our favor, which I don't want to assume it because I think day of vote is going to be a lot of young people relative to 2020, but very promising signs. I'm just in awe of this Miami-Dade number. An absolute awe of it.
Jack, are you working your PA
We're winning
sources?
Miami by 100,000 votes right now.
What are you hearing? Any updates on PA? We got to get updates on Wisconsin, too.
Wisconsin hasn't closed.
I know, but are we seeing lines? Are we seeing,
Email
I
us.
am not in Eastern Pennsylvania.
CNN is not having a good night right now. There is some panic right now. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. Become a member, members.charliekirk.com. First results in from Georgia right now are coming in. So with 3% of the vote, Donald Trump commands a 3-point lead, which actually is pretty good considering that's largely mail. MAIL, not males. By the way, just so we're clear,
maybe we should say postal voting.
CNN and NBC's Indy polls are the same result.
The same. I noticed that too.
Look.
Were they reporting on NBC's?
No, that was NBC's and CNN's.
No, they would have separate polls.
Guys, I don't want to get too ahead of myself.
Don't.
Look,
because we still need a Rust
Charlie,
Belt.
yeah,
we need North Carolina. We need a Rust
nothing
Belt.
without a Rust Belt.
By the way,
This is
8
nothing.
minutes. 8 minutes until the polls close in North Carolina.
North Carolina is going to be big. That's going to come out in 8 minutes. We're going to find that out.
Candidly, I don't hear a lot of people expressing concern about North Carolina.
Yeah, same.
They say it's going to be tighter than it should be, but we're going to pull it out. That's what I'm hearing. Grain of salt, but.
Members.charliekirk.com. Become a member. I will sign a hat for you right here. Jack has his book called Bulletproof. Right now, my data Republican says I'm projecting that Trump is doing about 53-46 with independents in Florida, which means that Georgia makes sense. Okay. Meaning that we're modeling independence right now at 53-46 in Florida. If you can extrapolate that to other Sunbelt states, though.
If you could, I mean, the biggest question that we've had in Arizona is how are Indies going to break? right? Because they represent such a huge portion of the electorate. Now, if we're seeing an R12, R15, R20, like we saw in CNN's exit poll, if those extrapolate out, if those actually materialize in the election, we're going to have a very, very good night tonight. I mean, there's no way that we don't. That R20, even if that's half true, Charlie, my goodness, R10
if you tie independents, then it's a turnout game, and we outnumber them in a lot of these states.
Yeah.
Understand that.
Not in Pennsylvania, though. So
and just understand, indies are indies. There will be crossover. You might not win independents by 10 points in Pennsylvania. If you win them by 3 points, Jack, if you win them by 4 points,
it puts you in the running. I mean, that being said, we've still got to look at, are these geographical trends, or are these regional trends, are things going to, can we extrapolate something from Florida all the way up north? I just don't know yet. It's early.
Yeah, Florida, Georgia are not going to probably tell us as much about the Rust Belt.
No,
we really need some
Georgia
data.
tells us a lot. They put a lot of time and attention on Georgia. We're going to know soon. We're going to look. Georgia has 4% in. They're about to. By law, when do they have to have all their votes counted? When is that, Blake?
By what? When?
By law, Georgia.
I'm not sure when Georgia. I think Georgia is just that they have to keep counting.
They just have to keep going.
I don't know that there's any hard.
They have to count through the night. Same with Arizona.
Somebody happens to be the president, the former president, to say something like that, where you would even consider him maybe the voice of the left.
I do think everybody's afraid of where their information is coming from. And I think it's the first time in a long time where none of us can agree on even the source of where we're getting our information. So if I say to you, I heard it on CNN, you stop me before I can even finish my sentence, right? Or if I say to somebody who's liberal leaning, I heard it on Fox, they stop me before I get it out. So I think that might be kind of where we're at, and I don't really know how to navigate that space. What's true, what's not, where's it coming from? So,
Vinny, where you at with it?
You know?
Where you at with it?
Barack Obama has been one of the most divisive presidents, people in the history of the country. Period. Can you guys hear that? One of the most divisive. All the only change that happened is people started hating each other more, and everybody became just anti-everybody. Everything was about race. And I think him coming out, what's the last thing? What did he say the other day, too? Spreading lies. Do you guys remember the whole, there's good people on both sides? He was pushing that the other day as well. And I think it's time for this guy just to disappear. And I hope after this election he's gone. Period. Done deal.
Okay, so which one of you, maybe Tom, I'll come to you, because Tom is very analytical, data-driven, logical. What's your position tonight? Where are you at, percentage-wise, Trump winning or Kamala winning tonight, based on what you're seeing with the polls?
What do I see right now? Kind of what my call was as the polls were closing. That's what is my call right now.
What do you think is going to happen tonight based on the stuff you're seeing?
Got it. What I think is going to happen tonight is we are going to see North Carolina, Georgia, and Florida go. As a matter of fact, Florida is probably less than 20 minutes away from being called. It's that strong in the rural counties already in the great state of Florida. So, however, we saw what was going on in Bucks County. We saw what was going on in Philadelphia. Trump, I believe, has the early vote and the mail-in vote. It was very strong Republican registration. You don't know who voted in those, but you know who registered. And what we see here is, I believe Pennsylvania should be Trump's, but I don't trust Philadelphia and I don't trust Bucks County. Because if they call Philadelphia, the mainstream media knows they're calling the race. So I look at Pennsylvania and look at the Democrat machine in Philadelphia wants to hold back that state. But I think it holds back the inevitable. That's how I see it.
Adam.
As far as odds?
Odds tonight. What do you think is going to happen tonight?
Okay. Well, we're going to call some people out real quick. Can we go back in history just a second?
Sure.
Okay. Audio okay out there, guys? We doing okay?
Yeah.
Make some noise if you're voting for Trump this time around. I know we have a huge Kamala base out there. Make some noise over here at the Kamala camp. Awesome job, guys. I think in 2020, a lot of people don't understand that Joe Biden was actually the favorite. I think due to COVID and just sort of
whether you want to blame it on the media or blame it on Trump, a combination of both, the country was sort of over Trump. But it's almost like a breakup with an ex until you start dating someone else and you're like, the ex actually wasn't that bad. He might have told me the things that I was uncomfortable hearing, but he was right. You're starting to see a lot of things out there saying Trump was right. Have you seen this thing out there? Trump was right. So this time around, Vegas has Trump up 60% to 40%.
Vegas has Trump up 60 to 40.
So it's basically the exact same odds Biden had with Trump last year. Trump has a little bit of better odds than Kamala this year.
Okay, so did you guys hear what he just said, or you want me to repeat it? Who heard what he said? Did anybody hear what he said? Okay. Vegas, by the way, just so you know, the AB team is figuring out, it's great on YouTube. You guys, they're going to figure it out in the room. Vegas odds last time in 2020 had Biden winning. Vegas odds this time has Trump winning 60-40, a bigger lead than what they had last time with Biden winning.
Right.
And that's Vegas. Vegas doesn't like to lose money.
To kind of just, to put it in pollster terms, everybody knows the race is to 270, right? So if it's a football game, if you've ever bet on football or basketball, any sports out there, maybe I'm admitting I had a problem at one point in my life, there's something called the over-under. So Trump's over-under, if you want to place a bet, is 280, meaning they're expecting him to win by at least 10 points. Kamala's over-under is 256. So I say this all the time. I don't trust Pew. I don't trust Quinnipiac, ABC, NBC, CBS, Fox, none of it, because they have no accountability. Who has accountability is Vegas, because if they lose, if they're wrong, you know what they got to do? Pay up. So FTM, follow the money. Vegas has their money on Trump.
How many of you have been following the podcast for a few years? Who's been following it for a couple of years? How many of you have seen the evolution of our friend here, Adam Sosnick? Who's proud of Adam, what's happened to him the last 2 years? Can we all on three say, I'm proud of you, Adam? 1, 2, 3. They're proud of you, buddy.
Thank you.
They're very proud of you on what's going on.
And I just posted a video on Instagram showing, I said, shh, don't tell anybody. But I showed proof that I voted for Trump this time around. I think thank you. I think what it comes down to is if you told me in 2020 that I was going to vote for Trump, I would tell you that you were crazy. Oh, I'm not going to vote for that guy. If you told me in 2024 that I was going to vote for Kamala, I would tell you that I'm crazy. So I said a year ago when the election hit up that the lesser of the two crazies is going to win this election. And Trump was, for all intents and purposes, pretty disruptive. And then whatever's happened with the Democratic Party, it's unrecognizable. If you've ever voted for Clinton, or if there's older people here, JFK, the Democratic Party is completely unrecognizable. And you have to vote with your pockets, and you have to vote with your actual ballot to get rid of this administration.
Going back to Brian, if you can maybe bring the mic a little bit closer to you. Brian, when you and I spoke earlier, you're a little bit skeptical. What are you concerned about?
I'm not skeptical. I am, because I'm very worried about how blatant the mainstream media has been in essentially doing whatever they can to make Kamala Harris look good and reporting nothing good about Donald Trump. So I don't worry so much about fraud, but I worry a bit that the fix is in that sense. But what I'm really rooting for is if Trump can win this, it'll be a huge FU to the mainstream media. And in fact, and by the way, and it's really important, but also the lateral cooperation between the mainstream media and big tech and Hollywood. And that is a very strong force. But I think the American people are stronger, and what it'll show is that you don't get away with trying to control a false narrative. And they almost did. But the fact that this woman has said absolutely nothing, couldn't answer one question, and the race is this close, makes you realize how strong those forces are on the other side. Yeah. And that's the biggest threat to our democracy. It isn't Donald Trump. That's what I think.
And Pat, and for all the people that have been supporting him since he announced, doesn't it feel good to finally say, we told you so? from the beginning. And Adam, I feel what you're talking about he was crazy. If from the moment you announced that you're running, Obama's DOJ and everybody were spying on you, planting stories, Hillary Clinton, Russia collusion, fake impeachments, shooting him in the head, all that, you would act crazy too. So we weren't crazy, he went crazy. It's taken 8 years for the other side to finally go, oh my God, you guys were right. And I keep telling them, we told you so from the beginning. That's how I roll.
That's why he's the angry patriot.
Damn right. And I'm sweating.
No, I agree. You take a look at the first, 40 days of her campaign. The mainstream media gave her 97% positive coverage when she wouldn't even go out and conduct an interview. She wouldn't sit with the reporter. There was nothing to it. She was basically hiding in the same basement that Joe Biden hid in when there was the pandemic and he ran in 2020. And the mainstream media gave her a pass. A month and a half, they didn't do anything. And so Donald Trump or anybody on the conservative side, you have to beat your opponent, you have to beat the mainstream media, and you have to beat your own government that is trying to put censorship on things like X and social media to fight you. If you're a Republican and you win an election, you won it 3-0.
Amen. I think, guys, if we look at the possibilities of what could happen tonight, it's really one of three things. If we really think about it, one is what? Trump wins.
Yes.
2 is Kamala wins. What's 3? Nothing.
We don't have an answer.
No decision. Yeah. Okay. So let's then process who winning. Trump's either going to win by a landslide,
yes,
or Trump's going to win a real close race. Then Kamala wins a close race,
yeah,
or a landslide.
No landslide.
No one's thinking Kamala's winning by a landslide.
No.
Okay. What happens if there is no decision tonight? What happens if there's no decision tonight and they delay it? How will the American people react? And what happens if Trump wins? What happens if Kamala wins? Brian, I'll come to you first.
So I think if Kamala wins, I think we're going to have divided government. And I think what we'll have is we'll have a Senate that is primarily Republican. What that means is, in fact, for the next 4 years, not much will happen. There won't be a whole lot of legislation. That's a good thing. That's what the Founding Fathers wanted. They wanted government to move at a glacial pace. If Kamala wins, that's if Kamala wins. If Trump wins, he's now got the Senate. And the thing that I always keep telling people is that the people around Trump and the people that support Trump believe in what? They believe in individual liberty. And if you look at his record, for the most part, he's a lot more hands-off than he is hands-on. That's the whole point of removing regulations. You know, you will hear people talk. Just pay attention to how the left talks. What they talk about is they want government to step in and socially engineer equality because it'll make the world a better place. And the only way you do that is by holding people who have ingenuity and take risks down. And that's not what made this country great. It's what'll cripple us. So that's what I think.
By the way, that was a great breakdown. Just so everybody knows, right now, our stream on YouTube, we have 144,000 live concurrent on right now. And anybody that tweeted, watching PBD Podcast, it's officially trending on Twitter. So kudos to everybody that did that. If you're watching that, tweet that out, watching PBD Podcast. Vinny, Trump wins, Kamala wins, no decision. How does America react?
If Trump wins, I think it's vindication. I think it's celebration. I think it's happiness. I think everybody's going to be in a good place. But that cues the left, all the agitators, all the Antifa. They're all going to get mobilized. Trust me when I say that. If Kamala wins tonight, guess what? We'll take it. We'll take the loss. But guess what we're not going to do, though? We're not going to burn down our cities. We're not going to do all that crazy shit. But if we find out, Pat, that all the polling stations and all these numbers and all this shit is all rigged, then there's going to be a problem. If there's a draw, or not a draw, I'm sorry, if it's delayed and they're playing that whole 3 months, 2 months, whatever, that's when it's going to start getting restless. Because guess what? We didn't do anything when they shot our president in the head. We didn't do anything. Everybody was chill. This. I think that would be the last straw. I think so.
You have any different perspective
Yeah,
on what
course.
they said? Go ahead.
So I think one of two things is going to happen. I think if Kamala wins, I don't see our country being united at all for at least 4 years. I think Trump has a very unique opportunity. If he wins again, think about you're familiar with the hero's journey? Trump is on his hero's journey vibe right now. And to come back again, this is going to be the second time in American history where a sitting president lost and came back and won. And I think that's going to happen. The last time that happened was Grover Cleveland in the 1890s. So I think Trump will be vindicated. I think there'll be an opportunity for him to bridge the gap. And then eventually, the biggest gap right now in our country, it's not blacks and whites, it's not Jews and Muslims, it's not diploma divide, it's the gender divide. This is the largest gender divide that we've had in the history of our country. Trump is up, I think, 18 points on men, and Kamala is up 16 points in women. Men and women need to get back together and start making some babies. If Trump wins, I might do it tonight, guys. I don't know. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. With a woman, no men are getting pregnant. I don't care what you say.
By the way, can somebody find this guy a wife or something? If you know somebody.
Can we give a shout out real quick? Speaking of, I see our PHP friends right here. Sapala, Adolfo Hart. I see our guy.
Hold on, can I give a shout out? Little Pump is in the house.
Pump out in the house.
Little Pump is in the house.
I know Dave
Let's
Smith's
go,
gonna be
baby.
here. I see my
Little
friend
Pump.
Rabbi Benny
Why
out
don't
here.
you come on up here? Why don't
Yo,
you come on
Pump,
up
come
here?
on, Pump.
You got to hand him a mic if we got it, Rob.
Sure. Yeah. We have
Tom,
a mic.
you want to head up there to call a state?
Yep, I think
They're
there's-
ready.
Yep, I think
So
we have a
Little
couple
Pump
calls
can get
here.
mic'd up. Tom, if you want to get up there with Amy, we got a state to call, folks.
West Virginia, the
Tom, want to get up there?
Yep.
Get up there, Tom.
So, all right.
What up, baby?
How you doing, man?
Let's get it.
Wow.
Of course. Anytime.
Good to see
Grab a seat. Grab a seat by Brian.
All right. Well, the great state of West Virginia, even though there's only a few precincts reporting, and it looks very narrow here, the underlying precincts are in, and this one has been called for Donald Trump. We have updated it on the VT News map.
Florida.
And we have a very, very close call. We know a lot of our neighbors here in the Panhandle, the polls are not closed yet, but we can see. Remember when they were saying that Florida, maybe 6 for Trump, maybe 7 for Trump? Right now, it's 10. And if you look at our friends down in Miami, boy, Miami-Dade County and Mayor Suarez did a great job. Adam, take a look at this. Mayor Suarez is helping to drive it over 100,000 vote lead in Miami.
Shout out to Mayor Suarez.
And then
Francis Suarez, elect him for governor next time.
And then we also have Osceola County as well, which happens to be one of the most heavily dense Puerto Rican populations that was actually just called for Trump within Florida.
So the Panhandle will close in a little bit, but basically Florida is going to Trump by almost twice the margin that the pollsters were saying.
Was this expected to be this early, this quick?
It was not expected to be this big. This was expected to be 7.5 to 8. Look at this. We're 10 points apart, and this up here is very red.
Did you guys hear what he just said? It was expected to be a 7.5% victory, a 10-point lead so far. Wow. All right.
So right now, remember, this can move through the night, but right now, statistically, it's about a 64% probability right now. Remember, some very big states may be held back from being called.
Did you say 64% probability of winning a state or winning the whole thing?
Of winning the whole thing, but based on all of the current roll.
Okay.
But remember, if magical things happen at midnight, that changes.
If what?
If magical things happen at midnight, that changes.
Mumere?
If those, by midnight. You know those vote dumps we saw in Georgia and in Philadelphia? Those are the cities we're concerned about.
Crazy.
Okay. So what's about to be called next? Like, what are the next ones we're looking at the next hour?
The next states are coming in the eastern seaboard here as we have polls are closed and we'll be able to see progress. We see here they've actually got no precincts have officially been reported by the Secretary of State in Pennsylvania. So all the states are different, but you know what? We are here in Florida with a governor that insisted that the systems work as fast as technology would allow. And you can see, Pat, Florida has already counted 62% of its votes. Pennsylvania has reported 0.
Pennsylvania has reported 0.
Pennsylvania has reported 0.
Okay. Fantastic. Thank you for that, Tom. And Amy, do we have a mic for Little Pump?
Yes, he has it.
Little Pump, how you doing? How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. How about you?
I like your three-piece suit. You look great.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So how you feeling? Why are you supportive of President Trump? Why are you supporting him?
I'm supporting because he speaks the truth and he says what's on his mind and what's on everybody's mind, and we want freedom. We don't want this shit to be like one of those countries where you can't say whatever you want. We don't want censorship. We don't want none of that. And I'm gonna tell a story, to be honest. 4 years ago when I endorsed Trump, I lost 4 million followers. I lost $20 million deals. And guess what? I did not give a fuck about that because I stand on what I stand on.
Did I pronounce it right?
You're a very important audience because how old are you? You're 24 years old?
24 years old, yes, sir.
24 years old. Have you always been a Trump guy? And if no, when did it flip for you?
I'll be honest, it probably started in 2020. I was sitting at my house and I was on my couch just chilling. I made a video. I was like, you know what? I love Donald Trump because I heard about the whole tax thing. And I was like, we need taxes lowered, all that. I wake up in the morning and that shit's all over the news. And next thing you know, I'm at a Trump rally. And I was like, God damn, bro, this is a dream come true.
By the way, what's your favorite Little Pump song?
Gucci Gang.
Gucci Gang.
So you got billions of views online. You got songs that got billions of views.
Yeah,
so
billions.
You've been very successful in your space.
Yes, sir.
When you went out there and became supportive of Trump, who in the hip-hop community called and says, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? Did anybody call you and tell you anything?
I'll be honest. Wait.
The mic shut off.
Hello, hello. Hello?
Can you guys hear him?
Yeah,
you hear him?
Yeah.
Do you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Good? All right. So, yeah, what I believe in is, like, everybody has their own opinion, right? So, like, I have a lot of friends that stop talking to me just because I endorse Trump and all that. And I'm like, it's our own opinion, bro. It shouldn't be nothing personal. And, you know, like, I lost a lot of shit just because of endorsing Trump, but I don't care about that, bro, because I want this country to be great again. You know what's happened this 4 years. It's been shit, bro, and we want Donald Trump back in office, baby!
It's great to see the different industries, different folks from different backgrounds, but they're sitting there saying, wait a minute, I'm interested in this. One of the stories, I think I got a call from Vanity Fair asking a question about, hey, what do you think about Barron Trump's strategy of helping his father with his friend Bo get on all these younger podcasts to get the younger men? What do you think about, what do they call it? The Bros podcast, something like that they're calling it, right? What do you think about this? I said, I think Kamala should do it. Why isn't she doing it? You know, it's a strategy, right? I mean, Kamala got, what endorsement has Kamala gotten so far? J-Lo?
Yes, J-Lo,
Taylor Swift.
Taylor Swift, which I went at her.
Everybody.
And they don't understand this, but they have a big following, and they're over there, like, endorsing this, and that's going to ruin our country, and that's what they don't understand. And it's horrible.
I mean, I love the perspective that you got the courage to get up there and say that. Make some noise, everybody. A Little Pump. Awesome. Thank you. So I got a question for you guys.
Thank you so much, boss man.
My man, appreciate you. I got a question for you guys. So, in the last 90 days, let's go July 13th. A lot of different things have happened. And by the way, I'm curious to know how you would answer this yourself as well. We were talking about this earlier with the elite folks that we had lunch with. There's been a lot of different events that have happened. You got the assassination attempt. You got Elon Musk coming out and saying, I endorse Trump, and they did that live that got 1 billion views. You got Joe Rogan. You got RFK coming out and saying, I'm going to be on this side. You got Tulsi Gabbard. All of these events that has happened, what would you say is the single most important event that's tipping the election? If you were to give 3, 4, 5 lists, what would it be, Brian? What would you say?
I would say, first of all, when the left talks about how Trump incites violence, last time I checked, they tried to kill him twice. Okay, so let's put the blame where it actually belongs. But forget that. Notice who actually supports Trump and who supports Kamala. It's people. The people that support Trump have built something. They've spent a lifetime building a brand, building a business, creating wealth, creating a product that people want, and creating employment. And those people pay a price when they're wrong. Those people have to come into contact with objective reality. Take a look at someone like Tim Walz or the people that are supporting that. We call them the ruling elite. Do they pay a price when they're wrong? No, they don't. They make their living with their mouth. They don't make their living with their hands. They're not having to get the food out there in time. They're not having to compete. And that is a very important distinction to me. So for me, I think what resonates for me is when I look at Elon Musk, when I look at Joe Rogan, all these guys who have built something on their own, taking risks and being honest about it. That's who you should always put your sort of energy behind, because I think that's closer to the truth than the other stuff. The other side all they're good at doing is controlling a narrative none of us believe in. Is it weird when the news talks about how this is going on and this is going on, and the rest of us are living in the real world and we go, I don't see it. I don't see all the stuff they're talking about. So I just think at the end of the day, it becomes madness.
All the events, everything happened, all the stuff we've heard. What are the top 5 most influential things that's going to be the tipping point of the 2024 election?
5, just off the top of my head, I think number 1, and this is no joke, and I think everybody will attest, Elon Musk spending $46 billion and losing money for Twitter so we can hear everything. Because none of us would be hearing shit. You wouldn't be hearing anything. They could get away with anything if it wasn't for him, Pat. I think RFK coming to our side. I think Tulsi Gabbard coming to our side. I think the assassination attempts, plural, made people go, like the first one, they were like, oh my God. And then the second guy, people on the other side. I have liberal friends. I have liberal cousins that were like, oh my God, you're like, they're really trying to take him out. And I said, yeah, who is they? It's not a lone wolf guy. It's not some kid on a roof that all of a sudden, everybody in the Secret Service, all law enforcement, everybody, U.S. Marshals, everybody forgot how to do their job that one day. I think where's that at, Pat? 4? I don't know. I think that's it for me. That's it. But
Adam,
Elon's number 1.
Well, I think Trump is just due. So we were at by the way, if you get the chance to roll with PBD to the World Series in a jet, when he asks you what you're up to, just be like, yeah, I'm available. So that was awesome. But I'm going somewhere with this. So Aaron Judge, who is likely to be the AL MVP, he was doing horrible the first 4 games, right? Like, what was his batting average?
He was batting .93
and we said, you know what? He's going to hit a home run tonight. And he did. Why? Because he was due. I think if you look at Trump, just overall, Trump, guys, I don't know if you know this, Trump hasn't won an election since 2016. Now you might say, whoa, what happened, this and that. He won in 2016. They lost the midterms in 2018. They lost, allegedly, the election in 2020. They lost the midterms when there was supposed to be a red wave 2 years ago. We know that, right? The Dobbs decision. I think Trump is just due. There's also something else that I think that nobody's has brought up, and it's kind of out of left field. And it's this guy called Dylan Mulvaney. And when this guy...
By the way, fun fact, I think I need to tell him. I don't know a lot of people I don't want to tell him. It's a little embarrassing.
Tell him, Pat. Tell him. It's okay.
I don't know a lot of people who in their cubicle have a small little poster of Dylan Mulvaney. Adam does.
Adam
How
has
many guys
it.
believe me that he has that?
Yeah.
Adam's got a Dylan Mulvaney poster in his office. He's excited about. Go ahead. Where are you going with Dylan Mulvaney?
He's one of the hottest girls around these days. So I think there's a storyline there. I think Dylan Mulvaney represented something so absurd and so ridiculous, and he became the face of Bud Light. How many billions of dollars did Bud Light lose when they made him the sponsor? $9 billion. And whether you call it an agenda, whether you call it this message, whether you call it the woke mind virus, where Elon Musk basically stepped up because one of his kids...
I just want to take you back. Adam, I said, what is the most single important event? You're telling me about Dylan Mulvaney.
He's thinking about Dylan Mulvaney, Pat.
I think that concept made every like-minded, sane person
I'm not going to
be
get
like,
an answer out of this guy.
what the hell's going on here? They're trying to pass this dude as a woman. I'd rather have an asshole named Donald Trump that gets GSD, get stuff done, versus some fluffy little lady boy and make everybody feel good.
Okay.
So I think that resonated a lot.
All right. I still didn't get my question answered. So, Rob, can you play a clip of yesterday's podcast? Elon Musk and Rogan. Who watched the entire podcast? Musk and Rogan. Play this one clip from last night's podcast. Go ahead, Rob.
Well, I'll say it again, man. I think this is the last election. If Trump doesn't win, this is the last election.
I think you're
Rob,
right.
Can you raise the audio, please, so they can hear
I think
it?
you're right.
Okay,
I think people, and a lot of people are waking up and realize that have been lifelong Democrats. Guys like Bill Ackman.
Rob,
guys like
can you
Jamal.
raise the audio,
Exactly.
please?
I can't hear you.
Well, I'll say it
There we
again,
go.
man. I think this is the last election. If Trump doesn't win, this is the last election.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think you're right. I think people, and a lot of people are waking up and realize that have been lifelong Democrats. Guys like Bill Ackman, guys like Jamal.
Yeah, exactly.
Tulsi Gabbard switched over to the Republicans. Like, there's a lot of people who their whole life they've been left wing and they realize, like, I can't do this anymore.
You and I used to be Democrats.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
It's nuts, man. And if the Dems win this election, they will legalize enough illegals to turn the swing states, and everywhere will be like California. There will be no escape.
That is so insane.
This is the final. This is it. This is the last chance.
I don't think so.
Has anybody tried
And
to
I
push
just want to
back?
go out and vote. Vote like your life depends on it. Vote like your future depends on it, because it does. This is the last chance, man.
Patrick, I don't think so.
Brian, you've been friends with Joe for how many years? You and Joe have been friends
I've
for how
known
long?
Joe exactly 30 years.
30 years?
30.
Okay.
And he called me yesterday and he was nervous. But what I reminded him is this. Look, at the end of the day, the Republic is strong, you know, and I just don't think that this is the last election. And I got news for you. You know, a lot of the people that are coming across the border come from staunchly Catholic backgrounds. And they almost all overwhelmingly, especially the second generation, if you look at the stats, they overwhelmingly vote Republican. So I'm just not that worried. And by the way, I think we will endure. And I think if Kamala wins, we give her 4 more years to screw things up even worse. And the rest of us go. And then we got J.D. Vance. And that guy's a force of nature. Maybe J.D. Vance, Tulsi Gabbard, which I wouldn't mind seeing. You understand? So I'm optimistic. I think we're stronger than that. And again, I keep saying, remember, if Kamala wins, the Senate will be Republican. Try getting anything done. Just watch.
Question
It'll be
for
a
you.
stalemate.
Brian, 2 years ago,
Yeah.
if you and I are having a drink together, we're out there having, you know, doing our thing, I ask you, do you think Rogan will ever endorse Trump and have him on? What would you have said 2 years ago?
Well, I remember when he called me about having him on a long time ago. And I think what he was worried about was that, you know, if he has him on, there are going to be people on the right that are going to give him a hard time for not asking him, you know, certain questions. And then there are going to be people on the left who are going to be like, you didn't ask him hard enough questions. So you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. But I think what his strength is, and he offered this to Kamala, but she didn't have the confidence to do it, was, hey, come on, talk as long as you want, and let me see who you are as a human being. Let's see what happens after, when the cameras and everything else, when you forget the cameras are going. 3 hours is hard to hide who you really are. And I think that's his strength. So But I was surprised. I think at the end of the day, it was always a big decision, and it was a big decision all the way up to the end because it's dicey territory.
How many of you here, if I can get your attention, folks, how many of you here, by the way, are you hearing people speaking? Is that what the noise is a little bit? Guys, if you can keep it down a little bit, if folks are speaking. But question for you, how many of you a year ago didn't think Rogan was going to have Trump on? How many of you didn't think he was going to have him on? Okay, how many of you here a year ago said there's no way Rogan's going to endorse Donald Trump? Raise your hand. Look at this.
Wow.
That is insane. Raise your hand again if you said he wasn't. Okay, so let me ask you this. How many of you thought Joe would endorse him? Raise your hand if you think, yeah, he's going to endorse him. 5% of people said yes. 95% said no. So you got Rogan, who has the undecided independent voters. You got Musk, who leaves California and decides to say, I'm getting back behind Trump, and he's doing what he's doing. And then you got all these things happen simultaneously. Something strange is going on. Who knows if it's going to convert into the election or not, the being won or not, but we'll see. Little Pump, I know you want to say something before we move on. What's on your mind, man?
So, before I leave, I got one more thing to say. If you want freedom, vote for Donald Trump. But if you want censorship and all this bullshit and immigrants crossing our fucking border and committing crimes, then vote for Kamala Harris. But we're here to fucking save America. MAGA 2024. Pat, I love you, and I appreciate you.
Thanks for being here, Pump. Give up a little pump, everybody.
Great seeing you. So, I'm going to go to this next clip. Oprah Winfrey. Oprah Winfrey comes out yesterday. And here's what she said. I'll see about it. Oprah Winfrey comes out yesterday and says the following thing yesterday. Rob, if you got the clip, folks, you got to see this. Because after you watch this, I'm going to show you a different clip of what Oprah said. But go ahead and play this clip, Rob.
We don't get to sit
Raise the audio.
out. If we don't show up tomorrow,
listen,
it is entirely possible that we will not have the opportunity to ever cast a ballot again. And
by the way, this is the same person that said this to Trump nearly 40 years ago. Go ahead, Rob.
This sounds like political presidential talk to me, and I know people have talked to you about whether or not you want to run. Would you ever?
Probably not, but I do get tired of seeing the country ripped off.
Why would you not?
I just don't think I really have the inclination to do it. I love what I'm doing. I really like it.
Also, it doesn't pay as well.
No, it doesn't. But, you know, I just probably wouldn't do it, Oprah. I probably wouldn't, but I do get tired of seeing what's happening with this country. And if it got so bad, I would never want to rule it out totally, because I really am tired of seeing what's happening with this country, how we're really making other people live like kings, and we're not.
You've said, though, that if you did run for president, you believe you'd win.
Well, I don't know. I think I'd win. I tell you what, I wouldn't go in to lose. I've never gone in to lose in my life. And if I did decide to do it, I think I'd be inclined. I would say that I would have a hell of a chance of winning, because I think people, I don't know how your audience feels, but I think people are tired of seeing the United States ripped off. I can't promise you everything, but I can tell you one thing. This country would make one hell of a lot of money from those people that for 25 years have taken advantage. It wouldn't be the way it's been, believe me.
By the way, you know what's funny? Do you know the story is that at that time, it was supposed to be Trump running for office with Oprah Winfrey as his VP.
Really?
That's kind of how the story was about. And how do you go from that, being a good friend, to saying if he gets elected, what's the level of Oprah Winfrey to be able to influence any votes today? Do you think she's able to flip, or does she get the same audience that listens to her?
I think Americans are more and more I think a celebrity endorsement can be a liability. Most Americans realize that someone like that is so out of touch, has zero in common with anybody. So when was the last time she flew commercially? Really? Like, you're going to take your cues from somebody like that? So I think it's just incredibly condescending, and it's very interesting to me that the left has always tried to garner as much support from celebrities that are totally out of touch. I mean, I think it's actually, I think it really does work against them. It really does. I mean,
Okay, so let me ask you this. If Oprah doesn't work for you, how about J-Lo crying? Anybody saw J-Lo crying? Does J-Lo crying influence you? I mean, she's in pain, guys. She's emotional. Rob, if you have a clip of J-Lo crying.
I might get emotional.
I don't want you to. Don't be fooled by the rocks that she's got, but play the clip, Rob. Go ahead.
She looks good for her age, I'll tell you that much.
I promised myself I wouldn't get emotional. But you know what? You know what? We should be emotional. We should be upset. We should be scared and outraged. We should. Our pain matters. We matter. You matter. Your voice and your vote matters. And look, don't be afraid to make people around you uncomfortable. Invite people around you to be the change, to go out there and vote. Nobody likes having tough conversations or talking about politics, but trust me, I've been in some of these rooms. I see the way power works in this country. They love it when you do nothing, okay? A non-vote is an agreement. It just makes it easier for them to do whatever they want, whatever serves them. And this election is about your life. It's about you and me and my kids and your kids. Don't make it easy. Make them pay attention to you. That's your power. That's your power. Your vote is your
Rob, if you want to
power.
pause it. Do you believe her?
No, not at all.
Do you believe what she's saying? Do you get the reaction that she's being genuine, or do you think she's just reading a teleprompter? Vinny, what do you think? What do you think people are reacting when J-Lo talks to what she does?
By the way, am I the only one that just sees somebody that had, is it just me, or that once Diddy's list and everything came out, everybody that was talking with Diddy, you know what that sounded like to me?
When will we know?
I know Diddy has probably footage of me doing God knows what, and I was involved with a lot. Please, please vote for Kamala, because they'll probably protect me when shit hits the fan. That's what it is, bro. And yeah, you guys ready for a fact? You guys ready for this? Donald Trump was endorsed by RFK, Tulsi Gabbard, Elon Musk, Joe Rogan, Tucker, Dr. Phil, Buzz Aldrin, everybody. And guess what Kamala got? The Diddy list. Period. That's the Diddy list. Usher, remember Usher? Usher was like, you know, Usher was on The View and he was like, I don't get into the politics thing. He probably got a phone call and he came out in a robe dress and he was like, vote for Kamala, please. It's a joke. It's a joke. I don't trust any of them.
Tom,
period.
Do you have an update for us?
Yes, we do. There's a whole set of updates and a couple of key
Good
in
one.
progress.
Get up there.
Right.
Get up, hey, give it up for Tom.
All right.
I love him.
So we have several calls, and then we have some very important in progress. So let's start out with some calls that have been made in New England. We start here.
Yes. So we are taking a look, and we can see that for the states that were called by...
Can you guys hear Amy or no? You can't. Amy, grab the mic and put it a little closer to you.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah. You got to hold it up and bring it to... Yeah, there you go. Go for it.
Talking to your shoulder.
Okay. All right. As long as everyone can hear me. So we have several states that have been called. We have, when it comes to Donald Trump, states that we're calling over there. We have the state of Tennessee, which has been called for Donald Trump. Yes. We can see here that Trump has taken 69.4% of all of the votes.
Nope.
And then we move down and take a look at Alabama. Now, Alabama has also been called for Donald Trump. Yeah. Has it updated on our system? And then from there for Trump, we also have Mississippi for Donald Trump. Shout out Mississippi. Awesome. And then finally, guys, we have Oklahoma, which was called for Donald Trump. Now, many of these are really significant because these states were not called at the time the polls were closed in the previous election cycle. So we're seeing a lot of momentum for Donald Trump very early in the game. So this is very exciting, everyone.
I have something to read.
So right now we've got Trump 105, Harris 35. As you can see, the VT News finished map. But now let's go take a look at a couple states that is very important how they're coming out together. We first go to Georgia. 36% has reported. There we are. A long way to go in Georgia, but very promising. And the statistical analysis says that he's approaching a 79% probability of winning that. As you can see, as expected, the suburban areas strong. It says the urban areas going the other way. We also go take a look at very...
Tom, if you can do me a favor, speak into the mic. When you go up, we can't hear you. Speak into the mic.
Okay. And then we go to North Carolina here. North Carolina, tight as we expected, waiting to find out how much of the hurricane-affected areas here have a full voter turnout. Mail-in ballots, there is a lot of concern there. So right now, about a 40,000 vote difference, but based on where these are, a 59% probability for Donald Trump. However, a long way to go and a lot of votes to be counted. We're going to be coming back to Georgia and North Carolina because those are key states. And we're still waiting as Pennsylvania is yet to have reported anything of yet. So can we all just say together, just the abbreviation, don't say it on three. Give me a WTF. 1, 2, 3. I think that's what Americans should be saying. Why can one state be so far off, and yet you've got other states like Florida who have been able, through automation, to get almost everything counted to date. But that's where we are right now. We're going to come back for a lot of work in progress. But this is as expected. But North Carolina, Georgia, Pennsylvania were important.
Tom, I got a question for you. I don't want you to walk like you got a hunch, like the hunchback of Thomas Ellsworth. Just hold the mic, like if you can bring it a little closer, that's okay. At what point, which states, if he wins, which 2 or 3 battleground states you could say it's over with?
Pennsylvania is a huge one.
Pennsylvania and North Carolina.
Pennsylvania and who?
And North Carolina.
And
Carolina.
And North Carolina, but also Wisconsin. I'll read you something that Clay Travis just tweeted. Listen to this. Trump just flipped the gambling odds in Wisconsin. He's now favored to win 6 of the 7 swing states in gambling markets. Keep voting, pour on more steam, and sprint through the finish line. Damn, when the gambling odds are that strong, that's interesting.
Holy moly.
Good, awesome.
Good.
Yes, thank you, Tom. Thank you, Tom.
Is this working? Mic
So,
check.
check.
Oh, we're back. We're
check.
back.
Okay, good.
Is this working?
Tom, question for you. A lot of people, how many of you, when you're talking to your friends and family,
They turn it off.
a lot of the people that are your, folks you work with, or maybe they want to support Trump, they're like, look, I'm convinced there's going to be cheating. I'm convinced this is going to be stolen. How many of you have friends that believe that? Raise your hand if you believe. Okay. How effective is it when you hear these stats that Laura Trump and others have hired 5,000 lawyers to make sure everyone is being held accountable? Do you think their administration has done a good job preparing lawyers to protect anything that could happen that's illegal?
Yeah, Tom, take mine. No, I think that's good and prudent, right? When the Chinese start lining up ships and Air Force bases right near Taiwan, you take them serious. What we have seen is something we need to take serious, and I think getting those lawyers ready to challenge things, we have to be ready. It's almost like to have a fair election, you have to show that you are going to act swiftly and strongly to make sure it's fair. It's almost like, you know, in defense, that the best defense of a country is to show strength and willingness to take the step. And I think having the lawyers ready tells the other side, we're watching, we want fair elections, and we're going to protect it.
We talked about it earlier today. Ronna McDaniel getting out and Laura Trump taking over. Because if Ronna McDaniel was in, no lawyers, no nothing. She's in the establishment. I think him appointing, getting Laura Trump in there is absolutely fantastic. And again, I'll keep going back to X. You wouldn't be seeing any of these videos of people complaining and people saying they're closing the lines, we can't leave. People bringing camera phones and showing, I'm hitting Trump and it's hitting Kamala's name on these voting machines. So I think one of the biggest moves was getting Laura Trump in there because she means business and she's not playing games, and that's what I like.
You know, a story that nobody's talking about, something that's really interesting is I think what's going to happen is if you look at how the mainstream media is behaving, they are very, very worried. The money starts talking because people, so let me give you an example. Let me give you a stat. Washington Post over the past 4 years has lost half its readership. They lost $70 million last year. Jeff Bezos owns the Washington Post. He bought it for his daughter. That's why he's saying, hey guys, nobody is reading your articles because nobody trusts you. And the New York Times, you know why the New York Times, the great New York Times, you know why they make money? They're crossword puzzles. Nobody is reading their stories either. Maybe a couple pockets on the coasts. And so now what you're going to see is if these magazines, if these newspapers, if this media wants to stay in business, they got to start telling the truth. So to me, that's the silver lining, and nobody's talking about that story. But money starts talking, man, and the more you lie, the more the rest of us go, I'm not reading that. I don't read the New York Times. I used to read it cover to cover. I haven't read it in 10 years because I don't trust it. I don't believe it because they're lying. And so what you are going to see, like with the Washington Post, is people like Jeff Bezos going, hey, you guys, you suck. Get with it. Write the truth, or we're going to die. And that's what's happening. So I like that. That's what the free market says.
That's a very good point. Rob, do you have the clip of what happened at Maricopa County today where the guy came out with some bad news for Kamala Harris saying, wait a minute, you guys cannot be doing this, and publicly talked about it in the video? Did you guys see this in Maricopa County or no? What happened earlier today? If you haven't seen this, you got to see this clip because this is not a good look with people being held accountable. Rob, I put a thumbs up in the video that's in the text if you want to find it. Brandon, I think you have it as well because you texted to us. Rob, I'll just text it to you directly. And by the way, there's a guy who has been on our podcast a few times. He used to be hated 100% of the time. Then he went to 80%, then 70%, then 60%. Some people like him right now. And this guy's got a weird last name. His name is Chris Cuomo, okay? He may join us in a few minutes. Let's see what he has to say. Hang tight. While we're getting him ready, I want you to watch this video. Go ahead, Rob. This is Maricopa County. Let me say it to you before he says it. Maricopa County officials just announced bad news for Kamala Harris and the Democrats yesterday. Go ahead, Rob. Show this clip.
Of those approximately 1.4 million ballot packets, we have sent approximately 27,000 to curing so far. Now, what curing is that's the process by which we attempt to contact the voter if we cannot match the signature. We have cured about 15,000 so far out of that 27,000. We have until 5 calendar days after Election Day in order to cure as many of those as we can. Of those approximately 1.4 million ballot packets, we have sent approximately 27,000 to curing so far. Now, what curing is that's the process by which we attempt to contact the voter if we cannot match the signature. We have cured about 15,000 so far out of that 27,000. We have until 5 calendar days after Election Day in order to cure as many of those as we can.
By the way, Tom, to the person that doesn't know what this means, what did he just say? We've cured. What does that mean to the average person?
Well, to say he's curing means something is sick. And what was sick is they received a bunch of mail-in ballots. There were some signatures that they could not identify or that were improperly filled out. So they actually, in Arizona, make phone calls over a 5-day period to try to reach the voter. Did you vote here and drop this off? I'm trying to get your name and your signature to line up, and the ballot was not correctly signed. If they can contact it, then they say that that sick ballot is cured and it goes in the stack to be counted.
So is this bad news for them when something like this happened in Maricopa County that said we probably need 10 to 12 days to count everything?
I think Maricopa had those lawsuits with Kerry Lake last time, and so they're doing the right thing and being transparent,
That's
saying
good.
we have a problem.
But that's great to see that. When you're seeing that, all we want, if you ask the average person what they're looking for, the average person just wants a fair election. If we have a fair election, there's not a lot to be worried about.
Just tell me, please.
Were you going to say something?
Can I see an image of that guy one more time, please? I don't know who he is. I don't know what he represents. It was hard to hear, but I'm questioning his decision-making ability. Just shave it off, bro.
That hair, his hair looks like I caught on fire.
I don't know if you're left. I don't know if you're right. I know that. What I do know, Ryan Callen, is the one thing I hear of Maricopa County.
He looks like
I got better hair than that guy does.
Prince from Britain.
Yeah, he's
Isn't that guy's hair like that?
Henry's cousin.
Is that hair?
See what you're trying to. We have a lot of beautiful bald people here. Rob Garju. I see Sia Mack over here. See a guy just embrace it. Jason Statham. I don't know what he's saying. What I do know is Maricopa County. Is that the same county in Arizona where there was the Sheriff Joe Arpaio? This county seems to be a lot of nonsensical things going on. Callen, have you been following this for a while?
Probably, yeah. Probably. But it's a very important county. So they say as Maricopa County goes, so goes the state. So it's a very important county.
There's another guy in Arizona. I don't know if he's joining us. I don't want to, but there's a guy who maybe can take care of a few things.
Which guy from Arizona? By the way, do we have
pictures up there?
If they're here or not? Okay. Do we have a couple of our friends ready to come up, Rob? Yeah. Can we get Ricardo Aguilar to work his way up to the stage here, all the way from Bakersfield? Ricky, if you can work your way up as well as. What happened? Ricky's coming up. Ricky, work your way up to the stage.
Still awake?
And if we can have Jorge Masvidal. Jorge, if you're here.
One of the greats. One of the great fighters.
Jorge.
Jorge Masvidal,
Adam,
baby.
if you can give him the mic, and Tom, if you can give him the mic, let's have Ricky make some noise for Jorge Masvidal. Ricky Aguilar.
Jorge Masvidal, give it up. Give it up. That's a rare human being right there. Look at that. Wherever you want. You sit where you want, bro.
What is this?
Look at that.
How you doing, man?
Look at that. I'm producing estrogen. I'm producing estrogen as I stare at him.
So, Ricky, I'll come to you first. Who recognizes Ricky from the podcast back in the days? Anybody recognize Ricky? My man. So, Ricky, I'll come to you first, and then Jorge, I'll come to you. Ricky, you're in California, okay? And is my mic on or just went out? Let's see. What are we doing? Let me just hold on to this. Okay. So can you guys hear me or no? Is this better than the other one? Okay. All right. We'll stick to this. Ricky, you live in Bakersfield, California.
California, yes, sir. California.
Bakersfield, California. And your background, if you don't mind sharing with some of the folks here what your background is, family, and then, you know, where you stand politically with what's going on. Go for it.
Yeah, so absolutely, first of all, Pat, it's an absolute honor to be here with you. I remember we were sitting at a table just a few years back. It was a wooden table. It was me, Adam, Gerard, and Patrick on a little wooden table. To see that, the big PBD crowd here, this is awesome. Super happy to be here with you guys. Thank you, guys. Super awesome to be here with you as well. Just to give you guys a little bit of feedback, so we're actually from Michoacán, Mexico, which is a central state in Mexico, for my Mexicans in the crowd. But, however, my family came here. Obviously, they came illegally. They eventually became residents, even though that's what a lot of people find it hard that I'm Hispanic Mexican and I'm against illegal immigration. They're like, how? That's where your family came. I'm like, yeah, but if your dad killed somebody, it doesn't make it okay just because he's your dad. Don't work like that. You know what I mean? You have to have a family of laws. I have to have a country of laws. But anyway, grew up in the hood. My parents got divorced when I was 6. Grew up in the hood till I was about 13. Well, no, actually lived there till about 17 years old. Got in trouble, dropped out of high school my junior year. You know, so I come from that hood, bad background, getting in trouble, getting suspended from school, you name it, all of it. But then, you know, a few years later, got in because of my brother, which I give my brother a shout out, Alejandro, and the Dotoros and the Gaitans. I met Patrick, been working with Patrick for the past 8 years now, and he started giving me these ideas of, hey, so what do you think about the elections, and what do you think about this, and what do you think about that? I actually started in 2008, Pat, during the Obama election. So in 2016, I'm sorry, when Trump was running for president. And I think Trump just wants power. That's all he cares about, because in the Hispanic community, when all you watch is Telemundo, Univision, all this bullshit, you're brainwashed by this idiot called Jorge Ramos. And so Pat started to kind of give me some ideas, and well, here we are, supporting Trump in California in a red state.
Ricky, you know, your family, now this is interesting because we have you're Michoacan, Mexico, right? Yes. California.
Yeah.
We have Jorge is Miami, Florida, on a completely different spectrum.
Completely different
Cuba,
side.
right? If I'm not...
My dad's from Cuba, my mom's from Peru. I was born in Miami, Florida, Dade County.
So, and for both of you guys, the Hispanic vote right now is a very, very important vote, right? Your own family, when they're coming to you, are they saying, Jorge, what are you doing supporting Trump? Or are you seeing a lot more friends and family coming and saying, dude, I'm all in with this guy right now? What are you hearing yourself?
No, Cubans are firm Republicans. It's like it's before I ever had my ideas and stuff, they were firmly against communism, they're firmly against socialism. So there's one party that usually fights at like a dog, and that's the Republican Party. You know, it's obviously not the Democratic Party. And my dad escaped Cuba when he was 14 years old. He escaped with his best friend. His best friend's uncle, they found a tire tractor, and they turned it into a raft, and they hit the high seas. 7 days later, they got to the Bahamas, they got extradited. And I heard all these stories like growing up. I was like, oh, this is bullshit. You know, ain't nobody 100 miles. Why would you do that? You know, when I was a kid, and as I got older and I understood what communism was, I was like, wow, I get it why you put your life at risk. My other aunt, between Guantanamo and the nearest town, there's a huge land, and that land is rigged with minefields, because if you get to Guantanamo, you could get asylum, at least back in the day. So my aunt risked her life, you know, and she crossed the field, and a mine blew off, and it blew off her left tit, gone. And she's still kicking ass, you know. She's got some nicknames and stuff, but she's a badass, you know. And these are the people that like raised me and spoke to me about what this country means to the rest of the world, why they were willing to risk their life, which when I first heard this, I didn't understand. I go, why would you walk through a fucking landmine? Like what's behind you that could ever make you do that? And when I understood what was happening to them, it's where I decided on my mind, where all my politics, how I would stand, and my values, everything.
You got a big voice. I mean, if you think about Miami, what happened with Miami, DeSantis, Dade County, I mean, that's a lot of stuff that the influence you directly had, because we would keep hearing about you being loud about it. How many of you guys, some of the best fights you've ever seen in UFC have to do with Masvidal?
Yeah.
And I'm just watching, and I'm like, you have no idea how many great stories I got of watching this guy fight. So much fun to watch. Ricky, on your end, Mexican, family, novelas, right? Or you got Jorge Ramos. Some of the Hispanics that vote for Kamala, if they do, why do they? And some of the ones that you're seeing switching on Trump, why do they, from your perspective?
So in 2020, you got to remember, especially for us over here in California, we share the border with Mexicali, we share the border with Tijuana, and so a lot of people, he did for example, the thing with the immigrants, and people took that personally because the Hispanic community, along with the black community, they're very emotional. All you got to do is attack emotions, and that's it. It's game over. They're going to make you emotional, and that's what Jorge Ramos did. What a lot of people don't know is that his daughter, Paola Ramos, was actually part of Hillary Clinton's campaign when she was running for president. So obviously he wanted to support that because he wanted more access to the White House. Things that the normal Hispanic sitting at home would never know. And so anyway, but now in 2020, a lot of them were voting Democrat. But I'm very proud to say, Pat, that to my friends back home, and to all my friends, even people that follow me on social media, and they're sending me messages. Hey, I'm voting for Trump. Hey, bro, in 2020, I thought you were crazy. But you know what? The past 4 years have been a shit show, and we're tired of it. So they're making flags. Trump 2024, no more bullshit. So that's where we're at right now. And
Amen.
And just to bring this up, I was FaceTiming my wife earlier, and she got emotional. And she says, babe, when you're up there, don't forget that you're representing all those Hispanics that are tired of the bullshit, that came to live the American dream, that want things to be done right, that even though Mexico's our home country, this is first, America first. You're representing America first. And that's what we stand for. So, just like George, hey, we're Hispanics and we're willing to take the bullet. Screw it. You know, F it. We'll take the bullet. Call us whatever you want to call us. But little by little, we know that eventually the blindfold will come off and that you're going to see what's happening. So again, we're having a great turnout with a lot of the people. However, there's still about the emotional. A lot of the Jorge Ramos, he went down a little bit, but there's still people with the Kamala and how can you stand behind somebody that wants to take away birthright citizenship and whatnot? What they failed to forget was that Obama deported more illegal immigrants than any other president in history. What they forget is that he put the cages out there that they blamed Trump for in 2014. What they forget also is that Obama had Congress, had the Senate, had the House. He could have gave residency to the DACA recipients and chose not to do it. So don't ever forget that. Obama had the power to do it all, and he did nothing for you. And here you are begging for citizenship again, and they're not going to give it to you. They just play to the emotional tonality.
That's Ricky. Do we have Michael Chandler in here? If we can get Michael Chandler to work his way up, and I want to get a couple other people to come back next. Jorge, I'm going to come to you here right after this. Who would like to hear from a couple former mobsters to see what the world of politics looked like for them in the 80s? Maybe a Sammy DeBull Carvano and a Michael Francis. They're somewhere around here. We're going to have them come up here in a minute. Mike, if you can come up. Adam, if you can give your seat up to Mike. Jorge, I'll come to you. Why are you a supporter of Donald Trump? Why do you like Donald Trump so much?
2015, 16, I started seeing him do his thing, and he said one thing right in the beginning that caught my eye, and that was he said nobody was in his pockets. He said he was in all these politicians' pockets. He got him to do whatever he wanted to do, and nobody was ever in his pocket. He paid everybody off. So he was coming into the game with his own ideas, his own thoughts, and nobody could buy him. When I heard that, I was like, this is a man that if he says what he's going to do, it's going to be the best thing for us. There's no secret corporations behind him. There's no foreign governments backing him up. This is one person with his own thoughts, and he loves America, you know. So that's just how long I've been rocking with Trump, man. I love this guy.
And by the way, you know, can you imagine if somebody trying to tell Jorge, don't vote for Trump? I wonder, like Jorge's gonna say. Did you guys see that one clip when Tyson's like, what are you gonna do about it? Rob, do you have that one clip where the guy is like, listen, Mike, I mean, I'm not gonna do nothing about it. I just don't know if I, support your decision to wanna vote for Trump. Rob, if you got the clip, pull that up. Meanwhile, we have... Is this it? Go ahead, watch this, folks. Here's another one of those BMFs in the world. Go ahead, Rob.
I'm voting for Trump. So what somebody's going to do about it? I don't think anybody, I'm going to disagree with you. So what? What are you going to do?
What are you going to do about it? By the way, if you actually think about it, Jorge, Mike, if you think about it, who do you think has a bigger base of fighters who can actually do jiu-jitsu, MMA, mixed martial arts, fighting, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump? Who do you think's got a bigger camp of fighters?
Trump.
Mike.
Yes.
Before we even talk politics, I got a selfish question for you. What happened with your fight with Conor McGregor? Everybody wants to know. I've had a lot of different answers. What happened there?
Yeah, I think Conor's voting for Kamala. If he was going to vote for Kamala. No, he broke his pinky toe. So, yeah, he broke his pinky toe. We built it up for like a year and a half. It was a while. Made a lot of sense to wait. We did The Ultimate Fighter. And then it became very clear. I was like, I got to move on. And now I'm fighting Charles Oliveira in 11 days at Madison Square Garden.
Let's go.
So
that's a big fight. That's going to be a good fight.
Yeah, he's Dana's called it a #1 contender fight. So Charles is the highest ranked guy who is not currently fighting for the title. So I beat Charles Oliveira. I become the #3 ranked guy, fight Islam Makhachev, who I think is going to beat Arman Sarukian in January. And I'm the champion 2025. That's the plan.
So I got a question for you and Jorge. And Brian, you can chime in on this one because I think you're going to have some thoughts on this one. By the way, folks, if I can ask you guys a favor, if you're here, do me a favor. Don't speak up because I can actually hear it. And if you're on the side, please don't do that. If you want to talk to each other, just go in the VIP room or go out there and talk to each other. If you want to do that, you're here to network. There's many reasons to be here. But if you're in this room, just please keep it down. Can we all commit to that? Yes? Thank you for that. So this is a very important question I'm going to ask you guys, both of you. Remember how I said one of the most important events on what happened that, tipped the entire thing and all this other stuff? I think one of the things that happened is when Zuckerberg came out and he said he made a mistake giving the $400 million to Democrats. And then came out and said that the Biden-Harris administration kept telling him what not to post and what to post, okay? So, we've all seen the highlights of Zuck, fighting the kicks, and he looks like he's practicing. He doesn't look like he's winging it. He looks like he's doing what he's doing. What happens if somebody on the left, who's not a fighter, who's never done this, at 32 years old, he's like, I want to learn how to do jiu-jitsu. I want to learn how to grapple. I want to learn how to fight. What kind of an influence do you guys, professional fighters who get paid millions on top of millions of dollars to do this, what kind of influence do you guys have on a Zuckerberg when you're around them? Is there shit talking? Are you talking to him? What does it look like? And what influence do you think UFC had on Mark Zuckerberg?
I honestly, I got to meet Zuck at one of the fights, and obviously, yes, I think he and I we're on different ends of the political spectrum, believe a lot of different things, but I do believe that you can catch a lot more bees with honey than you can vinegar. And I did see that post. I think it was Vivek Ramaswamy talking about it, and everybody's like, yeah, throw him in jail and do this and do that. And I'm like, yes, there should be a little bit of accountability, right? But also, a guy like Zuck has a very, very heavy hand. A guy like Zuck has a lot of influence. So I just think Zuck started training. That testosterone started going through the roof. He realized what being
By the way, this is a very important point, just so you guys know.
He
Go ahead.
realized what being a sovereign individual means. You don't know how not sovereign you are until you stand in front of a man and he beats the crap out of you, and then you pick yourself back up and you do it again. Or you get choked out and then you got to get up and do it again. And I think that's why, I'm sure Jorge gets it. Everybody's like, oh, you're under Dana's thumb, and Dana's telling you to vote for Trump, and Dana's telling you to be a Republican. It's like, no, we just know what it feels like to be locked in a cage, and nobody can help us. Nobody can save us. So it's just, I think it's a different mentality, and I think Zuck has started to realize that, and now he's starting to lean over a little bit.
And to piggyback on that, they've actually done experiments where when they raise your testosterone, as a man, you tend to vote or at least lean more conservative. That's an actual study.
Why do you think that is, though? Why do you think that is?
I think it's probably because it just makes you feel, first of all, if you look at how conservatives talk, it is about self-reliance. It's about doing it for yourself, not relying on some big brother or some giant equalizer in the sky, man, because that's not how life works. And every time you feel good about yourself, it's because you came up against objective reality. For a while there, you were in a boat in the middle of the ocean. The storm was raging. You didn't have a paddle, but you found your way to shore somehow. That's when you learn who you really are. And I think it's impossible not to align yourself with somebody who speaks that language when they're up on a podium. Not somebody who's out there going, we need help, we're all victims, and we've got to equalize the playing field, but I'm the one who can do it. Me and my philosopher kings, because we had the education and we know what's best for you. That's really how Hillary Clinton.
So let me ask you this. That's a very good point. But let me ask you this. How many guys here do some kind of fighting, kickboxing, MMA? Who here actually goes and trains on a weekly basis? Okay. Who here can proudly say their testosterone level is above 400? Make some noise. All right, we're going to test everybody outside. There's going to be a way to test you to see who's full of shit. Who's above 800? Who's above 800? Raise your hand if you're sponsored by TRT. Today's podcast is going back to Masvidal. What would you say? I mean, if let's just say my son, who's over here, my son is 12 years old. Where did Tico go? Did he just move? He went to the restroom. He's 12 years old. Mike, you introduced me to Sean Soriano. And Sean brings DeMarcus. Tico, Patrick's been with Sean and DeMarcus for the last, babe, how long has he been with, how long has Tico been with Sean? 2 months? When did I ask you, Mike? Was it about a couple months ago?
Yeah, probably 2 months ago.
You have to see what's happened to this kid. The level of intensity, him training every day for an hour, hour and a half with these guys, kicking, boxing. What impact do you think your community fighters can have on a guy like Zuckerberg?
Well, I haven't got a chance to meet him yet, but if I meet him, the first thing I'm going to tell him is, get me off the gulag. Since 2020, they got me shadow banned heavy, man. Unmonetized, they don't let me make no money. So first thing I got to tell Zuck is, hook me up, brother, and then train with him, man. Maybe I show him some things, you hook it up. But I think definitely anybody that ever trains, you get this self-confident, you know, whether you win or lose, you kind of like walk into a room and you don't feel you have an ego as much, you know, and I think that definitely helps. And like Mike was saying, once you get your butt kicked a couple times, you know, it really makes you humble and it makes you see life a different way. All that money that you have really doesn't mean nothing in the bank when someone's on top of your face punching your teeth in, you know. So I think him training has just brought that side of him, you know. And also I think how rapidly the country was deteriorating was probably the biggest thing, you know. He saw what he did with the Democrats, gave him all that money. They censored speech, censored him on Facebook, censored the whole Corona thing, censored the laptop from hell. I mean, it was fucking nuts, bro.
So would you say, Brian, a guy like you, that the strategy to flip male voters is to make them softer, lower their testosterone, make them pansies, and then they're going to be voting the other way? Is that kind of what you're
That's
saying?
what they're doing with football now, you see, right? And basketball, these guys are painting their nails. They're doing all types of things that men have never done on like TV or even behind closed doors that I know of, you know? And it's crazy, and they're getting all this advertisement money, and they're just little by little trying to take the man away. First of all, they call men like us toxic. I don't know why, you know, because I don't paint my nails, I don't have earrings. It doesn't make sense, you know. But
By the way, this is such an important thing we're talking about. This is such an important thing. How many guys have sons here? Raise your hand if you have sons. What are you doing to toughen up your sons at a young age? What are you doing to toughen up your sons at a young age? Sports, fighting, self-defense, anything? So important. Matt, be ready. I'm going to pull you up here in a minute to come up if you can be ready. Rob, if you can pull up this clip. Who loves RFK's Make America Healthy Again campaign? There is a clip, I believe it's from September, Rob, that you're telling me. The clip from September of RFK talking about fluoride. If you don't mind playing this clip for the audience to see it, if you can raise the audio really loud, that'd be great. Go for it.
And on day one, we're going to declare an emergency like we did in COVID. But it's going to be a chronic disease emergency, and we're going to get the fluoride out of the water. We're going to get the chemicals out of the food. We're going to get the chemtrails out, the chemicals out of the chemtrails, and there's 1,000 ingredients in our food that are banned in Europe. And we're going to get rid of all those chemicals. And I know how to do it. And
this is one of the things that I'm very excited about on the health side, to see what's going on with Bobby being a part of it. And think about the Bobby side. Your excitement with Bobby being part of the administration. How many of you are excited about him being responsible for making Americans healthy again? How many it's more about finding out what happened with Fauci and actually investigating that part? See, people want to know what's going on over there. People want to know what's going on over there. Tom, do you have an update for us, Tom? Tom Ellsworth, is there an update
for us. People are asking for an update. Do we have any updates, Tom? You want to come grab my mic, Tom?
Greg, how you feeling? One of the hardest working guys in Red Rowdy. Make some noise for Greg. Him and the Team 40 band, they're working so hard. Him, Kelly, everybody else. Tom, can you give us an update about what's going on the last 20 minutes while we've been speaking?
Yes, we can. I always admit when I'm wrong, and I said it was 10 points in Florida. It's actually 13 and a half.
Oh my God. Wow. Tom, that's not 13, that's 14. That's 14.4.
Yep, and by the way, let's take a look. What percent has reported? 99%. Under the leadership of Governor DeSantis and our Secretary of State, they have delivered to us not only safe elections, but they've delivered to us results at 99% within 2 hours of our polls closing. Why can't the other 49 states do that? Now, we also have some things going on in Georgia. And take a look at this. Georgia, battleground state. Yep. That's 55% reported. 55% have reported there in the battleground state. Now, there's some urban areas, and there's a lot still to report there. But what's interesting to me is if we go back, and let's go back, look at the COVID election. Take a look at this. So Trump is 6 points better than he did in the COVID election as a percent. Harris, 5 points worse than the COVID election. You see that?
Wow. By the way, are you guys noticing what he just said? So in 2020, the race, 49.5, 49.3. Right now, Trump's got an 11%. But Tom, let me ask you this. What hasn't been calculated that maybe is majority Democratic county that's going to go the other way? Is there anything that's majority left, or is it pretty much 50-50?
Well, yeah, there are the other side of Atlanta. There's Fulton County and DeKalb County, and so there's urban areas there, but there's a lot of red areas still to go.
Can you go into Bucks County? Is there a way to go to Bucks County?
Yes, we can. We can go to Bucks County right now, but right now the probability for Georgia, 85% probability right now.
Wow, that's huge. That's very big.
Good.
That's huge. That's huge. So you're saying there's a 82% chance he'll win Georgia?
85%, Brian.
All right, so let's take a look at what's going on right now in Bucks County. So we can see that can you guys hear me?
Now we can.
All right.
Amy, just keep the mic a little closer.
A little closer. Okay, so as we can see, things are looking razor thin. These are some super tight margins that we have right now. But let's go ahead and compare to what happened during the last election cycles. We can see that in 2020, Joe Biden was up ahead by about, 4 points? And we can see that as of right now, Kamala Harris is up ahead by quite a significant margin there. 11% of these votes have been reported so far, so still a long way to go here, guys. Still a long way to go. All right, so now moving down a little bit further, Harris is still taking a slight lead against Trump there. Compared to where it was in the 2020 election, we can see it's pretty similar numbers. And then likewise, when we move over to the next county, but overall, guys, it is looking more promising than it was during the 2020 election. Still a long way to go, though. All right. All right, so now we have some pretty exciting news when it comes to Texas. When it comes to Texas, yes, it looks like Trump is going to win by a pretty impressive margin. We saw some counties come in. Dallas County, the votes were counted nice and early. We can see that Trump is up by 52.4%. And when we compare that to the previous election, we can see that he is crushing where he was back then. So
Tom, what was that?
This is half of Dallas and Fort Worth, so these are the more urban areas, which more typically lean Democrat, of course.
Got it.
But we can see that this time around, he's actually up ahead.
Got it. Tom,
else
can
have
you
we
go to Bucks County? Would you mind going to Bucks County to see what it looks like? Because that's the one that they were talking about that could be a problem. Okay, Bucks County, okay.
Yep.
Got it. That's what you were showing earlier. How many of it is in? Only 11%. Got it. Okay. So we will not know for a while. Anything else? Any other updates?
Yes, we have.
I'm about to bring up a somebody, you guys. Anybody want to hear from Dave Smith? Who wants to hear from Dave Smith? All right, hang tight. We're about to bring him up. Ohio. Wow.
Yes.
Holy moly.
J.D. Vance's state.
Brian.
Trump is up ahead 51.2%. Incredible. When we compare that to 2020, we can see pretty similar margins there, actually, but he's certainly up ahead right now. And we are calling this state.
So 2020, Trump won Ohio, or was it as of this time? Tom, question for you. Did Trump win Ohio 2020?
Yes.
He did. Okay.
He certainly did, yes. So
Got
this
it.
is,
So
yeah.
53-45.
And so, guys, in about 10 minutes, there's going to be a lot of other polls closing, so we'll have a lot more data at that point.
Awesome. Sounds good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Guys, make some noise for Dave Smith. Dave, wherever you are, work your way up to the stage.
Dave Smith.
Where is Dave at?
He's right behind you, Pat.
My man. Good seeing you, buddy. Very good to see you. So, Dave, we're coming right at you. If we can hand over a mic to Dave. Who loves Dave Smith, by the way? Anybody loves Dave Smith? I love it. So do we. Very smart. Dave, what's
Hello,
your
sir.
position? Are you skeptical? Are you optimistic? Are you pessimistic? Where are you at?
I am very confident that the winner of the 2024 election will be Israel. No, I'm sorry. That was my internal thought. It's such a weird election because, and I bet you guys feel this way too, right? Everything that you can observe with your senses, everything you can see, touch, taste, feel, tells you Donald Trump is running away with this thing. But we saw what happened in 2020, and who knows, Donald Trump's enemies are the most powerful entrenched interests in the history of the world, and they got tricks up their sleeves like none of us can imagine. So I wouldn't take anything for granted. It seems Pennsylvania is the big one, man. That's what it's going to come down to. If he can win Pennsylvania, I think he wins this thing.
Say that again. If he
wins Pennsylvania, I think Donald Trump is president again.
Okay, so Dave, you guys had a libertarian convention, right? Which Trump attended.
Yes.
Okay. Libertarians, majority of libertarians, some of them are going to vote libertarian, some of them are going to go for Trump. Yourself, you're a candidate that a lot of people want to see you run for president. We've talked about this multiple times, where when I talk to people that want to see you run as a candidate for libertarians, whoever's running today, everybody forgot his name. I'm not being disrespectful. Nobody remembers his name. They're kind of hoping for you to run. How many libertarians in this 2024 election gave up their libertarian vote and gave it to Trump?
Okay, so there are, broadly speaking, there are people who identify as libertarian, and then there are people who are members of the Libertarian Party. In terms of like libertarians in America, I think the overwhelming majority voted for Donald Trump.
Overwhelmingly.
And I would say amongst Libertarian Party members, even a huge chunk of them voted for Trump.
So, by the way, for you, like what area, if you were to say right now, between Kamala and Trump, you'll be critical with anybody and everybody, right? What area of Trump's campaign are you critical with, where you're like, this is the area that I'm not comfortable with, and did you end up voting for Trump?
Well, I'll answer the second one first. Yes, I did. I ended up voting for him. But listen, don't even clap for me. I had no choice. He's running against some hoe. What was I going to do? But listen, all right, I'm sorry. I'm coming out a little bit loose.
The ludicrous in you came out, but...
listen, Kamala Harris is, and I'm not just saying this because it's election night, and I know this will be like the crowd will like it, but she is the worst candidate I've ever seen run for major office in any party. It's insane. Like, if I just put it, forget even how you feel about it. If I just put it down on paper for you, and I was like, okay, listen, there's a candidate, and she's the nominee for the Democrats. And you'd go like, well, how did she win the primary? And I go, no, she didn't win a primary. She ran a presidential campaign 4 years ago and did so bad that she didn't make it to Iowa. She did worse than Pete Buttigieg. Yeah, you remember the 5-foot gay guy? She lost to him, okay? Not only did she's walked away from everything she was running on for president in 2020. She's not running on any of that anymore. She's also not running on her legacy as vice president, and she has no reason for why. Her answer to everything is that she grew up in a middle-class family, which is not special. I grew up in a middle-class family. I shouldn't be fucking president because of that. Like, look, a vote for Kamala Harris is just a vote for the machine. And Trump is not perfect. He's got his flaws. I've got a lot of criticisms of his first administration. I got a lot of criticisms of the campaign he's run this year. But he does exist. He is a real person, and we will have a president if he's the president. And if she's the president, we have what we have right now, which is no president, and the machine gets whatever it wants. And I don't know if you guys noticed, but the machine is the military-industrial complex. That's what you're voting for if you vote for Kamala Harris. And so, fuck that.
But you're also voting for a machine that doesn't represent you, doesn't hear you. You know, you get the feeling under this administration that complaining, it's almost like when you call Avis or a huge company. You're not getting anybody on the phone. And I think that the biggest threat is the fact that nobody actually feels represented. And she does. At least when Trump got shot and he said, fight, 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 you saw leadership. Now, he is flawed. There's all kinds of things. But at least you saw leadership, a coherent foreign policy, a coherent, at least when you say, I favor lowering regulations, that's coherent. That's an economic plan I can kind of follow. I still don't know what she stands for. And I get the feeling, and I think most people get the feeling that her handler said, all you have to say is you're not Trump. All you have to say is that he's a fascist, and they'll believe you, and we'll get through it that way. Just don't talk about where you stand because you don't really know where you stand. And I think that's what most people feel like. She's not a leader. She's just a mouthpiece for the machine, like you were saying.
But by the way,
if I can say something.
After you say that, I want to come back to the three of you with a question to see what you say on that. But go ahead.
I want to tell you, look, Americans that are of minorities are the only people in the world that think that people that look like you actually give a shit about you. You've never left the outside world. The dynasty that did the biggest genocide was the Mao dynasty. Guess what? He looked like them. The people that, Maduro and Chavez and Venezuela that ruined that country, guess what? He looks like them. The one that ruined Cuba, guess what? He looks like them. Stop thinking that because somebody's a female and they're black, they represent you. If you've obviously never seen the history of the world. Everybody that looks like you, who killed Cain? Abel, his brother. Who sold Joseph? His 12 brothers. Like, do you not understand that? The people that are going to screw you over the fastest actually look like you? They don't look like other people? Like, what part of that are you missing? It's crazy to me to sit in front of a goddamn TV and think, oh, they're black, oh, they're Mexican, oh, they're female, oh, they're Hispanic. They must have my best interest. Dude, you are a goddamn That's what you think. It's about you. And you got to understand that. And the faster you realize that, you start voting for people that have your best interest, not that share your skin tonality. By the way, Pat, who ruined Iran?
Who what?
Who ruined Iran? Iran. Who ruined Iran? Iran.
Who ruined Iran?
Yeah. Was he black? Was he Mexican? Or was he Iranian? The one that ruined Iran.
Maybe I can't hear what he's asking.
Civil War.
Who ruined Iran?
Who ruined Iran?
Yeah.
Who is it?
I don't know. Was it a Mexican guy, a black guy? Was it a white? Who was it?
No. We're not dealing with no Mexican or black guy. Who are you talking about?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
because he looked like you guys, so I'm assuming he had your best interest at heart.
I mean, listen. Kamala Harris is black. That's a part you got to read. If you're making a comment like that, you're offending a very big community in America. But I got a question for you, Dave. Here's a question for you. And you as well, Brian, and anybody else wants to comment on this. You said military-industrial complex. You said military-industrial complex. Guys, a story came out. Very important to hear this story. From Russia, here's what the story is. Trump could be assassinated if he tries to end the war in Ukraine. This story came out today from Dmitry Medvedev, former president of Russia and Putin's ally, warned that if Trump really tries to stop the war with Russia and Ukraine, he could face a JFK assassination style. Medvedev declared he won't be able to stop the war, not in a day, not in 3 months, and if Trump pursued peace, he could become the new JFK. Medvedev also said to Kamala Harris, calling her stupid, inexperienced, and controllable. How do you respond to this story?
I mean, I can't imagine anyone would actually try to assassinate Donald Trump. Oh, wait, they already did. Oh, but I couldn't imagine anybody who was involved in the Ukraine war effort would try to assassinate Donald Trump. Oh, wait, that's exactly who did. By the way, do you know, guys, you know that Donald Trump's second assassination attempt, okay? Do you know that that guy was a convicted felon who was convicted for possession of weapons of mass destruction? You can't make this shit up. And he then went to join the Ukrainian war effort and came back to America, and this raised no red flags. Like, dude, you can't have a goddamn parking ticket and get on an international flight without something going off. And by the way, the entire corporate media has had no interest in looking into any of these stories. Nobody is even asking, was he connected to intelligence? What was this guy's background? The first assassination attempt, the one that shot him in the ear, the official story is that they couldn't get into any of his phones and he had no social media footprint. Does anybody in this room believe that there would be a young person who was so politically radicalized that they would try to assassinate a president and they weren't on social media? What are the odds of that? 0? So all I'm saying is that, this is what Medvedev is saying is just obvious. Look, JFK was a threat to the military-industrial complex, and he took a limo ride through Dallas. Nixon was somewhat of a threat to the military-industrial complex, and he was totally set up and removed with Watergate. Donald Trump represents the third great American coup. They framed him for treason for 4 years. The entire corporate media, they actually think you're so fucking stupid that you would believe that Donald Trump was a Russian spy. The most famous person in the world was working for Putin this whole time? Like, how stupid is that? And there's no evidence to back it up. But so, are you saying, listen, they would frame the guy for treason, the sitting president of the United States. They would impeach him twice over nonsense. They tried to lock him up over all just bullshit. And they've already tried to assassinate him multiple times. So of course they would. Their only calculation is whether it's worse for them to do it or not. And if they thought they could get away with it, they would have done it already by now.
If they thought they could get away with it, they would have done a long time ago. Brian,
these people are killers, Pat. They'll kill for money.
I totally agree. And I now know when you look at the resources that Russia has, the #1 natural resources as a country in the world, $75 trillion. They're trying to get through to find a way to get rid of him so they can get in there, start finding a way to make the money. I understand that part. My question is this. Trump has said during the time of him being president-elect, he's going to finish Ukraine-Russia war. Do you think he'll be successful doing that, Brian?
I think that he's got two things going for him as a foreign policy president. One is that I think he's unpredictable enough, and I think he's sly like a fox. He wants people like Putin and Kim Jong-un to think of him as a very unpredictable guy. You never know. He's not controllable. He's his own man. And I really do believe that a lot of those people think, well, I don't want to piss him off because he might just do something irrational. And I think he's aware of his impact when it comes to that. But I also think at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised. I'll make a prediction. I wouldn't be surprised. Well, first of all, on the assassination stuff, I don't even think it's cloak and dagger stuff. I think when the left comes up with this catastrophic narrative that if he gets elected, we'll never vote again. If he gets elected, it'll be the end of our democracy. There are enough cuckoo birds out there that are terrified enough to do something drastic. We know that we have a lot of people that are not stable. So that's a pretty interesting way and pretty good way to get somebody to take a shot on him. Finally, I think I'll make a prediction. I think Trump will, it's very possible that Trump will say, hey, Putin, let's make a deal. And if the Russians balk, it's very possible that he will give Ukraine the kind of weapons that the Russians cannot afford to fight. It's going to cost the Russians a whole lot of material, money, and personnel. And he'll just keep upping the ante and go, you want to make a deal now? How about now? How about now? That's my prediction. I think he's got, people forget how significant the Abraham Accords were. They forget that this guy actually created an alliance and is responsible probably indirectly to an alliance between Saudi Arabia and Israel. Nobody else has been able to do that. The guy gets stuff done. So that's my take on that.
Dave, do you have final thoughts on this before we transition away from this story?
Well, look, I mean, if anybody has looked into the history of the Ukrainian-Russian conflict at all, I'll just say this. Vladimir Putin has wanted to make a deal the whole time. The whole time. What's his name? I always butcher his name. He's like Norwegian or something, but the head of NATO, Stoltenberg or something like that, he said, in his own words, he said that Vladimir Putin told NATO that if you just put it in writing that Ukraine will never join NATO, he won't invade. And he bragged about how he said, no, we won't be bullied around by Vladimir Putin. So we said, screw you, we won't put it in writing. And then Vladimir Putin invaded, okay? What the entire war in Ukraine is about, and I think far too few people in America actually know this, what the entire war is about is that the Russians have determined that it is their red line that Ukraine cannot be a part of NATO. Now, I know in our American head, you might hear that and go, hey, they should never get to tell us what we're allowed to do or something like that. But all I'm saying is think about it like this. Can Mexico join China's military alliance? Fuck no, they can't. There's no way we'd allow that to happen. When the communists tried to put nuclear weapons in Cuba, Jack Kennedy said he will blow up the world if they do that. Because, sorry, that was our red line. We cannot have your weaponry in Cuba a few miles off of our coast. We're taking that as a preemptive nuclear attack. And he meant it. And then he got on the phone and he made a deal, and we pulled our missiles back from Turkey, and they pulled their missiles back from Cuba, and we went on. This was Vladimir Putin's point. You can't have your military alliance in our biggest, most strategically important next-door neighbor. Now, I'm sorry, but that is reasonable. That's a reasonable request. And that doesn't mean that you love Vladimir Putin or that you're sworn loyal to him. To just say, hey, why the hell are we even expanding our military alliance to Ukraine? Who cares? And listen, Donald Trump, he always says that war never would have happened if I was president, and I would negotiate an end to this. And I gotta say, I think he's right about that. I don't think the war would have happened if he was president. I think he will negotiate an end to it. I I don't think he's right that Hamas wouldn't have attacked Israel if he was president. That seems kind of ridiculous to me. But he's right. If the Ukraine war could be over tomorrow if America wanted to negotiate a peace to it. Vladimir Putin's been trying to the entire time.
So in other words, what you're saying is, most likely Trump's going to be able to pull it off.
I think, well, the question there becomes, who does Donald Trump put around him? If Donald Trump puts Mike Pompeo, a.k.a. Liz Cheney's pick for defense secretary, if he puts John Bolton, a.k.a. Hillary Clinton's pick for national security advisor, then maybe not. Then maybe it doesn't happen. But if he listens to Tucker Carlson and Bobby Kennedy and Vivek Ramaswamy and all the smart people around him, then yes, he could negotiate an end to that war.
Ricky, can we switch with Matt Sapala? I want to have a veteran who's a veteran here, who served in the military here. Make some noise. Thank you for your service. This next gentleman I'm bringing up, in the insurance company that we run, he and his wife have been the #1 earner in the history of the company, and he's done 3 tours himself. Former Marine. Give it up, Matt Sapala. Matt, come on up here, Matt. All right, and if we can get Ricky's mic over to Matt. How you doing, my man? So, Matt, former Marine, 3 tours. You're hearing this conversation about war. Where do you stand? What's your position on what Trump's going to do if he were to win in regards to Russia and Ukraine?
PB, when you're looking at the military's ready to rock. That's our commander-in-chief. We're ready to go at a moment's notice. But when I'm looking at this situation, we're always thinking about, when we're always deployed, we're thinking about what we're fighting for. We're fighting for coming back home. We want to fight for our brothers in the foxhole. But at the same time, is it really what we're fighting for to go over there in Ukraine? And by the way, I think what's going on in North Carolina right now, I've not seen these type of numbers, but I think what people are starting to realize that this is what the government's trying to treat survivors of a hurricane versus the priority of the finances going to Ukraine and going to these proxy wars versus taking care of, and even taking care of veterans. PBD, there's so many people that have asked me, Sapala, and you know this, all the stuff I've gone through, L4 stenosis, all these different things I've gone through the military. I still have 0% disability. I've got my VA claim denied. So all these guys and the morale of the military today, they don't want to go deploy. They want to stay here and fight here and take care of home first.
Dave, do you agree? Do you agree what he's saying?
Look, I mean, I think there's no question. Every military guy who I talk to, every single one of them, I talk to a lot of them, they're all totally demoralized on the mission. And they know, I mean, they know better than everybody else that all of these wars, the terror wars of the last 20 years, were all nonsense,
Afghanistan was horrible.
Look, I mean, we got hit on 9/11 by a group of Sunni radicals, and then we went around the Middle East overthrowing regimes that had nothing to do with it, or trying to and then losing. The Taliban didn't hit us on 9/11. The special ops had taken out the Al-Qaeda camps by Christmas of 2001. And then the next 20 years we spent fighting a regime change war against the Taliban, who is essentially as guilty as a landlord who rented an apartment to a murderer.
Well,
like that was basically their crime.
I want to show a clip of somebody Dave is a very, very big fan of. Very big fan of. Rob, if you can play this clip by Liz Cheney, if you don't mind. I know Dave's a massive fan of Liz Cheney. If you have the audio is good, you can already see the reaction. Please play this clip from this incredible show called The View. Go ahead, Rob.
So I have a question. Are you also a lawyer?
Yeah. I am.
So you could conceivably be a great AG if this was... And I say this because your moral core is magnificent. Well, and I know you probably don't want it, you don't want to think about it, but I just feel like I would feel a lot better with you leading the FBI, the CIA, the NBC, everybody. That's just me. So I'm just saying, should it be floated? Please think about it.
And under the radar.
We have to get
Vice President Harris elected to
Yes.
really like.
Well, you know, I'm being.
You're putting it out there in the universe.
I'm putting it in the universe
Manifest.
because that's how we do things. Go ahead.
Pause. Okay, so Dave, big fan. Tell us why you like Liz Cheney as much as you do.
Well, okay, listen, isn't that enough right there to be like, your side deserves to lose forever? I mean, just that. Listen, first of all, Whoopi Goldberg talking about your moral compass. Did any of you guys ever seen the clip when she defended Roman Polanski? And she literally says what he did wasn't rape. Roman Polanski raped a 13-year-old. And she publicly defended him on the air and said it wasn't rape. It was statutory rape.
She's 13. She was 13.
Yeah, 13 is
okay.
considered not
Until it's
rape
your
to
daughter.
Whoopi. So that's, look, man, the Cheneys are your center of your moral compass. The people who are in the business of murdering babies. Like, that's your and listen, the only thing, by the way, I know it's election day and everyone's just all in for their people, and I understand that. But I just hope if you guys keep this in mind, okay? You know how much you hate Whoopi Goldberg, who's praising Liz Cheney right now? Okay, Liz Cheney is Hillary Clinton, is Nikki Haley, is Mike Pompeo, is all of the neocon warhawks. They're exactly the same. And just so you understand, who the neoconservatives are the American vanguard of the Israeli lobby. That's who they are, okay? Now, you may know that or you may not know that, but I promise you, go read some books about it, and I'm right. Fuck all of these wars. America is not threatened by anyone, okay? We have 2 giant oceans around us, a gigantic nuclear arsenal, and the most badass military force in the history of the world. No one poses a threat to us. The idea that anyone can even convince you that Iran poses some threat to the United States of America, the country that doesn't have nuclear weapons or an air force capable of delivering them here if they were to develop them, all these wars are bullshit. Fuck the wars, support peace and free markets and laissez-faire government and prosperity. That's the key to American success. It's why we're the greatest country in the world. And man, listen, even if Trump does win today, and I really hope he wins, I hope he wins within the next half hour so I can go get some sleep. But even if Trump wins, I hope you guys know that's just the beginning. That's the very beginning of the fight to save this country. And the next step is keeping all of the war hawks out of Donald Trump's administration. Liz Cheney should be launched to the freaking moon and never allowed back in America.
There's a guy that could do that, by the way. His name is Elon Musk. He could do that. There's a guy that could do it. His name is Elon Musk.
And we got a rocket expert on our team now.
By the way,
we might be
Matt,
able to.
I want to come to you in regards to what he said about Iran, but before doing so, I got to make sure I have these 2 guys who know how to fight to leave this place very peacefully because they got another place to go. That's about an hour away. Mike Masvidal, appreciate you for coming out. Do you have any final thoughts before you leave?
No, thank you for having me, and I appreciate you guys, and America will be beautiful tomorrow morning. We will fight. We will fight. I'm going to fight in 11 days. So watch that, Madison Square Garden. Yeah, he knows. But no, it's a pleasure, man. And like I said, you know, George and I, Jorge and I, obviously we fight in an octagon, but on the same team tonight for sure. And let's go, Trump.
Appreciate you guys for coming out. My man.
That's it.
Thank you for coming out. Brother, we'll see you. Mike.
God bless everybody.
I'll see you. So,
Christ is King.
We'll follow up. Thank you.
Making sure I'm at the right rally.
So, Matt, Dave Smith said Iran is not a threat, okay? And by the way, Tom, I know you got an update. I'm going to come to you. Matter of fact, before I come to you, Tom, do you have a couple updates for us with states? Mr. Ellsworth, I got to call his name 3 times. Tom has the system. Tom. Do you have an update for us? Do you have a mic with you? Give us an update, Tom. Go for it.
All right.
You got it, Tom.
Okay.
All right.
First of all, we have 4 calls. If you look at the VT News map, 4 calls in the upper Midwest.
Yes, guys, we have North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, and Nebraska. No surprises there, but still a victory for Trump.
And we have some very important updates coming. Georgia and North Carolina, these are battleground states. First, North Carolina, our statistics are now up to 92% probability now. With just under a 2%. Now, remember, this was razor thin, and you can see these gray areas here. That's the hurricane area. That's the hurricane area. So
Tom,
this
does
is,
that say 92% probability?
we're up at 92% probability with 50% of the precincts reported.
Got it. Okay.
Now,
Really good.
we go to Georgia. 50% reported. Whoop, what's going on? There we go. There, that's more like it.
73%.
220 lead. 220,000 lead.
But, yep. Trump is doing better in the urban cities by about a point and a half than last time, and that's where it all adds up.
Yep.
Quick historical look at Georgia.
Yep.
And you can see he's basically 3.5 points better. And not surprisingly, she's exactly 3 points not better. So that's for those 2 battlegrounds, which is key. Next, coming up at 10 o'clock, we'll have the rest of the mountain states, Montana, Idaho, Utah, and getting into Arizona. There have been some early reporting in Wisconsin, which is critical.
Wisconsin.
It's very early. It's very, very early.
Razor thin.
It's very early here, but that's a promising start. So we'll be back in probably 30 minutes with a lot of the mountain states and the all-important shift, because you can still see Pennsylvania, 21% reporting, but a lot of the rural areas are not reported. Remember, there's going to be 6 million votes come out, and so this is nothing.
If we can call those 3, if we can call Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, it's going to be an early night. So we're going to keep you guys updated as much as we can.
Let us know. And by the way, if you're watching it, I just got an update right now. Just so you guys know, we have almost 200,000 concurrent people watching us right now. 196. If you're watching it, I think we're ahead of ABC, NBC, a bunch of these guys that are watching us right now. And if you're out there looking at this, go to vtnews.ai to follow this closely. Go to vtnews.ai. The next 2 people I want to bring up, these are folks that made their money in many different models, and they were mobsters, gangsters. One of them from the Colombo family, the other one from the Gambino family. Are they in the room or no? Sam, do we have them in the room or no? Can you guys let me know if they're in the room? Yes? All right, make some noise for Sammy the Bull Gravano and Michael Francis. Come on up here. What a strange lineup of guests tonight. Well, guess what? This is what America wants. Not a bunch of people that went to Columbia University and Yale. They want to know what day-to-day average people think like and talk like. If we can work their way up, folks, if you're worried, don't worry. This place is safe. We frisked Sammy 7 times. He's okay. Good seeing you. How you been? Please grab a seat. Grab a seat right here next to Dave. And do we have Michael in the room? Michael somewhere around here. Michael, if you can work your way up here. While we're doing that, Matt, do you ever respond back to Dave when Dave was talking about Iran is not a threat? Are you in a similar page with them, with Iran not being a threat to U.S.?
Well, we have a, if you're looking at the conversation of the nuclear wars, etc., you know, we have so many different assets and allies on our side. So I agree. I agree that There's only threat we got, I think, is listen, when military guys who serve an oath, it's a fight against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and we believe, a lot of military veterans believe that the threat right now is domestic, not necessarily foreign.
And just to back that up, listen, if you read any of the founding fathers, their big concern was never that we'd be invaded by a foreign hostile power and taken over by them. The inception of our country was destroying the most powerful military in the history of the world at the time, the British Empire, and kicking their butts. Nobody is ever going to take down America, but all of the founders were very concerned that we could take down ourselves. And if you could tell me, if you can honestly right now look in Washington, D.C., and tell me that our biggest threat is some third world backward country with a GDP of less than $1 trillion, get out of here. The biggest threat to American liberty is Washington, D.C., and there's no close second.
You know, Peabody, the military recruiting numbers overall, only one branch of service has met the recruiting numbers. All branches of service have been down in the recruiting numbers.
Why do you think?
Because the thing is, the reality is, they're not proud to serve America. Because they look at TikTok, they look at social media, like, really, that's the service members out there? These DEI inserts, the different conversations. People used to say, when you wore that uniform, you are proud to be in that uniform. They're making a mockery of the military uniform. The United States military uniform is being made a mockery of. And on top of that, look at the Marine Corps. Marine Corps, the reason why they recruit, they didn't drop in the recruiting numbers because they never recruited to a job. They never recruited to a college degree. They never recruited to employment. They recruited because, are you good enough? Are you good enough to be a Marine? Are you one of the few, the proud, the Marines? Are you one of those things that can stand up for America during tough times? Well, the other branches of service, they recruited to a job, and now people don't even want to be part of that job, and the craziness has happened in the military today.
Makes sense. I mean, when I joined, you were proud to join the Army, but I want to transition to Michael and Sammy. Again, folks, if I can ask you a question, Vinny, guys, if you're here, please keep it down. If you want to flirt, network, do your thing, there's a lot of hot people here, but do it out there. In here, people want to pay attention to what we're saying. Please keep it outside. Vinny's looking for a wife. That's why I'm trying to help Vinny get a wife right now, guys. We got so many girls on Vinny right now, we can't get them off of Vinny. Vinny, please, let's stay focused, Vinny. Let's stay focused. I'm looking at Vinny with his biceps. Michael, Sammy.
You brought us back again, Patrick.
How you guys been? You guys are back at it again on the same stage.
I've been great. Really great.
It's great to see you guys. I got a question for you. My question is the following. Let's just say, Sammy, today, you're the underboss of the Gambino family in 2024. Michael, you are with the Colombo family, one of the highest earners, making $10 million a week, $8 to $10 million a month, whatever kind of money you were making, you were doing very well. If today, the Democratic Party hired a guy named George, let's call his last name Soros, and he came up to you and he said, Sammy, Michael, I'm going to give you guys $20 million to help us win the election in the following states. I don't care how you do it. Don't tell me how you do it. I need these 3 states. How would you do it? Michael, I'll come to you first, and then Sammy, I'll go to you next.
How would we do it?
How would you do it? If you can keep the mic a little closer, Mike, how would you do it?
Well, let me tell you this. Back in the day, anybody that we were able to corrupt, they were always a Democrat. Anybody that we were able to corrupt politically was always the Democrats. Couldn't touch the Republicans back then. It was always the Democrats. They were easier to corrupt. That's the truth. So if Soros were to give me $1 million, I got to be honest with you, Patrick. The way the government is today, you couldn't give me any amount of money to keep these people in power today because they're destroying our country. Destroying our country. You know what? I've said this recently. We did our thing on the street, and we're not angels. You know, Sammy will verify that. We weren't angels, but we would never do to the country what these people in office are doing now. No doubt about it. Amen. We wouldn't be out there hurting our children. We wouldn't be going for gender-affirming surgery in minors. We wouldn't do it. And quite honestly, and Sammy will verify this, we weren't big drug dealers. We wouldn't allow fentanyl to come over this country, to come into our neighborhoods and communities and destroy our people. We wouldn't do it. So what we would probably do is take the $1 million from Soros, and then Sammy would kill him, and that would be the end of it. Be all done.
You got it. I mean,
It's important for the viewers. This is an exercise. This is not real. Folks, it's a hypothetical question. Don't overreact. He's just giving a hypothetical. Yes. Sammy, how would you go about it? Again, be a devil's advocate. $10 million, you got to help him win the election. How would you do it?
let me tell you.
Keep a little closer if you can keep the mic.
Let me tell you a small little story. One of my guys came to me and said, Sammy, there's a guy who wants to give us $25,000 to kill his wife. We don't do that. But I turned around and I said, listen, tell him to give you $12,500 before we do it, and after we do it, we'll give him the other $12,500. And the guy who was in my crew said, Sammy, I thought we don't do that. I said, we're not. We're going to take the $12,500. We're never giving it back. And we're going to tell him, if you want to leave your wife, divorce her in a court of law. So giving me millions of dollars to betray my country, to be honest, Michael is right. I would have told him, okay, give me part of it up front, and then I'll betray the country. And he would be dead. So, you know, and I look at this election and what's going on, and talk about gangsters and stuff like that. We were totally different than everybody else. I think Michael could verify this. We know crime. We've done crime. So when I see Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party, I know exactly what they do and what they're doing. We've done it on a very small scale. It never hurt the whole country. These people are so greedy that they look at us, no matter whether you're black, Hispanic, white, man, woman, no matter what your religion is, we're all dirt to them. They want white liberal elites want to run the country, control it, take all of the money, and they want us completely helpless. That's why all this racist shit comes out and everything else. They got pit men against women, all kinds of different things. They tell women that Trump is going to take away your right. He took it away from the government. The government don't have the right to do that. And he gave it to the states. You still have a right to get an abortion. They lie about everything they say. And they try to pit men against women and all of the races and all these problems. And the more we argue and fight amongst each other, the easier it is for them to take everything. So I could go on and on and on, but I think Patrick will never invite me back. He can't do nothing about it now. He can't. I got guys in the audience. He can't get me off, but I'm going to back up.
Can you guys believe how much inflation has destroyed the dollar? You used to be able to murder your wife for $25,000. You can't even get a meeting with a killer for $25,000 today.
That's a discounted price. But Patrick,
That's a discounted price.
I have a question to ask. I have a question to ask everyone. And I really want you to answer me on this. Show of hands or whatever. Joe Biden, the information that I have had 3 racketeering indictments, 2 federal and 1 state, 1 brought on by Rudy Giuliani. I know that statute inside out and upside down. Trump was recently, they're accusing him of going on a revenge tour, that he's going to take revenge all the people that have come after him. And somebody asked me about that, Patrick, and I said, no, it's not revenge, but it's justice. Our people in power should not be able to get away with this stuff because we as American citizens pay for it. Now, I will tell you this. I'm going to tell you this. The information that the GOP, the Congress, has brought out against Joe Biden, the $27 million that went through all of these shell companies, He had 21 shell companies. I had 18. I know exactly the deal. These companies had no brick and mortar. They had no employees. They did nothing but collect illegal money. The guy is absolutely, there's enough information there to indict him for a racketeering case. I'm not saying he was convicted. Everybody gets their day in court, but indictment guaranteed. Why should our elected officials that we put our trust in, why should they get away with this? There should be a precedent set. I don't want to see him go to jail. He's too old. But he should be held accountable for his actions, just like every one of them. Let me ask you this. Nancy Pelosi, I have a little bit of a thing with her because her father was hooked up with the mob in Baltimore. Sammy, am I right? He got elected as mayor because we gave him help at that time. Nancy Pelosi has his characteristics. The woman has made $400 to $500 million. She's the best stock trader in the entire world. Okay, we go to jail for that, insider trading. Should they be held accountable for this or should they not?
There you go, absolutely.
Okay, that's it. Sammy, what do you think?
I agree with it 100%.
Thank you.
Like I said, we see this. We've dealt with it. We know what it's like. And it's right in front of our faces. And like I said, what confuses us is they have everybody arguing about something. And they just do what they got to do. I mean, they're telling people, women, you have no rights. That's the biggest bullshit question I've ever seen in my life. I mean, I watch television, there's a woman narrator, and 3 women guests. They're all over the place in everything. And they should be. And what they're feeding you is garbage. You can't do what you want to do with your body. That is so fake, it's ridiculous.
Sammy, I got a question for you. A story came out with you that you tried to bribe Trump, but he wouldn't budge.
That's right.
And this story came out in New York Post, I believe, just a couple days ago. You talked about this a little bit earlier as well. You and I have spoken about this before. What happened when you tried to bribe Trump?
Well, something came out in the New York Post today. Years ago, when I was in power, I was the underboss of the Gambino family. I ran unions in New York, and I was successful in everything I did. Then I turned around and I tried to reach Trump and try to bribe him to make him do some things with me. And I could have helped him with the unions, in business, all kinds of ways. He wouldn't do it. He just wouldn't do it. And it would have benefited him a lot. So finally, I gave up. And my guys told me, Sammy, let's go up his office. I said, no. Everybody around him is an ex-FBI agent. We'll go up there. We'll threaten him. We'll be in jail before we could finish talking. Fuck him. Let's just go on to the people we're working with. We don't need to do this. He was with the biggest gangster, or one of the biggest gangsters in that time. He wouldn't be bribed. So I had told the person who asked me, I said, listen, we blew him off. He was a rich guy. He didn't need to do anything. He didn't want to do anything. And he wouldn't take a bribe. He was a legitimate guy, and I went further.
Did you guys hear what he just said? So he had an opportunity to do business with them, but he wouldn't take the bribe for nothing.
Yeah, he would not take a bribe. He would not do anything illegitimate. And I'll tell you one more quick story. When I went down to Arizona, with my son had a restaurant, and
Sammy, can I hold that thought, because we got Chris Cuomo in, just wants to give us an update from New York, and I'll come to you in a second.
My BFF?
We got Dave Smith's best friend on, Chris Cuomo. Chris, if you're on, let's turn on the Zoom with Dave Smith's best friend, Chris Cuomo. Rob, if you're ready, where do we see this handsome guy? Chris, can you see us?
I can't believe how big this party is that you're having there, Pat. Congratulations.
Well, listen, I read a quote back in the days that said experts built the Titanic, amateurs build the Ark. We're just a bunch of amateurs building the Ark, so we're going to figure out what we're going to be doing. But Chris, you're in contact with everybody. I saw a picture of you earlier voting. I just wanted to say congratulations on voting for Trump. Are you proud of your vote?
I am very proud of my vote. I'll only tell you this. It was the write-in. Wow. And I can't wait for President Bet David.
Chris, what are you hearing in the marketplace? You're seeing Florida. You're seeing all these things that's going on. What are you hearing? What are people texting you? What's being said on the street?
Yeah. Turnout is very high. Election security has been good. This is a win for all of us. It's a win for democracy. So far, no drama. That's what matters most. Trump is overperforming where he needed to do well. Harris is underperforming where she was not expected to do well. Now it's going to come down to the blue wall. North Carolina and Georgia make that very clear.
Do you think we'll get a decision tonight?
Yes, I think we'll have a good sense tonight. Not on Congress, but on the presidential race, I think we will.
So tonight, based on what you're saying, I got a few relatives, I'm Middle Eastern, they're in Vegas texting me, is it a smart bet to bet for this guy from New York that now lives in Palm Beach, Mar-a-Lago? Is it a good bet?
Right now, you're in the money betting on Trump.
Chris, any final thoughts before we send you back to News Nation?
I got to tell you, I love it here. I love the team. I'm jealous that I'm not down there with you guys.
Well, we miss you, but Chris, in the flesh or on the Zoom, you look sexy as hell, buddy. Have a good time.
It's all makeup. All makeup. Patrick, I love you. Continue the great stuff down there. You're making a movement, and it's a movement we need.
Much
Keep
love,
going.
buddy. Appreciate you, Chris. Thank you.
Amen.
Thank you.
I still don't like him. I'm just kidding.
By the way, I got to tell you, Dave, respectfully, as much as the debate that they had, once it was over, it was the best conversation I was watching you guys have backstage. Okay, so for the
We fist
TV,
fought backstage.
for TV, I have to say, there was punches being thrown backstage, but they were actually talking, laughing, and having a good time together. Sammy, please finish your thought and your story you were saying.
I was saying basically after I went to Arizona and my son's restaurant, Steve Wynn sent down 2 FBI agents to talk to me, and they wanted me to tell them that I did things with Donald Trump. And I said, I never did anything illegitimate with him. They wanted him to lose his license in the casinos that he had. And he said, Steve Wynn will be very, very happy if you have something to say about him. So I told the agents, you want me to lie? And they said, come on, Sammy, we can't tell you to lie. Okay, then what is Steve Wynn going to give me? If he loses his license, this is very big for Steve Wynn. So do I get a huge job, a piece of his casino? What does he want to give me? And they said, Sammy, we can't get into all of that. And I said, good, get the fuck out. Trump is a legitimate guy, period. And I'm not doing nothing. You can't bribe me. You can't do anything.
Wait, did you just say Steve Wynn's people try to bribe you to say bad things about Trump, and he said, no, you have nothing to tell him?
Yeah, absolutely, yes.
Is that story public?
I think you're breaking news now.
I think we're breaking news. Wherever Steve Wynn is, there's a famous line I was about to say, but I'll skip it because my kids are here. You can say it if you want to say it, but that was an interesting thing right here. I'll pause. Michael, any final thoughts? I know I wanted to bring you guys up to kind of give you a perspective. I want to go to the next 2 guests. Do you have any final thoughts with everything that's going on?
Well, let me tell you this. When you got 2 former gangsters telling you that this administration is the most gangster we've ever seen in our lives, you know that we really got problems. So, no, I got to tell you this, and I really mean this. You know, Sammy and I are throwing our weight. Everybody we know from the street is throwing their weight behind Trump. He's the best good gangster that we've ever seen in our lives, let me tell you. And that's what we need in this country right now. We need strength through peace. We need somebody strong to stand up against China and Russia and Iran and all of this stuff that's going on. We need to shut this border down. I want to tell you this. People, I want to tell you this. Sammy and I, we have this all worked out. If Trump has any faith in us, I tell you this, we would have the National Guard along the entire border and tell everybody point blank, you come in with any drug, any fentanyl, anything, you're going to get shot. That's the end of it. People, seriously, we have to stop what's going on here. If Trump doesn't win tonight, people, I'm not a fatalist. Everybody in this panel will probably be okay. But we're really worried about our children, our grandchildren, and all of you out there. And we got to pray that Trump wins tonight. That's it. And like I said, he'll be a good gangster for all of us. That much I could say.
Give it up, Sammy DeBull and Michael Francis.
Make some noise.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. Thank you, Sammy.
Yeah. Hold up, Mike. And listen, I agree with Michael 100%, even though he's walking out on me. But I will tell you this.
Thank you.
I believe Trump is a gangster. He's tough. You saw him under fire. You saw what he's made out of. Putin and people in China. These are gangsters. They'll eat Kamala Harris and eat her up and spit her out. You need a Donald Trump to deal with people like this. You're not going to get somebody who she don't even know what planet she's on. She's a puppet for somebody else. Now, I'm not against women. There's a lot of, when I was a kid and I cheated on my tests, I always looked at a woman's papers because they were much smarter than we are. But they got a place in life, but that's what we need. We need Trump. He's a gangster, and he can help.
Give it up, Sammy DeBull Gravano.
Appreciate you, Sammy.
All right, here's who's up next. Here's who's up next. Maybe some of you guys have been waiting for this next person to come up. Sammy, good seeing you, as usual. Yes, very good seeing you. Who wants to see Candace Owens? All right. I'm going to bring up two guests here next to discuss. And if Adam saw, by the way, has my 11-year-old son sold you anything yet? He's running the merch. Is he running around? He just came here doing a deal. He's saying, I just signed a hat. This guy's going to buy this. I don't know what he's doing. He's working his ass off. He told me last week, Daddy, I want to be a salesperson. This guy loves politics. The other one loves sales. But the next two guests I'm bringing up, I just need to know that they're in here. Can you guys confirm, Rob, that they're in here? If they are, I'm going to bring them up. Can you make some noise and help me bring up Vince Everett Ellison and Candace Owens to the stage? Where are these guys? Oh, there we go. Candace. Vince, how you doing? How you doing, man? I am right here, Vince. Good to see anybody. You look sharp with your three-piece suit. You look amazing. Grab a seat. I love it. Grab a seat, grab a seat, grab a seat. If we got Adam or Vinny in the house, Adam or Vinny, either one of you guys, work your way up. Taulul. Okay. I'm texting Adam. Adam's flirting. Adam, this is what happens when you don't respond to text. Vinny, hit the stage. Everybody make some noise. Vincent Oshana, back up on the stage. Okay. Matt, be ready. You'll come back. Okay, we'll come back. Okay. Candace, how are you, Candace?
I'm good.
Yes?
I'm very good, yeah.
How are you feeling about tonight?
Vinny and I were just saying backstage, we're kind of scared to go to sleep. So he was like, does anybody have meth? Because we're fearful
Yeah,
that we're doing a 2020 replay where We all feel good. The numbers look good. We're excited. And then if we go to sleep.
Are you a little nervous?
I'm very scared to sleep right now. I'm very scared to sleep because of what happened in 2020. Obama tweeted 5 hours ago, well, it might take several days to count the votes. Don't forget it took several days in during COVID or in 2020. And so it just feels like they have transformed, or they're trying to make us forget that they used to count the votes that night, election night. And now they're trying to normalize it, taking tons of days, mail-in ballots. I'm just, I don't want to be too confident because I was clearly overconfident in 2020.
So let me ask you this. You're somebody that watches these things very closely. What's different about 24 versus 2020?
Well, Kamala's the Manchurian candidate, so there's that. There's a lot that's different, and I don't want to pretend that there hasn't also been some shifts, I think, in the Republican Party as well. I think we're seeing a different Trump. This is the first time that we've had a candidate that survived 2 assassination attempts. Right? And I think a lot of people are awake to what the implications are when you have somebody that they're trying to assassinate in office. I think Joe Biden, if you want to present him as if there's anything optimistic to say about Joe Biden, I would say that he woke people up to the fact that the president is not in charge, right? He's essentially been brain dead for 4 years. And people are going, okay, if Joe Biden's not running the country, who is? So I think maybe years ago, people thought a lot of this talk about deep state was a conspiracy theory, and people no longer think that. So it feels like there's a lot more on the line right now. People are motivated to vote. There's been a lot of changes, but I'm cautiously optimistic about the night.
Let me ask you a question, though. When you think about, and by the way, I don't think you're alone. I think a lot of people are there as well. But that whole phrase, whoever came up with the phrase "too big to rig," right? The idea where you're playing another team, let's say all these different deflate gates, who was the team that used to record? What was the team that they said in the NFL used to record?
They said it was the Patriots.
Patriots were recording.
It's always the Patriots.
No, but wasn't it
Houston Astros in baseball?
Houston Astros were doing that trash thing. That was a different story. But you gotta kind of find a way to beat them if the score is much bigger where you can't cheat. Do you think, even with the idea of a big lead, you're still concerned that they could find a way to? You're still feeling that. And if they did, how would they do it?
Mail-in ballots, people got very shy and scared after January 6th to say what I think most Americans know, which is that the 2020 election was stolen. I'm one of those people that I've said that since it happened. They radically transformed the way that we voted, and they did this in the name of COVID. And nothing made sense that night. We've never seen anything like that happen. And so I think for a lot of people, myself included, we've lost faith in our election process. I think you tweeted yesterday or the day before, do you trust the election process? Or if Trump loses, would you think that loss was legitimate? And I think the fact that we can no longer count votes at night and they tell us that it takes days doesn't make us feel good about the election process.
Vince, are you at the same place that Candace is at? Or are you thinking it's going to be a landslide victory tonight? Where are you at?
This is what I know. I know the Democratic Party is the evilest organization in the history of the world. I know they've been the party of slavery from 1800 to 1860, the party of the Confederacy from 1860 to 1865, the party of Jim Crow from 1865 to 1965. And now they're the party of Marxism, communism, transgenderism, abortion up to the 9th month, castrating little boys, calling them little girls. They are evil institutions. They will do anything to win. Anything. We have to know that and understand that. The whole civil rights movement was necessitated because the Democratic Party has been stealing elections for 100 years. That's not hyperbole. That's a fact. They were for 100 years, they were doing all types of literacy tests, intimidation, murder. This is their game. They're masters at it. And even right now, they do ballot harvesting, souls to the polls, bottle of liquor and a pork chop sandwich, street money. Whatever it takes to win, they will win. They will try it. But that's not going to happen tonight. You know what? because we're ready for it. They're going to try it, but it's not going to happen. We're watching, we're ready, we're prepared. They're going to try it, but the margins are going to be so loud, they're going to be so far, they're going to be so wide, they're going to have to sit down and they're going to have to give up on it.
Amen. By the way, this is very important. Do you mind if I tell them your brother, your family? Are you okay if I?
Oh no, would love to.
So
let
me tell you guys. Vince's brother is a Fortune 50 CEO. Is it fair?
Yes, Fortune 50.
His brother is the CEO of Lowe's for the last 6 years. You guys ever heard of Lowe's?
That's right.
His brother is the
Hold on, Pat, I'm sorry. You guys were supposed to do my cabinets last week and nobody showed up. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You're funny.
I'll deal with this later.
So I'll give him a call for you.
Yeah, sir.
When I was speaking, your brother and I were having a conversation, or you and I were having a conversation. My curiosity was, what values and principles did your parents raise you to produce these types of kids? Take us back to when you were 6 years old, 8 years old, 12 years old, 14 years old. I'm at the dinner table with your mom and dad. If I have a camera to see what the conversations were like, what did your mom and dad tell you to raise these two successful kids here? At least the two that I've met.
My friends, I was born on a cotton plantation in Hayward County, Tennessee. My father was a sharecropper. The only thing that kept me from being at the bottom of everything was that I had a father. But my father aspired. He believed in America. He believed in America. And all of our lives, he told us is one thing, that if you believe in God, if you work hard, if you bring good people to you and push bad people away, it is nothing you cannot attain in this country. My family has lived the American dream. We've lived it. But the one thing that he taught us that was very, very interesting, he said, if Jesus Christ has ordained something for you, no man can stop it. No racist can stop it. No black man, no white man. He's ordained it. So he said, don't march, don't complain, don't fight. Don't blame other people for what's going on in your life, because that's what cowards do. And I'm not a coward. So that's how we live our life. That's how the American people live their lives every day. They want to make us a nation of cowards, begging and crawling and marching, instead of saying, no, I'm going to earn what I get. I'm not going to ask the government for my freedom. I'm going to find them to come try to take it from me. I'm not going to walk around asking them to give me something. I respect the thief more than I respect the beggar. We're Americans. We earn it. And my father taught me to go out every day and earn it. That's the lesson. Believe in God. Bring good people to you. Press bad people away. And he said this to me. He said, they talk about white supremacy, white supremacy, white supremacy, white privilege. He talked about, there's a privilege being white. I said, but also a privilege to be black. There's also a privilege to be Hispanic. It's a privilege to be Jewish. It's a privilege to be an American. So this is the night that we live as Americans. And I'm proud to be up here with you, David. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you.
Anytime. It's by the way, again, that's something anybody can pick up from your parents for raising the two kids, the kids that they've raised. Candace, I was looking at data. So for me, I'm always looking to see case study. What is the difference between 2024 and 2020? One of the things that we talked about on the podcast a few weeks ago, that it showed in 2016, Trump got 6% of the African American vote, and then it went to 8%, and I think he's at like 18% right now. Why do you think that is, Candace?
I've been so excited about this. I've said black men have been my pride and joy this election. We've come a very long way, me and Black America, because they were just really biting the BLM rhetoric, and the world was going to be over because of George Floyd, and they've completely flipped on this. I mean, women as well. Black women are shifting as well, slower, but black men have done a complete 180, and I've been talking about it on my show. And I think it's you just can't keep running the same play before people start to look up and go, wait a second, my life was just better under Trump, right? First and foremost, I don't think black men were convinced by Kamala whatsoever. It has nothing to do with her being a woman, but she's been in office for 4 years, talking about how she's going to fix what's been going on for the last 4 years doesn't make any sense. And for people trying to use the excuse of, oh, well, you know, she's just the VP, tell that to Dick Cheney. You know what I mean? So I think of course, her also being the border czar, and that has been something that has been a threat to black jobs. And I really do think it just came down to, how are you living right now? They are looking at gas prices, they're looking at grocery prices, and they're realizing Trump wasn't that bad. And here's the other thing about running the same play. In 2016, there was a question mark, right? Nobody actually knew how Trump was going to be. So the media was able to use this propaganda. He's going to be just like Hitler. They're going to put you back in slave chains. You know, you're going to be back in the South picking cotton. And he was an unknown. So it was like, well, maybe if everybody's saying it, because they were so aggressive. We actually had never seen the media line up in a way against, I don't think, in my lifetime at least, any candidate the way that they came after Trump when he was running against Hillary Clinton. I've never seen them use that intense of rhetoric, you know, like really making people think we were going to be back in slave chains. It was that ridiculous. And then he gets in office and that doesn't happen. Actually, like, the gas prices come down, they're living okay. And so when they did the exact same thing, when they ran that exact same play again this time, they're like, all right, man, like, he's already been president, so you can't tell us that he's going to do all of these things when he had the opportunity to do it and he didn't do it. So it's more of a common sense response.
I think that's exactly right, but then I think there's a next step to it, right? Which is that, look, for all you guys here who are like Trump people, okay, you're going, but if you could just imagine, say, just the average person, in 2020, Joe Biden had a reasonable sales pitch, which is that he could say, and you got a picture, the election is in November of 2020. So we just went through the year of lockdowns and the riots and all of this craziness, and that comes after the 3 years that preceded it of all the Russia hysteria and all of this. And Joe Biden could say, hey, let's go back to normal. You know, I've been in the Senate for 700 years, and so let's just go back to normal America where things weren't this crazy. And by the way, I'm going to stay in my basement, but he at least had an excuse that it was like, well, there's a pandemic, so I'm doing the responsible thing. That was a very attractive sales pitch to a lot of people who were just, by the end of 2020, tired of all of it. But the problem is, in addition to what Candace was saying, which is absolutely right, then Joe Biden got in. And guess what? We didn't go back to normal. We went to something even crazier than the 4 Trump years were. And then that revealed that the problem wasn't Trump. This whole thing is, listen, Donald Trump is the least interesting thing about what's going on in America right now. He really is. Donald Trump, you can figure out who he is within 5 seconds of looking at him. You're like, okay, he's a self-promoter. He loves to promote himself. He always is on message. He's constantly in sales mode. What's interesting is that this country got to a point where we wanted the biggest middle finger we could find against the establishment. That's what's really interesting. And when you took Trump out, that didn't go away. And it doesn't, honestly, here's the thing that I know no one wants to hear tonight. It doesn't even really matter whether Trump wins or not. What really matters is that this movement against the corruption in Washington, D.C. continues on. That's what, it's much bigger than any one person. But to your point, they don't have that pitch anymore. What are they going to say? We're going back to normal under Kamala Harris?
Right. And I would also add, like, people really don't like celebrity endorsements anymore. You know? Like, I think the worst thing to be,
Wait, are they calling Pennsylvania?
No. Tom, are you guys you're not calling Pennsylvania yet. That's just 42% reporting.
Yeah.
42%. They just threw everybody off. Hang on one second. But do you have an update for us?
It's very, very, very quick. Very, very quick. He is just...
Tom, we can't hear you, buddy.
Tom,
Mike,
hold up.
closer to
mic.
you. Hang on. Guys, if Tom uses the mic, Tom talks dirty to his wife very softly. We have to raise the audio with Tom. Tom's method of talking dirty is soft. Please know it by now.
Let's go, Tommy.
His game. I'm sorry, Tom. On behalf of our crew here, take over. Go ahead.
Bailey and Brooke, I am so sorry.
That's his 2 daughters. Shout out to Bailey going to Rice, but go ahead, Tom.
So, As you can see, it's only 42% reporting, but as you can see, as the vote comes in Pennsylvania, he is now half a point up, and in Georgia...
Stop.
And in Georgia, 79% is reported, but...
79%.
But there's a lot of votes coming in from Atlanta, and so he's got just under a 6-point lead right now with a lot coming in Atlanta, but it's looking better every minute.
Tom, just don't overpromise, underdeliver. There's 2,000 people here that are going to chase after your red Ferrari outside. I just want you to know this. They know what you drive.
Numbers scream, and we've got a lot of good numbers coming.
All right, okay. But by the way, while we're doing this, I want to go back to Candace. Rob, can you do me a favor? Can you go on YouTube? Watch this, folks. Let me show you what's going on and what you're part of right now. This is YouTube. First, show how many people we have right now live concurrent so we can compare ourselves to everybody else. How many do we have? 191,000 people. Already a few million people have watched tonight's live broadcast. But why don't you go back, Rob, and show everybody else on the homepage, comparing us to everybody else. Go all the way to the top. Zoom in a little bit so we can see it. If you can zoom in. So let's see. No, I can't see the one on the left. NBC, got it. They're at the top. What else do you see if you go a little bit lower for live? Go a little bit lower, Rob. Who else do we see? Where's ABC at on that side? Got it. Who else you got if you go a little bit lower? Who else do you see? Election night. AP, 200,000. Okay. By the way, we're ahead of, there's this organization called Daily Wire. Nobody here used to be part of that organization. Daily Wire's got about 100,000 people on. Great job to Daily Wire. Megyn Kelly killing it with 115,000 people watching. You got ABC News, 67,000 people watching ABC News. What else we got here? NBC, 160,000. Good for them. Tucker's at 132. Who else we got? A bunch of other guys. Fox News, 62,000. PBD Podcast tonight, 190,000 because of you.
It's amazing.
And the guests that are here with us. By the way, 62,000. If PBD Podcast you want things to change, I'm telling you, we're right now trending at number 15 on Twitter. Go on Twitter and just tweet out, watching PBD Podcast. Post it on Twitter. Everybody is watching to see what the hell is going on tonight. With that being said, Candace Owens, please continue. You were saying earlier.
Well, I was also going to say that the celebrity endorsements, I think, are now hurting. I have to say, this was the first year where I was like...
You said they're not working. They're not working.
They're not working. They're hurting now. And you saw this because towards the end, they just ran out it was like every celebrity got the call in the last 4 days. But it was really interesting to just be in the comment section of LeBron James, you know, when he is basically supposed to be the king and black men are supposed to just listen to whatever he says. I mean, I am telling you, the comments under his post were 80% negative. I think there's something about it that feels very patronizing, you know, that they're obviously rolling out these people like LeBron James, even Barack Obama. Barack Obama, I genuinely think him coming out and rolling up his sleeves and talking to the brothers wasn't a good thing. I think the brothers got a little upset by that. It's like, first off, Barry, where have you been? Secondly, when have you ever been a brother? When have you ever been in any sorts of situations that would make you relate to black Americans? You grew up in Singapore and Hawaii, and you went to wealthy schools your entire life. It's an act. His name is Barry Soetoro, and watching him suddenly patronize black men and pretend like he's been a part of some struggle, I genuinely think they just got pissed off. I think they really went, okay, it's just too obvious right now. So.
Candace, are you trying to say that Cardi B's endorsement of Kamala did nothing to sway your vote? I know you and Cardi.
Or Megan Thee
Stallion. I mean, come on.
I gotta say, when Sexy Red came out and put her butt cheeks in the air, I was almost compelled. I was
Adam wants his vote. Adam flipped.
That one pulled me. That one pulled me.
By the way,
here we go.
You not realize too, Dave? You know what? Who are really pissed off? I want to know where, because Kamala isn't African American. She's Jamaican and Indian. How pissed off are the Indian community? Not one shout out. Like, you know, her cousin out there is like, why don't you give us one? Not even a hello, Raj, nothing. That's a billion people.
That's a good point.
She would have won. She would have won in a landslide if she just went, my friends from New Delhi. She would have won.
Vinny, you're going to
I'm
get yourself
telling you right now.
cancelled, Vinny. You're going to get yourself cancelled, Vinny.
I should have been in charge. No,
Vinny. Man, but wasn't it cool when Trump called her out? When Trump called her out about, playing black? When Trump said, well, she was Indian up to 3 years ago, and then she came out as black. And that's when the floodgates opened and people started checking. And everybody found out she was a liar.
And by people, you mean me, because let me tell you.
You've done great work. Candace is all
I just turned it in. I couldn't let go of it. I couldn't believe it. I actually went through her book, and every single relative that she posts is like a fake auntie, a fake uncle, and a fake black grandmother. Like this woman, by the end of her election,
she fake grandma.
Yes, caught. Red-handed.
Candace is right about that. Great work.
A fake grandma.
She posted a fake picture of a woman, and I can't explain it. It was like a black science. I just looked and I said, this is not your grandma. It was just the black grandmas are Caribbean grandmas. My grandmother was Caribbean. They're very in your face. They lovey-dovey. You're always like, grandma, chill. And you could just tell in the picture, I was like, I feel like this woman is the help. And then I started the investigation, learned that wasn't her grandmother, and then I got in touch with her relatives. I mean, I wouldn't let go. I was like, you cannot just post up a fake grandma. And her uncle told me that was not the grandmother, and then a Jamaican woman came out and said that's not the grandmother, and then Kamala's campaign.
Right now, with a little under 60% reporting, it's 51-47 Trump. Another national bellwether that we have in Wisconsin, Sauk, is holding the line too at 51-47. It's a really encouraging sign for a county out west.
Blake, what are you talking about with popular vote here?
So the New York Times, they have a bunch of dials. They have their electoral college estimate, their who wins estimate. They also have a popular vote estimate for the entire country. So, going in, I think the forecast was Kamala by about 2. And, that's what she'd need to probably win the election, win the popular vote by 2 because we have an electoral college advantage. Right now, they have Donald Trump predicted to win the popular vote by 0.3%. He's never done that. We haven't had a Republican win the popular vote since Bush in 2004.
I mean, that's unbelievable.
That would be
earth-shattering,
incredible,
right?
Earth-shattering.
Yes. Jeez, I don't understand this. Okay. Brett, what other county should we look at? How is Donald Trump doing in the WOWs?
So it depends here in Waukesha County. I'm still trying to figure out. I've been texting back and forth with the national committeeman, trying to figure out if the city of Waukesha is done reporting. If the city of Waukesha is done reporting, we're in the home stretch there. It's only going to get redder in Waukesha. Right now in Waukesha, we're looking at 58% for Trump, 39% for Kamala. I think you guys talked about this on the show a second ago. The 60% threshold seems to be the jump rope line. Ron Johnson got 62% there in 2022, and he won. Tim Michels in the gubernatorial got 58. Dan Kelly got 58 in our last statewide Republican race as well. So just trying to confirm if the entire city of Waukesha has reported yet. That'll make a big difference here in the WOWs.
By the way.
What?
Oh, no, I was going to say, Phil Klein over at National Review has said, we're seeing a massive shift in the Florida Puerto Rican vote towards Donald Trump.
That's funny.
While Harris won the demographic 52-43, Biden won the same group 69-31, meaning meaning Trump won by 12 points higher than Biden did the last time around. So, yeah, all of the stuff about the Atlantic and Tim Alberta and Tony Hinchcliffe and, Alex Bruzewitz, blah, blah, blah. No, it was all a complete media fabrication. And so what I want to look at now is, as a data point, what other media fabrications and media narratives were people chasing that simply were phantoms and mirages. Possibly Iowa is something that could, fall in that category. We're still waiting to see. We're waiting to see a lot of different pieces there. But I mean, my goodness, this huge shift towards Trump for Puerto Ricans.
Yes, Blake.
I'm saying, I think our dinner is ready. I'm going to go feast on it.
I'm going to keep streaming. So
go for it. I have not. I'm not hungry at all.
Can I eat here, or is that
No,
gouge?
don't.
Do not.
Yeah.
Please,
Yeah,
please.
Tyler, can we go through some of this data here?
Let's start diving into it. You if you
So Arizona, we were told 2.5 million. You can go ahead and eat, Blake. We were told 2.5 million early votes. They just dropped 1 million of Maricopa. That is basically a statistical tie, but Kamala up 2 at that, which doesn't make a lot of sense. So there's 1 million votes that are...
We're running the numbers right now. So as of yesterday, we had 540,000 Republicans that were reported as to have voted in Maricopa County. So you have some bleed, clearly.
No, this is not the full drop, though. Can't be.
I'm waiting on our team to get back to me.
How can 1.5 million?
I'm waiting. I'm waiting for our team to get back to me.
Donald Trump. Look, Donald Trump just took the lead by 20,000 votes.
What we're going to do is we're going to take a look at this and figure out where it's missing. Now, I want to put everybody in the driver's seat here with us on Arizona. We have probably an estimated 200 to 300,000 votes minimum that we believe Maricopa County didn't get to processing before Election Day today. So those, if they're trending in the same way as redder as we get closer to Election Day, there's a great likelihood that those are there. We don't believe that this is all the votes that are there from early voting. And then we also have a ton of drops that happen today too.
Mm-hmm.
So what's going to be processed tonight is going to be those Election Day results. We have the final numbers that came in today. We can share those. We'll throw those up on screen here shortly.
And just to be clear, we're up 24,000 votes in Arizona right now.
We're probably going to keep going statewide. Remember, Mojave County, we were up a ton. We had a lot. So Yavapai just dropped. We're up a ton. We have
It's a great drop.
Gila County,
Is
we're
Gila
up a
dropped?
ton.
I don't think Gila's dropped yet.
Gila will come. We're up a ton. We weren't down that much in Coconino County. Pima County still to come.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be ugly.
Yeah, it's going to be ugly.
Yuma County is going to be good.
And Mojave will be great.
And we will have some bump in Cochise County and La Paz and Gila. And then Navajo County as well. So that's all the way.
But just so the audience is tracking here, we had 2.5 million early votes verified by the Secretary of State.
That's right.
And only 1.3, and they say there's only 1 million in Maricopa. So there's a lot of Maricopa red votes that have not yet been tabulated, like 1 million of them. Or like 400,000 of them. Meaning that the report they sent last night was 2.5 million, right? Yes?
Yeah, so I'm pulling it right now with our team.
Okay. What are we seeing here right now, Jack? Jack, what is the vibe right now? Is it tilt Trump, tilt Harris? What is the vibe right now?
So it's interesting, right? Because it's tilt Trump. Yeah, obviously.
What is Meghan McCain saying?
Meghan McCain just tweeted, where did it go? She said, I basically said, didn't expect this early of a night. And, you know, the vibe is there. You got Meghan McCain saying that things are looking the way that they're looking. But at the same time, I think there's also a tension and a hesitancy because of the 2020 experience that we all went through of knowing that, look, things look good now, but who knows what's going to happen at 3 a.m. And so it is 10 p.m. currently on the East Coast. We are 5 hours away from 3 a.m. However, one interesting, and I'll just say it, piece that I remember from 2020 was that they stopped counting. You remember that? Do you remember what time exactly that was? That they stopped counting in 2020. And
so there's some, sorry to interrupt.
And
here,
that was what really canceled all of that. So that's something to really look out for right now.
So Pima dropped same time as Mojave, of course, which is where they basically are canceling each other out,
which
not
is
quite.
Great. But Mojave plus Yavapai equals Pima usually.
We're pretty close to that. Right now we're actually in pretty good shape. So the undervote right now for Democrats, I'll have to take a look at our poll from 2020, but the Democrats severely underperformed on early votes down there. It looks like we're at 170 to 99 right now. Mojave County overperformed, so we're 52-16 in those early votes. We believe there's still about half the votes to be counted in Maricopa County, half the votes to be counted in Pima, where you're going to get a large swath. And then we have
So quite a few rural votes to count.
But they're sitting on like 600,000, 500,000 earlies.
There is. I'm still waiting for our team to pull. Here's the numbers. Okay, we had yesterday. We're missing a lot of votes. So
missing.
So let me tell you.
They
what,
always report.
Find
like
the votes. Let me tell you what was reported as of yesterday.
2.5 million votes.
As of yesterday, it was just in Maricopa. It was 542,000 Republican votes, 426,000 Democrat votes, and 339,000 independent votes.
So that's 1.2 million votes.
So there is. The numbers don't seem to add up. So it looks like they're missing at least
200,000 votes.
Yeah, well, a little bit less than that. So it was probably about 150,000 votes in there, which is odd.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense, right?
It's very strange. But, this is Maricopa County.
Maricopa gave us incomplete data as we got closer, right?
Well, and then on top of that, we know they stopped processing or they were behind. So we are hearing from good sources on the inside that Richard was behind many days in ballot processing. Then we also know you have weekends, so you have weekend drops. We know that we were doing very well with our low propensity votes in those days as well in the last week leading up. So basically the entire last week, for the most part, is perhaps unaccounted for right now in Maricopa County and in early drops or early.
But when will they get to them?
So right now, as of where we stand right now, they'll count the votes that happen today in person first, and then they'll start processing.
And those should be favorable to us. Should be.
Yeah, I mean, so we.
What did we close on election day?
So today. This was I don't have the final totals. I'll get them from our team right now. But where we were at the 6 o'clock hour was 250,000 votes in Maricopa County. 91,000 were Republican, 103,000 were third party or independent, 54,000 were Democrat.
Yeah, okay.
So we outperformed significantly the Democrat Party, but there were a lot of independents who showed up.
And we don't know the drops. We don't know drops.
And I'll be honest, seemingly the independents were not favorable to us as much as we were hoping for. We're gonna run the numbers, but the problem is we don't have really complete data here. Because
we're missing Gila. We're also missing some of our best counties.
Maricopa County.
What?
Center County.
Did it flip? No way.
Charlie, not only did it flip.
Can we get Cliff on, please?
With 63% of the vote. See, CNN says 63%. New York Times has 66% in Center County, 51-48 for Donald Trump. Center County, State College, Penn State, 111,000. Record turnout when we were there last weekend for the Penn State game, which, by the way, Charlie, I do have to bring up a point with you here, man. Got to say it. So I went to the Penn State-Ohio State game, largest attendance of any Penn State game in history, and I did not wear earplugs.
Okay.
I didn't wear earplugs at all, buddy.
All right, let's.
So the quick math that we're doing here.
There's missing votes in Maricopa County, though.
They didn't report all the returns, so
it's still close.
It's 426. This is like par for the course with these idiots. It's like literally.
And just to contrast this, the first drop in 2020, we were down 9 points, right, Tyler? The first drop in 2020, we were down 9 points, and now we're basically tied. And it only gets redder from here. Become a member today, members.charliekirk.com. Right now, the New York Times says that Trump is favored to win Wisconsin by 1.1 points. Win Iowa by 11. Hear that, Ann Seltzer? Win Arizona by 4 is the New York Times projection right now. Win Pennsylvania by 1.9. And where's Michigan? Michigan by 2.1, guys. Wow.
Wait, hold on a second.
They're missing 200,000 votes.
The way these are moving, I just want to
Maricopa
put
County
this on
didn't
your-
report 200,000 votes.
So I think a thing with the New York Times
from the
dial.
beginning.
I've been around the block with the dial a few times. Maybe they've changed it, but the way I tend to remember the dial is they don't really adjust other states based on how other states are doing. So it's just they're looking at the results in each specific state. So given how far we've seen Pennsylvania move, for instance, Pennsylvania's basically moved I want to say, about like 2 points over the course of the night, and it seems like it could continue to move. Minnesota is only Harris plus 3.8 right now, and it is 2% in. So we might see that one start moving into territory. If we start winning these by enough, Minnesota is in play. It is. They currently have it as the closest one. They think Harris is still going to win. Virginia by 5. They've called that one. Nothing else too terribly remarkable.
Okay, I have some data to share. So I'm just eyeballing the votes that they have alleged to have been cast.
And we're missing counties. We're missing Gila. We're missing Graham. We're missing Cochise, which is a great county for us. Missing La Paz.
I'm going through all this, guys.
Apache, which is not good for us.
I'm going through all this.
And Greenlee. Okay, email us freedom@charliekirk.com while Tyler goes and...
Well, what I'm noticing here, what it seems like to me is the 200,000 votes they chose not to report.
Yep. Are from what district?
Appear to be...
from Glendale?
Appear to be redder, and here's the reason why.
Because the CDs aren't performing. That's why.
Well, because right now, like for example, yeah, exactly. Andy Biggs is like only 11 points up.
Right. So he should be like 25 points up.
He should be like 20 points up.
Right.
David Schweikert's behind, and we know that the numbers in CD1 were very favorable on Republicans. We were up like 20,000 votes for Republicans.
Mm-hmm.
So there's some probably redder areas of CD1 that are missing pieces there. I'm going to pull the entire breakdown. I'm going to have our team.
Can we bring Cliff in, please? Cliff, are you there? Can we unmute Cliff, please?
You guys got me?
Yeah, Cliff. Donald Trump has a 100,000 vote lead in Pennsylvania. What's going on here? They're saying that the rules are 95% in. So walk me through this.
Yeah, well, first I got to give you credit, Charlie. I don't think we're going to bypass Center County without you taking a bow. Let me actually talk specifically about Center and back up Jack here. Okay, Center County in 2020, the Dems won with 52% of the vote. And right now we are leading. Now, there's a lot of votes that come in, but Charlie, you endorsed Therese Holland. And Therese Holland is in a district that everyone said there was no shot she could win. You guys show up and do your event on campus. And right now it is 50-49. She's down. But the fact that this is even close, there's 68% of the vote in right now. And I want to talk to you about 2020 in this same district. So she's down right now 50-49. In this same exact district 2 years ago, it was a 56-43 loss for the Republicans. Right now is a 1-point difference. This is a monumental moment. Charlie, I got to keep saying thank you. I'm not trying to kiss your ass too much. That Center County event, we need you to do that in every single swing House district in the country for the next 4 years. I need you to commit to that.
Wait, hold on, guys. I'm sorry. Can you hold right there, Cliff? Ohio result. Is it true that Donald Trump won Ohio he won Ohio, guys, by 12 points, and it's still coming in? That's unbelievable. That's a good sign for Pennsylvania, by the way. Very, very good sign. So thank you, Cliff. That's very kind of you. Let's go. Any other counties we're looking at? Cliff, what is their path? If they were to win Pennsylvania, what does their path look like right now?
Philadelphia County. I mean, some of these Collar counties, I'm with Jack on this. They're still incomplete. If we look at Bucks County, right now we've got 43% of the vote. And back in 2020, we had 48%. So they are making some gains there. If I look at Philly County, right now we're at about 19%. That's trickling up depending on what site you're looking at. And back in 2020, though, we only had about 17, 18%. So we're making some gains there. If I go to Chester County, okay, back in 2020, we had about 41%. Right now, we're at about 43-44%. So, Charlie, the problem they have is there's not anything that they can point to say, listen, there is a chance for a significant amount of votes to make up for where they are, except Philly County. And, Jack, if you want to chime in or disagree, I mean, to me, Philadelphia County, that's their Hail Mary here. That's the only thing they have left that is going to be a significant drop that could really shift this race, because everything seems to be moving in Trump's direction in PA when you look statewide.
And it's certainly possible. I mean, we're still seeing only about 50% of the vote in Philadelphia. Kamala Harris currently under 80% in Philly. That's pretty expected, but there's just so much left out that we're still looking at. Bucks only has 35 in, Montgomery County 39 in, Chester County only 11% in Chester County right now, and then Delaware 26. So I mean, it's like, guys, what are you doing down there? And this is why when you see people holding votes like this is why you get people out there who get very upset about their elections.
Donald Trump is up 7 points in Iowa. Ann Seltzer should never be taken seriously. The New York Times says that he's going to win Iowa by 11. And she said that Kamala was up 3 in Iowa.
Did you see her? That's a big miss.
You are a disgrace, Ann Seltzer. You did the bidding of the Democrat Party, trying to bail them out on a weekend where obviously their internals were collapsing. Your career is over. That's all I have to say.
Do you remember? Did you watch her Mark Halperin interview? I watched every minute.
No, she defended it. It's unbelievable.
I watched every minute of it.
Yes.
And she asked, when they showed her Ryan Gradusky's tweet, and he said R's, D's, and the splits. And she goes, what does the R and the D represent on this?
No, I know.
Like, America's best pollster, folks. America's best pollster. And she seems nice temperamentally, but I'm sorry. That was just, I mean, your whole career just went up in flames. And your legacy just went up in flames. Your entire legacy, gone in the blink of an eye.
We should do a tweet about Seltzer. I mean, it's so pathetic. I mean, it's just.
Actually, let me see if anyone's.
Oh, I'm sure she's trending.
Yeah.
To me, the popular vote actually tilting Trump is the most remarkable result of this night.
Has she tweeted anything?
We're up to 0.8 estimated Trump popular vote win, and that's without anything coming in from California, where if California remotely reflects what we've seen in New York, New Jersey, we're seeing a big pro-Trump swing in places that are basically safe blue seats or safe blue states. Like, Trump could win by 1%, 2%.
I mean, I'm just going to because look, all the polls are closed. Basically, the New York Times gives Donald Trump an 82% chance of becoming president right now.
82, and it just keeps ticking up a little bit every time there's a new dump.
PA is going to keep going. And I mean, McCormick.
Yeah, how's McCormick doing?
McCormick's expanding his lead.
Members.charliekirk.com. This is a night you don't want to forget. We are signing MAGA hats for you guys. You might be living through history right now, guys. Members.charliekirk.com.
McCormick's starting to pick up some speed here. And
I don't know if Ann Seltzer's trending, but there's a lot. There's a lot of tweets about her right now.
And I want to point this out, too. Mike Rogers isn't that far behind Slotkin. So you've got Slotkin within striking distance. You got Tammy Baldwin within striking distance, 6,000 vote margin there. We just barely got initial drops with Carrie Lake and Ruben Gallego on the initial, which we knew it was going to be bad.
Donald Trump takes the lead in Arizona.
She's only down 6 points right now, which is really bad for Gallego. Because again, remember, Trump was down 9 points in the last presidential.
Just to be clear, Donald Trump was down with drops at this point.
By 9 points.
And we are up in drops. Donald Trump has the lead right now in Arizona. The lead. And they're playing all sorts of games over at Merck right now or whatever. I don't want to get sued. That's it.
We're not going to say the name of the company. No. But here's the deal.
We're not going to do that.
But they did withhold. They're missing 200,000 from what they reported yesterday. In
race call, decision desk. Georgia has been called for Donald J. Trump.
Let's go.
Good enough for them. Good enough for me.
All right, Charlie, back to Arizona. We're still waiting on Cochise. We're still waiting on Apache.
Dude, everyone's texting me as if it's over. And it is not over yet.
Yeah, and you know what? Screw these guys. I'm calling Iowa. We're calling Iowa right now.
Like that Trump is president. He's not president yet.
No, guys, we still have a long way to go. We still have Nevada. We still have Arizona. We still have Michigan. We still have Wisconsin. Pennsylvania is going to take 2 more days.
Crack the Rust Belt. Crack the Rust Belt.
It's going to take 2 more. Like, here's what
Georgia, the cake is baked, everybody. That is huge. By the way, email me, freedom@charliekirk.com. I want to hear from you guys.
Charlie, this might be a good time to let people know what the schedule is going to look like here for the next 3 days.
By the way, the margin for Trump is getting bigger and bigger.
So here's the schedule. So here's the schedule. Between now and midnight Eastern time, we were expecting Georgia, North Carolina, and potentially Michigan to be called. We're going to get partial results from Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Arizona, and initials from Nevada, because Nevada is going to be last to close here. Tomorrow from morning in the early morning time, we probably will have a decision on Wisconsin and for sure Michigan by that point. We probably still will not know Pennsylvania, Arizona, Nevada.
Guys, McCormick's up 1 in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that's what
he's
up one.
Yeah, he's up 1.
So Cliff, I got to ask you though, what is her path? Can I say it again? If she were to, is all Philadelphia County? I mean, when are we going to find that out? St. Patrick's Day?
It's Philadelphia, it's Bucks, it's Chester, it's Montgomery, and it's Delaware County. Until those get above 50 or 70%, I'm with Poso on this, we have to kind of wait and see if there's any type of major shift. But right now, I'd much rather be us than them, right? Philadelphia County, I'm not saying Philadelphia County is going to decide the race. I'm saying that's their only play. That's their only Hail Mary are these collar counties and Philadelphia itself. And look, we're doing the math here at PHA's headquarters. I don't see the math out there, but I'm not going to celebrate until I see what these election day totals are going to come to. But right now, when you look at what what Harris is doing in Philadelphia, I don't think there's any world where she tracks to the 603,000 number that Biden had in Philadelphia County. But we don't know because the votes aren't in. It's one of the most non-trusted counties in American politics. And so we want to see what they try to do, what they try to report. But there's no way they don't report election day numbers tonight. Jack, am I wrong? I mean, are they not going to report those that were election day? That would be a new low for them.
I mean, they could. It's Bob Brady, man. It's Philadelphia. You can't put anything past these guys. Remember, Barack Obama had a tweet up earlier today saying, we have to trust the process, and this could take several days to count all of these votes, and we really need to pay attention to our
Elon just
election
tweeted
officials.
game, set, match. That's what
let's not be arrogant.
Elon is sitting next to Trump.
I'm
right
not. I'm not spiking the football.
And there's no spiking the football.
Yeah.
And yes, they can hold back whatever they want to hold back in Philadelphia. And these are huge. I guess the only way they wouldn't be able to do that is if the Royals just come out with a much too convincing of a margin. So we'll see. Right, we'll really see. But I would not put anything. Bad things happen in Philadelphia. Do not put anything past them. So I'm staying frosty.
No, I mean,
I am staying
guys,
so frosty.
we
Call
are
me Jack
not,
Frost.
I'm not here till I get an AP call.
Call me Jack Frost. All right. So I am staying frosty, and I'm staying frosty. I will fly back to Pennsylvania right now if I have to.
So here's the problem.
I'll go down to the airport and hijack a plane and fly all the way there.
Here's the problem with what we have in Maricopa County right now. And I want to share this problem with everybody because we're going to talk our way through it. Because they decided not to report 200,000 or close to 200,000 ballots. We don't really know which ballots we're looking at. So we're going to have to. So our team in headquarters right here is going to have to figure out, try to decipher out what places we're missing, and that's going to start to tell us where we think we're missing.
Iowa, by the way, the New York Times says Trump's going to win Iowa by 12. Ann Seltzer, the gold standard, said that Iowa was going to be 3 points for Kamala.
Yeah, just a chill 15-point miss in your final flagship.
I've got a breaking inside source has informed me that Ann Seltzer has fled to Canada. She is on her way there right now.
It's not going to work though because Trump is going to annex Canada.
She's attempted. Well, she's going to have to keep going. She's going to have to keep going.
We can make jokes now because the election's over.
I guess we're going to annex Canada. We're going to buy Greenland. We're going to. No one will escape. Not.
All right.
Messing around.
Arizona continues to come in. The New York Times says 76% chance of us winning Arizona. Trump plus 4.2 is their current projection. Wisconsin.
I don't care who you love. Go away, do not touch our children.
Yes.
Is that right? We don't care. It's like, I really like this movement. Now, during this campaign, I'm gay, not stupid. You know what I mean? We don't care who you sleep with, who you love, but do not come close to our children. And whatever happens in America, it happens in European Union 6 months later. So I know if he will stop this, and he says, I'm going to stop this transition, craziness and madness, we're not going to finance it, we're not going to pay for it, it will be stopped in Europe. So what is this election about? For you Americans, it's about your family budget, inflation, World War III is about all of us. But there is a common ground between America and Europe, like family values, family safety, children's safety. World War III is one of the subjects. We want peace. And he promised to stop World War III. I mean, direction towards World War III. So it is important. I hope Pennsylvania, what is it now? It's 49%. If he takes Pennsylvania, we can open some nice bottle of some nice drink. So I'm happy to be here with you. Patrick.
I love it. By the way, just so you guys know, very soon Dominic could be the Prime Minister of Poland. There's two names. He is either one or two of people that want him to be the Prime Minister. So we may be seeing a Prime Minister of him being a leader of the country. How many guys would like to see that take place? Fully qualified to do something like that. So I asked this question earlier. And I'm curious to know what you guys will say. Any one of you guys can take this. Candace, you can lead the way with this. Let's say Trump wins. Rob, if you can get the Raskin video ready. Oh, this is Rob took a bathroom break. He'll be back. Say Trump wins. He's got, what is it, 70 days? How many days is it until the speech being given? How many days is it? 70, 80 days? Something like that, because it's December 6th.
If he wins.
January 6th, and then you got January 20th.
Yeah.
Let's just say 75 days left, okay?
Yeah.
During the president-elect season, do you worry phase one? All right, he won. Phase two, during that 75 days, what can they do to not make it official? What games can they play? By the way, a very weird situation that Tikram brought up earlier when we were talking. He said, what happens if all of a sudden during that president-elect season, story comes out Biden is sick? Something happens to Biden. You're worried about Trump getting assassinated. What if Biden gets assassinated during that time? The attempt. Kamala becomes president. I'm just thinking about how an enemy would want to take you down. What can happen during those 75 days until he is finally putting his hand on the Bible for the second time and everybody knows he's the president? Do you worry anything can happen during those 75 days? Candace or Dave, either one of you guys can take that.
I believe they'll try to use the fact that he's been indicted so many times to try to disqualify him. Somewhere they're going to try to pull out the 14th Amendment. They're going to try to use the January 6th thing. They're going to try to use some type of foolishness to try to get the American people to buy the lie that he's illegitimate, and they're going to use that to try to change public opinion. But as long as public opinion holds, they're not going to have a chance at it. But they're going to try it. They're going to say the January 6th committee said this, and therefore he's illegitimate. And we are going to try to go in front of the Congress, and we're going to try to pull out the 14th Amendment about the Insurrection Act or something to try to delegitimize the election. They're going to try it. It's not going to work.
Well, I would just say, like, use history as a guide, right? So, well, first of all, your point about Joe Biden. Look, Joe Biden, this could happen any minute. Joe Biden is so far past the point of being incapacitated for the job that Joe Biden is so old and senile that at any moment he might be removed. I mean this, that could happen any time.
They said he's crazy.
They already have the power of the presidency, so if Kamala got the power of the presidency, I don't think that changes the equation drastically. But I look at what happened last time. When he won the election in 2016, essentially what they did, right, was that, I mean, they had been spying on his campaign the whole time. They ramped up the investigation, and then they swarmed him with all the people who double-crossed Donald Trump, all of the awful appointments that he put in. The weakness that Donald Trump has is, everybody says this, supporters and critics alike. He's very subject to flattery. Donald Trump is an egomaniac, and if you tell him how great he is, he loves you. And so what you're going to see is a bunch of never-Trumpers attacking Donald Trump, and then you're going to see a bunch of people like Mike Pompeo, Liz Cheney's pick for defense secretary, going up and bragging about how loyal he is to Donald Trump and telling Donald Trump how awesome he is. So everybody who's a Trump supporter, it's our job from now, assuming he wins till January 20th, to make it clear that we do not support Donald Trump putting any neocon warhawks in his cabinet at all.
I agree.
None of them. Zero.
I 1000% agree. I think they already have their option B ready to go, which is an infiltration of the Trump campaign, this populist movement. I have been genuinely shocked to see how accepting he has been of the Never Trumpers. And this idea is that it's unity. No, they weren't with you in 2016. They weren't with you in 2020. They weren't with you in 2024. They were with DeSantis. And then at the very end, they're like, oh, never mind, we're with you. And he's suddenly making time for these like war hawk neocons.
Such as who?
And I think it is an insult, genuinely. It is an insult.
Who are you talking about, like specific?
I mean, like, I could name a ton of people, but I'll let Dave do that.
Mike Pompeo, David Friedman, those are two to start with right there.
And so when you see that, you're going, is that all it takes? Is just a little bit of flattery? Like they've been against you from these people were willing to have Hillary Clinton be the president of the United States rather than take a chance on you. And they never changed, not one bit. Not when you were president, they kept attacking you. And suddenly when they realize you are the option, they go, oh, we actually like you. We're going to throw some money your way. And you see Trump, he's so trusting and accepting. He's like, oh, I'm bringing people together. I don't trust that. I just do not trust that. And so my concern is that if this populist movement dies, the tombstone of it will read, flattery will get you everywhere, right? Because it's clearly brought them back into the circle, and I'm worried that he's going to have these people giving him advice. Put this person in the cabinet, put this person in the cabinet, and what you're going to have is essentially Liz Cheney's dream cabinet. So that's my fear. Now, the guard against that is we get him over the finish line, and then we hold his feet to the fire, and we say we won't accept it, just like Dave Smith said. So
you know what
I'm still optimistic. We just have to be vocal that we're not going to accept neocons and never Trumpers running the Trump show.
Here's what I would say. Here's what I would say when I watch, like, for example, in sports they say, matchups makes or breaks whatever the fight's going to be. Like, who am I matching up with? If I play against a certain team, I'm going to use a different strategy than another team, than another team, than another team. The same strategy may not work in 3 different elections. I think the one thing that I like about what he did with this one here, here's a guy that during this time, the last 2 years, not the last 2 years, probably the last year and a half, a big part of Israel, Hamas, Muslims, oh my God, Israel owns him, Muslims own him, this person's this, he's a Muslim, he's a this. All of this stuff that went on, that tensions went very high the last 12 months. I think we all know what we're talking about. We saw this, it was everywhere. So you got two people on how to handle a situation like that. We watched Kamala. Kamala fumbled it. Kamala went and told Muslims one thing, then went and told Jews another thing. So embarrassing.
That's got me
that
freaking
CNN
out in any way.
Have you guys seen this clip that CNN
again,
had to show the fact that have you seen this clip that CNN showed both? Oh my God, Rob, Candace hasn't seen it. We have to show this clip. How many guys have not seen this clip with the two? How many guys? Oh, you got to see this clip. This is
Biker, and that's massive. 108,000 votes in CD5,
which is Glendale, right?
They counted center first, and they're moving to the outskirts. CD4, 51,000 votes. Those could be largely in Mesa because Kelly Cooper was ahead. Kelly Cooper was ahead. So here's the deal, Matthew. I know you're listening to this right now. It looks like we're going to be pulling out ahead.
Hi, hello again on YouTube. Sorry for that glitch, guys. Can you retweet out the link just on there?
Okay. I'll tens of thousands of votes are coming pretty rapidly. I would be surprised if we have to wait too terribly long for this, unless they're playing games and they're just not going to report them. So that's good news. Eli Crane's winning. His race should be called fairly quickly here. That was considered a competitive district. last time. We have CD6 that's coming out here soon, and that is the race that we have with Juan Ciscomani. Juan Ciscomani is right now behind about 30,000 votes, but that's because we have a big Pima drop. I think we're still missing Cochise County. And then we are looking at this here. David Schweikert he's only 5,000 behind with all those votes missing. That's positive. So you should be. And then Andy Biggs is up now 30,000 votes, 36,000 votes, which is positive, he's getting more on the track, but he's only 15 points ahead. So he should.
New York Times is projecting a 2-point win for Trump in Wisconsin, and is projecting a 2.3-point win in Michigan and a 2.1-point win in Pennsylvania. Let's get Cliff back in. Can we get Cliff back in the discussion here?
Blue wall, baby.
Become member today at members.charliekirk.com, members.charliekirk.com. Also, you can email me, freedom@charliekirk.com. That is freedom@charliekirk.com. Okay, Cliff, any other data? Is the chance of Trump winning increasing? Please walk us through it. Cliff Maloney.
Yeah, so Jack and me are obviously looking at Philly County. We did get some new numbers in. Over half of Philadelphia is now in. And so what we're looking at right now is we're at 21%. It has been trending in the right direction. Dems are at about, obviously, like 77%. But that's 56% of Philadelphia County in. And I just want to remind people, we're at 21%. Biden kept Trump to 18% in Philadelphia in 2020. And like I said, we're still awaiting on 71,000 mail-in votes. So those need to be counted for Philly. But the raw amount that she has right now in Philadelphia County, if I'm looking at this right, is about 307,000. And once again, she's got to get to 600,000 just to match Biden. But with all these dips we're talking about, right? Lackawanna, Center County, all these areas where she's losing ground from where Biden was, that 603 number now has to go up. And so we're talking about her needing to get to 650 or 700,000 raw votes in Philadelphia to have a viable shot. Right now, 56% of the vote is in. A lot of that has been mail. So you're seeing the trends. I'm not saying Republicans are winning, but her margin of increased votes is decreasing. And she's got to get to 650 or 700,000. And she's currently at 307,000 raw votes. This is it, guys. Right? She's got to either dominate this county and then pad the numbers with the Coward counties, or one of the Coward counties, Jack, has to be some huge surprise that we weren't expecting. But right now, I love the way the numbers are trending.
Yeah, I mean, the Coward counties are pretty much what we expected. There's nothing that I'm seeing that's a mass surprise. There's nothing that I'm seeing that's like jumping out at me that's got me freaking out in any way. It's like, but again, Charlie, it's like you're saying before, it's with these incremental gains in the counties that we needed, the incremental gains in the West. And the big one that I got to keep going back to, and Charlie, this was, you going to Penn State. How many times did you go to Penn State?
Just once, but we did 5 events throughout Turning Point.
Okay,
yeah.
So 5 Turning Point events, and then you and I, we were there in Penn State.
One of the most epic Turning Point events of all time.
And Center County is, with 71% in, Trump is up 51-47 in Center County, which is a blue county. So you've got crossover Democrats there. You've got people coming out for Trump. You've got independents coming, 28,000 to 26,000 votes in Center County, Pennsylvania. So when I was talking before about how that was one of their blue wells that they would be able to draw from, it looks like Charlie Kirk stopped it up.
Well, you're very kind. That's very sweet. Guys, you can become a member today, members.charliekirk.com, members.charliekirk.com. I will sign a hat for you right here. The blue wall is falling in front of our eyes, guys. It's falling. Georgia is done. North Carolina is done. We're not ready to say Arizona is done, but
we're not Michigan just
yet.
New York Times just ticked up Michigan to 2.5.
So
2.5.
We are chipping away with pickaxes at the blue wall right now. So millions of us.
So I actually have with our team, I have a little bit of a prediction here. The 200,000, it's a little bit less, I think, 200,000 votes that weren't counted in Maricopa County. They should break about 60-40 for Kerry. Be in that ballpark. Kerry should be pretty much tied with Ruben Gallego in that first drop in Maricopa County. That is horrible for the Democrats.
Wow.
Yeah, and by the way, they're holding back a lot of votes. I'm telling you,
that is horrible for the Democrats. I can almost guarantee you, Stephen, who could see these votes. There's a reason why they held back these 200,000 votes.
It would have been a mass demoralization.
It's like I was going to say. It sounds like the recorder version of a seltzer poll.
And so I know I'm getting blown up. I have like 90,000 messages. What about Kerry? What about Kerry? Kerry is.
Tell them to watch the stream.
Back at 100.
Watch the stream. We're going to be here all the next 3 days while we go through this and wait for Pennsylvania probably to get litigated and Arizona to get litigated and Nevada if it matters. Is Kerry, my guess is probably right behind on the heels of Ruben Gallego once all the votes are actually counted. She's probably in the 570s. I'm sorry, when the math all kind of maths itself out, she's probably maybe 20 or 30,000 votes down. That is a huge improvement from where Donald Trump started.
And don't forget, some of the polling put Kerry in the last week, 2 weeks, much closer.
Well, and that's why people are seeing this right now. They're going, oh, that looks like the polling because it looks like she's 10 points behind. Guys, there's votes missing, and we know where they're missing from. They're missing. I just sent them to you and Charlie, Andrew, we're missing 67,000 votes in CD1, Scottsdale, and everything else.
Yep.
Where we know that David Schweikert was, or the Republicans were up like 30,000 votes. We're missing 51,000 votes in CD4, where Kelly Cooper was up like 5,000 votes on Greg Stanton, like unbelievably. We're missing 108,000 votes in CD5. Do you guys know where CD5's at?
Where?
Can I nationalize this for a second?
Yeah.
Because we got a lot of people. So if you guys have any questions about other races, please email us freedom@charliekirk.com. because
we'll go through some of these congressional races.
I do. Yeah. I just want to be clear. A couple things though. Donald Trump leads with an estimated 20% in Muskegon County, a county that Biden won by 0.6% and that Whitmer won by 8%. Which is amazing. Also, the Montana Senate race we have our eyes on. And if you guys want to become a member, I will sign you a hat tonight. It will be signed on the night you never want to forget. Members.charliekirk.com. Members.charliekirk.com. Truly.
By the way, Arizona just ticked up slightly on New York Times. CD5, by the way, is Andy Biggs, which is a rock-ribbed ruby red district.
We're missing 100,000 votes from that.
105,000. Don't cut.
Yeah,
don't
105,000 votes by our estimation.
Honestly, but every single 1,000 votes in a CD5 that are going to break 65% Trump.
Yeah. Or 70.
I mean, and Kerry's going to get the lion's share of
That's
those.
going to help Kerry.
Yeah, exactly.
I just got a funny one to share with everyone. White House official texts me that Joe Biden went to bed around 9:30.
No way. That's not even a joke.
And I literally, you can look at my texts right here, Andrew. There you go.
That's funny.
And look, I just got one in. Biden stopped watching around 9:30. Orders to wake him up if winner is determined tonight.
Yeah, do that second part.
So wait, this is sick. This is sick stuff, though. The fact that Maricopa County withheld. Here's what I believe is going on here. Okay, Maricopa County withheld results because the results are not in yet from Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. The entire face of this race changes once Arizona comes in and once Nevada comes in.
The smart people see what we see in Arizona, which is it's very good. Does someone have the Montana Senate race by any chance?
Yeah, let's get it. I got you.
Let me read that message.
It's worth reading.
Look, I mean, you saw it. You saw it come in. All right, I'm sitting here. Per Biden White House official, U.S. Secret Service is preparing to mobilize additional resources to Florida in the coming hours.
He's it's only 5% in. He's up 56-42.
Where Mar-a-Lago is, if you know.
So that thing's over. It's going to be over.
Charlie, let me give one quick PA thing that I think is a good insight. So if people are wondering, obviously the Democrats are all in on Allegheny and Philadelphia County.
Yeah, we just got new numbers in. Did you see the latest?
62%.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, 62% of PA is in. If you're telling me there's more, I'll dive in on those. 63% of Philly is in, but 87% of Allegheny is in. And so when I look at that, more of Philadelphia and Allegheny are in than the rest of the state, and Trump still holds nearly a 3% lead statewide. So obviously we got to keep track of those numbers. But for the fact that those are their strongholds, they're above the current statewide numbers. We've still got a lot of Republican votes out there that are going to be counted.
Guys, Rogers just took the lead by 1,000
Michigan?
votes.
Are you serious?
Roger, it's only 25% in.
Hey Blake, can you pull that? The operative word from Harris headquarters is
3,000
silence.
votes.
Silence.
The operative word from the Harris headquarters is silence.
By the way, New York Times has not called Virginia for what it's worth.
Decision desk projects Bernie Moreno.
Wow.
Decision desk projects
Let's go.
Bernie.
There you go. That's a flip.
So
That is a flip.
here's where we stand on the Senate, guys. We have a really solid shot right now in Pennsylvania and Michigan. So you got McCormick, an early Charlie Kirk endorsement, one of the first, conservatives to come out for McCormick. McCormick's got a real strong shot right now. You've got Michigan is
Rogers
heading in a really great direction because
it's crazy.
They're running out of blue votes. They're running out of blue votes, and the rest of the state, there's still places that are red that have not even reported across Michigan. And so they're going to play games, I'm sure, but they're running out of time because we're going to know Michigan by tomorrow morning. By tomorrow morning, if we're here, by the time we leave here tonight, we may know Michigan. Wisconsin looks really bad for the Democrats. You've got Eric Hovde. Oh, he just took the lead.
Wow.
Eric Hovde just went 7,000 up.
Wow. Wow was right.
Oh, Madison's out of votes. We'll have to. I thought we had Brett on the line. Did Brett ever get in?
Yeah, he did. We got to get him back. Guys, we might watch the blue wall fall. We might. I mean,
well, and this is a crash down, Charlie. This is literally a Humpty Dumpty fell off the wall, and the wall came down.
Yeah. By the way, New York Times says Wisconsin 67% chance of going Trump. By the way, this is happening gradually then suddenly. I want you all right now in the audience to remember what you're eating, what you're doing, what you're seeing. You might just be witnessing history right
Just
now.
went up 69%.
Yeah, you might. It's happening gradually then suddenly, guys. They're running out of votes, and we have a lot of votes left.
Ruben Gallego is only at
vote
52% of the vote right now.
That is not good for him.
With 50% reported right now, and the Green Party candidate has already racked up 30,000 votes.
Brett is still on the Zoom. If we can get both of them, both Cliff and Brett. By the way, become a member today, members.charliekirk.com. I'm signing hats for all of you. We right now have 177,000 people on the stream. Not bad for a pickup stream. So right now, Wisconsin is looking strong for Trump, man. That's a strong turnout right now for Donald J. Trump. And
Charlie, let me ask you guys, the Senate race there in Wisconsin.
It's huge.
And I'm obviously we're all optimistic, but tell me about that. The fact that that's competitive, Brett, congratulations. But how much is that a shift from what we were seeing?
It's massive.
Hey, Brett, welcome back. Brett is our what is his title? Wisconsin.
Well, he's the enterprise director.
He is the enterprise director for all of our national field program.
But he's also Mr. Wisconsin.
He's Mr.
With a name
Wisconsin.
like
Brett Galashevsky.
Yeah, Brett Galashevsky. That's about as Polish as it gets. By the way, can we just quickly?
Excuse me.
Can we get? By the way, what you just said, and we should get up on screen.
Exactly. Can we throw up 176 right now? Everybody, look at this map. This is the counties that have shifted red.
That's unbelievable.
Look at that. Look at that sea of red.
Tyler, look at that map.
Look at this, Tyler. That is a.
Where's it at?
That is a political realignment in our midst.
That is a once in a generation reputation.
That is a bad news
of the American Democrat. That is everything we saw on campuses, everything that we sensed, all that pulse. Again, I'm not saying Trump's going to win yet, but Cliff, Brett, fill me in. What's the path for them? What needs to happen here? I mean, they're running out of votes in Wisconsin, Brett. I'm looking at Dane County. I'm looking at Milwaukee. It's something to look at here, but Trump is up 40,000 votes. Brett, am I missing something in the great state of Wisconsin?
No, this is super incredible to see. I was a little worried about 10 minutes ago because it looked like Waukesha County was almost done counting, and they are. Waukesha County is essentially done here, and Trump's at 58.6, and Hovde's at 59.4. You have to hit that 60% threshold, and we might not get there in Waukesha County. However, we are racking the score up in Washington County, another critical part of the WOW counties. Trump's at 70% with a little under half of the precincts reporting. And then in Dane County, we're holding the line here, guys. The goal was 23%. Both Trump and Hovde are at 24. I'm shocked to see this, but I think the real story right now is going to be Kenosha County. We have an opportunity to offset that Waukesha underperformance in Kenosha County, something that might be the difference maker. Trump's up by 8 right now with a little over 75% reporting. That's a county he won by 3 in 2020, and that is essentially a Chicago suburb. So that is really telling, guys, Kenosha County.
Cliff, Allegheny County, my data people say that Allegheny 91% and Harris 60-39 was Biden 59-39. So we have to cross that stream. Are you worried about that? Are there good votes for us remaining? Is that a big deal? What's going on there?
Yeah, I mean, I think Allegheny County right now, I mean, based on what we did, this is one of our major targets, right? We know the Dems. I mean, look, you have to look at what they poured into it too. And they had tons. They probably had about 60 staffers on the ground just focusing on Allegheny County. But the fact that 87% is in, Charlie, they don't have the votes out there, right? Sure, the margin might not be where we wanted it to be, and depending on what comes in, I think we could still improve. But I just don't think they have enough votes out there in Allegheny County for us to think that it's going to be some shift when they're currently down by over 100,000 votes.
Andrew, can you read that from the New York Times? In the meantime, members.charliekirk.com. The New York Times now says Arizona is a 78% chance of winning. Trump by 4.5. The slow data here. We'll get to that rant later, but can you read the New York Times, please?
So, Cliff, this relates to Pennsylvania, so listen up. This is from Katie Gluick from the New York Times. Democrats bet big on abortion rights as a major motivator, and for many voters it was. But for some voters in states where abortion access is currently protected, the issue felt less urgent, according to a number of lawmakers and voters she spoke with while reporting in Michigan and Pennsylvania.
That means Trump played it right.
He played it right.
That means Trump played it right.
He played it right.
Guys, I don't want to celebrate too preemptively, but this is unbelievable.
If that's true. If that's true,
I think their
Trump played it
biggest
right.
mistake is thinking that black men in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh were going to be excited about the abortion issue as this number one issue. And I think Trump's messaging on the economy, it just worked. I mean, listen, we had 25 black PA chasers. And at first I was hesitant to talk about this, but the results that they got at the door, I mean, Charlie, I've mentioned this on your show before. They hate Kamala Harris. It doesn't connect. She's not authentic. And they connect with Donald Trump for a lot of different reasons. But I'll tell you, the biggest one is he puts more food on the table and more food in your bank account, or more money in your bank account. That's it, right? People try to overthink this. And Harris went all in on this idea that he's a threat to democracy and that Trump is this monster and that he's going to take away your right to an abortion. These black guys don't give a crap about that. And I just think, I mean, look, they didn't have to have increases of 20%. But if we increase this 5 or 10%, that's why you're seeing this lack of enthusiasm.
I got to interrupt you guys. Guys, I mean, Andrew, am I looking at what you're looking at?
It just ticked up as soon as I went to it. Here, hold on. Don't here. Production team, put this graphic. This is a big reveal of an update from the New York Times tracker. Wow. Trump is projected currently, now this could move, to win the popular vote by 1.1%.
Guys, you know what that means? Do you know what that means for America?
That's a mandate.
We're going to make it great again.
No, if that materialized, that's a mandate for mass deportations. That's a mandate for...
We're going to Mars. We're going to Mars, and they're going back. They're going back.
I'm going to tell you what else.
Think of the things that Trump said on this campaign trail, and he's winning the popular vote.
Guys, I think better things.
Hold on, Nate Cohn. For the first time tonight, we consider Trump likely to win the presidency. He has an advantage in each of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. To win, Harris would need to sweep all three. There's still a lot of vote left, but in the voting so far, Trump is narrowly but discernibly ahead.
Can I tell you?
Are they trying to let down their audience slowly? Is that what
I don't know. It's like a call without a call.
Have you heard the line, "The cat is on the roof"?
I have not.
So the cat is on the roof is like this. It's like and this is the Scott Adams thing, so I'll just say it. It's when you have to deliver someone bad news, you break it to them slowly. So let's say you're watching somebody's house and you accidentally kill their cat. Well, it's a hypothetical. So you would
be careful with what we talk about.
No, it's hypothetical. It's hypothetical. So you would call them up, and at first you would say, Hey, your cat's on the roof.
All right, enough, guys. Enough of this stuff. We're getting our feed pulled again. All right, seriously.
We're not going there. It's just delivering bad news. It's
Delivering bad
news
it's
in a slow,
totally
gradual.
fair.
Can I deliver some good news for us?
Yeah, seriously.
So we're in right now. So we're going to look at the congressional races, and we're going to get into this while we're waiting for results, like for hours and hours and hours for the rest of the time. So I'm not going to get way ahead, and I don't want to get way ahead. But right now in Maine 2, Austin Terriot is winning by 2 or 3 points. Just pulled that up. It is right now a 2-point advantage, which is great for Trump. And I haven't looked at that most recently for Maine, but that is one of the swing districts that we're looking at to retain the House. And let's talk about the implications with this. We already know we got the Senate. We got a unbreakable Senate now at this point. We're on a great track for President Trump.
Yep.
Now what we have to look at, can we get the trifecta of the House? Because here's what the Democrats' dream is. As soon as Trump gets elected, or he gets elected by the Electoral College, they were going to throw an absolute fit, 14th Amendment stuff, and then they were going to immediately, they knew that wasn't going to work, they were going to immediately impeach the guy. They can't do that now if we retain the House. So as we look westward, I've got a list of a bunch of different races that we're looking at that starts with Maine, that still hasn't been called, but that is a great track to be on. And this map overall is putting us on the beaten path here to have the trifecta.
I want to thank some of our members here really quick. I want to thank Ellen, members.charliekirk.com, Jacob, Ben, Kayla, Nicholas, Arthur, Charles, Brandon, members.charliekirk.com, Caleb, David, and more. That is members.charliekirk.com, as long as the website doesn't crash. You guys can get in the running for a free hat by taking out your podcast app, typing in Charlie Kirk Show, screenshotting and email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. Okay, how are we doing here on Arizona? We're still waiting for a lot of votes.
Arizona, we're missing 200,000 votes. So we just got news, and we'll talk more about this because, again, we don't want to get way out ahead because Arizona is going to be the program for the next 2 days.
Mm-hmm.
But we just found out by some reporting that was made available from the Maricopa County to their favorite reporter, Jen Feifeld, that they have only counted through last Tuesday.
Yeah, so it's the bluest stuff.
Yeah. This last week, we caught up significantly and got way ahead in places in CD4 and CD6 and CD1. And obviously, CD6 isn't really covered in Maricopa County, but CD4, CD1, and CD5.
We're going to be good.
We're going to be good. So, and again, I was just texting Carrie Lake's team. I feel really good. I think she's probably really close to Ruben Gallego on initial drops if they would have actually done their job and counted all these votes.
I agree.
And that, my friends, is a very bad place to be in if you're a Democrat going into Election Day.
Okay, so
that's great.
Great.
So you could have it coming out of this, a Senator Rogers, a Senator Eric Hovde, who's got an incredible mustache.
We can talk about that.
I'm growing a mustache. I already promised our staff I'm growing a mustache after this election.
Growing it back.
I'm growing it on behalf of Eric Hovde.
Charlie, will you grow an Eric Hovde mustache?
I don't have the capacity to do that.
Yeah, you would have a sick handlebar.
Got a pretty sizable.
Yeah. Charlie would have a sick handlebar mustache.
About that.
It would be a sick handlebar.
You know, when I first started working with you, you didn't have great facial hair. It's growing in. Yeah,
I don't grow great. Harris campaign chair says to CNN, "We'll see you tomorrow."
Oh, they went to bed.
Go.
They went to bed. That's it.
With 70% reporting, Trump is up 4 points in Pennsylvania.
Everyone go home.
Yeah, they're literally. By the way, it's. I just texted the New York Times reporter. Can I read what? I'm not going to say who. And he says, I think that Trump's going to sweep all 7. That's what he said.
I see 3 in Pennsylvania.
Yeah. By the way, guys, we need more clips of the libs on TV. We're way behind on this, guys.
It's
time.
The Harris campaign says it's not going to be resolved tonight in their eyes.
Here we go.
Yeah,
Here we go.
Great. Election in Iris. Great.
I told you this. I told you in 2010, her first statewide race, which, by the way, the state of California, got to say it, the watermelon head himself, Adam Schiff, United States Senator.
Yeah, well.
We knew it was going to come, but just enjoy that
non-majority.
Sense. But we knew that she refused to concede that race for 3 weeks in the Attorney General's race, and she discovered another 50,000 votes, and it turned the gap into a 38,000 vote lead, and that's statewide in California. So she barely won that thing.
Okay. Wait, we should play. If you want a meltdown clip, go ahead and this is the race lady. This is Joy Reid, 170.
It's a pure Project 2025 in miniature in Florida, and that kind of extreme, sort of extremist, right-wing, fascist type government in Florida, does that make it a more attractive place?
This is gonna be great.
He's broken her mind.
Broke her brain.
Her brain is just gone. It's just gone now.
Wait, this is their warm-up act, right?
Yeah, this isn't even like
it's going to be like screaming and gnashing.
This is early. This is early.
Now this is not a
All right, let's play
clip.
cut 178.
178. It's good.
And again, I think this is becoming a bit of a theme we're seeing in multiple states now, the Hispanic vote. Why did Trump make some progress? It was small, but it was there in Philadelphia in 2020. It was because he improved with Hispanic voters in Hispanic areas of the city. With 2/3 of the vote in Philadelphia now, it's 77-21. Well, that looks terrible, but compare that to 2020, and look at that. Trump is running 3.5 points better in Philadelphia than he did in 2020. Harris now 4 points off the Biden number. There is more mail to come, more vote by mail to come in Philadelphia. That will be a boost to Harris, but there's also more same-day vote to come, and you can see Trump is running above his 2020 levels there. So where this lands, the Trump campaign's goal in Philadelphia is basically get that Biden number under 80%. So far, they're on course to do that. There's the wild card of the mail there that adds a lot of volatility to this. But again, you're starting to, as these counties fill in, you're starting to see some patterns, and patterns you're not just seeing in one state, you're seeing them in multiple states right now.
Cliff, can you react to that? But first, I want to say Cameron, Nadia, Twan, Shia, Sherry, Katie, Alan, Chambly, Mary, Colby, Danny, Mike, Lisa, Chris, Tom, Tyler, John, Kate, Chad, Brent, Beck, Dwight, Andrew, Jen, and Mara. Members.charliekirk.com. Cliff, walk us through can we get the map in live, please, in Pennsylvania up so Cliff can walk us through it?
Yep. Yeah, I want to start by saying this, guys. We're seeing the mail-in start to get finalized. And right now, Donald Trump has just absolutely increased his mail-in portion. He's at 34% of all mail-in votes in Pennsylvania. He was under 23% against Biden in 2020. He is just tremendously gaining. I'm very proud of that. Very proud of the work. 34% is the current margin. One other big thing, Charlie, in Pennsylvania I have to talk about, Cambria County. That's where I went to college. It's a 30%, sometimes a 40% county in terms of Donald Trump being a red county. Let's talk about the raw votes. Donald Trump won Cambria County by roughly 26,000 votes in 2020. And today they had a major malfunction with the scanning machines. And so a lot of those votes are not in. We're getting a couple in right now, but the reality is that'll be a huge gain, probably in the tune of another 20,000 for Trump in Cambria County that has not really come in. It's just trickled in right now. Back to what Kornacki said, of course that's what we saw in Philadelphia, right? We knew that Harris had to increase or at least maintain what Biden had, but really based on the other numbers around the state, she had to have significant gains in counties like Philadelphia County. And so I think this whole idea, that Tony Hinchcliffe and all this was going to backfire. People are people. It's a joke. And I'll sit here and defend it. I know some people might disagree. The polls are closed, so I can say this very openly. But normal people laugh at that stuff. And so I just think they get so in their elitist mindset, and it's backfiring with normal working class people that just want to be able to keep more of the money they make and put food on the table. That's what you saw in Philadelphia County. And so we got to see how many of the Democrats are able to turn out when that hits. But right now, we've got a lot of votes we're ahead. They're going to need a tremendous turnout. And I really don't see the path unless they have some scorched earth, slam dunk, spike of the football to win Philadelphia County.
Yeah, it really all comes down to Philadelphia, Cliff. I keep sitting here and I'm refreshing it. I'm looking at the county of Philadelphia, and it's ticking in, and it's ticking in, and it's ticking in, and it's just not giving them what they need. It's just not. It's right at that. It's right now. It's at 400,000. So 400,000 was the delta of their entire firewall, and they're only at 400. That's coming in soft for her. She needed more. So where does she? And she knew it was going to come in soft. So where does she go next? This is what we've been talking about all day, Charlie. Where she could come in next is the collar counties. Bring in those suburban women, the suburban wine moms. Bring them out. Do the concert for them, et cetera, et cetera. And we're still those collar counties. I think the only one over 50% right now is Montgomery County. And so, my county. And even there, it's about 64-34. So, if Trump, again, lose by less, Bucks County, by the way, Bucks County is within 2 points. Bucks County is 50 Kamala, Donald J. Trump 48%. By the way, I want to go back to CNN in Berks County. They kept asking me about Berks County, and I said it didn't make any sense. I sat here, I was like, what are you talking about, Berks County? Donald Trump is currently up 14 points in Berks County, and CNN was saying Kamala might flip that and take the state. Donald Trump is up.
How much is reporting?
14 points with 90% reporting.
I mean, Berks County.
Berks County.
They're literally still talking about it on CNN.
Yeah, they apparently
they keep bringing it up.
He's up 14 points. He has 107,000 votes in Berks County.
So I want to pull something up here. We talked about it earlier in the stream. This is something I saw at Georgia State doing the campus visit.
Mm-hmm.
Georgia State, throw up 179. Blake flagged this for us, and I think it's great. So this is essentially a precinct tally from Dearborn, Michigan. Now, if you throw up that graphic. 59 votes for Harris Waltz, 203 for Donald J. Trump, and guess who got the second most? Jill Stein at 153. So what did I tell you before? There's a whole nationwide movement within the Muslim community to get Jill Stein over 5% nationally so that she gets on the debate stage next time around. Meanwhile, Donald Trump won this precinct at Dearborn.
Guys, Washington's early votes are within 3% for Donald Trump.
Don't get too excited.
No, it's not about Washington. He's not going to win Washington. But it's about the fact that the early votes for Washington, and again, it's just 20% are in. It's gonna spread significantly. Washington's a terrible place. They've got so much corruption that's going on there. 3%. New Jersey, we're now within 4%, 5%. It's way too close to call, way too close for comfort for New Hampshire and Maine. Maine, he's within 5% now. The late breakers on New Hampshire seem to be edging Trump closer to Harris. He's gaining a couple of percentage points, or tenths of a percentage point. Every drop that comes in, only 51% have been counted. Maine's way early. Minnesota, we flash over to Minnesota. Donald Trump on the initial reports is up a lot. And they're probably shaking in their boots, wanting to see how things are going to turn out in Minnesota, given the fact that we're looking at New Jersey right now is within 5 points. If Donald Trump comes within 5 points in New Jersey and the state of Washington, ladies and gentlemen, this is a
nationwide reputation.
This is a 21st century landslide.
This is a 2008 Obama style. It's a realignment.
Charlie, I have a big number from Philadelphia.
Yeah.
So I want to share this
a good
Jack.
one.
Yeah, huge update. Yeah, I'm seeing it too.
Yes. So I just want to share this. So Biden, we're looking at the potential modeling of how many votes could be left in Philadelphia. We said that Joe Biden had 603,000 back in 2020. Right now, we are looking, and it looks as if Kamala Harris is about 410,000 raw votes in Philadelphia County. Based on the modeling, there's not even 200,000 votes out there. I mean, we're looking at 180,000 votes. Even if she got 100%,
they're just not there. They don't
of
exist.
the votes that come in, guys, she's under Joe Biden. And based on everything else, she has to be higher than that 603. So unless we see something crazy out of the collar counties, I mean, I'm not going to call it. I'm not saying that. But she's at 400. There's only 175,000 votes left. Even if Republicans only get 10% of that, right? She's way short of where Joe Biden was in 2020, a number she had to hit to beat Donald Trump.
Oh, my gosh. And you've got a similar outcome that's happening right now. And I'm just looking at Milwaukee, and I haven't analyzed Detroit yet. And taking
it's the formula I've been saying all night. Rural's up, hold the line in suburbans, do better in the urban, and the Dems don't show up. MAGA. Brett, we have Brett. Brett, is that the equation that you are seeing?
Yeah, yeah. And another storyline to this, you guys were talking about Minnesota a second ago, what kind of spillover that would have into the western part of the state. So La Crosse County, which sits right on the Minnesota border, it's essentially Minnesota. A lot of those people still get Minnesota local TV markets. They go to Minnesota to shop. And this was a part of the state that we really La Crosse is reporting over 90% now, and Hovde's sitting at 43%. Ron Johnson got 44 there in 2022. Trump's at 45% there. He got 42% there in 2020. That's an interesting storyline there. That might be 2 points that we didn't think we had. On top of an additional 2 points we didn't think we had in Kenosha County. Trump's up by 5 there, and they're almost done counting. If you would have asked me yesterday, Trump winning by 5 in Kenosha, I would have said absolutely not. So I'm very fascinated by this. I think the left thought that they had Kenosha.
Well, and
this is guys. I'm sorry. This is a systemic wide collapse.
Eric Hovde just added another 1/10 of a point. They just updated.
Trump is up 3 in Wisconsin. This in Wisconsin terms, Brett. This is a huge lead, isn't it? And there's still tons of red votes to come in, like a ton.
Oh, yeah, this is massive. I mean, I'm even looking at the Milwaukee numbers, and it's already been made public that Milwaukee's not going to start counting their absentee ballots until after midnight. Just by early voting or just by in-person here, I'm actually kind of impressed at how low of a number that is for Kamala. I mean, there's still about 150,000 votes that still need to be counted via the absentee realm. This is shocking. I mean, even for me, I mean, like I had Trump winning Wisconsin by 2, and that was kind of what I went in today thinking about. This is interesting. I mean, even Walworth County is a county, a lot of Illinois residents, ton of Illinois land. You see, typically Walworth performs a lot worse for a Republican presidential candidate than it would in an off-year election, and you're seeing close to 70%. I mean, I'm shocked, guys. It's even shocking me at the rolls here.
So, do you want to know?
There's an email out, by the way, from Jen O'Malley Dillon, the Biden campaign chair, and she's
such a property.
So but she's talking about Wisconsin. Here's what she says. So let's get your response.
Let's
to
have
this.
Brett respond.
Yeah, in Wisconsin, we know there is a significant amount of vote remaining in Dane and Milwaukee counties, and we are seeing signs of strong performance in the WOW counties, where we have partial data. We don't expect complete results from Wisconsin until tomorrow morning between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m.
We're going to be here.
And we'll be here.
Yeah, and guys, they stopped counting for a little while today too. I don't know if you guys covered this, but they actually had to send in a bunch of Milwaukee firefighters to come in and start counting absentee ballots at Milwaukee Central Count because they were counting them so slow. There was a problem with the swinging doors on the side of the counting machines. Apparently, if they're open, it's prone to miscounts. I know you can't make this up.
Brett, can I share with you something really interesting?
We're a first world nation.
Yeah.
Can I share with you something really interesting for you and Brandon?
Yeah.
And you need it. I'm sure Brandon's tracking this. Donald Trump is about 100 votes away from surpassing his total in Dane County.
100 votes?
From 2020.
Wow.
So Donald Trump, it has 78,000 votes right now in Dane County. 93% is recorded. There's still 7% left. He had 78,000 votes in total at 100% in 2020. So it looks as though Trump is going to certainly overperform his total vote total in Dane County. The question is going to be, does Kamala Harris match Joe Biden? If not, there's your 3 or 4 points that you potentially can grab from Dane County.
If you're a Dem?
For us, they'll shift right 3 or 4 points based off of the fact that they won't hit.
I mean, I'm trying to check our
votes.
premise, guys. Brett, Cliff, what is her path? How many votes are remaining? I mean, I'm just trying to make sure we're not getting too high in our own supply here, right? I mean, it's according to the New York Times, 61% of Montgomery County in, 53% of Bucks County, Chester County 48%, Delaware 72%, but there's still a lot of red counties that have not fully reported, I guess. Am I right? Can we withstand the remainder of what they're going to drop with a 190,000 vote lead, Cliff?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I feel very good. We just saw some new numbers hit. I mean, I don't, these aren't counties that are 90-10, right? To be clear with everybody. I mean, obviously Philadelphia is, but I already went through that. Philadelphia, they've got 175,000 votes out. And even if we lost 90-10, that's not enough, to make up the difference with these red counties where Trump is going to win. And so, once again, I don't want to say we're ready to call it. We just need these to go a little higher. Once we get above the 75s and 80% in these collar counties, they don't have the votes out there. This is it, folks. We're going to win the White House if we see these same trends when we're above 75 to 80% reporting. I think this is just a slow bleed. It's a slow death, and we're going to get there. But we're just waiting to hear that they've stopped the count or waiting to hear that, something's happening. I don't see it.
Yeah,
Donald
and by
Trump
the
is
way,
going to win this race in Pennsylvania, and he's going to win the White House.
Well, that's bold, Cliff. We're Brett, Wisconsin. Check my premise. Check our work. What could go wrong here? I mean, we have what is that differential?
Yeah.
That's
Their only play at this. Yeah, their only play is an overperformance in the absentee ballot drops in Milwaukee. I mean, I'm even looking at some of those blue dog Democratic counties up north towards Minnesota, where there's still a lot of paper mills, Union Democrats. Hubdy's leading in those. Ashland County, up towards Duluth, Minnesota. It's that's about as blue of a county as you can get. I mean, Hubdy's leading there.
Trump's leading there as well. Trump's leading there. Trump's
at 52. Yeah. So, their only play at this point is the absentee ballot drops.
How many absentee ballots are outstanding? How many absentee ballots are outstanding in Wisconsin?
Are outstanding? I can look. It looks like, just based on the count in Milwaukee, we still got somewhere between 150 to 200,000 votes that need to be counted. So those are all absentee.
In Milwaukee?
In Milwaukee, yes.
Okay, and go ahead.
So you want to know something really interesting too, Brett, to keep an eye on?
But there's a ton of good counties for us that still have votes left.
Tons. And the bad ones, I'm looking at all the bad ones. I'm spending all my time.
Over-reporting.
I'm spending all my time on all the bad
Dane's
ones.
almost done.
They're almost done. And you know what else is almost done?
Rock County.
You know what else is almost done? Door County, with all the uppity folks, right, Brett? Door County may flip red. So here's where we're at.
That's crazy.
Here's where we're at right now. It was close in 2020. It was 10,000 to 9,700 votes. Donald Trump already has 10,098 votes. He's knocking on the door. He's less than 500 votes away from flipping Door County red, which that doesn't seem like a huge amount. But even if he wins he wins Door County by 1 or 2 votes, 10 votes, 50 votes. That's one of those situations where it's such a moral victory, and it tells a story in Wisconsin that we've talked about a lot, right, Brett? About Door County and what everything looks like up there. People around the Bay are not happy.
Let's play some tape here.
184 looks really good.
I want to see some of this. Let's first start with 182.
But here's what I want to say right now. I just want to bring this up to show the stakes for the Harris campaign right now as the count in North Carolina gets higher and in Georgia gets higher. The importance, if Donald Trump, this is a hypothetical, but if Donald Trump holds these two, and he won that one both times, 2016 and 2020. He won this in 2016. He lost it by 11,000 votes in 2020. So not at all inconceivable in history and when you look at the numbers tonight. Excuse me. If that happens, Harris cannot lose that. Why can she not lose that? Because 251 plus 19 makes Donald Trump president of the United States.
Let's continue to go through this.
Yeah, that's how math works.
Yeah, that's thank you, John King. Let's play cut 183.
Well, the crowd here is still large, is still loud, but a little bit more subdued. And the word that I keep hearing, it must be some new phrase that has entered the lexicon, is the idea that people here are nauseously optimistic. Not just cautiously optimistic, but nauseously optimistic.
Okay. Can I share a note I got from a reporter? I've got all these reporters hitting me up like, vibe check. How you guys feeling? And he said, how you guys feeling? And I said, feeling good. I mean, is it ecstatic over there? This reporter asked. This is a reporter from The Atlantic. LOL. We'll see. Says, I'm at the Philly Dems party. It's bleak.
It should. Yeah. I mean, by the way, the New York Times right now has Donald Trump with a 90% chance of winning the presidency.
91.
And by the way, this is not Hillary Clinton stuff. This is after a lot of data.
91%.
91% chance.
So do you remember when Bob Brady, let me go back to the timestamp, when Bob Brady at, I think it was about 2 p.m. Eastern, came out and said, and it was a Young Turks guy or a former Young Turks guy, David Schuster says, Voter turnout is extremely high, said Philadelphia Democrat Party Chairman Bob Brady, the former congressman. I've been doing elections for 50 years, and I've been chairman for 40.
Sorry, we have some breaking stuff. Keep going.
And now it's the highest we've ever seen at this point. Yeah, that's what you get if you trust a Philadelphia Democrat. He was lying.
Become a member, members.charliekirk.com right now to get a signed hat. Cliff, what do you have? You have some modeling for us? It's breaking news. Cliff Maloney modeling out of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, so what we did, I had my data guys pull all of the collar counties. Jack, I want you to check my math on this. And we just said, okay, based on the percentage it is in, we looked at 2020 and we tried to map out. I told you guys, Philadelphia County, there's about 172,000 outstanding ballots, right? Which once again is not enough to get to that 603 number that Biden did. But let's break down each of the collar counties. So in Bucks County, right now, I'm not going to predict that we're going to win it, but it is neck and neck. I mean, we're down out of 205,000 votes cast in Bucks County. We're down by like 1,000 votes. And so if we keep seeing trends, we're probably going to win, or at least it's going to be a 50-50 wash in Bucks County. So I'm going to look at the fact that there's 182,000 votes that we think are left in Bucks, but we're going to call that a wash. Let's go to Montgomery County. Okay, 61% is in. Dems are winning that about 2-1. And so in Montgomery County, we expect that we have about 200,000 votes left to cast. So we'll see where that comes in. But, you know, there's going to be some room there, but there's about 200,000. I'm just telling you guys what's left if you're the Democrats at HQ trying to figure it out. Then we go to Chester County. Okay, in Chester County, half of it's in. And right now it's about 60,000 to 90,000 Dems are winning. And in Chester County, we have about 161,000. So there are some numbers there. Okay, and then you go to Delco, where they're doing very strong, but there's about 72% in. But in Delco, they're winning right now 138,000 to 90,000. And we think there's about 88,000 votes left. I know that's a lot of numbers. What I'm telling you guys is when we look at all of the outstanding ballots, Bucks is a wash. The others, maybe they pick up between 50 to 100 or 100 and change in each of them. That's where they have their base. The rest of this is going to be all of the red counties throughout PA that we're going to see trickle in for the rest of the million votes in the state. And so, I mean, this is still a tight race. I'm not going to say it's over, but they're going to have to outperform on election day with the rest of these votes because most of the mail-ins are in. But I'm just sharing with you guys, there's no county with 500,000 votes left. There's no county with 400,000 votes left.
That's right.
Okay, every county that they're looking at.
Is it like 2020 where they just discover more stuff, guys? Or that's not that, like we have final
Charlie,
outstanding
we are
vote
talking
totals.
about them like you're talking about hundreds of thousands of votes would have to just appear materialized that haven't been in the early count already. So that's just not a thing.
So Cliff, why do we have no votes out of Cameron County?
Cambria?
Cameron.
Oh, let me pull that. 1 second.
It might be just a reporting error, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I'm seeing that as well.
Right. And Erie, by the way, should flip.
Check Cameron County.
No, wait.
Cameron.
Oh, no, that's last year.
By the way,
while Cliff pulls that up, quick footnote about Wisconsin. We had a constitutional amendment on the ballot that would change the language of a statute that says instead of every United States citizen can vote in the state of Wisconsin, that it'll be changed to only United States citizens can vote in the state of Wisconsin. That passed 70-30, about 1 million votes to 500,000 votes. So quick footnote about Wisconsin. That was a statewide referendum.
According to MSNBC, they say expect a big drop of absentee ballots in Pennsylvania. That's what they're saying.
At 11:55. That's MSNBC. We just got a note that they reported that at 11:55.
So Cliff, what could that be?
I have no idea. I mean, we're seeing the requests. We know how many ballots were requested. We know how many were returned. So at this point, I mean, I hate to say this, guys, but this is what I've been waiting for to kind of analyze what is it they are going to try to do at the last minute. But we have all the data. And the thing that really is wild to me is, once again, I mean, you can't return a mail-in ballot if you haven't requested it. And our request deadline was October 29th. So I don't know where they're getting this. Maybe this is their Hail Mary effort. I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah,
but
let's just stay factual. I mean, that's their reporting, right? So we'll see what happens there. So email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Become a member, members.charliekirk.com. That's members.charliekirk.com. A lot of libs are freaking out right now, guys. Like a lot.
Be Eric Hovde has a great mustache.
We are signing a lot of books right now. So Allegheny, 95% in. 95% in. It's 59-40 Harris. Was 59.4 39 Biden. So we actually did a point better, Cliff, in Allegheny. Philadelphia is 77-22 with 77% in. That is a way over performance in Philly, right? Jack, that's way better than 2020. That's
incredibly. So, well, and she underperformed. Biden, I think, had like 80. Biden broke 80. She didn't even break 80. Biden had in 2020, he had with this just massive number, the 600,000 number, he had 81% to Trump having 17.9. So Trump had about 18. Biden broke 81. We're now seeing that Trump is at 21. So up 3 points in a county that we were told that he wasn't even competitive in, and she couldn't even break 80. So she couldn't break the plane of 80. And the big story, though, so, okay, 117, and then last time. So, okay, Trump is running at about even. He's about 15,000 votes down from where he was in 2020 in the county of Philadelphia. But look at the tail of the tape when it comes to Kamala Harris. And again, there's only 70% in at this point, but she has a deficit of 200,000 votes still from where Biden was in 2020.
Yeah,
those
she's
votes,
still running ahead. She's just behind where Biden was.
She's ahead. She's ahead of Trump, but she's way behind where Biden was.
Not by the margin she needs.
Just people did not come out for her in Philadelphia.
Well, and I think we should play this clip actually from Nicole Wallace, which I think is too. It's just too good. We good with this?
Go to it, please.
184. She can't understand young men at all, and maybe their concerns. 184.
You go to the polls with the country that you have, and the country we have lives in two totally separated information ecosystems. Whatever happens, we'll have to really understand the information consumption that young men have and why they think that the economy will be better under Donald Trump when it never was.
Because it never was.
She can't understand it. It's just amazing to me.
Arizona now has Trump at a 77% chance of winning Arizona, New York Times. And that's without any new data, Tyler.
Yeah, Maricopa is still at 54%.
Not only that, we have no data from Cochise. Like Cochise hasn't even reported.
Cochise hasn't reported.
And we're at 930.
Apache, of course, hasn't reported.
And La Paz.
La Paz hasn't reported.
Cochise is a sizable county, by the way.
Cochise is good for us.
I'll be right back.
La Paz should be good for us. We're gonna go through Arizona.
And
I just got off the phone with some very, very good people. We've got a long way to go, guys. Everyone needs to buckle up. Arizona has they haven't even started releasing the results yet. I pulled off this for a second. They haven't even started tabulating the results here from today. This is how slow these people work. It's already 9:35. Polls have been closed for 2.5 hours. They can't stick one SD card into a machine and start giving us results from Maricopa County. This is not how it used to work, by the way. How it used to work in Maricopa County, it was within about an hour, you start getting results from all across the county. This is not, and they pulled this the last two elections. The last two elections, it's been slow roll. All of a sudden, it's 10:30, 11 o'clock. They start announcing results from the election day. We're probably going to see that again today. 11 o'clock, we're going to start seeing things. I wouldn't be surprised in Maricopa County if President Trump and J.D. Vance, from today's results and what they decided to release today, are going to put them ahead, which is good. But we have probably 200,000, and the vast majority of those 200,000 votes that they did not count were a big chunk of what put Republicans ahead this last week.
In early voting, yeah.
In early voting in Maricopa County. So, and remember, in Maricopa County, we were only up like 150,000-ish votes. I don't have the number right in front of me.
Well, right now, yeah. Right now, Trump's up 3,000 votes right now.
I actually believe
2,500.
I'm breaking down. In Maricopa County, I mean. So in Maricopa County, I actually think I ran the numbers. I'm with the team. I've got Matthew and Ben on. We're going to see a lot of Matthew and Ben the next 3 days, probably if it's really close. But I think that there's probably a good chance that we're a strong 60-40 minimum, probably maybe ahead of that, like 62-38 of the votes that they decided not to release, because 105,000 of those are from Andy Biggs' district.
Yeah.
So half of them right off the bat, are majority Republican.
Well, it was 105 outstanding, right? And that's going to be 65%, so he's going to win 68,000 of those.
And Kerry Lake's going to win almost all of those too, because you're not voting for Andy Biggs and not Kerry Lake. Hey, just so you know, and there's no world in which Kerry Lake doesn't get all Andy Biggs' votes. Okay, so like that's going to happen. There may be some separation from President Trump and some of our people, but there will not be separation from this congressional votes.
New York Times says that we have an 80% chance of winning now, Arizona. It's just, I don't know where they're getting these. Like, there's no data.
Oh, because Stephen Richards, like, on the phone with them, probably telling them, like, reading them off numbers.
Allegedly. I mean, again, we don't have any new numbers. We have a whole count. Well, how is it that Cochise has not reported anything? Can you explain that to me?
Well,
nothing.
Who knows?
It's 937 and one of our reddest counties.
Well, Cochise, do you want to know the latest with Cochise? I mean, Cochise was part of the whole thing where they got attacked by Chris Mays, who I can't talk. I'm not going to talk that much about Chris Mays. But you've got Chris Mays, an attorney general who is politicking from the attorney general's office. Happened to know that firsthand, and so you have people all across the state who are completely freaking out. In Apache County, by the way, she just went after that the county attorney that's there in Apache County. Guy is a conservative Democrat. There's only Democrats in Apache County, but he's a conservative Democrat. She went after him. She went after the guys in that part of Arizona. Yep. She's gone after everyone that's a political enemy. So you've now got all these people scared to just do their basic job, which is report results.
Jeez, it's just crazy. Yeah. By the way, that was Mar-a-Lago wondering why is Arizona not reporting any votes. Yeah. And I'm like, good question.
Oh, really?
We're up 3,000 votes. It's just we have entire counties that haven't reported that are all good for us. La Paz is good for. Apache sucks.
Did you share with them the Maricopa missing votes?
Yeah, I did. Okay. I said, and they were like, "Why are we not? It's just chill. We're good.
It's missing votes. We're going to be good. We're going to go up. We're on a trajectory. I think right now, on the math that we're doing, to be probably at least up 5 for Trump, which that's putting Kerry Lake right in the ballpark of.
She's in the heat.
Yeah, it's going to be the heat. Now, we're going to have to cure ballots. And God bless Brett Galashevsky, who was just on the phone. Do you see how close this race is with Eric Hovde? What was our team doing all day?
He's up by 36,000 votes.
I know. Our team all day long was curing thousands and thousands of votes. Thousands and thousands of votes. It could come down to that. And we're going to be doing the same thing for Kerry Lake. We're going to be doing the same thing for everyone up and down the ballot in Arizona. So it's going to be fun.
So,
guys, quick observation: Racine County, it's slow counting in Racine County, but Trump is winning there 67-31.
I noticed.
I think it's worth noting here. Ron Johnson only won Racine 54-45. Now, a lot of those votes still need to come out of the city of Racine. I don't expect like too much of a dip, maybe 3-4 points max here. Same trends as Kenosha. And if we stay the course here, this is going to be kind of eerie to say. This will be the first time that a statewide Republican candidate is going to win with less than 60% in Waukesha County.
And we know that?
Well, Waukesha's almost done. Waukesha's like essentially done here, and he's at 58.6. So, interesting.
Yeah, so he's at 58.6, which is slightly worse than he did as a percentage.
He's up. Trump is up almost 77,000 votes in Wisconsin.
CNN finally agrees with us and says North Carolina's called. Yeah, we only did that an hour and a half ago. This is their game plan though. They're trying to keep election night from us. Slow roll it. It's just so bad.
But you got to keep in mind that that's also for like the mental sanity of their viewers.
Oh, we just went up 1 point in percentage chance of Arizona, 81% chance of winning with no new data. It means somebody's on the phone being like, "This next drop is not going to be great."
Oh, they're freaking out. They're freaking out because here's my prediction on Arizona right now. Again, we just went through the missing votes. The missing votes are there. The other votes.
How long is it going to take them to count them?
Oh, it's going to take them years. It's going to because Stephen Richard. This is his. Remember,
I don't want to get in a lawsuit.
We're not getting a lawsuit.
Just generalize it.
We're not getting a lawsuit. He's an elected official.
I know, but
he's on his way out. We kicked him out. He got unelected in the primary, so he's going to juice every second of his doing this and make sure that he does it to the way that he wants to do it.
Yes, so he gets an MSNBC contract.
That's right. And so he's going to talk and he's going to or go work for Bill Gates, Arizona Bill Gates, at ASU, that's his next job. And so what's going to happen right now is they're going to go very slow. They're going to release, but they're going to do it in order. And we're going to get the votes first. Today's votes tonight. Today's votes are going to be very interesting, Charlie. The votes that got cast today are going to tell a story.
We might not get them tonight.
No, they have to.
There's no have to.
There is a have to. They have
by
to
law.
legally have to count through the night. So they have to do this. So that's why.
But what about the early? Don't they have to get? I mean,
he's just moving this slow.
But no, but hold on. I mean,
he's like moving like in
so
Austin
all of this.
Powers.
So just,
where he gets run
Maricopa
over.
right now. Maricopa right now. It says Kamala's up, which is not true. 55% of votes in, but that was only through Tuesday of last week, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And we like rapidly expanded our margin from Tuesday of that last week, right?
So Tuesday of last week, let me tell you the world that we lived in. Tuesday of last week, Kelly Cooper's district, CD4.
No one knows who that is, yeah.
But CD4, which is where we're sitting basically right now, all throughout Mesa and all that, the Democrats were leading by thousands of votes. By the end of this last week, the Republicans were winning by close to 5,000 or about 5,000 votes. So they're missing a whole swath of the best votes that came in that started changing the tide there. Now those are going to break closer to 50-50 for CD4. But what's not going to break 50-50 is Andy Biggs' district. That's 105,000 votes. That's going to be more like 65-35, or it's going to be more like 70-30. Those are huge numbers and huge losses for the Democrats. That is the beginning of the avalanche. The question is what did the votes look like today? Do the votes look a lot reflective of those similar type last incoming votes? Or are they a different type of a class with a lot of the independents? Because we had
finally we got some votes.
Independent spike today.
Where did the votes come from? Not Maricopa.
Gila.
No. Okay, now we're up 7,000 votes in Arizona.
7,000.
It's like this is going to be.
Is it Graham?
This is going to be about Graham or whatever they call it.
Graham.
Yeah, Graham County.
This is going to be a 4.5 week. By the way, I'd predict it. The odds are 93% Trump, 8% Kamala. Are the news networks reflecting this reality? I'm curious on CNN. I mean, I'm just trying to. Every reporter I'm speaking to.
We are the news networks
I was
now,
going to say.
Charlie. I'm not watching any of that.
Trump just went up more in Wisconsin.
What's weird is, Andrew, I'm sure, Charlie, you're getting these as well. I'm getting all these texts from mainstream journalists. How are the vibes? How are things looking? It's like, do you just not know?
I'm looking at what you're looking at.
Like,
it's numbers.
Do you guys honestly not know? Like, what are they looking at? What do they think they're going to hear? You know,
hey,
and
Charlie.
it's ridiculous.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
Cliff, walk us through it. In the meantime, become a member, members.charliekirk.com. Cliff, what we got?
Yeah, so we just ran the math. I know I told you guys on what we predict for outstanding votes. I'm just talking collar counties now, Delco, Montco, Bucks, and Chester. Right now, if the numbers hold, which we think they'll get better, so I'm going to give Harris the benefit of the doubt. If the numbers hold with the current percentage advantage for the Democrats in these counties, we will still be up by 73,000 votes. And so here's the whole rundown of Pennsylvania. It's going to come down to Philadelphia. I'm not talking Phil. I'm talking to Cowards. It'll be Philadelphia versus the world. Right? It'll be Philadelphia versus the rest of these red counties. And right now, we just ran the numbers. And at this point, she will probably be leading, if you count Philadelphia, by about 8,000 votes. We have to make that up in all the other counties. So once again, I want to say this. If we just count the collar counties, okay, we're going to be up only by 73,000. If we then add in Philadelphia, it's pretty much even. And it's going to come down to all these rural counties across Pennsylvania. We're still tracking new data. It's trickling in, but that's a very good sign for us.
Well, so that, for example, Luzerne still has accounts out. Shaquille? How do you say
all of the
this?
counties, Charlie. I'm literally just talking about Philadelphia. Schuylkill, Charlie. My God.
No, I know. But, so what I'm saying, no,
Charlie, you're doing so well.
Wait, hold on. What I'm saying is that, I totally screwed that up. Lancaster looks like it's in. York, all of these counties, it's going to be, what advantage would it be with that margin then?
We would, she would be leading, to be clear. If you count all the collars in Philadelphia, she'd be leading. Let's just round up to 10,000. We'd have to make that up across the state.
10,000
in all
votes?
the other counties. Yes.
With current margins, though.
No, I'm not even counting any of the Republican counties. I'm just saying.
No. I'm saying, for example, Montgomery County doesn't get redder from this point forward.
Yeah, but there's still.
No,
I'm
keeping.
So
keeping
Cliff,
current
let me answer.
margins, yes.
Let me answer your question. So look, York County, which is a huge red county, is still under 50% returned right now. There's all that stuff in Cambria. Cambria is only at 20%. And then you've got just little bits and pieces like Somerset's still waiting for 25% to come in. Blair is still waiting for a bunch to come in. So, yeah, could Trump pick up 10,000 across the rest of the state? I think easily. And that's why the New York Times and everybody else, they're running the math as well. That's why they're putting the needle where they are.
Yeah, but then that would only give us a 10,000 vote victory, Cliff. I mean, I think it's going to be a lot better than that, right?
No. It's a 10,000 deficit that you need to make up.
I'm trying to give us the worst case scenario to show that even if she outperforms, even if she holds, which she's not going to hold, right? This is now election day.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, Cliff.
Yeah, we're going to trend in the right direction. So I'm saying in all these red counties, Tyler, what do you got for us? I got to cut
Arizona.
So where we were ballot chasing in CD7 in Michigan, Barrett is now up 23,000 votes. That is massive. I mean, there's a lot still to be counted.
Let me finish off Pennsylvania, though. So, for example, that's without Westmoreland cleaning up, right, Cliff? That's without...
Correct. You're missing all those red
Beaver.
Red sweeps.
That's without Erie flipping, right? Without Erie potentially flipping. Without...
Erie's within 4,000.
I know. That's what I'm keeping an eye on that.
And center is still flipped. And even McCormick is winning center.
And that is without... Which is crazy. Without Luzerne, right? That is without, the missing Cameron County. That is without Cameron. We have two Cameron. Carbon County. That's without. There's still votes out in.
Don't forget Cambria
Bucks
County,
will get
which
better
still was
too,
probably,
right?
It's still 80% out in Cambria because Cambria was the one that was held open 2 hours late.
Cambria County is going to be another 20,000 votes in the positive for Trump net.
Yeah,
and Bucks will get better.
Yes,
I mean.
Right?
It will get better as day of comes in.
Well, it's 53% in,
it will get better.
Bucks will get better. And
Bucks will get better.
Berks will get, there's still votes left in Berks.
I don't know how much
So
better,
what is her path, Cliff?
The margin is still pretty tight in Bucks, but yeah, it'll get better.
I mean...
I don't see it. Once again, the only thing that could happen is these Collier counties and Philadelphia, something comes up or something comes in, but based on the current outstanding votes that we're projecting, we're in a great spot. The Collars were still going to be up tens of thousands of votes. Even with Philadelphia coming in, we're up 10,000 votes. And that's being conservative, Charlie. That's not even considering any of the strong red counties across the country or across the state where we think we're going to do well. But I'm trying to give you guys worst case scenarios so we can prepare for it. Right now, unless something happens in these Collier counties, we're going to win Pennsylvania.
We would not be in this situation if Josh Shapiro was on that ticket.
I mean, it's a very good point.
Gosh, stay frosty. Go right back to it, Jack.
I'm just saying. If Josh Shapiro's on the ticket, those 20,000 missing votes in Philadelphia from 2020 would magically be there, and there'd probably be another 400,000. And I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that they would have magically appeared, through some kind of fraud or something. What I'm saying is that. You would have seen a lot more whipping of the votes. You would have seen a lot more of the private sector unions, a lot more of that muscle that you just didn't see. And Cliff, I know you saw this as well, that you didn't see those private sector unions. AFSME and SEIU were out there, sure, the public unions, but the private sector unions did not get involved at a level that you would normally expect in Pennsylvania. Now, to call that Josh Shapiro's revenge, whatever, I don't know, but you'd be looking at a very, very different night if he were on that. And remember, I'm going to go back. It was the Obamas who said to pick Tim Walz and Eric Holder, who never vetted that guy.
Guys, and if Donald Trump wins, which he is poised to do right now, if it continues, October 7th will go down as the singular most important event that impacted the 2024 election. Josh Shapiro, TikTok. All of a sudden, TikTok became way fairer for voices like us. We got 2 billion views, like literally in a year.
Overnight.
Michigan is now in play. They had a Gaza problem. They had a base problem. October 7th will go down as the most important Democrat event. Do you agree, Tyler?
And it started the avalanche in Silicon Valley, right? It was sort of like there were a few people very early on who started making noise, David Sachs, and then eventually got to Bill Ackman. And that's basically, I think, the milieu that led to Elon coming out and doing what he did. And look, there was one state that Elon Musk put all of his chips in, and that was the state of Pennsylvania. That he was going around, I was at the town halls, my brother was at the town halls, throwing out millions of dollars, which, by the way, a judge came in today and actually defended and granted that said that it was a completely legal the way they had it set up to do. It's just such a repudiation of so many things. It really is.
Become a member, members.charliekirk.com. Let's keep this momentum going.
We got to play 188.
All right, members.charliekirk.com. Play cut 188.
Yeah.
About this on this set numerous times is that you have a state where you've got a 6-week abortion or a 12-week abortion. I think theirs might be 12 weeks.
Yep.
But it's a state where women lost their reproductive rights, where there was a very heavy push to get women to focus on not putting in place, re-electing, putting back into the White House the person who was responsible for taking those rights away and restoring them. But that message obviously was not enough to get enough white women to vote for Vice President Harris, a fellow woman. This will be the second opportunity that white women in this country have to change the way that they interact with the patriarchy. And, God bless Shannon Watts, who has tried to have that conversation. But if people aren't receptive to it, and if people vote more, party line or more on race than on gender and on protecting their gender, there's really not much more that you can do but tell people what the risks are and leave it to them to do the right thing.
And for the record, TikTok was 1.7 billion views since March, just on our account.
I've told Charlie this before. I think the single biggest thing outside of Elon buying Twitter that happened this year was the double birds that TikTok gave to the Democrat Party.
Truly. But that's because October 7th, though.
Totally.
Because TikTok was making people not pro-Israel, and there was a lot of people that lobbied to get rid of TikTok. And then TikTok was like, well, we might as well go with the one team that wants us, which was Trump. And we were like, okay.
Overnight.
Overnight.
It was overnight. And it was the most jaw-dropping change in trajectory.
Yeah, we couldn't run Charlie's TikTok account without getting completely bogged down.
We
and
have
flagged.
4.5 million followers on TikTok right now.
It's massive. It's the biggest thing. It's massive.
We were at 3.8 on November 2nd or 3rd.
Can I tell you from an activist standpoint, too? It gave me gas in the tank to want to do what we're doing on the ballot chase because it makes our life so much easier.
Totally. Because of notoriety. Andrew, I'm going to sub you out with Blake. Blake has some stuff. That's okay.
Yep.
And while we're swapping, Blake, my son's 15 years old, sees nonstop Charlie Kirk content now because YouTube wants to compete with YouTube Shorts with TikTok on YouTube.
Yep.
And our YouTube went significantly up too. Your YouTube went significantly up. Everything went up because of the TikTok change. It was such whiplash.
Let's bring Blake in here. All right, email us freedom@charliekirk.com. And if you guys want to potentially get a free hat, subscribe to our podcast and email us proof. By the way, we're number 2 in all Apple Podcasts right now.
It's
in all shows.
Not surprising. We have. I hear we have Maricopa incoming here too very soon.
Oh, really? Great. Is that Garrett Archer?
Very quickly.
What Maricopa? What?
Today's votes
from game day. So these are SD cards.
These are SD cards. So
this is not the 200,000 mail that we're missing.
No, who knows when those are going to show up?
You've got to be.
It'll probably be after this, but this will be. I'm sure the answer, if we had them here, they would say we're processing them right now.
How many SD cards are coming in?
So it's from all of the polling places, where there's about 250 of them. So all those will come in. They'll verify them. They'll process all the ballots. They'll make sure that they're all good.
This is so dysfunctional.
They'll check them, and then they'll drop the results. They'll drop the results. The results today will tell us. It could be good, could be bad. It's good because we know we had a lot of Republicans who showed up.
Well, we know the indie trend across the country.
But the indies who showed up, the big question for Maricopa County is: are they consistent with what showed up today, which is an indie bin that's Dem leaning? Mm-hmm. Or is it significantly more conservative? Because the missing votes in between are probably more conservative independents.
We're going to find out a lot. I'd much rather be us than them. Okay. Do we have Cliff on the line? Cliff, can you please repeat the data you just texted me?
Yeah, so Charlie, just want to break this. We've now crossed 5.8 million total votes in Pennsylvania. Remember, back in 2020, we had 6.8 million. We are not having major population growth in PA, so a lot of the projections show that we'll be at the same number, which would still be record highs. But let's just say we're getting to 7 million would be the total. So at this point, Donald Trump is up 204,000 raw votes in Pennsylvania, and there's roughly 1 million votes to go. And so once again, we're trying to analyze which counties they're in. But I'm going to say that again. There's roughly 1 million votes left to go, and Donald Trump is up by 204,000 raw votes. A great position for the Trump campaign.
So I'm going to ask Tyler a question offline here. Blake, what are you seeing? Welcome back, Blake.
Howdy. Did I miss anything?
By the way, if you want to pay for Blake's dinner, become a member. Members.charliekirk.com. That's members.charliekirk.com.
What kind of? How do you like your steak?
Rare for the most part.
All right.
Like, come on.
And then we have still
not the Trump way. Trump doesn't do the best steaks, unfortunately.
I like rare plus
with ketchup.
Did Brett log off here? Brett, what did you just text me? Share the audience. That's breaking news.
Yeah, I'm still here. So Door County is done counting, and that was a national bellwether. There was a 60-minute story. It was a whole 10-minute piece on Door County a couple weeks ago. They've correctly predicted every presidential race since 2000. Trump lost it by 400. But it looks like he's going to win the other national bellwether county here in Wisconsin, Sauk County. That's where the Wisconsin Dells is. Looks like he's going to win that as well. Looks like Eau Claire County is done counting. That's a huge college town in northwestern Wisconsin, part of the Minneapolis TV market. Trump's at 43% there. So seems to be holding the line in a county that, he was projected to lose by. And interesting here, Hovde is right there with him at 43% in Eau Claire County. So it seems like Hovde and Trump are right there neck and neck. Our ballot curing operation, to Tyler's point earlier, might end up being the difference maker for Mr. Hovde.
Really quick, guys. Bucks County, breaking news out of Bucks County. What's up?
Bucks County has flipped, folks. Obviously, we're still counting ballots, but this is a huge development. Jack, you told me this 6 months ago. I thought you were crazy. But right now, there's 112,824 votes for Trump, 112,445 for Harris. It is neck and neck, but that is a monumental moment to show the bellwether of Pennsylvania.
That just shows, though, she's not going to get votes out of Bucks. There's no reservoir of votes for her in Bucks, yeah?
It's over.
Yeah, Bucks is getting better as it continues.
That's what I said. I said it gets better.
Yeah, that's what you said. Montgomery's getting better.
Also, Westmoreland, man. You have votes left in Westmoreland.
Good. And then, yeah, those are the deep red reservoirs out west. There's 70% still out there. And Cambria still is just sitting on those, that 80%. I mean, it's not going to be a lot in Cambria. It's not a huge county or anything like that. But again, those are all going to be reliable. Like, Kamala is still winning, even though we know that's a huge Trump county. So keep an eye on that. That's going to come in. Center County,
by the way, Tim
man.
Sheehy is crushing John Tester. Right?
Center County again, Charlie. Penn State. I just keep looking at it. It's unbelievable.
Again, I'm going to say this though, Cliff. MSNBC just said Pennsylvania officials told them to expect a big drop of absentee ballots tonight, and there it is. Where do you mean? And there it is. I don't see it anywhere. Do you? Do you?
I see nothing. I hear nothing. I do nothing. I'm just waiting for it, Charlie. This is what we've been talking about.
Yeah, Charlie, we keep talking about Philadelphia. 18% is still out in Philadelphia. And so what that 18% looks like is going to be interesting. Is it going to get her up to the 600,000? I just don't see it. I just don't. Not at these trends.
Man, I mean, do we have eyeballs on the ground in all the right places, Jack? We do.
I've got people running around everywhere.
Do we have chain of custody to make sure?
Everywhere. Just flagging a thing. There was a bit kind of about a half hour ago where the New York Times dial stalled out. It had gone over 90. It went back to below 80. You saw the popular vote slink back to about 0.9, I think. Now it's moving back in our direction. We have popular vote estimated 1.1. We have overall victory at 91% on the New York Times dial.
Just so we're clear, the Obama bros are drinking live on MSNBC right now. They're literally drinking liquor right now.
It's like unbelievable. We're seeing a lot of that dark stuff, like the stuff they were doing in 2016. Like Joy Reid just openly saying, like doing this dark race baiting stuff.
But they're like slow walking themselves into it instead of just like, okay. Do you know what I mean?
It's going to be bad. Like, I think we're going to get what we'll see a lot of takes on like the bros who betrayed democracy. We're going to get all these things about problematic frat bros, problematic young men, and it's very possible they'll double down on this, triple down, quadruple down on blaming these guys for everything, and then be shocked that that doesn't succeed in winning them back.
It is now confirmed the Republicans will control the U.S. Senate. That's really big, everybody. That should be celebrated. It is confirmed.
Yeah,
That's
let's
very,
go.
very good.
And it may not even be close.
It's like they're prolonging the inevitable unless something falls into their laps.
We could end up with 4 more Republican U.S. senators out of this.
Yeah, I mean, you flipped Bernie Moreno, which was a question mark, right?
You've got Bernie, that was a question mark. You now are looking at Pennsylvania. You've got Rogers. You've got Hovde, and Hovde's looking as inevitable as Trump in Wisconsin at this point. And you've got a real possibility with Kerry Lake, a real possibility.
I mean, look, is it?
And we don't even know what's going on in Nevada. I mean, that could take a full week because they have the same issues that we have in Arizona.
People are filing out of the Kamala party. They don't want that on camera anymore.
Oh, I want to see it.
No, they got him off camera really quick. I mean, so here, let me open this up. Cliff or Brett, I don't see a reasonable path based on the data in either of those states. Prove me wrong.
No, I don't.
I got nothing. Go ahead, Brett.
We just got another dump from Dane County. Dane
No
County
hopium. I want the worst case scenario, Brett.
Wait, we just got another dump in Dane County?
Yeah, well, another 3% reported. So we went from 91% reported to 94% reported. We're at 23.7 for Trump in Dane. Brandon Malley, the Dane County GOP chair, just texted me. I mean, I guess here would be the opposite of hopium, but still hopium, as Charlie would say. Worst case scenario, we're looking at 22.7% in Dane County. That's exactly the percentage that Ron Johnson got in 2022 when he won statewide.
But it doesn't. It looks like it's holding there. He's at 24 right now.
Yeah, it's holding. Yeah, and so at worst case scenario, if you're looking at this exact same number that Ron Johnson won a very uphill statewide race just 2 years ago, guys, we're looking really good.
Oh man,
Cliff, I don't see a path for her in Pennsylvania. I do math. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, well, let me make your math better, Charlie. Remember earlier when I said when you extrapolate out all the collar counties in Philadelphia that she has an 8,000 to 10,000 vote lead, and then we'd have to make it up? Well, we just got new data. Trump is now above 3 million raw votes. And when we extrapolate the data out based on the votes that are left, she now would have to make up a 58,000 vote deficit with all of the remaining counties outside of Philadelphia, outside of Bucks, Chester, Montco, and Delco. I'm not going to say it's over, guys, but I don't see the math. Charlie, I'm trying to give you doomsday. I don't know what it is.
The New York Times says Pennsylvania's at 75%.
Right.
The New York Times says Pennsylvania at 75%.
I mean,
it doesn't really matter in terms of the math based on what else has been called, but New York Times has Nevada projected at 2.5 for Trump.
Are you serious? And it has right now at 3.8 to 4. It goes back with no new data in Arizona, by the way. It's this is just a pathetic third world spectrum.
Nevada only has like 2% in.
Florida got it done in an hour, guys.
This is pathetic. It is honestly, it's a pathetic spectacle.
And they'll argue it all
we
day
vote
long.
early. You could have early canvassed, and we've been sitting the same numbers for an hour and a half.
No, you know what? No, they say this system's so good because we get all the ballots in early, and then guess what happens? Stephen Richard can't process them in time. I mean, it's just like these same
so
people
hard.
that bait you into saying this system's so great. He couldn't even get past last Tuesday. He has a full week of ballots he's sitting on. It is unreasonable for the citizens of the state to have to sit here and wait for somebody that says they can do something to not be able to get it done. It is ridiculous. We should be on a Florida system all day long.
It's just
all right. She's getting some more in Philly now.
All right, they've called Washington, but
hey, we expanded. We got new votes in Arizona. We're now up 9,000 votes. Because La Paz reported.
Trump is catching.
Yeah, Jack, she called the Delco poured in. That's what that was. We're analyzing.
Was that Delco?
Now.
That
Delco
dropping
came in.
in?
My home county. Don't hold me accountable to that.
Yeah,
those guys are out of line.
Trump is behind 10,000 votes in Maine, and only 26% has been counted. Still.
Yeah, just wait for Portland. Is this tonight, Young Turks? Let's play cut 189.
Iowa called for Trump, so there goes that nonsense. I'm going to,
I'm getting revved up here on a significant rant. So, because Kamala Harris is not winning, and the people who thought that Kamala Harris was going to win a landslide are totally wrong.
Love you, Cenk.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Cenk.
Can we replay that? Was there a massive fart? Let's play cut 189.
Iowa called for Trump, so there goes that nonsense. I'm gonna I'm getting revved up here on a significant rant. So, because Kamala Harris is not winning, and the people who thought that Kamala Harris was going to win a landslide are totally wrong.
We are now up 9,000 votes in Arizona. Yuma reported, by the way. Yuma numbers are great. Tyler, we are up 64-35 in Yuma.
That's right.
That used to be a Democrat stronghold, and now...
It used to be a conservative Democrat area, and over time it's changed significantly, which is great. Now we
chased really well in Yuma.
We chased a lot of votes in Yuma.
Like a lot.
Our team, and I want to give Anthony Kern a lot of credit. He's been living down there with the team, who's a state senator. He ran for Congress against Abe Hamadeh. Good
man.
Dude. Good dude. He was on the good old elector slate with me last time around. Good guy. He chased thousands of votes, and that's what you're seeing with that part of that initial drop. So that's only going to get. I think that's only going to get a little bit better.
It's not going to get any closer, but right now with 90% of the vote in, we're only losing New Jersey by 4.
I know it's 4. It could get closer, Blake. Don't be.
The New York Times estimate is it'll widen to about 6, but that means we'll lose New Jersey by less than half. We're going to win Florida by.
All right, I want to name some of these members here that I'm signing books to, and then I want to get to the watch party. By the way, the lib meltdowns are only going to get better. Let's go to Joshua, Tracy, Lauren, Andy, Ronaldo, RJ, Sean, Tupulto, Nicolette, Timothy, Lorna, Derek, Forrest, Stacy, Connor, Ivana, Chris, Emily, and Elise. Thank you, guys. Members.charliekirk.com. Members.charliekirk.com. Deeply appreciate it. Also, Tanya, Taylor, Isaiah, John, Ivan, Christina, Zach Remington. What a great name. Ashley, members.charliekirk.com. Okay, let's go to some of this tape here. Let's go to cut 190, live shot from the Kamala watch party. Where's the joy? Let me read this from Jackie Heinrich, who's a legit reporter from Fox News. She's good. This is breaking news. 3 sources close to Harris are expressing concern that Harris's path to victory may become too narrow to overcome. One source at the Harris Friends and Family Party says her path is so narrow and she's not doing what she needs to do in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. The exit polls I saw hours ago are accurate. A third source close to the campaign says, I think we're losing this. Hearing word that Harris may come to Howard University soon, but not for another hour. That was 20 minutes ago. So it's in some ways just a matter of time, everybody.
We have, Brett, what are we looking at here for? I'm just looking at some of these. We have, it says 100. I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong map here. We have still such a little percentage of Brown County in.
We like Brown County, don't we?
Yeah, Brown County should still continue to be good for us. What's the outcome that's still going to be there? Why is Brown County so far behind? Have you heard anything about that?
I haven't heard anything about that. I'm not
Can
worried
you find
about
out?
Brown. I'll send out a couple texts here. One quick thing I wanted to let you guys know about. So there's only 10 precincts left to be counted in Dane County. I'm just so impressed with Brandon Malley, the Dane County GOP chair. He's 24 years old. He's the GOP chair in the county that just went from the reason that elections to being the reason that we win them going forward. Guys, Kamala underperformed at UW-Madison by 7 points in comparison to 2020.
You're welcome. I hit that campus twice, by the way, big time.
We registered a lot of voters,
I'm just in
right, Brett?
awe of some of these things.
Brett, how many voters did we register there?
We just broke 90% of the New York Times.
I want to flag on another fun stat line from Texas. Okay, thank you, Daisy.
You have been initiated.
A fun stat line from Texas. So one of the most shocking things in 2020, we didn't win, but there was like some promising developments. And one of them was Cameron County. That's the far southern tip of Texas. It's where Brownsville is. So in 2008, 63% Obama. 2012, 65% Obama. 2016, 64% Clinton. And then the big shocking swerve was in 2020 that Trump improved a lot. He got all the way up to 43%. Biden dropped to 56%. So it was like, oh, it was a big swing. Can Trump keep that swing that he did? Well, what we ended up getting is it got another 19 points more Republican. Donald Trump won it 53-47. That's the best outcome that we've had in that county since 1972 when Nixon won 49 states. Oh my gosh. And that's in a county that's overwhelmingly Hispanic, very heavily immigrant. And what we've just seen is Democrats did this like deranged, like, there's no other way to put it, this deranged race baiting, this deranged, like, all this like Hitler rhetoric against Trump, and it completely failed. It, like, the people that they were aiming it most at don't buy it. They lived through a term of Trump and they realized it was bogus, and they've also lived through a term of what democratic open borders policies mean, and it was just a total wipeout. And it's like this across the entire border with Mexico in the Texas region. Plus 19, plus 21, plus 17. Every county down there is massive swing towards us.
Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Become a member, members.charliekirk.com. I will name your name and sign hats for you. You are witnessing history, everybody. I just want this to sink in. You are witnessing history right now. Do you know where Trump might do his celebration speech tonight? At the Palm Beach Convention Center.
We know that place well.
Trump is at 97% on Polymarket, 91% on the New York Times.
I have many PTSD moments that have been ingrained into my body from that convention center.
I remember Charlie, was it last summer there outside in the, Charlie's like, you blocked it from your mind.
I blocked it.
Completely blocked it. When
no, that didn't happen. It was like,
just didn't happen. Just didn't happen.
Yeah.
Didn't happen.
I remember
the magnetometers incident.
Yeah, well, not only they wouldn't let anyone in during COVID.
Oh, yeah, I remember that one too.
And then we had to build.
Remember the bullhorn?
We had to build a stage outside, and
we went with Tucker.
Yep.
Summertime. It was terrible. I mean, and we said we'll never go back, and then we went back.
Yeah.
All right, Cliff. I'm going to play around with you, Cliff. Here, I've done. So let me tell you what my Republican data person says. She says both sides returned 86% of mail-in ballots. Technically, if every single Democrat returned theirs and Republicans didn't return in a single one, then they could win. But I think that's borderline on absurdity. Cliff, walk us through the worst-case scenario. Do we know actually how many votes are outstanding, or are we going to get like, oh, there's 40,000 votes, or there's 30? I mean, do we have the full picture of votes outstanding in Pennsylvania before the champagne starts rolling?
Yeah, I think, listen, when we look at requests and we look at returns, Harris started the night up 400,000 in terms of returns when you look at just the mail-in ballots. But Charlie, listen, I'm ready to project something. Okay, we've run the numbers. If projections hold, right now 91% of Delco is in, 86% of Chester County is in, 73% of Montgomery County is in, 58% of Bucks County, which we're now saying is a wash, and 86% of Philadelphia is in. Charlie, I'm going to announce this on the Charlie Kirk Show. If these projections hold, Donald Trump will win Pennsylvania, and with that, we'll have enough votes to win the White House. Those are the projections we're seeing, and I think that's going to play out.
All right, okay, so let's go worst case. I want you to now go a little doomer. What if what play out like a 10% decrease, 20%? Show me a path. I want you to do the Kamala. I want you to do the Kamala thing.
Give me 10 seconds. I'll pull up the data and tell you.
Fair enough. Let's play CNN.
I mean,
let's play CNN. 1 second. Play cut 191 while Cliff crunches some numbers. I want the worst case scenario here.
But look, the headwinds of the economy, the inflation that people are feeling, the difficulty in their everyday lives.
Yeah, she could not outrun that Biden economy.
Yeah, and the economy, Chris, that is what people are feeling every single day.
The excuse wagon begins.
Speaking in past tense.
So this is from Pennsylvania. Trump was ahead by 225,000. Now he's ahead by 175,000. Was that the big drop? Was that the big one that we were waiting for? The margin will shrink some as Philly and suburbs come in. Yes, it's white knuckle time, but stay calm. So what am I missing here, guys? What is the best path for her?
Yeah, let me say this, Charlie. If you're really worried and you're looking at what are their options, okay? If we're not talking election day, if we're talking about mail-in votes, here's the status, okay? In Pennsylvania, you have to request a mail-in ballot to vote by mail. And so 1.2 million Democrats requested a mail-in ballot, but only just over 1 million returned them. And so if you're looking for votes that could be out there, things that could be like, hey, these ballots just showed up, that would be where I'd look, because there's roughly 200,000. To be specific, it's about 163,000 Democrats that requested a mail-in ballot and never sent it back. I don't know where you find votes outside of that, right? But if you were
but what are the mechanics? Are they allowed to still be dropped off? Do they have to be received by now?
They had to have been received at their county office by 8 p.m. on election night.
Period. Not postmarked. Done. Okay. So
8 p.m. election night.
So it's none of that is what Matthew McConaughey would say is what is that in the Wolf of Wall Street? The not hocus pocus, but the yeah, exactly.
The
Fugazi, right? Exactly.
Yeah, it's Uzi. What's
exactly. So we're talking about. Do we have accurate? I'm only grilling you, Cliff, here because this is the stakes of the entire civilization. Do we have accurate vote totals of what they have remaining? This has always been the issue. We prognosticate our numbers. We extrapolate and we're like, oh my goodness, our math, right, Tyler?
Yep.
Oh, we didn't think of the 80,000. We didn't think of the 90,000. Cliff, do we know Allegheny and all these counties? Do we know what they have left in their inventory to count?
We know what they have left in terms of mail-in ballot returns. What we don't know is how many people actually voted on election day. But Charlie, here's where I have a little bit of hope. Okay, in 2020. The gotcha numbers, the hey, we didn't know you had those, were a lot more of the mail-in ballot returns, okay? Because the requests were through the roof. Let me share this with you to give you concrete data from 2020 compared to today. In 2020, the Democrats had 1.6 million requests when it came to mail-in ballots, and that's how they ran up the score to have 1.4 million returns. Well, this year, when you look at it, when you look at the numbers this year, they're down significantly. They don't have mail-in ballots really to mess with. And honestly, in Pennsylvania history, we get election day votes typically on election day, right? The delay has been those that were mail-in ballots, and if there were issues with them, if there was a delay in receiving them. But we've tightened up those rules. Two big rule changes to understand in PA. One, the Supreme Court of PA says you have to date your ballot, you have to sign it, you have to have a secrecy sleeve. And number two, they really solidified the idea that it had to be received by 8 p.m. at the county office if you have a mail-in vote. And so when I look at these numbers, there's really only one loophole here. And that could be if for some reason they don't report election day votes and then somehow later they come about, which to be honest, I think people would question, they'd have an issue with. So if you're asking me where the missing votes are, it's just counting the final 60 or 70,000 mail-in votes in Philadelphia County. Yeah, and then trying to understand where does election day land. That's the question we all need to demand an answer to tonight. Election day votes should be tabulated and calculated and reported on election day. That is their last hope here to try to come up with some spike in the numbers.
Okay, so that was very thorough. Brett, we have you. Is there a similar situation in Wisconsin? Wisconsin's a little bit cleaner, right? It's a little bit clearer of a picture. Am I correct?
Yeah, a little bit clearer of a picture. I mean, we're over 90% reported now in Kenosha County. And you're seeing that's going to be a 5-point win for Trump. Both Brown and Milwaukee have stopped counting. The absentee ballot drop will be after midnight.
How many? Hold on. How many?
Okay, so Brown County is still expecting another 76,000 ballots to be counted. Milwaukee County still over 200,000. A little bit of a light at the end of the tunnel with Milwaukee. So our modeling shows like worst case scenario right now would put Trump in Milwaukee at 29.8%, which is, again, exactly the amount that Ron Johnson lost Milwaukee by in 2022, and he won statewide. So that's worst case scenario so far. If those 200,000 plus ballots come back not in our favor, we're just waiting here. In about another half hour or so, we should start to see those numbers come out of Brown and Milwaukee.
Okay, so just to be clear, Milwaukee still has 200,000 mail or absentee, right?
Absentee to count.
Is that it? Is that a final number?
That's it.
Is that a,
That's it.
Okay, so let's just Donald Trump right now is 150,000 votes. No, 100,000 votes right now. 104,000 votes. Yep. So 200,000 ballots, and we lose those 66-33. What is that delta for Kamala? How much votes would she net then?
66-33. Say that again?
Yeah, it would be what? 120.
Yeah,
120 to 80, right? No, that's not right.
It would be 70. What is it?
It's been a long day. What's 66% of 200?
71. So no, 740.
By the way, is male makeup worse or better?
It's 68.5, I think.
So let's just do this.
68.5.
200 times 0.67. Okay, 134. She would get 134, and we would get 70. Right. She would net 60. Yeah. Okay, so let's say she nets 60 out of Milwaukee County. Where else does she have votes, and do we still have counties left that are good for us that can?
One county hasn't even reported yet.
So that's 60,000 votes for her. Let's just say worst case scenario. Okay, that would get her within 40,000 votes. And is Dane done?
Dane only has less than 10 precincts to go. So
what was that other county you said? Rock County or something?
Brown. So Brown County, Green Bay, still has 75,000 ballots that need to dump.
But that's a good county for us.
That's a really good county for us. That's a county that Ron Johnson. Yeah, that's a county that Ron Johnson won by 9 in 20.
Yeah, I got it. So she nets, let's just say she gets 60,000 votes out of that net. Yep. So then our lead goes down to 40,000, but we could potentially get another 20,000, 15,000 votes out of Brown, right?
Yep.
We could get another, 10,000 votes from the rurals, right? I mean, I'm seeing, Sawyer County hasn't totally reported, Washburn, Barron, Monroe, Richland, Portage still has votes left, but that's a swing county. Am I right? I mean, where else does she have votes to get from? Even if Brett, if she wins 75% of those remaining ballots, 75%, she still doesn't make up the delta.
No, I know. And I'm looking at the game changer for me. I think when I look back at this is going to be Kenosha County. I mean, one of the storylines was going to be what the Illinois spillover was going to see. I mean, especially after COVID, this was going to be the first big election, the first presidential election after you saw that mass exodus of liberal voters from Illinois up to Wisconsin. I mean, the last stop on the Metro train line is Kenosha. Trump's going to win there by 5, and that's a county he won by 3 in 2020. So things are looking really good. I'm shocked.
I want you to put on the Kamala Harris hat for a second, okay? Where could she possibly get votes? Again, Wisconsin is not as crooked as Pennsylvania. Right? It's way more transparent. It's just a different culture. It's not New Jersey spillover. So where else are there votes if Milwaukee County? Are you sure that's not 280,000 in Milwaukee? You sure it's not like 260,000? Like that's signed, sealed, delivered, legit.
Yeah. So Milwaukee County had 244,000 absentee ballots sent out. 233,000 of them were returned. So that number is hard at 233,000. Yeah, I'm looking at Racine County. I think I had mentioned that earlier. Slow counting there. Trump's at 62% in Racine County.
That's good.
That's good. I mean, that's a county that Ron Johnson won 54% of. So, I mean, there could possibly be in the city of Racine some votes still left on the table for Kamala.
Okay, so what Racine is our county though, unless it's male, but.
It is
right?
usually. You're seeing Trump like really overperform in Racine County in comparison to what Republican usually would.
But at the same time, there's still votes left in Waukesha for us. There's still votes left in Dodge for us, right? There's still votes left in Washington.
Waukesha's done. Waukesha's.
It says 92% on the New York Times. So okay. I'll take your word for it. How about Washington? Still has 30% of its votes left, right?
Yep.
That's a great county for us. Fond du Lac still has some votes left. Sheboygan still has some votes left. What I'm getting at is, 5,000 here, 4,000, right? I mean, we still have probably 50,000 net votes across the state.
Hey,
am I right?
Brett, can we ask the question from our data guys too on the Yokava votes there for Wisconsin?
I don't think it's going to be nearly enough.
We need to get that number. They have the data for the number, so let's pull that. Let's ask them about that. We're close enough where this is
yet, but
no, we're close enough though where this could think this. I mean, this is the piecemeal thing that they do.
I know, I understand.
So we need to get that number for Wisconsin, and I know they were
Grant County has votes left. By the way, Grant County, like a lot of our counties, Brett.
Juneau is only 66%,
and Dane is done. Like their strong county is done.
Yeah. I mean, she lost 7% at UW-Madison. I mean, that'll end up being the fatal flaw there. That she didn't prioritize UW-Madison. You seem to get a feeling that we were gaining some rare Republican momentum there. President Trump was in Dane County about a month ago. That was the first time that a Republican presidential candidate stepped foot in Dane County on the campaign trail since Bob Dole in '96. So, I mean, they saw a path through Dane County.
Yeah, so just going doing math at home. Even if Pennsylvania goes Pennsylvania, which Cliff's not going to let happen, right, Cliff? We're not going to let that happen, okay? But even if Pennsylvania.
That is true. That is true.
Right. But because Wisconsin is a much straighter arrow, it's just a much straighter edge. It's just a different way of doing things, okay? It's just a different, honestly, worldview and morality. No offense to Cliff and Jack. It's just a straighter edge, okay? And by the way, we've cleaned up a lot of the 2020 stuff. That's all I'm going to say, right, Brett? We've cleaned up a lot of it. It's a lot straighter edge. We're going to talk in code here. But with Donald Trump with a 105,000 vote advantage in Wisconsin right now, with tons of our counties remaining, and okay, you said Racine, she'll close the gap. Any other places where she can catch up with late arriving mail?
There's a couple that I'm just noticing here too. So you've got
Eau Claire's done.
That you've got you've got some potential grab in St. Croix for her. I'm just looking at the numbers from 2020 in Polk County. We might be tapped out of Republican votes there. We're doing really well. So what concerns me in Polk County is 2020 we won 16,000 votes to 9,000 votes. Right now we're winning 14,000 votes to 7,000 votes. So it looks like it's going to split pretty good there, but there could be some there. We have Douglas County hasn't reported yet. It's not a ton of votes, but it's 25,000 votes there. Somewhere in that ballpark, right, Brett? And then and then so you start patching this thing together. So that hasn't reported yet. Ashland hasn't completely reported yet. And you said Door County's done, right?
Yeah, Door is done. Want to point out, you'd mentioned Polk County. You saw a massive turnout because Wisconsin has same-day voter registration. Yep. It's more
we use
than
it to
possible.
our advantage.
Yeah, we use it to our advantage. A county like Polk County, you saw tons of wards exceed 100%. Turtle Lake, a heavy Republican municipality in Polk County, 126% turnout, heavy Republican.
Wow.
We just flipped Erie County. Let me get Cliff back in. By the way, guys, can we get ready to take Trump when he speaks? Trump will probably declare victory tonight, and that's not preemptive.
Trump is on his way.
If you're at 90% at New York Times at 12:30,
that's what we'd like to see, baby.
Yeah. Again, it's okay. So let me just say one thing. What was that? Okay, let's make sure we can pull Trump away. We just flipped Erie County. What did I tell you, Cliff? I told you, Cliff, don't sleep on my Erie people.
Listen, Erie has been a top target. You were right, Charlie. You were right. Right now, Donald Trump, 67,000. Kamala Harris, 65,000, 50-48. I mean, I don't think it goes in the other direction whatsoever. We're looking at the numbers. There's a key state Senate race there, 2 state House races we have to flip to take back the state House. A bellwether county. Donald Trump is now leading in Erie County. Huge moment, everybody. Remember where you're at. I think this is the moment. I don't think things go back, folks. We've got a almost 3-point lead in Pennsylvania, and we're waiting on these numbers to come in. Listen, even the collar counties right now, I mean, if you guys look at this and we pull up the
They're
numbers.
They're all at about 80%. Except
I mean,
Bucks.
we got 11% left in Philly, 18% left in Montgomery. I mean, it's time. We're getting to that point. They don't have votes left to try to come up with some comeback. Very good news for Donald Trump.
It is going to come down. it's not. It's going to come down to Philadelphia in a sense, but it's actually going to come down to the collar counties. It's going to be was she able to pull out of the collar counties what she couldn't get out of Philadelphia? We've been talking about it all day. This is the tightening, but you're seeing these positive aspects that would, like Erie County, like Center County, like Bucks County, which, I mean, just testament to the work of so many people there. And Scott Pressler, his name's got to get thrown out. I don't know if we've said it enough. And Cambria is still not giving me votes. Almost 80% is still out in Cambria. So if this tightens, there's a huge red reservoir just waiting there in Cambria. That's where they held the vote open. That's where they did the 2 hours extra. Luzerne,
Jack, where
which
did they
had one
land?
precinct
Did they
that's
land?
12.
Did they land on hand counting, or did they get the machines to work? What was the verdict?
I didn't even go back and look. They were trying to get. I saw at one point that they were trying. I think that's right, because I saw at one point they were trying to. It was actually the scanners that went down, and at one point they were trying to get extra ballots printed because they. I mean, I love it. They printed ballots that didn't fit in the scanners, and then they were trying to get more ballots printed in Pittsburgh and have them driven to Cambria, and then they were just going back to hand counting. And it's like It's almost like hand counting is just easier. It's kind of a crazy concept.
Trump is going to speak soon. I'm of the opinion he should declare victory.
Absolutely.
I'm not there yet, but he should make the media. The media is slow walking this thing. They're not going through the detail that we are right now at all. And I think Trump needs to say, look, boom, boom, boom. There is no path. Let's ride this thing out. Okay.
Charlie, I've been getting so many comments, people saying we like this stream better because you get granular.
Oh, no, of course. But, this is all a bunch of, what is it? Look, hold on. You want to tell what the cable news is? Cable news is this, okay?
Cable news is
and it's 193. This is what cable news is.
It looks like Donald Trump.
193. Play it.
No. Number one rule.
Here we go, baby.
Nobody. I don't care if you're Warren Buffett or if you're Jimmy Buffett. Nobody knows if the stock is going to go up, down, sideways, or in circles. Least of all stockbrokers. Right? It's all a fugazi. You know what fugazi is?
That's cable news.
Fugazi. It's a fake. Yeah, fugazi. It's a wazi. It's a woozy. It doesn't exist. It's never landed. It is no matter. It's not on the elemental chart. It's not real. Right? All right?
It's not real.
Stay with me.
The money that matters is the commissions. Oh, yeah. Taking their money out of their pocket and putting it in yours.
People are starting to say exactly what we're saying right now. By the way, everyone says, Charlie, you're like an hour ahead. You're like a decade ahead of the cable news. Yeah, because we actually crunched the numbers, right?
Has been saying that.
Well, and plus we have everybody that knows what we're talking about on here.
We have 250 people on staff in Wisconsin, and we have 550 people in Arizona. I'm still waiting for Arizona data, by the way.
We have more than that. We have all our part-time people, all of our wonderful volunteers.
Yeah, we have over 1,000 bodies in Arizona.
We had 1,000 plus people here today, and guess what? I'm glad we did looking at these numbers, because how much more depressing would tonight been if we hadn't chased the people that we chased.
By the way, someone just says, Charlie, your live stream is outstanding. I turned off cable news. They were a chaotic mess and late to call anything. Tony, I know you're watching. God bless you, Tony. I won't say your last name.
If we would not have chased the ballots that we chased, Charlie, tonight they would have withheld these couple 100,000 ballots and made this look so unbelievably impossible. And it's not true. That's what happened in 2020 with Arizona.
Tyler,
this is what they did in Arizona was they withheld.
It's all information warfare. At that
it's
point.
Totally information
warfare. Okay, let's go to. Okay, so New York Times says 79% chance of Trump winning Pennsylvania, 82% chance of winning Arizona, 76% chance of winning Wisconsin. I think that number's low in Wisconsin.
No, I would say Wisconsin should be. Yeah, I would say. I mean, I would look at those the other way.
Yeah, Brett's making some calls. It's 68% chance winning Michigan. It's conceivable that we run the table. It's conceivable we go 7 for 7. Nevada, I don't know what's going on there. They're going to take.
Nevada,
they're going to take
St. Andrew.
Nobody wants to listen to this guy.
Don't say any names. Just everybody. By the way, can you do me a favor if you're watching on YouTube, Rumble, X? Text us to your friends that are anxious. We're doing the best coverage, I think. And by the way, we are now on hour 7.
Yeah, I'm getting texts from people saying, "Oh, Jack, I have palpitations. I don't know what's going on. I'm nervous." And I'm like, guys, Just stay, number one, stay frosty. This is the frost stream. All right, this is the frost stream right here. Okay, this is where you go for your ray of frostiness. You got Jack Frost right here, and we're just crunching numbers. And by the way, Tyler, I wanted to say this after my show today, and we kind of had a little downtime in between streams. I went over to Turning Point Action. Those people were tireless.
Dude,
and I saw them at the
they've been on
center.
Adderall for a month.
I saw them at the call center, and it was just call after call.
I got to pull rank here. Turning Point Action, the whole is the hardest working team in the history of politics. And
it was
by
amazing.
the way, prove me wrong. Call the bluff. No, I mean it's 100%. By the way, I'm involved in that. I think I helped set the pace a little bit.
Yeah.
I worked I'm not declaring victory yet, but we are light years ahead. I see it very clearly. That's why we have the devil's advocate crew here. We got Brett. Brett, are we here? By the way, you have the
just put out a call to someone who I know on the ground at Milwaukee Central Count.
Sound excited.
There are 86,000 votes into those 233,000 that they need to count.
Have they reported those 86,000?
They have not reported them. So,
okay.
but that means that they're through.
What does that mean that they're through? That's
we're gonna get results.
It's double speak.
This thing we're gonna tomorrow. We'll know this. We'll know the answer to these questions probably by 9
Donald
a.m.
Trump is now up 8,000 votes in Wisconsin. What?
Kamala Harris will not speak tonight.
Well, yeah, I mean,
because she's never coming back.
Campaign.
She's never coming back. We're never going back.
What did I tell you? I don't even know when we started the stream. It was one of the first things I said on the stream.
We've been streaming for 7 hours.
One of the very first things I said on the stream was that Kamala Harris.
We're never back.
Yes, you are.
We're never going
yes,
back.
You are. Yes, you are. We were in Allentown yesterday. That's what I was chanting.
I can't wait till Joe Biden's sucking up.
What was one of the first things I said? I said Kamala Harris will not concede tonight.
Gosh. Guys, do you realize we're now going to be entering the phase where Joe Biden and Hunter Biden suck up to Donald Trump for a pardon for the next? This is going to be the greatest couple months
what if we did that? What if we
he still has
don't pardon him.
2 months.
Don't
Charlie,
pardon him.
CNN.
Guys, no jail.
Art of the deal, okay? Listen.
That same person who's on the ground at Central Count in Milwaukee says that they're being told that they can expect to get out of there by 2 a.m.
That's midnight here. That's early, baby.
Can I make
that's 1 a.m. I mean, come on. We're going all night.
Can I make a suggestion?
We're not doing 2020 again where I go to sleep and all of a sudden there's a bunch of Fugazi from the Milwaukee Count Center.
Charlie,
I think that Donald Trump should pardon Hunter Biden if he goes down and has to work
at Maricopa Central.
No. He has to. No. We don't want it anywhere near ballots. We want him to build the wall. We want Hunter Biden on the border, having to build a wall, and we have a live stream like the Truman Show of him every single day, building walls. That would be incredible. That's worth it.
They're all leaving.
Don't send them to jail.
Everyone's
make them 2 years build walls.
Everyone's leaving at Howard University because they just announced she's not going to speak. Yeah, well, they're all.
We're never going back. We're never going back.
Yes, you
CNN is now called Georgia. They're about an hour behind you, Charlie.
Yeah, try 2 hours. By the way, I just want to thank some of our members, members.charliekirk.com. We are signing hats here, members.charliekirk.com. That is members.charliekirk.com. Elon Musk is calling the race. I'm not there yet. I will let you know. By the way, that's why we are doing analytic devil's advocate. I'll let you know when it's, but I know Wisconsin not as well as Brett, but I know that Midwestern, that kind of straight edge, and I don't see the votes. You're down 108,000 votes. And by the way, Arizona is just deciding is just.
Oh, they're going slow. My brother just said,
pathetic operation.
Do you want to hear my brother?
Pathetic.
This is his feedback. He said, I sent your stream to all my Bay Area Republican friends, and I've been getting nonstop thank you texts because of how much better your coverage is.
No, I mean, it's by the way, it's the #1 stream in the country right now.
That's Kamala land.
But just over, I said, Charlie, you can go hang out with Elon and Trump. I said, no, I'm going to be with you guys. That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jack. Sorry.
No. We all had the invitations. We all had, hey, come on, it'll be great. Get you in, get the access. No, it's not about access. It's about actually explaining what's going on. And you can. Is that Howard? What we're looking at right now?
Is that a live shot?
Yeah, that's got to be. Look at them. They're all just leaving. They're all walking out. And I saw people. So that's inside. So there were people outside who were leaving as well. And. Look, we have work to do.
Do we have 238,000 concurrents on YouTube right now?
We have work to do.
Guys, email me, freedom@charliekirk.com, a proof of your subscription of our podcast to get in the running to get a hat. Members.charliekirk.com. We are in our 7th hour streaming, and we're not going back, okay? We got all of the appropriate chemistry to keep us going.
We've got
And Arizona is still not reported. I don't know what is going on there.
Still working on my Wawa coffee.
I mean, it is 1041 local.
Even know how many
this
cups
is just pathetic.
Sign books, orderbulletproof.com, orderbulletproof.com, sign books.
Charlie, I will tell you, this is last time we were in this position, it took them until after 11 p.m. to start releasing day of results. So
but I'm talking about the earlies they still have.
They're not going to release.
They're sitting on 200,000.
They're going to start slowly scanning.
They are
them.
sitting on our 200,000 best votes.
It's going to be Bill Gates over there.
It's 200,000 of our best votes.
One at a time. He's going to be onesie twosies. It's going to take. We're going to be here for 2 weeks.
I can't.
We're going to be here for 2 weeks, and they're going to be like until they finally have to claw their way into Kerry Lake as their U.S. senator. And Justin Heap as your recorder.
We're not calling that yet.
We're not calling that.
No, I'm just saying.
We have some new calls.
It looks like they're getting set up.
Sadly, they did call New Mexico
West Palm. Is that RFK?
No, they're prepping. That's the advanced team.
But here's the New Mexico news. You want to hear some good news?
No, actually, it's a speaker.
No, I was gonna say I thought it was RFK for a second.
Or he's gonna sing. Is this a singer? What's going on here? Can we get this feed, please?
Yeah, we should probably check out what's going on.
Whatever is, can we get Real America's Voice or something?
Something is happening.
Or YouTube. Can we find a YouTube link of it and send it to the team?
Not entirely sure what's going on.
We have 500,000 concurrents right now between all platforms.
There's our good friend Blake.
I think that's my brother right next to him.
I want to. I'm gonna. By the way, I recorded all this so I can rewatch it in perpetuity. Lawrence O'Donnell, I'm watching you tonight, pal. I've had you on my list for a long time.
Virginia.
The hammering.
Virginia, 76% in House District 7. Anderson is only 2 points behind Vindman. We have in Ohio, Marin is within a point of Captor. That's up in our good friends district. We have right now Maine. They've only counted 28% of the votes for some reason, and our Republican Austin is up. Michigan, Barrett is creaming the replacement for Slotkin. That is like an embarrassing. It looks like we're going to mop the floor.
Can Rogers win in Michigan?
Rogers is on his way. He's like up 2 or 3 points right now. But I'm going through the House races.
Crazy.
There's still a lot.
I feel bad. Marionette Miller,
Tang Williams,
Detroit has a lot.
Tang Williams, who has been a candidate a few times here. Lily Tang Williams is only behind 2.5 points, almost 3 points in New Hampshire, in House District 2. Pennsylvania, we have McKinsey up on Wild in House District 7. That's a big deal. Pennsylvania, they just announced this. District 8, this was a race to watch. This was on our list. This is I believe it's a hold. Brezhnev.
That's a new guy. That's a flip.
We have 2 flips pending in Pennsylvania. We have McKenzie beating Wild.
I think we're going to keep the House.
95% in.
Brezhnev would be Cartwright. That's your northeastern tier.
Real quick, Cliff. What's your read on the Perry race? 77% in. Where are we going to be at? I know you were just with them.
Yeah, so we have 3 targets in PA. You just mentioned them: District 7, District 8, and District 10. Those were the 3 congressionals. Scott, we got to see where the numbers fall. We're expecting the rest of these to be good, but we got to see if he can get across the finish line. 7 and 8, we were told they were not winnable, but we're going to try to make them competitive. So we're excited about those. But Scott Perry is a must-win. So we're analyzing that minute by minute and trying to see where it lands. But honestly, 7 and 8, one of the reasons we had success was the Democrats didn't target it as heavily for mail-in voting. So we'll continue to track those.
Cliff, are you tracking the row offices? Because the Democrats are way down in these row offices.
Pennsylvania, 81% chance for Trump, New York Times.
Dude, and
Attorney General, Auditor, and Treasurer in Pennsylvania, the split's way wider than it is for the president.
I believe that.
Way wider. Dave Sunday's up 5 points for Attorney General. I think they're actually calling that on Decision Desk.
I believe that.
Don Bacon's probably going to win, and no one likes
That's
him.
Unbelievable.
Hey,
please don't set me off. Gosh, Don Bacon.
Not right now. Tonight's about unity. Hey,
Stacey Garrity, Treasurer.
Hey, someone's speaking at Kamala's thing. Cedric Richmond, what's going on here?
Oh yeah, we
got to get this. I got to get this. No. This is historic stuff.
On the chair.
This is John Podesta speaking in 2016.
Yep, that's the Hillary John Podesta speech.
Yeah, I remember that one.
It's probably
this guy. Everyone's taking it.
Let's hear it.
He's not even.
We're still getting it.
It's not even Jen O'Malley Dillon. It's the co-chair.
You know how many text messages people? Charlie, what's going on?
That was like a 1 minute, whatever he spoke, super short.
Yeah, Jack, just to go back to what you said, I mean, all the row offices in PA are going to be wins. I mean, Stacey Garrity, DeFore.
Oh, Cedric
Dave
Richmond
Sunday.
is gone. Oh, he's gone.
He's gone. Let's get that.
I'm sure we're going to get a clip. We'll get a clip of it. It's fine.
You know, you think of like
breaking news. It says
Harris campaign co-chair addresses the watch party.
She has been drinking too much tonight.
This is pathetic.
I just got a message. Tyler, I just got a message. White House official, some in Kamala's camp wanted to see if Biden wanted to do a quick national address to ease nerves, and Jill shut it down because he's still asleep.
Oh, that would have been historic.
Like to ease nerves? Can you guys do math?
I think we should send out Hunter Biden. Let's start having the conversation about what we can broker for the pardon.
Can we get to that, Cedric?
But really,
we should get that.
That should be a national conversation with
We're not there yet, guys. Okay, we're not there yet.
All that
we got some votes to count. Okay.
Think about all that posturing
this time, though.
that Democrats
We're not
do.
falling asleep this time, though. Last time we went to sleep,
I know,
and we
but-
let them whoosy whatsies this thing. All right.
What were you saying?
Think about all that posturing that the left has done for years, where they're like, this person, young children need role models, like girls need strong women to look up to as, models. And then, like, the objective failure, like, at the minimum, you guys didn't win. You could show that, like, you're the woman candidate that you nominated can be brave, can be tough, can be a leader, and part of being a leader is being able to take your accountability, being able to take your group through hard times when things are tough. And they're 2 for 2 on. They have to punt to their dude campaign manager to speak for them on election night.
Second time in a row, by the way.
Second time in a row.
Hillary had John Podesta go out, and Kamala just had Cedric go out. There you go.
Well, it wasn't in a row, but yeah.
No, both times a female candidate was the nominee. Yeah. This happened.
Do we have Brett on? Do I have my devil's advocate panel? Brett, what's going on with Wisconsin? They're actually counting votes miraculously.
Oh my gosh, there was no one there when he spoke.
New York Times, 77% chance of winning Wisconsin. Tell me what's going on here.
Big smiles over here. We just went from 82% reported in Portage County to 86% reported in Portage County, then up to 90% reported in Portage County. Trump is at 49.8%. Why is this important? Well, this is where UW-Stevens Point is. It's a major college town that's smack dab in the middle of Wisconsin. And if we stay the course on this, keep in mind, Trump's winning by 1 point with 90% reporting. This would be the first time that a Republican presidential candidate will win Portage County since, you guys ready for this? 1956.
And that's a college town, isn't it, that we targeted, Brett?
Hey,
major college town that we had ballot chasers in, that we had TPA chase the vote ballot chasers in.
We haven't updated the map, but they've called Maine for Trump.
Maine 2.
Maine 2.
Yeah. So let's give him that one electoral vote.
Let's. I mean, we might as well, right? We're here.
Charlie, New York Times is now predicting, they're not calling Pennsylvania. They're using that funny word, but they're now predicting Pennsylvania for Donald Trump. Very big moment.
Your math is math. Trust the data, right?
88% in Trump's lead. Did Trump's lead just expand in Pennsylvania?
It looks like
165,000.
No, I had it 100, but it was down to 162 because I've been tracking this pretty closely.
Do we want to color Pennsylvania red on the map?
No.
All
right, then we'll turn it back.
Absolutely not.
I'm not there yet.
I'll
tell you
jinx
when.
it.
I'll make the call. It's not there.
No, he's at 157 right now.
I want to thank our members. Daisy sent me some of the names, members.charliekirk.com. We are signing, by the way, you'll be able to have this hat for the rest of your life, and you'll say, I got a hat signed by Charlie Kirk and the team the night the blue wall fell.
Again.
And I'm not making any proclamations, but I'd much rather be us than them. Fox News has called George for Trump. I'm sorry, I can't say that without laughing. It's like, thanks. That was so 9:30, okay? It's like...
Charlie, you were right about Bucks County.
It's getting redder, right?
50-48.
Yeah, I was right.
Yeah.
So
redder.
We're actually netting votes out of some of the callers. So
we're netting votes there.
Cliff, you hear that? We're netting votes out of the callers.
That's awesome. And Delco's almost done.
He's running away with it in Lancaster. And York still has a ton out. York still has about 60,000 to come in. And York, Charlie, York is a huge
That's the reason
red
I'm
area.
confident. Huge red area. York has tons of votes that come in. We're getting very close, guys.
Yeah, the walls are closing in, as they say.
And Cambria hasn't gone up in like 2 hours.
Our team just got back to me from the report from Maricopa County.
Great.
No, this last week. So prior the data that we didn't get,
pathetic.
We chased. Guess how many ballots we've chased that we know of to date?
Total, 175,000.
Just a little above that, 180,000.
I mean, it's unbelievable, and we're going to see that manifest once at Christmas.
Well, you would basically, I mean, just to put this in perspective, with the numbers that we have now, the numbers would look like about probably -1 to 150,000 votes if it wasn't for our team chasing those votes. It would look like 2020 when we felt like there was no hope.
Let's play cut 197, please.
And there's hope.
Good evening, Howard. Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Oh my gosh, that's going to go up with Podesta. That guy's right up there with Podesta. By the way, Montgomery County, Cliff, we're getting some numbers out of Montgomery County. It was 62-36 in 2020. It's now 60-38.
Yeah, and I think, listen, these numbers continue to cannibalize.
60-38. I'm telling you, they're getting redder, not bluer, in the areas she needs to get votes.
So that's day of. That's all day of
I'm
coming
telling
up.
you.
62.
When we're seeing day of votes, once again, listen, we're not talking about her needing to make up 5,000 votes, okay? Right now, she's got to make up 140, 130. I mean, she's got to make up 6 figures in votes.
86%
and Charlie, it's just not
chance
there.
of winning Pennsylvania.
It's just not there. We've got the numbers.
They're at 86% chance.
Philadelphia's at 90% in.
Joy Reid is already blaming men.
I will take the blame, Joy.
Yes,
by the way,
that's actually right. That's 100% right.
As soon as hold on a second. She went after me by name.
I'm sure it's going to get worse.
Saying that Charlie has no get out the vote operation.
They're going to quote.
Okay, everyone, Maricopa's incoming, according to Garrett Archer.
Yes, it was supposed to be here 30 minutes ago, but there we are. So, guys, and let me warn everybody. We don't know how they're going to give this to you.
Let's focus on Pennsylvania. Let's just get Arizona.
We don't know how they're going to give this to you.
Eventually, the votes will come, okay?
I don't know how many times I have to do this and still be stunned by the way in which they produce results here.
I know.
But
Charlie,
it is
what
stunning.
exactly did Joy Reid say? I'm kind of fascinated.
She said that
people?
Can we wait till after we get? Let's wait.
Let's wait. It's too
I want
good.
to dunk on this.
No, we're not doing that yet.
Later.
I got a whole list, and I'm checking it twice.
I want to be part of it.
And it's going to be a beautiful thing. But if we win, I'm not kidding. If it looks like we're winning, guys, glory be to God. I'm not kidding. We do not deserve his mercy. We don't deserve his goodness.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll say that as we get closer.
That's
before
I
get too emotional, Jack.
That's going to be a treat.
So I don't know. Pennsylvania is.
Pennsylvania's at 85% chance now, guys.
What a ride.
Come on, Charlie, let's do it. Are we there yet?
What a
ride. Do it, Charlie. We'll give you the honor.
We're not doing it yet. No. No, 2020 vibes. I got PTSD.
Do you think, how sad do you think Kamala's sleeping in the White House?
No, let's just stay positive. Let's just we'll get to that
observatory.
Yeah.
Do you think she's there just to like try to get like her?
No,
nights
she's
in?
not there.
She'll get her nights in over there.
Yeah, Delco's done. Montgomery's about to be done. Bucks still has 30% out, and the more Bucks comes in, the redder it looks. So that's a pocket where, as things come in, it actually helps with all of these other pieces that are coming in on whatever tranches of blue that they have left in Philadelphia or whatever it is. You're actually seeing this interesting almost. It's like a seesaw where
Jack,
it's balancing it out.
And McCormick's going to win.
Let's talk top level. There's 6.4 million votes in Pennsylvania. We're expecting another 400,000, and Donald Trump is up almost 200,000.
Yeah, we said just 6.8, just under 7 was what we were looking at.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where she finds those votes. I don't know where she finds them.
Let's put up. By the way, I want to thank our members. Members.charliekirk.com. That's members.charliekirk.com. Thank you guys.
Hey, we finally got Cameron County.
Oh, really? That should be good for us. We got votes.
Well, it's like 500 votes.
Hey, I want to point something out too.
But we got him.
Even with the Maricopa County withholding, Justin Heap's only down 3,000 votes.
Dude, I can't get over that. We'll talk later. This Arizona thing is driving me livid.
Oh, it's gonna get beautiful. It's gonna get so juicy and beautiful. I just wait. It's gonna be fun. We're gonna have a good time. It's gonna be fun.
I know. It's just,
what else do we have to do the next 3 days, right? Like we wanted to do this. We didn't. Who wants to have an election day in a day? You know.
Pennsylvania is at 85% chance of winning. New York Times. The meter just keeps ticking.
Quick down ballot footnote in Wisconsin. Yep. We knew this was going to happen, but I just want to talk about it. Tony Weed, running in Wisconsin's 8th congressional district, he wins with 59% of the vote in right now. The reason that's noteworthy, he was in a really contested 3-way primary. TP Action was the first outside organization to support him. So we're really excited for Tony. He's a class act, a dynamite guy, and really has leaned into Brianna and Dixon. I saw those two at the Trump rally, and when Tony saw them, his face lit up like a Christmas tree. So it's just fantastic to see Tony win.
Brett, I want to recognize Dixon, too, who's one of our supervisors in Brown County now. He's one of the youngest supervisors. He's engaged to be married. He's got a great life ahead of him, a long line of service, maybe future congressman in Brown County. Who knows? Bree has been incredible there as well, just working inside and out, trying to show local county leaders, right? What's our favorite county that we've got right outside Brown County there, Brett?
Outagamie. Do we want to go there?
Outagamie. She's friends with Outagamie, right? Outagamie's been so supportive of Turning Point Action. We appreciate them so much. We're really looking forward to a long road ahead and really showcasing some wins.
Got some breaking news. Perry is up 1 in Pennsylvania. That's a good sign, right? That means that the Republican has coattails.
Yes,
absolutely, Charlie. I got to comment on this. I mean, this was our #1 target. I was going to be embarrassed. I was going to be mortified. We put 3 of our Airbnbs in Scott Perry's district. As of 30 seconds ago, Scott is now up by a whole percentage, 187,000 votes to 183,000. Look, the Dems ran up the mail-ins, but this is the power of Trump and his coattails. Right? Look at McCormick, look at Scott Perry. And in York, exactly.
York just came in big. Big. Trump is now up by almost 200,000.
Are you serious? Oh, by the way, Alan Lichtam, who said that Kamala is going to win,
210
said that democracy is gone.
Trump is up by 210 right now in Pennsylvania.
When one of the candidates gets the most
90%.
The electoral college is broken.
Don't you hate that? Democracy dies.
So many people on my
in
list.
democracy. I cannot believe that democracy killed democracy.
I want to thank Austin, Mark, Kyrie, Tim, Jessica, Daniel, Alyssa, David, Andrew, Lisa, Bobby, Ashley, Brandon, Jean, Amanda, Abram, Cabe, John, Zane, Aaron, members.charliekirk.com, members.charliekirk.com. Let's go right here. Arizona has nothing. We are now 11 local time. and we do not have even full early votes yet.
8, 9, 10, 11. It's been 4 hours. 4 hours we got
Since
nothing.
polls closed, and we have nothing.
They've done nothing. And in fact, they've done more than nothing, Charlie.
They've actively held back votes at this point.
They've actively held back votes since last Tuesday.
Well, Justin Heap's going to win, and there's going to be some changes.
Justin Heap is down 3,000 votes.
Just wait until our chase.
He's going to win. He is going to win. Justin Heap is going to win.
So Emerson,
we're not going back.
Emerson predicted that we would win Iowa by 9. Insider Advantage predicted it by 6. With 94% in, we are up by 14%.
Hey, how's Ann? Ann Seltzer. I get really upset because she defended that thing so vociferously, and it wasn't just bad. I mean, that was like the worst polling miss in modern American history.
It's unfortunate and it got so much attention. I'm not going to accuse her of like deliberate misconduct, but it's just
90% chance.
A lot of reputation.
Cliff, I'm getting closer, man. 90% chance of Trump winning Pennsylvania.
Listen, what's it going to take, Charlie? You need me to promise you I'm in Philadelphia County watching for the bands going in?
I need some more than 90, okay? In 2020, scars run deep here.
Charlie, we are currently
up 210,000. We'll keep monitoring, we'll keep reporting.
The New York Times
Christian,
dial.
you hear that? He needs 95% minimum.
Look, they're just showing. This is so.
Look, the New York Times dial has maxed out for Trump.
So let's just.
Are you serious?
It caps at 95 plus.
Send that to me.
Let's just walk through this, folks. Georgia's already called.
North Carolina's called.
Florida, called.
Ohio, Iowa.
The only one left is one blue wall state.
She should just concede.
And if Pennsylvania's there,
she won't. They're doing this whole. They're not accepting this.
They won't accept the results of the election. They won't accept the results of a democratically decided election.
Wait, hold on. Isn't this democracy?
No, it's dying in darkness, Charlie.
Can we sing the BLM
it's dark
democracy
out. It's
song?
dying.
It's donocracy.
No, what's the BLM?
Ryan says be careful. All right, we got to stop. Move topics. There's all trigger words now.
Democracy?
All right. Yep. Email is freedom at no, seriously, YouTube has crawlers. Email is freedom@charliekirk.com. Subscribe to our podcast. Open up your podcast application and type in Charlie Kirk Show. The stuff you were talking about prior, making fun of that stuff, is all triggered. So it's laced. Yes, we're getting tons of emails. Freedom@charliekirk.com. By the way, we are now on our 8th hour of streaming. Daisy, can we move MAGA Mountain and get another MAGA in? We got. Let's get some more hats in. I got to sign some more hats for our members here. By the way, if you want to get in the running for a free hat, all you have to do is subscribe to our show and send us proof of subscription, and you might win. We are the #2 podcast on all podcasts right now. And email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Daisy and Emma are coming in, who've done a great job, by the way. Blake, can you repeat that? The New York Times?
The New York Times has their dial that they've been measuring all night. And right now, their forecast for the overall results of the election has maxed out at greater than 95% for Trump. They don't go above 95 on their dial. They just say over 95%. Very likely Trump. Their popular vote is, careful Daisy, their popular vote is 1.2 for Trump. That's the highest it's been all night, I believe, or maybe it was 1.3 earlier, but solidly in the range of going to win the popular vote. And their average electoral college result is 306 for Trump, 232 for Harris. And that could go up too.
Well, they said Maricopa's incoming. Did they mean this century, or what did they? I mean, this is
time for the next election.
When they said that Maricopa's incoming, they meant at Stephen Richer pace, which actually it actually incidentally turns out that Stephen Richer moves slower than Helen Purcell, who's like 92 years old and was the last good recorder that we had before all these changes started happening. Although I do blame her a little bit because she instituted some of the changes that led us down the Adrian Fontes path, and then now to where we are with Stephen Richer. It's a long story. We'll spend a whole time talking about all the things that are screwed up with Maricopa County and how Justin Heap's going to fix them.
Not right now.
No. I know, not right now. I'm just saying we got to get through this election, got to win, and then we'll talk about all the things that are messed up.
All right, Pennsylvania
and how
right
you can
now.
Avoid them yourself.
Pennsylvania went down to 89% chance, so went down 1 point, Cliff. I don't know what changed.
Listen, Charlie, don't hold me to that 1%. I like where we're at. 89 is a good spot to be.
All right, okay.
I don't see much.
Cliff,
change.
are you going to sleep before?
Don't read too much into it. Sometimes the meter goes back and forth. It doesn't really.
Listen, it's 1 o'clock. I promised Charlie I'd stay up through the night.
Oh, Cliff, you're not going to bed. Are you kidding me?
Refrigeration.
Cliff, we got people.
I got Gallagher's 50/50 iced tea. I'm set. This is not a promotion.
Love Gallagher's.
They'll be sponsors.
By the way, Cliff, just so you know, I brought, and Charlie can back me up on this, I brought a bag of Wawa coffee with me here to Phoenix because I would not leave Pennsylvania that far behind. So I've been drinking Wawa coffee the entire night, and I have a special, I haven't even referred to this yet, but I have a special bag right here that will be revealed should Pennsylvania go our way. A very special bag of something that will only be revealed if Pennsylvania goes our way. And that's all I'm going to say about that right now because I can't say anything else. But, yeah, I've been drinking Wawa all night, brother.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh.
Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Let's go through some Arizona stuff. People say, what's going on with Arizona? Just to be clear, Kamala needed to crush that first drop, and she didn't.
She did not.
She did not. It should have been even better if they actually counted all the votes that they have sitting there. I'm not kidding, right? I know I sound like a crazy person, okay? I know. I always do it to Arizona. People are like, yeah, okay. No, he's sitting on 200,000 really. He's sitting on 200,000. I know.
You'll look at what we make you look at.
He's sitting on 200,000 really good votes. We know that because it's in the totals, okay?
It's insane.
They're like, oh, we only counted the ones up till Tuesday. Well, that's the bluest batch, okay? That's all heavy Dem and Dem Indies, okay? And like anti-Trump R's, and then that last week it gets super red, right?
Let me tell you something that's really exciting about Maricopa County and why you should be even more excited about what's coming. Jerry Sheridan, who's a Republican. We haven't had a Republican sheriff for the last 2 election cycles because in 16, Sheriff Joe Arpaio was getting attacked and he was aging out and all that stuff, and he was getting unfairly attacked and ultimately got pardoned by President Trump. That was one of the things we didn't discuss in the live stream the other night. The funny part is that because he did what he ended up getting pardoned by Trump. Anyways, long story short, we haven't had a Republican sheriff in Maricopa County. Jerry Sheridan, who's one of his top guys, great dude, is ahead of a total loser. His name's Tyler Camp, who shouldn't even be running for sheriff, by 27,000 votes. So that's a really good first drop, considering how much they held back. Really good. And so that's scary. For sure. That's scary for Dems.
Yeah, that's like the best data set that they can combine. And by the way, we're still up 14,000 votes. We're still up 14,000 votes.
I'm feeling good. No,
it's going to get better.
I'm feeling good.
It's about to get better. By the way, that's without Yavapai Day of. That's not Mojave Day of. It's about to get.
The only thing that's scary that's out there is Pima and Apache.
Okay, let's go to members.charliekirk.com. If you guys want to become a member, I will sign a hat to you right now. And also, if you're watching on YouTube, could you guys just hit a subscribe button? That would be great. That would be really terrific. I'm getting some really, really nice texts from people. I'm not there yet, Mr. Cliff. Okay. New York Times says now 91% chance of winning Pennsylvania.
Come on, Charlie. That's an A. That's an A, even in government schools.
We're at 93%.
Charlie, how many texts have you been getting right now from people that you just haven't heard from?
It's a lot, but I will say there's a lot of sweet messages too.
Yeah, no, it's nice, but it's also like all the people who just.
Let's stay positive. I will say the amount of people that are crediting the Turning Point thing, you included Jack and Blake, is pretty awesome. The people that are saying and by the way, Turning Point Action, we worked the hardest that we've ever worked towards anything in our life. It still has not set in what is happening because I don't believe it. That's why we're here all night. These are a bunch of crooks, guys. That's all I'm going to say.
I'm very proud of these handful of red counties that are just sort of laggardly sitting around on 20% of the vote. Just to have it around, before Detroit, does their drop.
What a year. What a year, man.
There's no way there's 1.3 million. Cliff, can you read that text? They said there's 1.3 million provisionals. That's not possible. There's no way. That's no way that's right. In Pennsylvania.
No, sorry, it's muted. No, if that's correct, we're being duped. No, that cannot be correct. 1.3 million provisionals.
No, that's not true. Someone's making stuff.
No. Yeah, I mean, look, at this point, they're trying to find something. But there's no way that's accurate based on any of the provisional from the past.
Interesting update. St. Croix County, Wisconsin, which is the northwest corner of Wisconsin. It's Hudson. It's right on the Minnesota border. That's where Stillwater, Minnesota is, directly across
Pennsylvania. Now they say 95% chance of winning.
Very likely.
No, it's the whole thing.
Charlie, I'm trying to smoke this cigar.
Do you wanna?
It's going to get us kicked off here.
No, you can't do that. No, you can't do that. That's against YouTube guidelines.
Oh, sorry. Hey, nothing here, of course.
Not again.
No, the rules are unbelievable. Like, it's just, no, seriously, it's like if you
the YouTube police state. Charlie, we're hovering
Charlie, you
over
got
it.
that look in your eye, and I'm telling you right now, the numbers look good. You've asked me a year ago if we would go all in. You guys have been our top partner. Pennsylvania is now 95% likely. You've got Jack Posobiec here, another patriot who's been all in, working the ground. I'm going to tell you this. I think it's time, and if we call it, it's the White House.
We're at 251 right now, Charlie.
Yeah, I don't know. Jack, what am I missing?
I mean, look, it's so Detroit is going to Detroit. Philadelphia, there's many things that Bob Brady can do. He talked about high turnout. We didn't see that high turnout in Philadelphia, but he could be referring to something. I mean, I can speculate, but you know, it still just doesn't fit the math. It just doesn't fit the math that there would be that many provisional ballots out. It doesn't fit the math that there would be that many excess ballots out. I don't see it. No, I'm just not. I mean, I could speculate as to all these other things that might happen, but I just don't think there are. I'm not seeing it.
And for that matter, like in Wisconsin, you have 87% in, Trump up 4. So you're thinking they've got to win by 36% or so on what's outstanding to flip it. Well, what's outstanding? Well, you have half of Racine County.
Racine, yeah.
Racine. You have 20% of Washington County, which is going 70-30 for us. You have a quarter of Brown County, which is going our way, Green Bay. While Dane is entirely in, Milwaukee has 40% left. That's a lot. But it's not the only thing that's left in comparison to where we were 4 years ago, where, yeah, okay, then we're waiting on all of Milwaukee's early vote to just drop, and that was it. And so that's another one where you have random counties in the northern part of the state that aren't in yet. Where do they get those votes?
There was only one more rural that potentially had votes left on the table for Kamala. It was St. Croix County, which is essentially a suburb of Minneapolis. They just finished reporting. Trump won that county with 58% of the vote, or 59% of the vote, and Hovde won it with 58% of the vote. So, I mean, that pretty much takes that last rural county that could have been on the table for her.
So Cliff, is there anything in this provisional thing? Do you know the provisional count statewide?
No, I mean, we're going to look at it, but really a lot of these will total up. But 1.3 million cannot be correct, Charlie. There's no way. I just paid the RNC. Go ahead, Jack.
No, I was just going to say, well, a provisional ballot is still also going to be a day of ballot. So a provisional ballot, let's say, we know there's going to be a bunch of those up in Cambria County where they had the issues with the scanners, where we were telling people, we had Laura Trump and we were on War Room this morning and we were saying vote paper ballots. You and Andrew mentioned it earlier, Charlie, on your show. I mentioned on my show. So we were urging people to do that. But we know those are going to break Republican. And for the rest of the state, I would imagine that they would break fairly along the same lines that the statewide day of voting would break. So even if there are this number of provisionals, it would still break that way for us.
You want to know something crazy?
Yep.
I mean, I'm just analyzing this stuff here with on the carry numbers for Arizona. Sorry, I'm just waiting for the Maricopa County numbers to come through. Basically, all that Rubin leads by is the lead that's in Maricopa County right now.
Mm-hmm.
That's really bad for him.
I'm telling you. I mean,
that's really bad.
They're going to slow walk this thing forever.
We're finally getting Nevada in.
Yeah, no, Nevada's way above Arizona, by the way. It's just unbelievable.
How did Nevada come in before?
It's just pathetic.
It's so bad.
And Trump's up 9,000.
We have 17% of Alaska in, and they closed, 3 hours later?
Sam Brown, I don't know.
No, it's not.
Charlie, I have 2020 provisionals if you want me to read those.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, 2020, Joe Biden had 53,000 provisionals. Donald Trump had 50,000. There was 103,000 total. So they're talking about a, 10x, 13x. There's no way. If that happens, we've got lawsuits. We've got a whole battle. That's the attempt to try to distort some of the numbers. But it was 103,000 provisionals in 2020. And that was, by the way, that was the height of COVID when there was the literal record set for the most mail-in ballots we had, which is where all the provisionals come from. So I don't know where they're getting that number from.
Okay.
Oh man, Eric Hovde is going to be so great as a U.S. Senator.
Is Eric Hovde going to win?
He's going to win.
Jeez.
Eric, you know how you can just feel it with somebody, with some guy like Eric Hovde's just such a good dude, right, Brett? Like Eric Hovde's just such a out of everybody that's running for office this election cycle, Eric Hovde's the most likable guy I think out of everybody.
He's your prototypical definition of Wisconsin nice. He remembers names, which I've always appreciated about him. Any event, hey Linda, how's it going? Gives him a hug. How's your husband? Like that. He really epitomizes who you look up to in Wisconsin. I love the guy. I had never met him actually, and he was super involved in Wisconsin politics about 10 years ago. He was involved in a primary for Senate in 2012. And then wasn't involved in politics for about 8 years, came back onto the scene a couple of years ago, has been a huge help to Brandon Malley, someone that Brandon looks up to as a mentor. He really understands that leadership is creating other leaders. So I'll shout him out for just what he's done and getting Brandon to a whole new level of leadership. But I love the guy, just great guy.
The left is going to lose their minds with Eric Hovde and Ron Johnson for 6 years.
And Bernie Moreno and Jim Banks.
And then they have no chance in beating Ron Johnson if he runs again next time with Eric Hovde winning this time. The money that's going to flow into Wisconsin is going to be so fantastic for us protecting Wisconsin in the future.
Tyler.
And this is the most exciting part. Yeah, look at Brett. He literally looks like Scrooge McDuck right now, like money symbols going over his eyes. He's like, oh my gosh, yeah, we're actually. You don't understand. Wisconsin is so lacking in resources. We showed up, and it was like, when you show up to someone's party, and there's you're expecting a good party, and it's a wedding, like a good wedding. And you show up to someone's good wedding. You show up to a good wedding, and it's like a junk wedding. You're like, oh my gosh, I feel bad for them. I'm glad they're getting married. Let's just get out of here. That's like the Republican Party in Wisconsin right now.
No. Tyler, it was a cash bar wedding, but you guys showed up with
it was
the
a cash bar.
That's what happened.
No, they didn't even have a cash bar. You had to pay the guy in the parking lot to get booze out of his trunk. This is the type of Republican Party that's being run there right now. And now we're going to have so much faith in that state. And I cannot emphasize enough our grassroots activists on the ground, our managers for our Chase the Vote program, our partnership that we did with America PAC. There's just so much that's happened that, there's so many faces and situations that have happened that we'll be able to talk about for a long, long time that have really helped turn around the hearts and minds of activists who had really almost started giving up on the party there. And Eric Hovde, look, God bless him because he decided to run, put all his own money into this thing, and had basically no help or support from anybody, ran his own thing. We came in, we've been doing stuff across the state to help churn out votes. Again, there's been a couple other groups.
Get ready for Trump's speech. He's coming soon, guys.
But this is such a huge boon for Wisconsin.
Breaking news. Florida just counted their votes again for fun.
They did it 3 times. They've already done it 3 times.
Tyler, who was the last Republican to hold that seat?
Oh gosh, Brett probably.
Guys, they just called it. They just called it for Pennsylvania, Charlie. It has
Fox
been
just called.
Just reporting it. Let's go, baby!
Charlie,
what is the number? In the
what is the number?
Is that it?
On that bar?
Is that it? Are they going to actually count the votes in Arizona now because they've given up?
Fox News decides Donald Trump is president of the United States. We've got our republic back, folks.
This is
Let's
it.
go!
Everyone stand up. Let's go! We're not going back. We're not going back.
Fox called it right there.
Holy cow,
God
baby.
bless
You
America.
got to believe it.
They call Pennsylvania.
PA
That's it.
put
Wait.
us over the top.
Is the
Charlie.
president going to speak now?
Who's saying that Fox called it? I'm sure they did, but
We're seeing Fox call
yep,
it live.
everyone's
Charlie,
saying it.
Let me give you credit from right here in Pennsylvania. You were the guy, you and Tyler, convinced me. You say, Cliff, stop door knocking across the country. Go back to your home state. Own Pennsylvania. That will be the deciding factor. I thought you guys were nuts. We knocked 500,000 doors. We delivered Pennsylvania. And now we've got our country back. Let's do this, baby.
Woo!
Come on.
Let's go.
There it is.
Clean up, clean up,
All
clean
right.
up.
Ah, the
Let's
run
go.
on.
Huge win. Oh my gosh. This almost seems a little surreal.
Everybody should remember this moment. Look, I'm gonna echo Charlie from earlier. Remember where you were when this happened. Remember where you were when you realized that the Uniparty and all of these, just the establishment, they did not expect this. And Charlie, you should have emotion. This is a moment. You totally reformed the GOP. You totally said, listen, we can't forfeit the mail-in ballot. You said it's time to actually participate. And look what you guys have done. Brett, what you're doing in Wisconsin. Charlie, what you're doing in Arizona. I mean, everybody across the country. Jack Posobiec, you were crazy enough to think we could win Pennsylvania? A kid from Norristown?
The fact that it was
guys.
Pennsylvania, man.
And let me give some credit to some incredible activists too, because there's a history that's going to be told for a long time. But I mean, look, Pennsylvania, we are very lucky to have an attitude realignment and change, because what I call the national Republican apparatus that I know, Cliff, you've been fighting for a long time, would have completely blown this, right? And you've got the heart and energy and soul of a Cliff Maloney, of a Scott Pressler, of our activists. I mean, No for Micah. You talk about this all the time.
No is incredible.
No,
It's
incredible.
absolutely incredible.
That's the type of people that you need to turn this thing around and win. And
look, I said there was something I had in the bag that if we won Pennsylvania, I would reveal it. So I am going to reveal it now. No, it's fine. It's fine.
Everyone should come out up here.
So I'm going to reveal it.
Yeah, come on, guys.
I brought this all the way
team should
from
come on up here,
Pennsylvania.
we should start like the Charlie
Just
Brown
in
song.
case.
Just like everyone start dancing.
Just in case we won Pennsylvania. I said I wouldn't even talk about it. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got tasty cakes all the way from Philadelphia, PA. Pass them around. Pass them around. We got the tasty cakes. The taste of Pennsylvania is here tonight, ladies and gentlemen, because Donald J. Trump has won Pennsylvania, and with it is winning the United States of America. He will be the 47th president, the greatest president that America has ever seen. The golden age will begin, and Pennsylvania will lead the rebirth of the American Republic, just like it led the way for the birth of the first American Republic in 1776. It is commencing again.
Let's go, PA. Yeah. Good job, Cliff.
Let's go, baby. I want to thank all the PA Chase team here. We're all here, baby. We're rocking.
Look at there. Woo! Go on, Cliff. Let's see the crowd.
President Trump expected to speak soon. We have to give thanks to God.
Dream big again.
We have to give thanks to God. We have to give thanks to God. God saved Donald Trump's life in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania.
I just want to say what Elon Musk was saying, this was our last chance. I genuinely believe that with the way that they were changing the electorate. This was our last chance to do this. Everybody should be so incredibly thrilled.
We're gonna win more. We're gonna win a lot more.
Are we going to win the House?
We're going to get tired.
We're going to
of
win the
winning.
House.
We still have that promise.
This is the first time all year that Charlie Kirk has had his full voice and been speechless.
And if anyone deserves to get tears in his eyes, it's Charlie. I think we all agree.
I think Erica was chopping some onions or something in the break room.
No one has worked harder than Charlie for this.
We gotta hear some words here from you, Charlie. You put all this together, my man. Let's hear it.
I am just humbled by God's grace.
It's all God. It's all God. God alone. God alone.
That's all I can say.
Decision desk has it. Pennsylvania.
It's done.
It's beginning.
Brett, how are we doing at HQ? Are you still in HQ there with everybody?
Yeah,
are
I'm
people around?
still here. I'm in my office. I've had the door closed. I don't know who's still here. I should see. I should see who's still here. It's a little after midnight in the Central Time Zone. I just want to say right now, it's such an honor and a privilege to be part of this team. Our team at Turning Point Action is the best assemblement.
I want you to think
talent.
back to January 20th, 2021. It was 2 weeks after January 6th. So many of our friends were in federal prison. And it was like the lowest moment.
I was there. I was right across the street when that all happened. I was right there on Constitution Ave when Biden was installed. No one was there. No crowd. Military occupation of Washington, D.C. National Guard all over the place. Fencing.
Oh, my gosh. It's just like text. It's like text after text after text.
Yeah, I can't even look at my phone. I don't even want to look at my phone. I don't even want to look at my phone right now.
People are beside themselves.
I just
President Trump is about to speak. Excuse me. President-elect Donald Trump.
I want you to remember that we did not earn this. This is God's mercy on our country.
Yes.
You're on the Lord's side. He's not on yours.
NBC is saying Pennsylvania is too close to call. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, okay, NBC.
Well, and we've got in the hopper here, we've got Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, which we're going to win all of them.
There you go.
And Michigan. Hey, they've only counted 23% of Maine's votes. The lady that was trying to kick Trump off the ballot said that she's not counting anymore after 23% in Maine because he's going to win. So,
glory to
this
God.
Is going to be a big win. This is going to be a large win. This is going to be a resounding win. That gives,
and then they're basically waiting for Alaska to call it for Trump, but it's done. He's going to win Alaska by 10 points.
Nothing out of the ordinary there. They always do that. They're like, oh, Alaska can swing.
Charlie, can I get ahead on this? What's the next battle?
Yeah.
Where do we go from here?
No, we just.
I'll tell you later, Cliff.
Yeah, not now, guys. There is no next battle. We just.
Cliff, I'll tell you tonight.
You got it.
It's in January.
Pennsylvania.
But we're not done yet. We've got a Senator Eric Hovde to make sure that we get through for the finish line. We've got to chase.
How's McCormick looking?
We're curing ballots this entire week in Arizona. You know why? Because we're not satisfied not only with this, potentially Trump winning here in Arizona, but we've got to get Kerry across the line, and we've got to win the state House and state Senate by big margins. Because you know what we're going to march ourselves right into in 2026.
We're not talking about that yet. Let's just.
We got to set it up.
We're not
McCormick
letting us start the next election cycle yet.
No, we have to. And here's we come right out of this. We have to win these governorships and protect these states, because we can't be living through this every 2 years, every 4 years.
This is called permanent infrastructure, and Turning Point Action deserves so much credit because we have needed this for 30 years, Charlie, 30 years, Tyler. We have needed permanent infrastructure. It's been the unions. It's been a lot of the folks on the left. They never have figured out you cannot show up every 4 years. And what we just set in motion is the idea that if we set this up, if we do the work we need to do, we can make these states firm, concrete, red states. That's why I'm proud to be part of this team, guys. And I really appreciate you guys allowing me to be part of it. I'm so humbled that Pennsylvania delivered a win. Charlie, I agree with you. We got to thank Jesus Christ. We got to think deep here. This is a spiritual moment. The fact that Donald Trump was even the nominee was a complete miracle.
For every one of you. For every one of you that did not give up after January the 6th, that didn't give up after the indictments, that didn't give up. Do you understand what we just did?
Look at Steve.
Do you understand what, they put him in prison.
Look at that face.
They shot Trump. They tried to shoot him again. They took away his business empire. This is the most unbelievable American comeback story in the history of American politics.
They're going to be talking about this for hundreds
I hope you understand
of years.
what this is.
Hundreds of years.
There's nothing that will ever compare to this.
They're going to try to do it.
Charlie, put your MAGA hat back on. It's going to be in the Smithsonian now because of what just happened. There it is.
People are mind blown right now. This is, I mean, all over.
Now you're all in big trouble.
I have a different. We can have plenty of. We do not deserve this, guys. Donald Trump is this close from not being with us to
half an inch.
Half an inch to the right. Donald Trump.
He's the happiest I've ever seen him.
Donald Trump,
and he earned every second of this.
Saved by the hand of God himself that day.
You know what's the most fun part while we wait for Trump to come on here? The most fun part is I want to get through. If Maricopa County can just drop some results.
Stop with that. They're not doing that now.
No, but
they're watching the stream. They're not dropping it.
Here's the reason.
They're not going to drop it until we get off. They're in like a.
And this is what Cliff has figured out. This is what we talk about permanent infrastructure. Once you figure out how to do this stuff and you figure out what its mechanics and the mechanics that we have in place, it becomes very scary for the opposing side. And they're looking at this, the work that we put into CD7 in Michigan, the work that we're putting into CD3 in Nevada, and Arizona and Wisconsin. This is scary stuff for the left. Our teams in Pennsylvania, obviously we've been talking about Pennsylvania here, but our teams have figured out something that scares the left more than anything else. And you have to continue, you have to double down, triple down, and just, again, we've said this, we've got to drive the left into the ground here so that they don't want to come back. And that's what we're going to do this election cycle, but next election cycle and the one after that. And in Pennsylvania, Cliff, you've got a big task, tall task in front of you. That's a big state. Now you're committed for life. You're married. I don't know if you realize you were married to Pennsylvania for the rest of your life. You might want to tell some people in your family.
My mom said she loved me being back home in Delco. I got to see her a lot, see my nieces and my nephews. But look, this is just the beginning. We're just getting started. And I think what we've proved here, this is going to be a case study. And I think it's a case study not just for Republicans, but for the entire America First movement on what we need to do. And I think, if we do this right, guys, we're going to build from here. We're going to figure out how we take this and how we continue to climb, continue to build infrastructure. And Charlie, I just want to say this again. A lot of people tried to beat the crap out of me, and you were one of the few guys, you and Tyler,
always had your back.
That always had my back. I've always stood firm, but it's easy when I've got titans there that I can rely on, and we can deploy people, we can do the work. And I just want you to know how much I appreciate it. It means quite a lot. And it's an honor to have Pennsylvania go the right way. We're going to win Arizona. We're going to win Wisconsin. Nobody takes credit. It's a team effort. And this full synergy, the left was not expecting this. They were not expecting people to come together to do the work. They've been kind of running their own show for years now. And their time is up. We're going to take this country back.
It's glory be to God. Glory be to God. I just we set as a team, Tyler, after that disappointing midterms, this was going to be the hardest we ever worked towards anything, and we put the whole apparatus in the arena. And how many people tried to take us out and tried to leak against us and tried to destroy us, and this team is the best team in the history of everything. And the team at the turning point, everyone.
We've got
this is the greatest political victory in American history.
The thousands of people, the good people who have dedicated their lives, again, people from 49 states coming here doing this. Guess what? That's all replicable. That's all we can do. We can scale this thing,
and we will.
Yeah. The scary part is I've been withholding. We're gonna be able to lay out a highway that goes directly to getting to the electoral results that we need in every congressional district that has a feasible Moneyball equation in front of it that works.
You hear that, Democrats? The architect is laying down the gauntlet right now.
This is the greatest. I just want everyone to go back in time when they crossed the Rubicon and Trump was indicted for the first time. Someone's getting a call, and it was like, remember, Donald Trump was in Blake. You remember he was in political oblivion.
It looked like the end
He was
of the
in
world.
exile.
Like he couldn't use Facebook. He couldn't use Twitter.
Yeah, that's right. We had we weren't allowed to use social media.
He literally
guys.
disabled his email list.
we had no social media. He was a pariah. We weren't even allowed to. He wasn't allowed to use like Spotify. It was like
this is the most unlikely of
it's
hero
the American
journeys.
people are the best people on the planet.
They are.
Like there is no country like this. And
from Elon Musk buying Twitter to liberate
we
Twitter.
asked the question, like, are the American people still there? Like, if you can hear me. And yeah,
we had been cowed into such silence. The political persecution, the censorship, the actual lawfare against conservatives across the country. Tyler, you've been faced with this. We don't need to get into it, but this touches right here at home.
I'm good.
You're good.
We're gonna have fun. It's gonna be a fun 2 years.
But I mean, just think what the whole movement has been through, and to rise above it. I mean, they tried to throw him off the ballot in multiple states. We forget like half of the crap that they pulled.
God had his hand on this movement, and he was not done with this country.
Nope.
And we deserved judgment. We did. And
grace.
It was pure grace. And what are we going to do with it is the question.
We're going to continue to get some God-fearing people elected so that we can continue.
We're going to have the Senate. Well, we have the House. You feel bullish, but we don't know.
Just guys, we're in control. And
let's just enjoy it.
And let me just say one thing. My friend J.D. Vance is about to become vice president of the United States.
Yes, we're gonna have our first.
Yes, sir.
We're gonna have our first millennial.
Is that not the craziest?
President, vice president,
first millennial.
That is a if there's not a turning point win in America, J.D. Vance, who came through here.
Tell the story.
It's a generational
about us endorsing
moment, folks.
Because we have 500,000 people.
We'll share.
We've got days. We've got Maricopa days.
We still got a few hours.
It just felt like God's hand was on this entire time.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
And you and I were talking, and Rob there was this darkness this weekend. And the Seltzer poll, it's like the bad guys knew something was happening, and they just threw everything they could at us. Mm-hmm. And
you could feel
the
machinations,
right?
You could feel the scheming behind the scenes, how to pull this thing back from the brink, because I think they knew exactly what they were staring down the barrel of this evening, and you could just feel it. You know, you were like, how much of our lead is going to evaporate this weekend from stuff we don't even know about, and so this is a really sweet moment.
Donald Trump is going to speak soon. You know what he should say is, sorry for keeping you waiting. Complicated business.
I know this will mean a lot to you, Charlie, because it means a lot to all of us. So we're happy about the result in Florida on the abortion vote.
Yeah, in South Dakota.
But that was a special 60% one. So, it was weird. South Dakota, it was a 50% one, and it's losing by 27.
It's amazing.
So we finally have an up or down win on that issue.
It's amazing.
It's great.
Oh, gosh, I have so much to talk about with Arizona. It's like I'm looking through all this stuff. I can't wait.
We have all week. By the way, they still haven't reported anything.
They still haven't.
It's been 4 hours.
Because he just like walked out.
They reported 10,000 votes. 10,000 votes is what they reported.
These people belong in.
It's just
Guantanamo
MSNBC is now saying that the voters picked Trump, and essentially they didn't put it exactly like this. It's up to the deep state to stop him now.
Pima dropped 4,000 ballots. This is where we're at right now. We're at like 4,000. Like, thanks. Really, really helpful, guys.
It is so offensive. This entire thing is offensive.
They can't upload SD cards? Like, okay. By the way, Trump is still up by 18,000 votes in Arizona, and everything's going to get redder.
What's the projection?
It's all going to get redder.
3.7. So
it's all going to get redder, and the county races is just such a big deal. Oh my gosh, we're gonna have so much fun, guys. That's the other part. Like, we start this thing from like a really high point. It's gonna be fun. We're gonna have a good time. We're having a great time. Beats the heck out of like having to like make lemonade out of lemons here. This is the opposite.
And MSNBC refuses to call it because that's their MO.
Oh gosh, I'm just going through all these races, and it's like
it's so clear that it's over for Pennsylvania. Like the New York Times, if you look at their website, they have the bars that are like their 95% confidence interval, and it's like a full half a point past zero for their 95%. So they're saying it's 95%, but it's really there's no way. And if Pennsylvania can't go, they don't have any way.
Well, Fox
back.
calling it. Decision Desk just called it. Decision Desk is legit. Decision Desk is.
Decision
Desk called it. Fox called it.
It's done.
I called my son.
They've analyzed. They have
Woke him
a
up.
system for it. They press a button and it goes through all the likely scenarios with the ballots that are left. So it's done.
CNN won't call it, but
Yeah, we got nothing from Arizona.
Yeah, I mean he's a joke. And Garrett Archer's been running cover for Maricopa County
he
all
just
week.
woke up Biden.
He's like the PR campaign for Bill Gates.
Trying to get Kamala.
It's unbelievable.
Man, Jack, how many people told us to turn our back on Trump? How many people told us to jump ship? How many people told us?
Oh, are we going to talk about that?
Because to keep it positive, I don't want to name names. I just want
No. Because I remember it was we had the keys of the kingdom laid out, and it was just go. Trumpism without Trump. They said, we'll bring together a bunch of the issues, but we don't need Trump anymore, and we don't need him, and it's gonna be easier this way. It's gonna be better this way. All you got to do is come on. You don't need that guy anymore. And I'm talking like 2021, 2022, after the midterms in 2022, sitting in this very room, Charlie, 2 years ago. Essentially 2 years ago tonight.
That's right.
When everybody was telling us, walk away, go with some other candidates and let it all go away. And we said no. And I remember, and Charlie, you said specifically that you gave Donald Trump a promise that if he ran again,
I would have his back.
That you would have his back.
And not only that, I said we're going to be better and more agile, and we're going to do what we needed to do. And God spared us from a good night in 2022 for us to build the machine, right, Tyler, and learn the lessons of how to chase, how to register. If we would have had a good night in 2022, we would not have built any of that stuff.
They're dancing in Palm Beach.
Oh, they should be.
Oh, they're dancing down there.
Yeah, look, MSNBC's doing Arizona. Yeah, okay, Steve Kornacki, you want to come in on our show? We'll tell you all about it. Ridiculous.
Dave Urban on CNN, he's just not having it. He's not having it. Yeah, I know. He may have sent me a message or two.
Just
we haven't gotten day ofs right yet, Tyler? Are they dripping in day ofs?
They're not doing anything. We're just sitting here like schmucks. It's like,
hey guys, we took care of Pennsylvania.
You know what's so annoying about
Charlie?
this? You know what's so annoying about this? Cliff gets to celebrate and he gets to enjoy the rest of his night and sleep nicely. We have to live through this for the next 4 days.
I just want to shout out Cliff. Cliff is the real deal. Cliff moved his whole energy back home to Pennsylvania.
No, you know what? It's unfair that Cliff gets to celebrate
Scott Presler
tonight.
deserves credit too.
Scott Presler, absolutely.
And
Where is Scott?
I want to give a lot of.
I haven't seen him on air or anything.
Can I shout out Scott real quickly on a little bit of some stuff here? Scott has been a great partner with us because on the application that we developed that's helped enable thousands and thousands and not thousands, millions of voter contacts through early vote action on their application. They've sent literally hundreds of thousands of postcards that have all been directed to Pennsylvania. That all happened on the application that has been one of the top 100 applications in its category on the App Store. And Scott has been nothing short of the voter get out the vote Johnny Appleseed for the state of Pennsylvania and for so many across the country. He's been such an inspiration to so many kids, so many young people that we work with through Turning Point Action. And I just cannot speak more fondly of the work that he's done so diligently, sleeping on people's floors, doing all sorts of things. But in the application, I'm telling you, we made millions of voter contacts through that mechanism. And he was one of the only people that stepped up to take that very, very seriously. Cliff did as well. That's part of the success story of Pennsylvania, is that there have been millions of voter contacts made because of the get out the vote philosophy that's been taken by guys like Cliff, through chasing ballots, and then people like Scott Pressler who have the heart for it.
This is
and that's what we do over here. That's what we do. We're nonstop. We're a little bit
bit wild at times.
A little bit wild-eyed about it, but yeah. And we're not going to, and guess what? Now we're motivated to do more.
That's right.
That's a scary thing if I'm a leftist.
Man, praise God.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
Za nasza I wasza wolność. For our freedom and yours. It's the slogan of the Polish underground. For our freedom and yours.
We're going to
the networks are completely melting down right now. By the way, what they're going to try to do is they're taunting Trump to declare victory and be like, well, Trump preemptively calls victory. It's not. It's done. It's over. What? It's done. Yeah, like a dictator.
You're going to get the autocrat. You're going to get
whatever.
all that
It's
stuff.
just all a bunch of noise. We're in power and they aren't. Thanks for shopping.
Oh man, the P Diddy gang is not feeling great tonight.
Their bets didn't pay off.
I just want to say thank you to everybody who supported us too, and who prayed for us, and who donated to all of our efforts, and who's become members tonight. You guys are a huge part of all. I mean, you are witnessing history, everybody. And it was so different than 2016. It's its own thing. It's not even its own comparable thing,
it's not
right?
2016.
That was a shock and awe. It's like they saw this coming and they tried to build a fortress, right? It was unstoppable object, immovable force. They said, how can we try and prevent Donald J. Trump? And, well, the people spoke.
They failed.
That's right.
They absolutely failed, Charlie. They failed. And it shows me, I mean, listen, I don't want to tell you guys I was going to get out of politics after this, but if we lost this election, the climb back would have been so difficult. And I've just been, in the last hour, my faith in the American people has been restored. I mean, this is a moment where you see the American people, we have the grit, right? For those that try to tell us that, we should lose faith and people don't have it. No, they are ready to go. They want to fight for their country. They want to take it back. And I think this is a mandate, and it's going to be up to all of us, through Congress, through the Senate, through the presidency, to deliver some real victories and policy changes that the American people, they're now demanding.
Man, the team works so hard. Brett, you guys should be so proud of yourselves in Wisconsin. You're going to deliver a U.S. senator, and you're going to deliver elector. I mean, it looks like Wisconsin is signed, sealed, and delivered.
They just called Wisconsin. Yeah.
They just called Wisconsin.
Yes, sir! Let's go!
All that work. Yes.
All the way back 2 years ago, Tyler was saying Wisconsin, Georgia.
Man, I remember when Tyler was talking about Wisconsin, and we were like,
and I was a hater. I was like, I don't think it's going to happen.
We were all like, what are you talking about?
We're buying the building,
so
Brett.
hard.
Easy. What was I saying all day, though? I
put it on the credit card.
I said Wisconsin feels good. Wisconsin feels good.
We're not leaving Wisconsin.
So Alex here and I, we walked into this office for the first time January 2nd.
That's it. Fox's Trump has elected.
Let's go, baby.
Oh, my goodness.
Let's go.
Can we get our own graphics, guys?
Yeah, graphics go.
By the way, all the other networks are going to have to make a call soon. It's done. It's done.
Keep
Too
going.
big.
Honestly, I need credit for Fox for setting the narrative. Honestly, because the math shows this.
Yeah.
I'm not BSing you. Fox deserves credit.
Well, they did. I mean, they set the narrative in 20 as well.
No, I'm saying though, they're leading, and the other networks are now going to have to follow. By the way,
ladies and gentlemen, we're back.
We are so back. We are so back. Come on, play the clip from The Hangover. You guys got to have that ready.
Let's go. And back to Wisconsin. I want to recognize real quickly our team in Wisconsin. When we got to Wisconsin, it was like nobody had any faith in Wisconsin. No, right, Brett? Right? Like it was Brett and I driving around in Wisconsin, handing people. We had to beg people to take money from the PAC, and say, right. This is, and we're here at this point now. We've got hundreds and hundreds of people who are ready to march right into the Supreme Court race next year. I mean,
is he coming out?
This is a beautiful thing. A beautiful thing.
Keep in mind, guys.
Put 207 up on screen. I want you to say, thank you, Lord, for this gift from the heavens. Look at this on screen. 207.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
I want to get the clip. Can someone get the clip of it? I want to hear it. I want to hear whoever did that. I want to hear it. By the way, MSNBC is running ads from The Giver. No, I'm not kidding. Literally, they're running ads from like audiobooks or something.
Wait, they're like,
but I like The Giver. Are we attacking Lois Lowry?
They're doing infomercials.
All of you watching at home right now to do it in your own way, but
the movie was trash.
Say a prayer of thanksgiving in your own way.
MSNBC's running infomercials.
1 second, please.
Wow.
Say a prayer of thanksgiving, please. It is the only proper response to this.
Well, I don't know if we have the prayer image from our team this morning, but we have had such a culture of prayer going on over here at Turning Point Action.
It's been unbelievable.
And it's led by Charlie. It's led by, we have so many great faith leaders. We got Pastor Rob that's right here.
Psalm 107:1. Oh, give thanks to the Lord, for he is good, for his steadfast love endures forever. Everybody, this was not earned. Donald Trump was a vessel. You guys were a vessel. We were a vessel.
I can't wait to hear this speech. I can't wait to hear this.
He has not slept in 6 days. It's going to be a barn burner. And by the way,
oh man,
he doesn't have to worry about votes.
You know how much work? You know how much work we're going to have in front of us here this next week? So much work.
Guys, they did everything to destroy us. They tried to intimidate us. They tried to put us in prison. They think about what the lengths they did to us. They canceled us from Twitter. Like it was full Soviet there. It was the Soviet winter.
J6.
Like
commission,
right?
Yeah.
I mean, Tyler's under indictment. I mean, I'm just being like literally. I'm just being honest. This guy's like still
we're having a great time.
Let's just be honest. This guy's like facing prison time, and I'm sorry. I mean, like it's just true. And Tyler, you know what Tyler did? And Tyler deserves the thanks of a nation. He went to work and like pitched a tent in Wisconsin and was like, we're going to take back this country. He's still facing prison time. We're going to get that all sorted out. No, I'm being honest. He's facing the whole thing is there's some hangover effect from the Soviet,
There's still,
but by the way, they were thinking about doing federal stuff. Like this is, and by the way,
you and I know that very closely.
I want to go to, I think Trump's coming out momentarily.
Looks that way.
So
we have
Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro did go to jail.
Let me tell you. Can I say something that's a little sombering right now? They're
unbelievable.
The Marxists are not.
They're setting the tone. Look at this. Boom, boom, boom. Fox, God bless them, man. They real. You know why? It makes any of their nonsense that they could have done in the last couple of minutes impossible.
Yeah.
As soon as the media's, the networks are calling it, it's done.
The sombering
100%.
part. The sombering part about where we're at now is the Marxists are going to be more vile and more nasty, and this is the beautiful part about where we're at with our movement is that people believe in America. They believe in fighting those people.
Okay, I want you guys to listen to this. Play cut 208.
The Fox News decision desk can now officially project that Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States.
Let's go! Woo! Yes, sir! We are back!
We are so back.
We're so
man. They did everything they could to bury us, to intimidate us,
and all it did was make us stronger.
And it's the old Nietzsche quote.
No, they just pissed me off. Is what they did.
It was the Nietzsche quote, which is that if it doesn't kill you, it makes you stronger. But honestly, it's the faith. It's like, man, the people that lifted us up in prayer, the people that went to war. I mean,
Charlie, look at where we are now. So going into this phase of things, imagine if Donald Trump had just won in 20 and was leaving the White House right now. But this entire process,
this was God refined the fire. He made us
galvanized us, has strengthened us.
Okay, keep going.
Empowered us, and turned this movement into something far beyond anything it could have possibly been. And I remember Steve Bannon and we got into like this argument. Charlie, did you cut your knuckle?
What are you talking about?
You're bleeding.
Yeah, probably.
Banging the table.
Wait, guys, in the midst of all this, Sam Brown's up. This is going to be like...
That's great. That's great. No, Bannon said he thought it was providential. Bannon said it was providential that this happened this way. And I used to disagree with him, but now I see it.
This is going to be a fun week. This is going to be the most fun I've ever had.
Arizona still has not sent any ballot. I'm sorry, I can't. Florida has now counted their ballots 4 times.
I've had a lot of fun with you over the last decade, Charlie. But this is going to be the most fun.
I need to stay humble because I didn't earn this, and we don't deserve it. And we are in the right place and the right time. And we just saw an opening.
Listen,
and we saw. I want to say one last thing. We saw a man, Cliff did too, that got no support. And I just want to say one thing, Tyler Boyer. The fact you led the charge against Ronna McRomney and we got a new RNC is why Donald J. Trump is going back to the White House, okay? I can say confidently.
Yes.
And am I right, Cliff? And am I right, Brett? And Tyler, you saw it. We seized it. And that is huge. Huge. And you deserve credit for that, 100%. Tyler.
100%.
Well, no, listen, I was going to give Eric a lot of credit because she stood right behind Donald Trump at the first Trump rally. We just went over this, right? That was... Erica was on the first one on the Trump train before any of us. Here in Arizona? Seriously. There was only 20 people on the stage.
I want
my dad-in-law, my grandpa, and Erica, Nell, 1-year-old Nell.
I want Donald Trump to just get up on stage in a couple of minutes and say, Kamala Harris, you're fired.
I think he's going to be more magnanimous than that. But
I know, but still.
I kind of hope he's.
But I want it.
I don't. I want it. It's just like all of it's.
No, he'll be magnanimous. That's his nature.
All right, I want to thank our members. Yeah, Cliff, go ahead. Cliff, you've been great tonight. You're not going to bed, Cliff. You're staying up. You're not going to.
Cliff, you're coming to Arizona. Actually, you're getting on
No,
he's getting on a plane. And he's gonna.
By the way, we need to have a strategy session. PA Chase is coming into the whole ecosystem.
No, we don't have time. It's 2026.
No, and by the way, Dave McCormick's going to win. Dave McCormick is a U.S. Senator, everybody. Like, that's unbelievable.
Casey was the white whale for so long.
How many Senate seats are we at right now?
We're like at 90.
If we hang on to...
It feels like 90.
If we hang on to all the ones we're leading...
That's 53.
And we get rid of the filibuster?
God bless
it. Plus 7.
Wait, which ones are we leading in?
We should get rid of the filibuster.
We've won West Virginia. We've won Ohio.
Nuclear option,
They haven't called Montana, but it looks great so far. And then we're leading Pennsylvania quite a bit. We're leading Michigan. We're leading Wisconsin. We're barely leading Nevada, but it's 77% in. I'm not sure what's outstanding for how that'll break. I still feel iffy on that one. But even if you look at the prediction markets, those are all over 75% for us in the blue wall states. And if we picked up all of those, we'd be plus 6.
So we don't need to get into speculation about what they're going to write this week, but they're going to start saying it was Kamala's fault and Joe Biden's fault, whatever.
Wait, I thought we had no ground game.
No,
where's the no ground game?
Yeah, Donald Trump did this.
I'm sending out a tweet.
Donald Trump put his trust in this.
Kept telling me that,
we got to say it for
Charlie.
Arizona. We got to say it for Arizona.
All right, fair enough.
We got to get through Arizona.
Right,
that's going to be
kept
delicious.
Charlie, the only thing I want to say to the group here
Where's
is
Andrew? Andrew, can you stay on your tweets?
For some optimism, we had Donald Trump for the first 4 years, and look, I'm going to be straight with you guys. You know, I was a Rand Paul guy, and I was extremely impressed with Donald Trump, and that's what got me involved here in the past 4 to 8 years. But imagine a Donald Trump that doesn't have to run for re-election. Imagine Vivek Ramaswamy. Hold on, imagine Vivek Ramaswamy making decisions alongside Elon Musk and Ron Paul about government efficiency. Imagine a Tulsi Gabbard helping us on foreign policy. Imagine a
Bobby
Robert
Kennedy
making
Bobby
America
Kennedy's going to run the
healthy,
FDA.
And Ron Paul. We're going to have Ron Paul doing stuff.
This is like my dream coming true. And I just tell people we have 4 years. And then the best part, and this is where I give Charlie and Tyler so much credit. When J.D. Vance was selected as vice president, I texted Charlie and I said, "You son of a gun. For the first time in my life, we have a ticket with no neocons, with people that understand that we have to be anti-globalist.
That was some dark art stuff. We did that one.
It was magical.
That understand
actually.
This is the first time that the defense contractors, the military-industrial complex, they are completely running scared. I'm excited, guys. 4 years of really trying to unleash the American dream, but not in some facade Mitt Romney way, in a true America first way. This is a beautiful thing.
I want to bookmark this for Media Matters so it makes it easy for them. But Media Matters, as you're listening to this, I want you to clip this. I don't know what kind of candidate was thinking that Liz Cheney was going to add to your vote totals. and I say that now is that You spent literally 30 years hating Liz Cheney just to turn around and pat Liz Cheney on the back, and you thought that was going to be a great strategy moving forward. Please clip this. Please put this on your website. I know you won't now because I set it up, but it was the greatest gift that you've ever given. You walked yourself right into it. It was wonderful. It was like a episode of the Coyote and Roadrunner.
I want to say something really quick, which is this is a people-led revolt in a way against its leaders. And we were told by every societal gatekeeper, you can't wear this hat. This is verboten. That man is toxic and is poisonous. And this, more than anything else, is proof that the founders' vision of this country is still alive. That we are still a republic if you can keep it. We have so many problems, and we deserve all the problems. But we're able to elect a man that literally is the most forbidden, toxic thing you could imagine. Right, Jack? No, you can't get near it.
We are the worst person in the world. We are the bane of existence. We are the cause of every problem. You are the neo-fascist, the Christian nationalist. Remember, Christian nationalist, because we pray. The traditional Christians, the Orthodox Catholics, all of the various subgroups and names and labels they wanted to throw on this movement. But at the end of the day, it was just people who wanted to put their families and their traditions and their neighborhoods and their towns first. That's all it ever was. That's all it ever was. Maybe you should have checked with the people of this country before you tried to take it away from us.
I want to play some of the MSNBC, but I just want to say thank you, Lord. I'm just speechless. I can't put it. This was so divine at every corner and every turn. The way that this thing materialized. Let's play cut 153 for your daily dose of joy.
Kamala Harris has passed the audition flawlessly. This has been, in many ways, a perfect campaign, a brief, and she had barely any time to put it together. But just as a managerial matter, it's been brilliantly done. She's reached out to every possible constituency, and what the campaign is talking about now is the granular get out the vote effort that you just don't see on the other side. On the other side, you're seeing Charlie Kirk, to whom the Trump campaign outsourced the parts of its ground game they didn't give to Elon Musk, going on X Twitter this morning and begging people to vote. So their ground game is to go on Twitter and beg people to vote, or X, whatever they're calling it now, whereas the Harris campaign's ground game is literally multiple taps at each door. They're going back to people, texting, calling, going to the door, do you need a ride? It's like what Obama did. It's numerous touches on voters who don't vote that often, because that's who this ground game is for.
We will play that later in the week. Don't even mention it. Let's just wait for more Arizona. Okay. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. I just want to internalize that.
We will happily walk her through our program.
Guys, yeah, that's right. She's welcome.
We will happily walk her through our program.
If you guys,
and the thousands of people that we had not heard, right?
If you guys want a signed MAGA hat, freedom@charliekirk.com, proof of subscription, you get in the running, or a guaranteed one, members.charlie. Let me finish, please. Members.charliekirk.com. Members.charliekirk.com.
We still don't have data from Maricopa County. I'm going to text Stephen Richard right now.
You should, actually, yes.
And I'm going to say, it's midnight.
What is going on? Say Trump is president. You don't have to play any games. You should tell him that.
Trump is president. No more games.
You what? It's just unbelievable.
I'm trying to find the most Republican
Charlie,
county.
Let me tell you guys a fun fact.
Can you please just do the job?
My team just found this. We came closer to winning New York than they came to winning Florida. Think about that for a minute.
Wow.
We came closer to winning New York than they came to winning Florida. This is a transformational shift.
This is a realignment
in American politics.
Guys, this is a realignment. This is a message from we might win the popular vote. Guys, if we win the popular vote, that is a mandate and a historic referendum, the likes of which, I mean, incredible. Sorry, Ryan sent me something that he wanted me to say, but not say it. Okay. So, yeah, go ahead, Blake.
I just find this funny. I'm trying to find the most Republican county, because one of the cool things with Trump is just how red he can make parts of the country. So I'm looking at King County in Texas. Mm-hmm. It is 96% for Trump. Kamala Harris has 6 votes in an entire county.
and we know all who 6 of those people are.
I'm really sad. I wanted to get one where we could break. Where I thought maybe 100 could happen because we have these tiny counties in Texas, but there's like one person there and he's just hanging out on some ranch, and they thought Kamala had what it took.
MSNBC is saying, "Oh, it's still too early to call." Okay.
Too early. Okay.
Yeah, that's right. Well,
They have that 260. The MSNBC has called Pennsylvania.
266. Oh, they did?
Yeah. So they have.
Oh wow. Okay, so then we're just waiting for an Alaska.
You're waiting on
and
Alaska,
a Maine.
and they haven't called Maine's second for some reason.
Yeah,
New York has called that.
Or Wisconsin.
New York Times,
Wisconsin will put them over the top there. Guys, did you expect this on election night? I mean, this is decisive.
I said, okay, this is what I told pretty much all you guys, but I didn't say on air or publicly at all. I said there's two universes. Either it's really close and like it's too close to call and we're going to be fighting this out for a week, or we're going to have a decisive victory. And I said I couldn't see any other universe.
Yep.
I couldn't see any other one that made sense. And ladies and gentlemen, we're getting the good ending. We're getting the good ending. This is the ending that we wanted all along. We are finishing the story. I can't even begin to think of the story. I can't even begin to think of how they're going to explain this.
NBC News says Trump wins Pennsylvania. You're right.
There it is.
Let's go.
It's done.
Let's go.
And then that means with Maine, it's done. Every network is in then. Kamala is done. If NBC's there, that
she
is
should concede right now.
By the way, can someone please get me a feed of Chris Hayes right now?
This is vastly more shocking than 2016 because
Tell me why.
2016, when you look at it, you could easily make the case it was fluky, that you had a very high turnout for Gary Johnson, you had very high amounts for Jill Stein. No one thought Trump really had a shot, and so they could say people were willing to not show up because they thought it was in the bag. And so he gets this kind of weird win. Like, I think he gets fewer votes in Michigan than like Mitt Romney did, for example, or George Bush, one of those two. And so it felt fluky. But now you have him winning the popular vote outright, and he might even get a majority of the overall popular vote.
Do you think he will?
I'm not sure. Probably not, but like he's right on the threshold of that. And obviously people knew he could win, so you don't have any distractions where people are, voting a protest candidate because they assume it's in the bag. All the excuses for like how Trump couldn't get a critical mass of the American people, that Trump couldn't win a straight up fight against a Democrat, it goes out the window. And he's going to get a bigger win than he did in 2016 for the Senate. He's going to pick up seats that looked impossible to get there. This is, and just the coalition that he built to do it with as well, that he took the gains he made with Hispanics in 2020 and he made them even bigger. He took states that have been swing states for half a century and he's made them as one-sided as Illinois is for Democrats.
And I just want to be clear, like on MSNBC right now, they're calling for like the end of the Electoral College. That won't even, I'm sorry.
Doesn't matter now.
Yep. So Donald Trump to speak soon. Look,
we're not conceding the Electoral College.
Guys, for every one of you, by the way, that volunteered, that did commit 100, for every one of you that watch our stream and our show and you did text those extra 5 people and you did bring those voters out, you guys earned this tonight. You share in this victory. This is not Donald Trump's victory. This is our victory. This is our victory. And the Democrat Party, they were so cocky with keeping an unpopular president in and saying that they hate the country and not governing the country correctly. And you reap what you sow.
What do you... Biden would have just lost earlier. If they had just left him in, he would have just lost earlier in the night. So I've been seeing this stuff going around on like Blue Twitter and things like that. They say, oh, we should have left Biden in. He would have performed better. No, he wouldn't have. No, he wouldn't have at all. She was always going to lose. He was definitely going to lose. This made her slightly more competitive. This made potentially the Senate slightly more competitive. And this was the model that this was the worst possible case for them. The worst possible realistic case. That's what we're seeing.
No, the worst would be if they actually posted Arizona votes.
Charlie, I said realistic.
By the way, we have 1.7 million people on Twitter right now. Just listen, we've had 1.7 million total viewers just on Twitter. It's unbelievable. 200,000 concurrents. Again, with signing hats here on this historic night, you'll never get, by the way, you will tell your kids about this night, and you might have this hat around for another 50 years. Members.charliekirk.com. I'm signing hats for you. Members.charliekirk.com if you want a hat.
Imagine being Matt Drudge right now. And just all of
just think
people.
of all. I mean, by the way, just all of these people that were like,
yeah,
the blue wave is coming, and the blue wave is coming, and it's just, they were so ferocious about.
They're so nasty,
right? And they were so nasty and aggressive.
Charlie,
and,
it was worse than that. I mean, these people had me believing Pennsylvania when they were down by 1 million compared to where they were in mail-in votes. I mean, it's almost like mental warfare. They had us believing that like somehow they were going to turn them out. It's like, they're good at that, right? They're good at pushing us to believe that. But that's the power of just driving forward, right? Ignoring that, ignoring the hate, ignoring the fear, ignoring them coming after you with lawfare or whatever it is, and just delivering. And the American people delivered tonight. They delivered a resounding win for Donald Trump. I mean, I'm just so proud to be part of this team. I'm going to keep saying that because that's what this is. Teamwork makes the dream work. We finally had full synergy. It took Tyler Boyer calling out the RNC and saying, no, none of this. Enough. We can't do the BS anymore. We have to produce results.
One sec here. I want to play 209, please.
Because NBC News has a projection to make in the presidential contest in the swing state of Pennsylvania. NBC News now projects that presidential contest
this is like a dream
has been won by Donald Trump. Now,
yes,
I believe that means that we are at a 266 electoral vote count for Donald Trump. Kamala Harris at 194 electoral votes. So to be clear here, this is the third of the 7 major swing states that have been called. But Georgia and North Carolina and Pennsylvania, as those 3 states, presents it presents an insurmountable future here for Kamala Harris and for the Democratic ticket.
We are now up 28,000 votes in Arizona, just for the record.
Wait. What did it come through at? What?
Insurmountable indeed.
Part of Maricopa. They're dropping blue Maricopa first. I'm not kidding.
Oh, I just texted Steven, and then he posted.
It's funny. Really funny how that works. I want to say one thing. Andrew, where's Andrew?
I don't want to take credit for that.
Guys, Ken Clement was right.
Alaska just, blitzing their votes in past us, even though Alaska has to fly their votes by bush plane to be counted.
So this is how ridiculous Maricopa County is.
It's just
it's
distracting me from this beautiful night.
They dropped 30,000 votes. Me off, man. So Charlie, they only counted 30,000 votes. It's been 4 hours.
Ken Clement said 2 terms. He just didn't say what order.
It's been 4 hours.
2 scoops.
And they counted 30,000 votes.
I can't get over this.
Real Trump troopers will remember.
Oh my goodness!
Wow, I'm gonna be like, wow.
How many votes are left? Like all of them?
Yeah.
They're counting them 30,000 every 2 hours.
Wow, 4 hours.
We don't even have all the early votes count.
No. This is how
we have 200,000 red early votes that have not been counted.
Listen, the magnitude in which I am so morally offended by the people who run Maricopa County, namely our board of supervisors and the elections department, and Stephen Richer, our elected recorder. These guys should not be in charge of the fry station at McDonald's. They are so incompetent.
Hey, we like McDonald's.
We like fry station.
Well, we like fry station cooks. I'm not saying we don't. I'm just saying they're so incompetent. They couldn't do that part, much less operate a multifaceted major election, the biggest elections department in America that manages more votes than anyone else. It's the 4th largest county in America, and it's the largest voting populace in America. They should not be doing this.
She's refusing to concede, I'm hearing.
Oh, really? What's her path?
She's just...
There's going to be a second.
Totally refusing.
So I heard she's going to... I can't say it. I can't.
Oh, no. Kamala Harris has called Trump to concede the election.
All right, okay.
Really, where?
It's real-time news, and they've never been wrong, so... That's
wow.
Real raw?
No, not real raw. It's real-time news. I'm going to be right. I'm telling you, my Telegram people are never wrong. I'm just wait.
I wish I could. I hope he records it. Please, someone record it. Someone in Mar-a-Lago record it.
Someone says you're getting trolled.
It's not on Twitter yet. It's not on Twitter yet.
I don't know.
Record it.
All right. I'm going to be proven right. I'm going to be proven right.
Record it.
I'm going to be proven right. I'm telling you. Hot off the press. Crystal clear mandate.
I can't
right
even
now.
find the words, guys, to even describe this. I mean, in Wisconsin, up until this point, keep in mind, we were left out on an island from a national perspective. We had lost 22 of 25 statewide elections.
Unbelievable.
Here in Wisconsin. Tyler, Charlie, you guys believed in this state. You guys helped us plant our roots here in this state. We have a hope to be now a permanent home here in Wisconsin and building out permanent infrastructure that just showed this is the new way to win elections. You guys know, this is Alex, by the way. Alex and I moved into this office the second of the year, January 2nd. We walked into this office in a snowstorm.
CNN.
Alex,
Can I recognize Alex Story real quick? So Alex Story was the man who helped build this office in Waukesha, and we owe him a whole debt of gratitude. Has been training. Did how many dozens of trainings did we do, Alex? And what an incredible dude.
All right. I'm sorry. I'm monitoring this in real time here. I don't know. I'm going to be proven right on that Telegram call. By the way, I'm going to be proven right. Man, how much hard work and sacrifice. Tyler, you lived in Wisconsin.
I lived with these guys.
I know.
I'm telling you, Alex was painting walls, right? Brett.
Yep.
Brett, we have so many stories. How many Brewers games have we gone to? I went to the Brewers game where they basically knocked the Diamondbacks out of contention for the playoffs. Yeah. That's how much time we've been there.
It's
guys,
good time.
It's like hundreds of paid full-time ballot chasers walked through this room. All the while, the establishment hacks in Wisconsin are telling us that these Turning Point Action guys, they're just here to take over the party. They're grifters. They're just here to burn it all down. I mean, hopefully this shows that, we were here to establish a permanent paradigm shift in how we know get out the vote to be. I hope that history looks back and shows that we changed how we win.
Look, I heard it so many times in DC. What are you working with Charlie for? Charlie and Tyler, they're just pushing their app. They're just trying to get money. They're not doing a real ground game. You're going to see what happens. It's like every time you turn around with these guys, and I'm in DC every day, and I just hear it all the time, and I'm like, guys, I go to Turning Point, I go to the events, I've seen the ground game, I've seen the networks, it's all real. You guys are sitting up here in DC, and you think you know better, but just because they're not doing it your way, and just because they're not using your vendors, and all, like you guys don't have your own preferred vendors, you're getting 10% on the back end, like, please, and you're just all wrong. You're just all wrong. And I've been out here. I saw Turning Point Action in action, and then I've been all across the country with you guys, and it's all real. And you can see it right there.
Donald Trump's going to take the stage soon, guys.
Can I share a quick number about Wisconsin, Charlie?
Yep.
The number of ballots that we know we chased today, it's going to be more. It's going to be more. Is the difference between Eric Hovde right now and Tammy Baldwin. I just want to make that
What's
clear.
That number?
We'll talk about it over the next few days.
I never answered the thing earlier that because we got sidetracked. The last Republican to sit in that seat that Tammy Baldwin is currently about to vacate was Senator Joseph McCarthy.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, we were going to talk about that earlier, guys. This is wild. I mean,
I know. I'm sure you knew that, Brent.
Yeah, we're going to see counties that are flipping. Portage County, for instance, hasn't flipped since the Joseph McCarthy era.
What's the guy's name? Ralston. Where's John Ralston? Where's John Ralston, Nevada? Where's John Ralston, Nevada? Who said Nevada's going blue? Because I'm refreshing here and I don't see Nevada going blue.
Man. I just want to thank all you guys. We're signing hats right now. Members.charliekirk.com on this historic night. I can't believe it. When I first started, I see this happen was Florida. I sent Andrew a message. I was like, it's happening. I said, I see it. I see the trend.
And I told you to stay frosty. I was like, I could see it in your eyes. And I was like,
the gratitude that we have for
I feel it, but I don't know.
The gratitude that we have for our entire team. We've got literally hundreds and hundreds of people between Turning Point USA over the years that some have come and gone. We have thousands of people that have worked for us. Hundreds of people that are at each organization. We literally have the largest field operations.
You have an alum that's sitting in Congress.
We have alum that are running for Congress, sitting in Congress. We have people that are now in state legislatures across the country. Just couldn't be more grateful for the hard work and perseverance of our grassroots activists that we have every day. And I hope that for those that are listening that are at home with their families, that are our Turning Point chapter leaders that we have at TPUSA, our Turning Point Action coalition leaders that are watching this, you are emboldened to do more, that we can do more, that we've got a long road ahead of us here. And we need you. We need you to step up, and we need to keep punching back 10 times harder.
Amen. All right, email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Donald Trump is going to take the stage in this historic way. I mean, Jack, what's going through your head right now?
I mean, I'll just say, I mean, I had to step off the stream for a moment there, just kind of collect myself. The fact that it was Pennsylvania, lot of emotions there for me. Just a lot of emotions, being that that's home. That's where my people came from Poland. It's been telling the stories for a long time, where they've been trying to destroy our state for so many years. And I had a little bit of a moment, called the family, woke up my son.
Thank you very much. Wow. It's everything about our country, and we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And to every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's great. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that. Nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Ushabez. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like that. Sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's still like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words here.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shot. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Yeah. he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And because, especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your... Nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelt boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, I probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but, Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time. But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
All right. Hey, by the way, I counted. He started at 2:26, finished at 2:52. It's 26 minutes, under 30 minutes. That's pretty impressive. Make some noise for Candace. Hey. Can we take a selfie for the crazy crew that stuck around till now? I'm so proud of you guys. Can you come around here? Everybody here, come on the stage. You guys, now you guys, hang on, I want these guys. Get in. You guys got to get in because you guys work your asses off. Come on in. Get to my left. And maybe, you know, David, if you take it, let's take a picture. This is insane.
Come on.
Broke YouTube tonight. Literally, we broke YouTube tonight. Can you get up and get this? Maybe I gotta say this on one of the videos. You got me here? Yes? All right, let me get the phone. I gotta show time. Who's getting this? All right, so check this out. You ready? What time did we start tonight?
Are we ready?
It's 2:54 a.m. in the morning, and these crazy people are still here tonight. Holy freaking moly. What a night. Man, what a night. Special. We will forever remember this. I want to thank everybody that came out. I want to thank everybody that worked their asses off. the crew. You guys were freaking amazing. I watched all of you guys. You were ridiculous. Store, fans, support, camera, Everlast. You guys made adjustments. Respect to you. Camera guys, security, Candace, Guitar Zach, Armin, Vinny, Adam,